Chapter 1 Is This Really Targeted? The Repository of Thoughts. This book begins with a foundation of 100,000 words, with the view updates daily. Restasur dan follow along. The Land of Falling Clouds. The Sektof Inquiring Thou. The Sword Inquiring Peak. The Great Haloth Peak Master. Master, Han Changkong's cultivation has been complete lyruent. Over the past decade, with Sword Inquiring Peak have expended vast resources to heal him. If this continues, the disciples within the peak may voice a their dissent. The speaker was known Etherthans Wolyang, Han Changkong's sturds near brother. Junior brother, Changking has suffered injurious in his quest to retrieve the Winting Sword. To say such things sisto be ungrateful, retorted Thielda's sister, Wang Yiting, in a tone laced with fury. Zwilliange immediately shrunk back, for Thielda's sister held an authority second in the Thepi Akmaster, their revered mentor, Menkalang. Indeed, eldest sister, while it have fifth junior brother as returned with Thwinting sword from the Secretrium, we have fulfilled their duties. Now, high sputa shell off his former self. Upon his return, master will struggle to hold high before Theather Peakmasters. Only these cons near brother, Huang Kuan, had the standing to call in Thielda's sister Wang Yiting, for their cultivation levels were comparable. Yet, Huang Kuan's methods were a far more ruthless, and in a true battle fly fan death, his chance of victory would likely be greater. Enough. The peak master Menkeling interrupted from her seat. The fifth junior brother may no longer have a Thepis ability of recovery, but this matter does not warrant Thys expulsion. Can it with sword inquiring peak conataf fortunate Remirmertal? Upon hearing this, the fourth senior sister, Wonjirua, stepped forward to voice her opinion. Master, while Havanoisu with nurturing him, the Winting Sword currently recognizes she must its master. Erwatoalo wasless individual to inherit sword inquiring peak. Wang Yiting, hearing Therepiated slur so fuseless, felt their spirit wane. She murmured, fifth junior brother wasing Sigania soft sword inquiring peak. In terms of cultivation, Wolmanju can compare? Huang Kuan, with a darkened expression, responded, eldest sister, only a living Guineas Gambi Kaladajanius. Indeed, eldest sister, though Hanasawastano, Tinai Irsego he was stronger Tanis. But what if it no? High subtly devoid of our, likely unable to even defeat a mere observant disciple. Wonjirua, he's our fifth junior brother. How can such cold words escape your lips? Wang Yiting's pointed remarks against Wonjirua, who merely huffed dissatisfaction. A this moment, third senior brothers Wolyang spoke up. Master, ik know you have always scared for the fifth junior brother, but the true lies beyond saving. He can alone cultivate, and the Winting sort of saw fummest importance. Upon hearing this, Peakmaster Menkeling fell into contemplation. Han Changking's foundation was shattered, his stanchion destroyed, and his meridian severed. He had no concept of cultivation, yet Winting sword was enough to for treasured artifact soft inquiring dowsect. How could it fall in the hand so forth less individual? Sword inquiring peak. Ascertain cave dwelling of fat erect disciple. What hell? I was just playing Gagum, battling Tiger Vanguard over 1,200 times, and I was about to win. How did I suddenly fall asleep? Han Changkong grubbed his shade and slowly zate up. What is going in? Where are my television, fridge, and washing machine? Damn it. Where is my computer? Buzz. Azure job memory is flooded into his mind. 15 minutes later, after absorbing a powerful segment of memory, Han Changkong murmured, alas, this guy really lived a constricted life. Aeons progenius, reduced Toryuan for some emission. How foolish. Wait, isn't this just him? Uncle Han. A voice led from outside the cave. Han Changkong recognized it twice addressing Hyman, hurriedly exited the cave. What is it? Toyner Disciples bowed respectfully outside the cave. Uncle Han, Thepi Akmaster requests your presence. All right, Ishalgotans. With that, he made his way direct Lideth the Great Haloth Peak Master. Bah, Osless person, what qualification does she have at Obi our uncle? Keepy our vwasa down this wastuus and si prodigio of T-sect. Watery wa afraid off? Can he'd feed? There vwa is scared no tempt to conceal their disdain for Han Changkong, every word falling upon his ears. It mattered little. During his previous job, he had heard fair worse insults. This level of disdain was nothing compared to the harsh reprimands from his former department head. It took Han Shanking a full half hour to reach the great aloft peak master. Upon seeing Meng Keling, he respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. These ways of figuring Kinto an immortal from a novel, how could he not feel nervous? Disciple pays respects to master. There is no need for formalities. Wan Jiruo, unable to contain herself, quickly pressed, Han Chankong, do you have a way to relinquish the Winting sword? Han Chankong's weef lies search at his memory as for information bow, these women and discovered Shuish's fourth near sister. He hastily explained, fourth sister, the Winting sword is bound to by a soul contracted to would be quite difficult to sever it from eBay. Up in hearing this, 10 scoffed. Difficult? Suth that implies it can be separated. Is it simply a matter of some less unwillingness? With that, she fixed Han Chankong with a mocking stare. This incited Han Chankong's sire had found out through his memory is that the soul contract couldn't libe terminate upon his death or before supply severings Khonshu. Was this woman truly hoping for his demise? Eldest sister Wang Yiding spoke coldly, Jiruo, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we turn against each other? Wang Yiding understood that the artifact bound by a soul contract could not be separate, unless the person died. Yet when Jiruo, unfazed by the eldest sister's reprimand, continued, the Winting sword is crucial to our sword inquiring Peak's legacy. Fellow brothers and sisters, Dao Havi and Yona capable of transformation. Is this notherious and for your cultivation gap? Herward Sheld merited, the sword inquiring Peak had fallen into cultivation chasm, with on lithe Peak Mr. being a cultivator at the combined stage, while below were on Lighthose author refining void stage. While Fielder soft sword inquiring Peak had higher level cultivators, they were not part of team main lineaged. The previous Peak Mr. had list Winting sword, leading to severed inheritance for the entire sword inquiring Peak. Eldest sister, Jiruo is correct, this inheritance must be activated through Winting sword. However, Han Chankong lacks an spiritual power. How can he activate it? Master, a waste devoid of cultivation compared to the inheritance, which holds more value? Does this event require further discussion? Precisely. Han Chankong just know a waste what has ceased he Winting sword inhibitions? Would it no thinderer cultivation? To severe a person's spatho immortally isakanto killing their parents, master. Hearing their banter, Han Chankong was subtly bewildered. What hell? So, Thesapio went med? It seems this treasurer cannot becht. Alas, my friend, I apologize. Imnathatnable. For the sake of my life, I shall hand it over. Han Chankong slowly begging, Master, there I saw what ye severed Winting sword from Ibing. At this declaration, the hall fell into immediate hesitance. Butin the next minute, an angrier buke erupted. Damn it, Han Chankong, if you have a solution, why not say it sooner? Exactly. If we hadn't pretty auto day, would I you have silent until death? Zualian Gand 10 scolded fiercely. Peak Master Meng Keling frowned, pondering, why didn't Tiskid mention it before? Isha Trilithate afraid of death? Consequently, intermaining Zimpathishi held for Thiz, disciple vanished. Eldest sister Wang Yiding stared at Han Chankong, incredulous. Junior brother, why didn't you mention Thessalian earlier? The expression Sophie Viriona reflected in Han Chankong's eyes. Het hot, had the previous owner of this body not died, wouldn't they've been able to relinquish the Winting sword. Thessol bound to isward hassle readaperished. Heathen spoke, the solutionist to Levi sword inquiring Pecond, severaltius with it, after which Winting sword can be freed from a body. There was neuther choice Saito wished to cling to a great power, but given how these people ostracism, it seems wizardo sika their venus. Heathen produced the severance document, pre-written by the previous owner of this body. This document was inscribed with Thessol, signifying the severancy of tes and the relinquishment of burdens. Meng Keling, seat dath ahead, spoke, if that is the case, then I shall grant your request. With that, a spell was cast upon the severance document. Buzz. Han Chankong felt a certainness in Swithinium being stripped away. In the next moment, a notification chimed, ding, system activation in progress. What hell, why is it only coming no? Master, the fifth junior brother is currently devoid of cultivation. Evenophilia vest the sect, it is a path to death. But Peak Master Meng Keling complete elitis regarded Wang Yiding, Sadvisi and Isuida decree. Han Chankong, Adirect Disciple Sword Inquiring Peak. Haskon sealed crucial sect inheritance secrets, harboring intentions to sever the legacy of Sword Inquiring Peak. From this day forth, Heisher be removed from the register of disciples Sandispat Ched Toth Servant Peak. With Theus Wansi of his decree, all the Peak Master soft inquiring Dao Sect Wermati aware. Wang Yiding realized that the Ruis Nithamor Shikud Do. Theather senior brother Sans sister Swori expression soft delight. Now, they harbor na Thesli test animosity towards Han Chankong, for the Wintiang sword has no. Appeared in the hand soft Peak Master. Tian Shao. A thismament, Ian molecultivators weaved lie stepped forward, respectful clasping Isfis salut. Master. These individualists known either the Chu Tian Shao, a disciplinaricent lie accepted be minkling of years ago. You shall move to the Cavidwelling Goff to direct, disciples, 40-hour cultivation starting today. Each peacock accommodatus in the 5 direct disciples, and with Han Chankong's departure, I ascertained that the Cavidwelling must be resigned. The senior sister, Wang Yiting, slowly approached Han Chankong and spoke. Junior brother, do you have any belongings left? Wang Yiting gat away streeteth the former Han Chankong with well. No, senior sister, you will reporteth servant Peakno. Allow me to escort you. With that, she enveloped Han Chankong in her spiritual energy and flew towards Servant Peak. Chapter 2 The Sixth System. Thanks to Wang Yiting's presence, Thestwardoth Servant Peak prompt like completeth the necessary procedures. Junior brother, take care. I must return and see Fiken pled with master. Han Chankong panicked had finally managed, Talivian certainly did not wish to return. Senior sister, if belly vitus an accessory. I anquitwelleth Servant Peak. Wang Yiting was at a loss for words. Without spiritual energy, Han Chankong could notice the communication stones. However, before leaving, she handed him a slip. Junior brother, if I encounter rain in special circumstances, shatter this slip. She then soared directly towards Wanjin Peak. Han Chankong tucked the Jod Slapinto his bosom and proceeded toward Shisen residence. Servant disciples could forget about luxurious single quarters. Up and entering the room, have found 2 wooden plank beds, with another person sleeping beside him. Hearing the commotion at the door, the person slowly turned around. Brother, a new arrival? Yes, I just go there today. You see him to lack cultivation. You must have a hus join the sect. Oh, I am Wang Dong. How shall I address you, brother? Brother Wang, I am Han Chankong. All right, I shall rest now. I work head through Hanai Teisterday. With that, Wang Dong turned a veer and fell asleep. On the ended Han Chankong begin to inspect the system. Ultimate Revenge System. Transmutant Agadaviner Guy Fromio your body toyor enemies. How to in uses. Hey Thin begin tusslant lyra satinamies in his mind. Huang Kuan. Zwolyang. Second senior brother Huang Kuan. The system remained unresponsive. Cold this be falsehood? Han Chankong cast the system aside for the time being. Notha the was outside, Deruis Norius and Hekun cultivatifter crossing gover. Etap here read that this system required thorough investigation. Within the Grand Hall off Wanjin Peak. Master, the 5th junior brother absolute could na thave commit such an act. Implore auto retract the punishment against them. The condition sath servant Peaker deplorable, and a possesses no cultivation, not to mention his injuries. Enough. Meng Kuling interrupted Wang Yiting split with a wave of air hand, releasing away via fa pressiviner githot left Wang Yiting feeling as thoth amount and had ascended upon her, rendering her immobile. Yiting, doya no diretto to 5 in mid-decree? Wang Yiting struggled to speak. I would not dare, master. You shall be punished to meditate tinth repentance hall for 3 years, to reflect upon your actions. With that, she vanished in an instant. Wang Yiting understood that the Ruis na peleftinth's matter. Hast senior sisterless Thurmond? She brought thys upon herself she cannot blame you Niels. If this weren't the past, 3 years of wall contemplation would have been the lightest punishment. It is south as hand waste as fall the true Lysaw harbinger of misfortune, even in his absence. Thesiny or brother sex changed words, further exacerbating Wang Yiting's agitation. She turned and headed directly towards Repentance Hall. Tian Shao, have a outed diedupi hour cabidwelling? Doyany dane assistance from your senior sister? After Wang Yiting had stormed off, Wenjiru ordered Ned to Chutian Shao, expressing concern. There was not Kois previously, Han Chongkong had the best talent, but now, it was these Chutian Zai Ao who possessed the greatest potential. He'd undoubtedly become the future master of Wanjin Peak, so it was wise to cultivate a good relationship in advance. Moreover, Chutian Zai was a naturally gifted sword body, making Hime an excellent candidate for pursuing the sword path. Senior sister, I have let Latadity up, and the facilities in fifth senior brother Scavadwell and Gariel requite complete. Fifth senior brother? Heist no thing buta was to know. Indeed, junior brother, you are no wertra fifth junior brother. Watching Thekan Sharon office fellow disciples, Chu Tianzai understood that the had surpassed a certain wasteen higher eyes. Dear senior brothers and sisters, you understand. Huang Kuan, Zhuoyang, and when Zairu Athena accompanied Huxing Xiao to the Cavadwelling that original belonged to Han Shankak to cleaning. Wang Dong Han Chongkong. In the courtyard where a Thezervant disciples resided, a short-statured cultivator, his aura indicating a cultivation level off to fourth layer of cheer refinement, stewed with an arrow farragance, glaring gathatwo. These individual was noniatherthan Song Bao Jin, the steward managing dozen soft servants. You twere responsible for old water supply tasks at servant peak. Remember to filth water tank of Aride, or else our contribution points will be deducted for today. Yes, steward song. Han Chong Kong and Duang Dong quickly bow Eden response. The thin immediate began thire water fetching duties. The slow earlier cultivators had no awareness Sophina prodigies, as they simply never had the opportunity to meet them, and all servant discipline Shadjo and Ed the same last 9 years. Those Zuho cultivated quickly advanced to the outer sect, while those Suho failed to reach the third layer of cheer refinement within Tinai Ursari expelled from the sect. Moreover, Han Chong Kong's fame as a prodigy was Yamo more from a vera decade ago. When he returned to Ezectanai Ursego, fewer even awario fit. Own light hosu how redirect, disciple above within the various speaks or provide a theater workings. Chong Kong Jr. brother, can you manage? Seeing Han Chong Kong struggle to carry to a bucket soft water, swaying gashwalked, Wang Dong cooed hard liber tau h. Brother Wang, I possess no spiritual energy if fear may slow us down. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, isn't hat Donggu? What's the matter? Can't complete our water fetching task today? Zhangcheng, what is Sido you? Wang Dong, I warned I out it whoever pairs with you will regret it, and he will make you wish you had never opposed me. Ha 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 ha. With that, the cultivator named Zhangcheng hid away. Han Chongking was left utterly bewildered. What in the world did I do to deserve this? What o Isavirion want me dead? Chongkong Jr. brother, I'm sorry, but to dragiao down with him, this Zhangcheng entered the sect along Sadim, and we have some grievances. Hahasan surpassed main cultivation speed dandas entered the outer sect, then revenge against me. Han Chongkong did not know how to respond. No big deal? Thesa peepa ira trying to kill him. How can it be no big deal? Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Detected murderous intent from Zhangcheng towards the host. The negative energy conversion function has been activated. Immediately, Han Chongking saw a step here in his mind. Ultimate revenge system. 1. Zhangcheng activated. Upon further investigation, Han Chongkong discovered that this revenge system indeed be turned off. Furthermore, beneath each name an energy bar that presumably indicated the opponent's demeanor or health level. Whatever, let's give it a tree. With that, Helifta that while bucket soft water from the ground. What the heck, I feel nothing? Zhangcheng, how is Omeda stancy away, suddenly fell to eaten his shoulder. What's going in? His surrounding lackey Sal Sonata said their leader's usual behavior. However, Zhangcheng dismissed it, channeling his spiritual nergai to counteract the pressure on his shoulder. At that moment, Han Chongking saw the energy representing Zhangcheng fluctuate slightly, and instantly understood Theater parta must bear assisting with spiritual energy. Indeed, with cultivation backing him, this little weight was nothing. So, steeling himself, head hot. You wanna kill him? Today, we shall see what prevails. With that, he began to dash towards the water tank, carrying Thetwa buckets. Wang Dong was taken aback. Just moments ago, this junior brother was struggling, and no he was sprinting with Theus. not even breaking a sweat. At that point, Wang Dong felt a competitive esprit arise within him. Thus began their water-fetching rivalry. And later, panting heavily, Wang Dong admitted, Chong Kong Jr. brother, I concede. You are too formidable. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Han Chong Kong ran over, still performing Highness in place. Wang Dong's silence twitched. What can defrecus this? Brother Wang, Urist. It will take care of the remaining water tanks. With that, he began to sprint, carrying water. Finally, feeling that what buckets were insufficient, he slung Wang Dong's bucket of Arisa through shoulder. No carrying 4 buckets, he continued without breaking gas sweat. 3 horse later, Han Chonker gazed at the filled water tank, then glanced at Zhang Qing's energy bar. Thefazikio fa 4th layer chi refinement cultivator true lies impressive even after all these. Ithidone lie decreased by half. At that moment, in their room somewhere within the sect, Zhang Qing lay sprawled in his, utterly devoid of hope. The entirety of Miss spiritual energy surged forth, valiantly resisting the agonizing torment emanating from his shoulders, legs, and waist. What in the world is happening? It feels as though we have been accosted by 5 Berlimen. Could it be thought the race of flaw in my cultivation? That shouldn't bit ha case the technique he have been practicing is sound. Yet, in the very next minute, poof! A mouthful of blood was expelled. A searing pain radiated from me danchin, and my entire network of meridians felt as though it were being, Celesli na Japan biance. I felt as if death were imminent. Butant the follow instanced. This sensation ceased, and the deterioration did not continue. Zhang Qingjin howled sharply. Quickly retrieving a medicinal pill to swallow, hastening to mend distant Shenan meridians. Meanwhile, in the disciple quarters, within Han Chanking's room. What hell, it Kamba played Lekethis? Fortunately, it stopped into me otherwise, Zhangqing would surely have met this demise. Hethan observed that Zhangqing was left with but us liver of energy. If you were read a Parishi Nazingle day, how will die continue my research in this system? Moreover, if it can restore Histon Shenan meridians, it seems that cultivation holds promise. Once has sufficiently recovered, it shall proceed. And is tis definitely not 6th system? Chapter 3. The sudden rival. The following morning, the little steward of the miscellaneous peak, Song Baojin, gazed at Han Chongkong and Wang Dong with a perplexed expression. Did you two fill the water in the pond yesterday? Song Baojin was also bewildered. Point 1 was at the 2nd level of chi refinement, while the other was an ordinary mortal without any cultivation. How could they possibly fill the pond with water? They must have sought assistance. Steward Song, it was indeed us who filled it, Wang Dong replied. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, Song Baojin remained silent, but continued to scrutinize the two at a t. That moment, he pondered. If these two truly worked so diligently, what justification would he have to deduct their contribution points? He then spoke. Currently, there is a vacancy among the outer disciples, so you two will undertake an additional task. Chopping firewood. Han Chongkong was taken aback. Even with his system, although he wasn't fatigued, his rival Zhang Chung would surely struggle to endure this. He then resolutely declared, Steward Song, this is not right. I recall that the sect manual stipulates that miscellaneous disciples may only perform 1 task per day, after which they should cultivate on their own. By assigning us this extra work, you are depriving us of time to cultivate. Should we fail to reach the 3rd level of chi refinement 10 years hence during the sex assessment, it would be difficult for you as well, wouldn't it? Having risen from a miscellaneous disciple to a direct disciple, Han Chongkong was well versed in the sect's regulations. As expected, Song Baogin's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, Are you threatening me? Steward Song, you are our superior. How could I dare threaten you? I am merely stating the facts. Very well, remember what you have said today. After delivering his ominous words, Song Baojin turned to leave. Wait, Steward Song, have you forgotten something? What is it? The contribution points from yesterday should be transferred to me. Song Baojin was thoroughly incensed, but in public, he could not overtly withhold the contribution points. He then took out his sect token and transferred 50 contribution points to the two of them. These contribution points could be exchanged in the sect's exchange hall for medicinal pills or used in the dining hall for meals. Cultivators below the foundation establishment stage needed to eat. Although there were fasting pills available, They were expensive compared to the practicality of a meal. Following this, Song Baojin returned directly to his room. Han Changkong, Wang Dong, this is what you two have brought upon yourselves, he thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At that moment, while fetching water, Han Changkong was stunned. What the hell? Did Song Baojin actually intend to kill him? He then glanced at the system in his mind. Strong Revenge System, 1. Zhang Cheng, enabled, 2. Song Baojin, disabled. Seeing that the energy bar under Zhang Cheng's name had only recovered to 1/5, he sighed. Let's spare you for now. Isn't this a replacement? He then disabled Zhang Cheng and activated Song Baojin. He began his reckless self-destructive mode. Meanwhile, observing Han Changkong carrying 4 buckets of water at once, Wang Dong could no longer remain still. He hurriedly said, Changkong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Let me take a turn. Rest assured, look at me. I'm perfectly fine. As a result, within just an hour and a half, he had filled the pond. Looking at Song Baogin's energy bar, it astonishingly still had 2/5 left. Who could tolerate this? I'll meditate and cultivate once I return. Meanwhile, Song Baojin lay in bed, lamenting, what on earth is happening? He then contemplated. Could it be that I haven't worked in a long time? Did I merely visit a brothel last night? Am I truly this weak now? Just as he pondered this, his dantian began to react. He felt just like Zhang Cheng. He felt as if he were on the brink of death. And then he stopped. However, as a little steward of the miscellaneous disciples, Song Baojin had embezzled quite a few contribution points, so he immediately swallowed a decent quality medicinal pill. His dantian visibly began to recover, and his meridians were also rapidly mending. Having ceased his meditation and cultivation, Han Changkong was astonished to see Song Baogin's energy bar. Could this guy have some good pills? His recovery was astonishingly swift. Han Changkong then lay back on his bed, waiting for Song Baojin to fully recuperate. Changkong, what are you laughing at? Wang Dong, sitting cross-legged on the opposite bed, asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing. Just thought of something amusing. Wang Dong paid no mind and closed his eyes to meditate. They waited for a full 2 hours. Finally, this little fellow had recovered. Then came the painful torment phase. As he recovered, he simultaneously inflicted torment. This round-based game continued until the dawn of the next day. Seeing that the energy bar had ceased moving, Han Changkong wondered if he had gone too far. Yet, there was still a sliver of energy left. But he needed to go out to complete today's task. Wang Shixiang, let's go. It's time to fetch water. As they stepped outside, they discovered that Song Baojin was absent today. Instead, a different little steward from the miscellaneous peak had taken his place. Han Changkong was aware of the inside story. Song Baojin was likely on the verge of death and had no strength left to come and oversee the work. The two successfully received the contribution points from the previous day. However, Han Changkong was puzzled. It had already been half an hour, yet the energy bar showed no signs of movement. He then decided to stop overthinking and began diligently with today's work. After all, there was still a good person around. He was almost fully recovered now, so let us get to work. At that moment, Song Baojin was not unwilling to recover. Rather, he was out of pills. Moreover, any attempt to circulate his spiritual energy resulted in him spitting blood. Who could endure that? Left with no choice, he had to notify his elder brother, Song Baoshu. Song Baoshu was an outer disciple, currently at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing his brother in such a dire state, he inquired, have you been fighting with someone? Elder brother, who would I fight with in the miscellaneous area? Then why are you injured so severely? He casually produced a medicinal pill from his storage bag and had Song Baojin take it. Elder brother, I don't know either. I felt strange after returning yesterday. What kind of strangeness? After I assigned the tasks yesterday and returned, I felt soreness all over. Then my meridians became chaotic, and finally, my dantian began to suffer damage. He then recounted the ordeal he had endured throughout the night. Who did you see yesterday? Did you have a conflict with anyone? Song Baojin racked his brain to recall yesterday's events. I had no conflict. I was merely threatened by an ordinary miscellaneous disciple, but he shouldn't have the capability to do anything. Upon hearing this, Song Baoshu contemplated for a moment and decisively stated, little brother, you must have been poisoned. And it is a severe poison. This matter is likely connected to someone named Han Changkong. Why is that? Are you foolish? An ordinary miscellaneous disciple, why would he dare offend you? Why would he dare threaten you? I suspect he is the one who poisoned you. After finishing fetching water, Han Changkong was currently tormenting his first rival, Zhang Cheng, in his room. Suddenly, another name appeared in the system below, leaving him momentarily stunned. Moreover, the energy bar appeared to have increased in thickness. Song Baoshu. Who the hell is that? Does he have a connection to Song Baojin? But why would he want to kill me? This is unfounded. Why would he suspect me? This is unscientific. He then chuckled. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for striking first. He then disabled the remaining energy from Zhang Cheng and activated Song Baoshu. He began cultivating, thinking that after a few days of cultivation, his meridians and Dantian would surely recover. Just as Song Baoshu was healing Song Baojin, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering Song Baogin's face. Elder brother, what happened to you? Song Baoshu instantly dodged, creating distance from Song Baojin. Damn it, this poison can be transmitted. He then sat down to suppress the violent energy surging within his meridians and Dantian. Seeing this, Song Baojin was also terrified. If his elder brother were to become infected, he would have no support in the sect from then on. If his elder brother was fine, he would surely find a way to rescue him. Thinking of this, Song Baojin hid far away, fearing that the plague within him would infect his elder brother once more. It seems this expert is formidable. The energy bar is depleting rather slowly. After grumbling, Han Changkong resumed fervently operating his cultivation method. This method could only be practiced by direct disciples within the sect, named questioning the Tao technique. This is more like it. This speed is appropriate. He then began the lengthy round-based game once again. Chapter 4. Recovery of injury. At this moment, Song Baoshu was gripped by intense fear. Such a domineering poison, My Dantian, is actually starting to show signs of damage. The meridians are also beginning to sustain injuries. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this moment, Song Baojin observed his elder brother's pale complexion, his chest stained with blood, and his feelings were extremely complex. Upon reflecting upon himself, he found that his own Dantian and meridians were starting to recover. Could this virus still be transmitted? At this thought, a sinister idea emerged within Song Baogin's heart. However, he merely exited his room in silence. Song Baoshu spat out another mouthful of fresh blood and fainted. Damn, this kid's energy bar has finally hit rock bottom. Thus, he hurriedly closed it. Then, he scrutinized his Dantian and meridians, discovering that they had recovered significantly. With just 2 more instances, he would be able to fully restore them. Moreover, as he examined his meridians, he realized that they were considerably more open than before. Previously, after suffering injuries from the Tao, every time he circulated his spiritual energy, his Dantian would crack again, and his meridians would sustain further damage, preventing him from cultivating. But now, he thought with a smirk, all these side effects would be borne by the enemies, allowing him to cultivate to his heart's content. At that moment, he could feel that his meridians were much more expansive than before, implying that his future cultivation would progress more swiftly than it had in the past. He then spoke, Brother Wang, it is time for us to get to work. Wang Dong slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Han Changkong before him, he was taken aback, for he noticed that Han Changkong appeared significantly sturdier than he had the previous day. Why was that? Had he found the sensation of qi? Was he on the verge of advancing to the first level of qi refinement? Congratulations, Changkong. It seems you will soon enter the first level of qi refinement. Haha, it should take another 2 or 3 days. Wang Dong was elated upon hearing this. He cautiously took out a small porcelain vial. Changkong, this is a qi gathering pill. After you take it tonight, you should be able to break through to the first level of qi refinement. This was a hard-earned reward Wang Dong had obtained through his contribution points. Brother Wang, this pill costs 500 contribution points. How could I possibly accept it? They were currently earning 50 contribution points each day from their work, needing 30 of those points just for meals. To save 500 points would take nearly a month. Kong, just take it. Consider it a loan from me. Han Changkong understood Wang Dong's goodwill and accepted the qi gathering pill. However, while this pill could hasten his cultivation, he was uncertain whether the enemies could withstand it. He noticed that the energy bars of the 3 enemies were recovering remarkably slowly. He simultaneously opened the status of the 3 in his mind. Indeed, it seems that as long as I work, they can bear the burden together, and it should be manageable. What kind of situation was this? Why was he concerned about the well-being of his enemies? Who would believe him if he revealed this? He then stepped out with Wang Dong to commence their day's labor. That night, observing the energy bars of the three in his mind, he noted that they had nearly recovered halfway. Brothers, you must hold on. I, Han, am about to take the pill. He promptly swallowed the chi-gathering pill and closed his eyes to cultivate. Almost immediately, he could see the energy bar in his mind decreasing at a visible rate. At that moment, Han Changkong's heart raced to his throat. In the next instant, Zhang Cheng's name vanished. Did he just kick the bucket? Half an hour later, Song Baogan's name also disappeared. However, the effect of the pill had already worn off. His Dantian and meridians had fully recovered. Now, the only enemy left was the barely alive Song Baoshu. Yet, these matters were not on Han Changkong's mind. He closed his eyes again to continue meditating. As he could now cultivate normally and was undergoing a re-cultivation, by dawn, he had restored his cultivation to the first level of chi refinement. These enemies are rather weak, damn. How could I have such terrifying thoughts? Although I can transfer negative energy, what if a golden core cultivator appears? I might not even react before being slapped to death. Forget it. It's better to lay low for now, at this moment. Wang Dong exited his meditative state. Congratulations, Changkong. You've reached the first level of chi refinement. Han Changkong observed Wang Dong and noticed that he was still at the pinnacle of the second level of chi refinement. This shouldn't be the case. Wang Dong had decent aptitude, so why had he not yet reached the third level? Brother Wang, I see you are at the peak of the second level of chi refinement. Why haven't you advanced to the third level yet? Wang Dong then spoke. The technique I exchanged was swapped out by Zhang Cheng. I could have recultivated, but now there's no time. Han Changkong grasped Wang Dong's arm and infused his spiritual energy into him. After a moment, he slowly said, Brother Wang, fortunately, your Dantian and meridians are undamaged. Let me see the technique. Wang Dong didn't think much of it, as the technique was merely for lowly disciples and held no real value. Han Changkong took the technique and began to examine it, a smile spreading across his face. Brother Wang, this is not a difficult matter. I can modify the technique a bit, and if you cultivate it accordingly, you will definitely reach the third level of chi refinement within 5 days. Really? Wang Dong looked skeptical. You can try it and see for yourself. Indeed, he could just give it a shot, as there was no risk involved. Thus, the two resumed their daily tasks. For the past few days, Han Changkong had refrained from reckless actions, merely tormenting Song Baoshu a little while fetching water each day. The rest of the time was spent meditating and cultivating normally. However, to his surprise, Song Baoshu's energy bar had actually begun to recover. Who could endure this? Han Changkong began to contemplate more reckless methods. After a while, he suddenly slapped his forehead. This action startled Wang Dong, who was preparing to cultivate. Changkong, have you lost your mind? Oh, my apologies for disturbing your cultivation. Wang Dong intended to attempt breaking through to the third level of chi refinement that night, so he couldn't afford any distractions. He then entered a meditative state. However, meditating during the chi refinement phase was second nature to Han Changkong. So, he meditated while pondering. I remember there are some sinister cultivation techniques in the library. Should I give them a try? Moreover, there's one that consumes lifespan to enhance cultivation. But I think it costs 50,000 contribution points to exchange. I currently have only 1,000 contribution points. I'll start working tomorrow to save enough points to exchange for that technique. A night passed, and the following morning, Wang Dong's body exhibited signs of a breakthrough. Han Changkong knew that he had now broken through to the third level of chi refinement, followed by solidifying his cultivation. Half an hour later, Wang Dong slowly opened his eyes, unable to hide his excitement. Changkong, this technique is truly remarkable. I've really advanced to the third level of chi refinement. Of course, Han Changkong had been the top talent of the sect. Altering a chi refinement technique was child's play for him. Brother Wang, congratulations. You should be able to enter the outer sect next month. I owe it all to you, Changkong. I never expected you to possess such talent. Han Changkong saw no need to conceal his identity, as Wang Dong would eventually learn that he was the Han Changkong of Wanjian Peak. It is also due to your prior accumulation of spiritual energy that made it easier for you to break through. Continue cultivating this technique, and breaking through to foundation establishment should pose no problem. For techniques beyond foundation establishment, You will need to exchange them in the library. Wang Dong understood this principle as well. The two then continued their work. During this time, Wang Dong, in gratitude to Han Changkong, transferred all his contribution points to him. Han Changkong graciously accepted. Wanjian Peak, the cave of a direct disciple. Are you certain? Chu Tianxiao glared fiercely at the person before him. Master Uncle, I am certain, and all the lowly disciples are aware of this matter. With a wave of his hand, Chu Tianxiao dismissed the disciple, who hurriedly left the cave. Humph, he managed to recover from his injuries, but a waste is still a waste. I am at the early stage of Golden Core. Can he possibly catch up? Chu Tianxiao spat out venomously. At this moment, Zhuo Yang and Wen Jirua had also learned of this news. The two gathered in the cave. Third brother, has that Han waste truly recovered? Wen Jirua inquired. Indeed, and he has now reached the first level of qi refinement. Upon hearing Zhuo Yang's words, Wen Jirua gasped in astonishment. They were well aware of Han Changkong's talent, which could only be described as terrifying. Does the master know of this? He should know, but he has not reacted. Since the master is indifferent, we shall not intervene either. We can merely find someone to keep watch. I have the same intention. Should we inform the senior sister about this? Zhuo Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Let us keep it confidential for now. The senior sister is currently reflecting in solitude. If she learns that Han Changkong can cultivate, it would certainly cause a stir. The two then fell into a scene of deep affection, their sentiments intertwined. Meanwhile, Han Changkong, who was diligently toiling away, suddenly froze. Damn, who is Zhang Lin? Chapter 5. The Sacrificial Codex. He then glanced at the names in his mind. 1. Song Baoshu 2. Zhang Lin. Moreover, Zhang Lin's energy bar was nothing short of terrifying. Was this a gift from nature? Or perhaps a blessing from the heavens? Behold the quality of this energy bar. It is undoubtedly that of a foundational cultivator. After Han Changkong and Wang Dong completed their tasks, they slowly made their way to their residence. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted a cultivator standing with hands clasped behind his back. The two dared not disturb this individual and cautiously proceeded to their room. Are you Han Changkong? Han Changkong was taken aback. Could this possibly be Zhang Lin? He hurriedly checked Zhang Lin's system status. I am Han Changkong. Does my esteemed senior have any instructions? My nephew, Zhang Cheng, has been harmed. Does this have anything to do with you? Han Changkong felt a chill run down his spine. How could he have guessed that it involved him, esteemed senior, as a mere first-layer qi cultivator? How could I possibly harm someone at the fourth layer like Zhang Cheng? Humph, still trying to deny it. I have already conducted my investigation, and your adversary, Song Baojin, has also perished, simultaneously. According to Song Baogen's elder brother, Song Baoshu, it was your poisoning that led to this. Han Changkong was utterly perplexed. Poisoning? Where would he even procure poison? Esteemed senior, I do not know how to poison. But in the next moment, Zhang Lin waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy towards Han Changkong. Bang! Han Changkong was directly sent flying out of the courtyard. Yet, in the following instant, Zhang Lin spat out blood, his face filled with astonishment. Could it be that a senior expert was protecting this lad? He then clasped his fists towards the void, saying, Esteemed senior, I apologize. It was my recklessness. At that moment, Han Changkong finally picked himself up from the ground, gaze filled with hatred as he stared at the panel in his mind. The name Song Baoshu had vanished. Enraged, he thought to himself, just wait, you scoundrel. However, upon seeing Han Changkong emerge unscathed from the rubble, Zhang Lin stood frozen in disbelief. Indeed, there was a senior protecting him. Thus, he promptly knelt down. Han Changkong was taken aback, wondering what was happening. He then heard Zhang Lin's voice. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed senior. Suddenly, Han Changkong understood the situation. You may leave. Thank you very much. Upon hearing Han Changkong's words, Zhang Lin swiftly produced his flying sword and fled. He was not foolish, since Han Changkong had spoken, and that esteemed senior likely did not wish to meet anyone. He was assured of his safety. It seemed his nephew's death was indeed not unjust. Changkong, are you all right? After Zhang Lin departed, Wang Dong approached to assess Han Changkong's condition. I'm fine. Can't you see I'm lively and well? That's good to hear. With such a powerful attack, I thought you might be finished. Nonsense. Didn't you see that I have a senior protecting me? Han Changkong cleverly played along. Otherwise, how could he explain surviving a foundational cultivator strike? Ha, Changkong, had you mentioned you had a senior guardian, I could have basked in the glory too. I'll have the opportunity to introduce you in the future. The two then returned to their rooms to begin their cultivation. However, when this news reached the ears of several individuals at Wanjian Peak, they were left in shock. Chu Tianxiao stood up in astonishment. That waste has a powerful guardian? Martial uncle, that expert lurks in the shadows. We cannot detect them at all. Very well, you may leave for now and continue monitoring. Chu Tianxiao then sought out his fourth senior sister, Wen Jirua. Sister, do you not find this matter suspicious? Little junior brother. I have inquired with the master. She did not intervene to protect Han the Waste. Then who is this expert? Could it be the eldest sister? It cannot be. The eldest sister has been in the Repentance Hall and has not come out. Could it be an elder from another peak? Little junior brother, we cannot draw conclusions at this time. Let us observe for a while longer. The person behind Han the Waste will reveal themselves eventually, and the master will investigate this matter. Subsequently, Chu Tianxiao returned to his cave dwelling, his heart already beginning to worry about Han Changkong's growth. Since you can recover and have protection, do not blame me for being ruthless. Han's senior brother, a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Han Changkong, seated cross-legged on his bed, was taken aback, staring at the name on his panel in disbelief. Chu Tianxiao actually wants to kill me? I have no connection with him. Why would he want me dead? The energy bar of a golden core cultivator is indeed formidable. However, I still lack sufficient contribution points to cultivate the sinister arts. The next day, within the servants' courtyard. Senior brother, I will help you with today's tasks, and you can give me half of the contribution points. Han junior brother, is this true? Indeed, in the next moment. Senior brother, I will also assist you with this task. Contribution points, no problem. Han Changkong began an intense period of work at the servants' peak. A month later. Changkong, I am going to report to the outer sect today. Wang Dong specially came to the woods to inform Han Changkong. At this moment, Han Changkong was vigorously chopping down a tree. Congratulations, Wang's senior brother. You go ahead, I will come to find you next month. By now, Han Changkong had reached the second layer of qi cultivation. Moreover, he was close to accumulating enough contribution points. Just a few more days of hard work would suffice to gather 50,000. Very well, I must say, your cultivation speed is indeed impressive. After saying this, he also assisted Han Changkong in chopping trees. An hour later, the tree chopping task was completed. 5 days later. Are you certain you wish to exchange for this technique? A steward from the library inquired. Yes, Martial Uncle. Changkong, you were once a prodigy. Now that you can finally cultivate, why cling to such sinister arts? This person was indeed the steward of the library. Although a steward, he had already reached the transformation realm and had known Han Changkong for a long time. He was now earnestly trying to dissuade him. Martial Uncle, do not worry. You are aware of my talent. Are you not? The steward, seeing his attempts to dissuade failing, handed over a copy of the technique. Changkong, you have disappointed me greatly. Han Changkong was startled by these words. Wait a minute. You did not express this sentiment when my cultivation was non-existent. After Han Changkong left, the news rapidly spread across the various peaks within the sect, including Wanjian Peak. A waste is still a waste. He dares to practice such sinister arts. I wonder how much of his lifespan he can squander. Junior sister, as long as this Han Waste begins practicing these sinister arts, his cultivation will surely skyrocket in a short time. But his lifespan will likely be quite short, so it is not a concern. Indeed, if the eldest sister learns of this, she will undoubtedly be heartbroken. Sigh. I wonder what the eldest sister is thinking, being so concerned for a waste. At that moment, Zhuo Liang and Wen Jirua were discussing Han Changkong's situation. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the peak, Meng Keilang wore an extremely displeased expression. This boy is slapping me in the face, isn't he? After leaving Wanjian Peak, he resorts to practicing sinister arts. How will other peak masters perceive me? Master, should we intervene in this matter? The second senior brother, Huang Kuan, inquired. Currently, the eldest sister, Wang Yiding, was under punishment, and Wanjian Peak was managed by Huang Kuan. What does it matter? What identity do we have to intervene? He has already distanced himself from Wanjian Peak. Huang Kuan did not find it concerning. as this was hardly a matter of significance. Han Changkong's life or death had no bearing on them. It was merely that the master felt her reputation was at stake. Do not inform your eldest sister about this matter for now. Yes, master. Following this, Meng Kailang vanished from the hall, that moment. Han Changkong was grinning mischievously, eyeing the technique in his hands. Tremble, my enemies, haha. He then sat cross-legged. The sacrifice scripture commenced its cultivation. This art was exceedingly strange, as it could utilize one's lifespan to enhance the speed of cultivation. Shall I try it out on Zhang Lin first? He then activated Zhang Lin's switch. In an instant, Han Changkong felt the spiritual energy surrounding him obediently converging towards his dantian. The following morning, Han Changkong slowly opened his eyes. This cultivation speed is indeed remarkable. Within 10 days, I shall reach the 3rd layer of Qi. Given that Han Changkong was already in the process of rebuilding his cultivation, combined with this heaven-defying sinister art, his progress was astonishingly swift. Furthermore, this sinister art could even consume lifespan to unleash offensive techniques. However, during this time, he had also thoroughly mastered the system's functions. If an opponent were to suddenly harbor the intent to kill him, the system would not respond in time. Thus, he remained at risk of being instantly killed or perishing alongside his enemy. For instance, if a golden core cultivator unleashed their full power in a single strike, should the golden core perish, he too would face death. The critical point was that his current physique could not withstand even a casual strike from a golden core cultivator unless he too achieved the golden core stage. Chapter 6. Poisoned? At this moment, Zhang Lin wore a perplexed expression. Why do I feel as if something important has slipped away from me? He soon dismissed the thought and continued examining Zhang Cheng's corpse. Friend, can you discern what poison my little nephew has been afflicted with? Zhang Lin gazed anxiously at the elderly man before him. After learning of their young kin's demise, the Zhang family had hastily summoned a late-stage foundational alchemist for investigation. Zhang friend, I observe that this child's dantian is shattered and his meridian severed. He has indeed been poisoned. Zhang Lin's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he quickly inquired, Zhao friend, what kind of poison is it? The alchemist is indeed impressive. With just a glance, he discerned the nature of the poison. Zhao Danshi spoke slowly. This is a toxin known as Duomai-san.it, can be wielded by Qi refinement practitioners. Dispersed into the air, colorless and odorless. Once a practitioner absorbs spiritual energy, the toxin infiltrates the meridians, causing damage to them. This individual is exceedingly malicious, he remarked. Oh? Does Zhang Dayu know who is responsible? To be candid, Zhao Danshi, it is likely the handiwork of the servant-disciple Han Changkong. A mere servant-disciple could harm Zhang Cheng. Zhang Lin sighed deeply. Han Changkong is protected by a formidable figure. I nearly fell victim to him last time. Zhao Danshi nodded thoughtfully. I wondered why Zhang Dayu exhibited signs of blood and qi deficiency. It turns out you have sustained injuries. Zhang Lin was taken aback. Zhao Dayu, those were merely minor injuries, and I recovered after taking a medicinal pill last night. He then seemed to recall something, saying, however, I just felt a sudden wave of discomfort. Do you feel as though your essence is diminishing? Zhang Lin was startled and began to investigate carefully, only to be shocked by the results. Why is my essence depleting? Zhao Danshi's expression turned grave. Could it be that Zhang Lin had also been poisoned? Or perhaps it was the actions of that senior. That shouldn't be the case. Although his essence was somewhat diminished, the impact was minimal, at worst shortening his lifespan by 3 to 5 years. For a cultivator, losing 3 to 5 years was negligible, especially since Zhang Lin was only 50 and already a foundation establishment practitioner, destined to form a golden core in his lifetime. Zhao Danshi, I implore you to examine my body, Zhang Lin pleaded, now in a state of panic. Zhao Danshi wasted no time and commenced the examination. Ultimately, he found Zhang Lin to be in remarkably good health, save for a slight deficiency in essence. Zhang Dayu, it appears that your recent worries have taken a toll. Zhang Lin understood that Zhao Danshi was quite knowledgeable in alchemy and healing. Since he claimed that Zhang Lin was fine, it must have been his own overthinking. Recently, the matter concerning Zhang Cheng has left me distracted. Then, Zhang Dayu should rest for a few days. I have a tranquilizing medicinal pill that you can take during your meditation tonight. Zhang Lin received the pill, carefully placing it into his storage pouch. What course of action do you propose regarding Zhang Cheng's matter? The Zhang family patriarch entrusted me to assess the sect's handling of the situation. Upon hearing Zhao Danshi's words, Zhang Lin awkwardly replied, the sect claims that without concrete evidence, they cannot prove that Han Changkong is responsible. Moreover, they assert that at the time Zhang Cheng was poisoned, Han Changkong was still an ordinary person, lacking any cultivation. Lacking cultivation? Zhao Danshi inquired, astonished. The Duomai San required spiritual energy to be utilized, dispersing the toxin into the air, if Han Changkong had indeed been untrained at the time. This matter became suspicious. Suddenly, Zhang Lin recalled something and hastily said, by the way, there was another servant disciple, also at the 4th level of Qi refinement, named Song Baojin. He too was poisoned and ultimately died. Zhang Lin then recounted the conflict with Han Changkong, noting that this was all he knew. Due to concerns about the powerful figure behind Han Changkong, he dared not investigate openly. In response, Zhao Danshi stated, I shall remain here for a few days. If there is no resolution, the Zhang family patriarch may come in person. Thus, Zhao Danshi settled into Zhang Lin's abode. Zhang Lin felt a sense of relief. He had been feeling unusually heavy lately, yet Zhao Danshi assured him he was fine. As dusk fell, Zhang Lin anxiously observed Zhao Danshi meditating across from him. Zhao Daoyu, my essence is beginning to diminish again. Zhao Danshi promptly approached to investigate. What could this mean? It should not be happening. Why is my essence gradually vanishing? Danshi, am I beyond saving? Zhang Lin's hope rested entirely upon Zhao Dan's hido not panic. Let me examine this further, Zhao Danshi replied, proceeding to set up an array to trace the source of the essence loss. After half an hour, the array was complete. The wisp of essence floated out from Zhang Lin's body but dissipated into the air, failing to escape the confines of the array. Zhao Danshi was left in shock. This was something he had never encountered before. Zhang Daoyu, I am at a loss. We may need to summon your master, or the Zhang family patriarch. He had truly done all he could. Essence was tied to the laws of the Tao, and without reaching the transformation stage, it was incomprehensible. A mere late-stage foundation establishment practitioner like himself was ill-equipped for such matters. Zhang Lin, not daring to delay, quickly sent a message to his master at the Winda sect. Master, I am in dire need of assistance. In a brief moment, an elder at the late stage of Golden Core, Qian Changhong, arrived in a flurry at the cave dwelling. He was the outer sect elder responsible for imparting techniques and spells to outer sect disciples. Zhang Lin, being a foundation establishment disciple, was also a direct disciple of Qian Changhong. Xiao Lin, what troubles you? Upon seeing his beloved disciple's essence dissipating, he was taken aback. What kind of sinister technique had he been practicing? He quickly performed a series of incantations, hoping to slow the loss. As expected, it was ineffective. How can such power be so terrifying? Zhao Danshi commented. Senior, the direction of the essence's disappearance is utterly elusive. Qian Changhong, still skeptical, tried various methods until he finally conceded. I will seek out the inner sect elders. With that, he vanished into the void. At this moment, within the servant-disciple quarters, Han Changkong was practicing while keeping an eye on Zhang Lin's energy levels. He noticed that the decline had persisted for an entire day without any signs of recovery. However, he found it understandable. The loss of lifespan was not something that could be easily restored, unless one used longevity-enhancing medicinal pills. Watching the daily decrease in energy levels, he realized that with his current rate of cultivation, Zhang Lin would age and perish within 15 days. The lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator was 300 years, while a golden core cultivator's lifespan extended to 800 years. Just then, he sensed a wave of spiritual consciousness scanning his vicinity. Han Changkong was taken aback. This presence was undoubtedly that of a transformation stage practitioner. He quickly exited his meditative state. At the door stood a stunningly beautiful woman, who also appeared surprised upon seeing Han Changkong, Han Shixiang. The visitor was none other than the senior sister of the Winda sect, Shengguan Shui. Upon hearing this address, Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Shengguan Xianjia, I am merely a servant disciple now. I cannot accept the title of Shixiang. To his surprise, Shengguan Shui replied, Han Shixiang, you saved my life. You shall always be my Shixiang. Xianjia, that was hundreds of years ago. I am now but a waste and unworthy of such a title. Who says, you are cultivating now, are you not? I believe with your talent. It is only a matter of time before you catch up. Then let us speak of it once my cultivation has caught up. By the way, what brings you here, Shangguan Xinjia? Hearing this, Shangguan Shui finally regained her composure. Xixiang, do you know Zhang Lin? I do. He has caused me some trouble. They claim you poisoned him. Han Changkong's face darkened. Shangguan Xinjia, you must provide evidence when making such accusations. How could a mere second-level qi refinement practitioner like myself poison a foundation establishment cultivator? Do you believe that? Xixiang, I certainly do not believe it. Even if you had poisoned him, I would assert that it was not you. Wait, is that what you meant? I certainly did not intend to imply that. Primarily because Han Changkong was once the sect's most talented disciple, possessing numerous abilities. If it were anyone else, no one would believe that a qi refinement practitioner could poison a foundation establishment cultivator. However, given Han Changkong's past, everything seemed plausible, and most astonishingly, his Dantian meridians had miraculously recovered. Oh dear, Han Xixiang, what significance is there in eliminating a mere foundation establishment cultivator? The two then began to engage in a back-and-forth exchange, calling each other Xixiang and Xinjia, all while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Chapter 7. Another one bites the dust. Shangguan Xinjia. What exactly do you intend to do? Han Changkong felt utterly at a loss. If he could overpower this girl, he would have slapped her long agio. Though his surprise, Shangguan Shui looked taken aback and then delighted. This is the Han Xixiang I know, still so aloof. Seeing Han Changkong's dark expression, Shangguan Shui then said earnestly, the inner sect elders have already begun investigating this matter. Han Xixiang, you must exercise caution. Regardless of your involvement, someone will inevitably be made a scapegoat. Having spent many years in the sect, Han Changkong was well aware of such matters. However, even if someone was to be blamed, evidence was still necessary. He had left no incriminating traces behind. Thank you for the warning, Shangguan Xinjia. I, Han, have a clear conscience. Although this matter was initiated by him, it was also true that others sought to end his life. Otherwise, even if he desired to eliminate his adversary, the system would not permit it. Shangguan Shui believed that Han Changkong was not lying. She then vanished from her location. Damn, being able to teleport is impressive. Oh, senior brother, you dare to curse at the elders? Han Changkong muttered, and surprisingly, Shangguan Shui heard him. However, he paid it no mind, as he was certain she would not take action against him. Upon returning to his chamber, Han Changkong began to ponder. Should he change targets and take action? He could not push this one individual to the brink of death. On the surface, he seemed to have no connection with Chu Tianxiao. Well, that settled it. He immediately began to transfer his negative energy onto Chu Tianxiao. Time flowed slowly, and 5 days later, within Zhang Lin's cave dwelling. Zhang Lin, it has been 5 days. Have you truly recovered? Inquired Qian Changhong, his face filled with concern. Master, I have not sensed any depletion of my essence these past few days. Zhao Dan, who stood nearby, chimed in with confusion. This is utterly perplexing. Could it be that he has genuinely healed? If he has indeed recovered, then that is splendid. Losing a mere 10 years of lifespan is inconsequential. With your aptitude, you will surely break through to the golden core stage. The elder is correct. As long as Zhang Dayu breaks through to the golden core, this trivial loss of 10 years of lifespan is not to be feared, especially with elixirs that can extend lifespan. Precisely, my disciple. Focus on your recovery. I shall take my leave now. With that, Qian Changhong flew towards his administrative hall. As he had numerous external matters to attend to, however, on their end, things had settled down. Meanwhile, the Inquiry Sword Peak was in a state of uproar. The future heir of Inquiry Sword Peak, possessing an innate sword body, Chu Tianxiao, had begun to dissipate his essence. At this moment, the peak master, Meng Keilang, was in utter disarray. How could a mere core formation cultivator be rendered powerless? There was no choice but to request the sect master to intervene. Thus, a group of individuals gathered to observe the sect master, Han Tianhai. At this instant, the sect master of the Inquiry sect, Han Tianhai, a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, was actually sweating profusely. This left several disciples and the peak master, Meng Keilang, in a state of bewilderment. Han Xixiang, Have you identified the issue? Han Tianhai slowly rose to his feet. Alas, Meng Shimi, I fear that it is beyond salvation. Is it possible that you cannot even ascertain the cause? Han Tianhai shook his head slowly. The disappearance of this essence is exceedingly strange, leaving no trace behind. He then added, Shimi, I suggest that you all at Inquiry Sword Peak prepare for the worst. The onlookers, including Wenjirua, were taken aback. Was this the beginning of arranging for afterlife matters? Impossible. The little junior brother possessed an innate sword body. How could he meet his end so early? She still had plans to cling to power in the future. Sect Master, could we request the Grand Elder to intervene? Upon hearing this, both the Sect Master and Peak Master fixed their gazes on Wenjirua. Zuoliang, standing nearby, quickly tugged at the girl's arm. Meng Keling admonished sternly, Is this a place for your interruptions? Quickly, go to the Repentance Hall for 2 years of reflection. He then turned to the Sect Master and said, Han Shixiang, this girl has been spoiled by me since she was young. Please do not take it to heart. Han Tianhai would never stoop to quarreling with a junior. Shimi, let us take a walk outside. With that, his figure vanished in an instant. Meng Keling then turned and remarked, Truly, the rules are becoming increasingly disregarded. Go to the Repentance Hall at once. After which, her figure also disappeared without a trace. Senior brother, did I say something wrong? Zuoliang was equally at a loss for words. Jirua, you should head to the Repentance Hall. This is also the master helping you. Huang Kuan spoke up at this moment. Shimi, do not take it to heart. It is best to follow the master's advice and go. Only then did Wenjirua slowly make her way towards the Repentance Hall. To her, going to the Repentance Hall was not a significant matter. The key was that the senior sister of the Repentance Hall happened to be inside. Would she be interrogated incessantly? Should she speak the truth or not? At the rear of Inquiry Sword Peak. Han Shixiang, is it true that the elder cannot intervene? Han Tianhai sighed deeply. The elder is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 3rd layer of tribulation transcendence, which will take at least 100 years. Moreover, whether he can successfully survive the tribulation remains uncertain. Meng Keling was astonished. The 3rd layer of tribulation transcendence was a perilous ordeal, with countless powerful cultivators having perished within. Could it be that the elder truly cannot contain it any longer? The elder has been suppressing it for several hundred years, yet none of our generation have been able to achieve the tribulation transcendence. This truly burdens him. If the only tribulation transcendence ancestor of the sect were to perish within the heavenly tribulation, the entire Inquiry sect would instantly regress to a 2nd-tier sect. This was a matter of great significance for the entire sect, with over 100,000 people. How could they act for the sake of a mere Chu Tianxiao? Previously, it was thought that Han Chongkong of Inquiry Sword Peak could reach such heights, but it turns out he is also wasted. Meng Keling paused, then spoke, Brother, are you not aware that Han Chongkong can still cultivate? Han Tianhai was taken aback, then expressed interest. What is the reason for that? I am not entirely sure, but since he went to the miscellaneous peak, he has been gradually recovering. This must be what the elder referred to as causality. The two continued to converse about matters within the sect, while Chu Tianxiao's situation was of no concern to them. For the essence does not equate to lifespan. If a cultivator's essence dissipates, they can forget about transcending the tribulation in their lifetime. Moreover, Han Chongkong's previous injuries were also due to the loss of essence. Thus, even if he could cultivate now, his journey would be limited. Consequently, the two regarded Han Chongkong merely as a topic of casual conversation. 10 days later. Damn, I finally reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. I can start accepting regular tasks now. Han Chongkong stretched comfortably. However, before that, he needed to join the outer sect. He promptly made his way to the registration office of the outer sect. Senior brother, I am here to register my cultivation level. Name, cultivation level. The registering cultivator did not even lift his head. Han Chongkong, 3rd level of Qi refinement. After a few moments, the disciple tossed a token over. In a few days, there will be an outer sect assessment. Prepare for it. Han Chongkong took the token and headed back to his residence. There is an outer sect assessment once a month. The assessment is quite simple. One merely needs to endure for 10 breaths against a practitioner of the 4th level of Qi refinement to pass. Han Chongkong had enough confidence in himself. Even without the system's capabilities, he could manage it. The main issue was that he felt he did not have enough enemies. Currently, with the health bars of Chu Tianxiao and Zhang Lin, it seemed they could hardly hold out for 2 months. Therefore, he intended to join the outer sect. Firstly, to earn spirit stones or contribution points to exchange for elixirs. Secondly, to attract enmity. His 2 enemies were not proving to be formidable, which prevented him from fully unleashing the sacrificial scripture. Otherwise, both would perish in a single night. Without wasting any time, upon returning to his room, Han Changkong began to cultivate with all his might. Within the cave dwelling of the direct disciples of Inquiry Sword Peak. Senior brother, am I truly beyond saving? Chu Tianxiao, pale-faced and with some graying hair, cautiously inquired. Huang Kuan shot him a disdainful glance. Tianxiao, there is indeed no remedy for your condition. Unless you immediately break through to the nascent soul stage, with the speed at which your essence is dissipating, you will exhaust your lifespan within a month. Following this, Huang Kuan's words caused Chu Tianxiao to lose all composure. Tianxiao, the master means that since your lifespan is nearly spent, you should enjoy your last month within the inner sect. Chu Tianxiao understood that these so-called masters and senior brothers were merely facades. Only strength was genuine. It was clear they wished to expel him. Thus, he took out the book of severing causality and imprinted it with his consciousness. He then flew directly outside the sect. Chapter 8. Under Suspicion? Days later, during the outer sect assessment, Han Changkong leisurely made his way to the outer sect plaza. I wonder which senior brother I will be competing against today. Changkong. Turning around, he saw Wang Dong running towards him, covered in injuries. Changkong, congratulations, you're about to enter the outer sect. Wang Shixiang, what happened to you? Wang Dong awkwardly explained, I went out on a task with several senior brothers and got scratched by a beast. Are there any hidden injuries? None at all, just some superficial wounds. A few days of rest will suffice. He then twirled around. See, I can move just fine if that's great, as long as there are no hidden injuries. Changkong, I won't delay you any longer. Once you reach the outer sect, we will gather again. I need to submit my task now. With that, he strode towards the task hall. Han Changkong continued towards the outer plaza. Ding! Detected murderous intent from Ma Xiaohu towards the host. What the hell? Who? He quickly checked the panel. Revenge system. 1. Chu Tianxiao, disabled. 2. Zhang Lin, enabled. 3. Ma Xiaohu, enabled. Who the hell is this? I haven't even left my house recently, nor have I offended anyone. However, looking at the energy bars beneath the names, it seemed he was a Qi refinement practitioner. I certainly haven't offended any Qi refinement practitioners. However, he soon discovered the answer in the outer gate square. He confronted the arena. Are you Han Changkong? May I inquire how to address you, senior brother? Ma Xiaohu, damn. It turns out to be this GUY.IT. Seems he intends to eliminate me during the assessment. Just wait, I'll spare you this time, but once I return, I shall begin my cultivation with medicinal aids. Although Han Changkong is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refining, his arsenal of techniques is exceptionally vast. He managed to hold on for a mere 10 breaths. Han Changkong, you have passed the assessment and are hereby admitted to the outer gate, announced a nearby Foundation establishment examiner. That moment. Wang Dong had just completed his own task exchange. Upon seeing Han Changkong pass the assessment, he hurried over. Changkong, let us go. I'll take you to find a residence. He then led Han Changkong to a cluster of houses. Each dwelling boasted its own small courtyard, a significant upgrade from the quarters allotted to the miscellaneous disciples. Though he was an outer gate disciple, he was still considered a formal disciple of the sect. The sect had done well in this regard. Changkong, there happens to be a vacant room next door. You can move in directly. Shouldn't I report to the steward first? Don't worry. I have a good relationship with the steward. I'll help you check in shortly. Wang, you seem to be doing quite well, establishing connections with the steward. That's because the last task was assigned by him, so we gradually became familiar. Indeed, the steward of their area was a practitioner at the pinnacle of Qi refining. As soon as Wang Dong arrived, he wasted no time and promptly handled the matters at hand. Wang, what did you do for him to treat you so courteously? Han Changkong inquired on their way back. The last task was incredibly perilous. I assisted the steward in locating the diamond rock. I was just fortunate to have found it. Han Changkong recalled the purpose of the item. It turned out to be a material for crafting defensive magical artifacts, and the area was teeming with ferocious beasts. Did you sustain your injuries while searching for that diamond rock? Indeed. You were quite fortunate. That diamond ape is no easy adversary. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. This. Wang Dong felt a tinge of dread. Several of my fellow brothers perished in there. I truly returned with my life by sheer luck. Before long, the two arrived at the residence. Wang Dong eagerly began tidying up, that night, in Zhang Lin's cave abode. Senior, I did my utmost, but Han Changkong is indeed formidable, Ma Xiaohu lamented. Hmph, what a useless fool. How can a practitioner at the 4th level of qi refining be bested by one at the 3rd level? Senior, why not wait until he goes on a mission, and then I can lead a few brothers to strike? Very well, keep an eye on this matter. You may leave for now. Mei Xiaohu finally felt a weight lift as he exited the cave. Zhang Lin contemplated. It was impossible to act openly against Han Changkong. He was a formal disciple. If discovered, it would be considered a crime of harming fellow sect members. The lightest punishment would be the nullification of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect, while the gravest would be execution. Even the Zhang family would be unable to protect him. He then took out a mirror and gazed at his graying hair, letting out a long sigh. Although he was unaware of the poison he had succumbed to, he had entirely placed the blame on Han Changkong. Upon returning to his room, Ma Xiaohu felt utterly exhausted, to the point where he lacked the motivation to cultivate. He collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. The following morning, Ma Xiaohu groggily rose from his bed, his face a mask of fatigue. Today, he had arranged to meet several brothers to discuss the matter of eliminating Han Changkong. As soon as they gathered, Tiger brother, what happened to you, Tiger? Why do you look like this? Ma Xiaohu was taken aback. What's wrong? I just haven't rested well, and I feel drained. He then pulled out a mirror. Crack! The mirror shattered upon hitting the ground. He was left in a daze. How could he have aged so drastically? He was only 20, yet now appeared as if he were 50. You all go back. I have some matters to attend to. Without waiting for a response, he dashed towards Zhang Lin's cave. Senior, you must save me, Ma Xiaohu exclaimed, throwing himself at Zhang Lin's legs. Zhang Lin was startled by this sudden turn of events. Bang! He kicked Ma Xiaohu several meters away. Who are you? Ma Xiaohu was bewildered and quickly responded. I am Ma Xiaohu, Senior. Zhang Lin scrutinized him closely and was taken aback. This truly was Ma Xiaohu. How could you? Before he could finish his question, he realized that Ma Xiaohu had, like him, suffered a loss of essence. You may enter the cave. Ma Xiaohu did not dare to delay and promptly stepped inside. Moments later, Zhang Lin's master, Qian Changhong, rushed in. What happened, my disciple? Upon noticing Zhang Lin's white hair, he felt a chill run down his spine. If he discovered who was responsible, he would ensure they were met with 1,000 cuts. Master, I believe this matter is undoubtedly connected to Han Changkong. Qian Changhong was momentarily taken aback, pondering that the sect had already issued a clarification stating that Han Changkong lacked the strength for such actions. Disciple, do you truly believe a practitioner in the qi refining stage could possess such means? Master, I previously sought to eliminate Han Changkong, and upon returning, my essence began to dissipate. Mei Xiaohu here was sent to kill him. And he too fell victim to this sinister technique. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, Qian Changhong's demeanor shifted to seriousness. However, a definitive conclusion could not yet be made, unless, with this thought, Qian Changhong coldly stated, Rest assured, my disciple, I have my ways to uncover the truth. He then departed the cave. At that moment, Han Changkong, who was meditating and cultivating, was taken aback to an outer gate elder? Qian Changhong? Why does this old coot wish to eliminate me? And who is this Li Yao? Unable to suppress his sarcasm, he quickly fell into contemplation. He had heard that Qian Changhong was Zhang Lin's master. Did he discover something? But that didn't seem likely. Or perhaps he merely suspects me, and his intent to eliminate me is purely personal? Another implausible explanation could be that he is testing me. With this thought, Han Changkong abruptly stood up. It seemed he could no longer rely solely on this sinister technique for cultivation. Those who encountered issues were all somewhat at odds with him, and their situations were alike. It appeared he had underestimated their intelligence. This Li Yao must be a means to probe me. It seems the only way to sever this investigation is to eliminate Qian Changhong. With this thought, Han Changkong felt a wave of panic. It was the first time he had felt such disarray since his arrival in this world. If discovered, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. He hurriedly sought out his only friend, Wang Dong. Wang, do you have any elixirs? Wang Dong was taken aback. I do have a few elixirs, but not many. Although he wasn't too sure what Han Changkong intended, he still produced his last remaining bottle of qi gathering pills. Changkong, this is all I have left for cultivation. If you're in a hurry, take it and use it. Wang, do you have any toxic elixirs? Chapter 9. Driven to the brink? Wang Dong was stunned. What are you planning? Changkong, please don't do anything reckless. Han Changkong realized that Wang Dong was misunderstanding him, so he hurried to clarify. Wang, you've misunderstood. I need the poison for cultivation. Oh, that's more reasonable, for cultivation. What? A toxic elixir for cultivation? Wang Dong was utterly dumbfounded. A toxic elixir for cultivation? Could he still be dreaming? Smack! He slapped himself across the face. Wincing in pain, Han Changkong knew he had let slip his urgency, so he patiently explained. Wang, it's not what you think. I want to research toxic elixirs. I've discovered I have some talent for alchemy, so I wish to experiment with various elixirs. Isn't that akin to cultivation? After hearing the explanation, Wang Dong finally understood. He then carefully retrieved another bottle of elixirs from his storage pouch and handed it to Han Changkong. Changkong, this can even poison those at the peak of qi refining, so you must be cautious. Just then, a female voice resonated. Han, who are you intending to poison? Upon hearing the voice, Han Changkong immediately recognized the newcomer. I must ask, Senior Shangwan, could you refrain from eavesdropping on others' conversations in the future? Meanwhile, Wang Dong trembled, having never encountered someone of such high cultivation. He thought, this beautiful senior must be a nascent soul master. Junior Wang Dong, greetings, Senior. Shangwan Xue nodded. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with Han Changkong. Following this, Wang Dong was enveloped by a powerful surge of spiritual energy and was sent out of the courtyard. May I inquire, Senior Shangwan, what brings you here? Indeed, as a time traveler, Han Changkong found it rather delightful to encounter such a beautiful woman. However, having absorbed the memories of his counterpart in this world, he was acutely aware of the capabilities associated with the transformation stage. For the sake of his own life, it would be prudent to stifle his affections for the lovely maiden. After all, once he became invincible, he could have as many companions as he desired. Brother Han, weren't you just searching for poison? Have you forgotten that I am the esteemed direct disciple of the Pill Peak? Upon hearing this, Han Changkong mentally chastised himself for being such a fool. He quickly donned a smile and replied, Hee, Senior Shangwan, might I inquire if you could spare me some of that elixir? Not a chance. What on earth was the point of stating your identity then? However, you must tell me what you intend to do with this. Han Changkong realized that this time, he was not dealing with someone as easily deceived as Wang Dong. Senior sister, would you believe me if I said I am cultivating? I would. Well, no. This woman clearly does not appear to be a benevolent soul. How can one endure such a conversation, then, may I ask? Would you absolutely not? Goodness gracious? Han Changkong's expression darkened. Senior, I still have to cultivate, so I shall take my leave. Upon saying this, he turned and returned to his room. Unsurprisingly, Shangwan Xue followed him inside. Shangwan Xue, are you ever going to stop? Oh, no longer calling me senior? If you call me junior sister, I will provide you with an elixir capable of slaying even those at the transformation stage. Han Changkong was taken aback. If he consumed that, wouldn't Tiqian Changhong be unable to withstand it and ultimately perish? Would he not have to bear the consequences? Junior sister, I do not wish for a poison that could kill at the transformation stage. A potion that could incapacitate those at the golden core level would suffice. He still wanted to preserve half of his life for his own cultivation. Brother, I truly do not possess such a poison at the golden core level. Han Changkong was on the verge of despair. Had he possessed that level of strength, he would have dealt with this woman right then and there. However, I can arrange to have someone deliver it. Can we not converse with such heavy breathing? All right then, let us return to the matter at hand. How do you plan to cultivate with that poison? Han Changkong had already devised a plausible reason. I must employ poison to counteract poison, hence the need for the poison elixir. It was no joke. Even the Grand Elder could not heal his injuries, yet here he was, managing to do so. It was hardly excessive to utilize a poison elixir for cultivation, was it? I can provide you with the poison elixir, but you must allow me to observe your cultivation. Not a problem. However, it must be a third-tier poison elixir. As I can currently only digest such, agreed. Just wait a moment. Shang Guanshui then personally went to fetch the elixir, believing that the fewer people who knew of this matter, the better die in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Shang Guanshui returned, handing Han Changkong a single elixir. Senior sister, this elixir isn't just lethal. I suspect even a golden core cultivator would take half a month to recover from it. Han Changkong examined the third-tier poison elixir in his hand. This was clearly a delaying pill, which he recognized from his memories as akin to an anesthetic. However, this elixir was specifically for the use of those in the golden core stage. I merely wish to ensure your safety, she replied, concerned that Han Changkong might accidentally die from his own elixir, leaving her in tears. Han Changkong understood her intention. Shall I proceed? He fixed his gaze on Shang Guanshui. Go ahead. Shang Guanshui meticulously observed Han Changkong with her divine sense. Gulp. The elixir entered his abdomen. Instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted within Han Changkong's dantian. I don't know. I forgot this was a third-tier elixir. Even if it is a poison elixir, it still contains spiritual energy, and a potent one at that. Here I am, at the third layer of Qi refinement, consuming a third-tier elixir meant for golden core cultivators. Fortunately, although the spiritual energy exploded, it did not harm him. Furthermore, the energy rapidly converged within his Qi Ci, reaching the fourth layer of Qi refinement. What sorcery is this? He continued until he stopped upon reaching the fifth layer. Observing all of this, Shang Guanshui was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of phenomenon was this? The poison elixir entered his body, and the toxins vanished, leaving only the spiritual energy of the elixir. Moreover, he had directly broken through 2 layers at once. See? I wasn't deceiving you. At that moment, Han Changkong was monitoring Qian Changhong's energy levels while speaking. Brother Han, how did you achieve this? Upon hearing this question, Han Changkong wore a puzzled expression. Then, with a face of anguish, he began to speak slowly. After I was expelled from the sword-seeking peak, I felt I had no desire to live. I sought out a poison elixir, intending to end my life. However, after consuming it, I found I had not died, and my dantian and veins felt somewhat restored. Thus, I worked tirelessly to earn contribution points to exchange for elixirs with my brothers. The tale of Han Changkong toiling at the disciples' peak was well known. Upon hearing Han Changkong's boastful account, tears welled in Shang Guanshui's eyes. Brother, I had no idea you had such a hard life. Alas, junior sister, please refrain from visiting me in the future. If other direct disciples catch wind of this, I may find myself in considerable trouble. After all, Shang Guanshui was pursued by suitors in droves. If he were to offend someone at the transformation or nascent soul stage, he might not even know how he met his demise. Shang Guanshui understood her situation. Brother Han, I shall wait for you. With that, she tossed Han Changkong a storage bag and vanished in an instant. Han Changkong promptly began examining the contents of the storage bag. It was filled to the brim with spirit stones and nearly a dozen bottles of poison elixirs. Good heavens, is this meant to kill me? Even if I can cultivate with poison elixirs? Shouldn't Qian Changhong at least recover first? At that moment, Qian Changhong found himself alone in his cave abode. His golden core had developed cracks, rendering him immobile. The reason for his inability to move was due to poisoning. While the cracks in his golden core were a result of Han Changkong consuming the third-tier elixir, causing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that ruptured Han Changkong's dantian and transferred the damage directly to Qian Changhong. Thus, he lay silently on his bed, entirely unattended, much like a neglected elder. But Han Changkong remained blissfully unaware of this predicament. As long as he observed Qian Changhong's energy levels recovering, he would immediately absorb another elixir, causing his cultivation to rise steadily. 3 days later, at the cave of a certain outer sect elder, boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the air. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures materialized in an instant. Han Changkong was also there to witness the commotion. Brother, what is happening here? That should be Elder Qian's cave. Oh. What has happened to Elder Qian? The cave has exploded. From a distance, Han Changkong noticed the cultivators above had vanished. What on earth? Surely Elder Qian didn't he self-destruct? Suddenly struck with realization, he thought, could it be Qian Changhong? Chapter 10. System flaw. He immediately checked his roster and discovered that Qian Changhong's name had indeed disappeared. Goodness, he truly was a formidable individual. Ah, if he has died, so be it. It is a pity there are still so many elixirs left to consume. He then meticulously examined the system panel, realizing there were fewer individuals to torment. His gaze shifted to the name Chu Tianxiao. However, he did not practice any dark arts. Instead, he cultivated normally, merely devoid of fatigue, on the L continent, at the Yinggo sect. Tianxiao, how has your recovery been these past few days? As soon as Chu Tianxiao saw someone approach, he hurriedly stood up. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your concern. I am currently recovering quite well. The individual speaking was the Grand Elder of the Yinggo sect, known as Old Ghost. His true name remained unknown to all. I cannot discern any signs of the disappearance of your essence, but since it has vanished, perhaps it is for the best. Ghost cultivators can still attain enlightenment and ascend. Indeed, Grand Elder. Just then, Chu Tianxiao furrowed his brow. Old Ghost gazed in astonishment at the draining of Chu Tianxiao's essence within. Alas, there are indeed individuals in this world capable of such feats. It is truly remarkable. The key was that even a tribulation-transcending powerhouse like him could not comprehend it. Who else in this world could possibly understand? Moreover, it was evident that this was a naturally occurring phenomenon. Yet Chu Tianxiao claimed it was the work of someone named Han Changkong from the Wandao sect. If Han Changkong possessed such capabilities, could he truly have reached the Yinggo sect without ill intent? However, Old Ghost refrained from expressing this outright. After all, the sect had finally acquired a promising ghost cultivator, and he did not wish to frighten him away. Tunxiao, do not dwell on it. Focus on your cultivation and disregard the essence. Understood, Grand Elder. He then settled down, reaching into a cloth pouch to retrieve a ghostly figure, which he promptly swallowed. He began to refine it slowly. Old Ghost nodded slightly and gradually vanished from the cave. At this moment, Han Changkong was halfway through his cultivation and found himself perplexed. Originally, when Chu Tianxiao's energy levels decreased, the reduction should have appeared transparent. Yet now, the area that should have been transparent had turned black? What could be the reason for this? The main issue was that Han Changkong was still unaware that Chu Tianxiao had already left the sect. The following morning, Wang Dong arrived early at Han Changkong's courtyard. Changkong, let us go. Coming. The two individuals had agreed to visit the market today. Brother Wang, please take these spirit stones, said one, handing Wang Dong 50 spirit stones. Have you struck it rich? Not at all. Then how come you have so many spirit stones? It is known that outer disciples below the 5th level of Qi refinement only receive 15 spirit stones a month, with an additional 5 awarded for each level beyond that. This is the reward given to me by that senior female cultivator for completing a task last time. Wang Dong accepted the spirit stones without hesitation, placing them in his storage bag. Their visit to the market coincided perfectly with the need to purchase talismans for self-defense. Han Changkong had yet to explore this world, and while he had memories of the market, nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. The two of them, lacking magical tools, could only rely on their own legs, with a movement talisman affixed to their legs. They ran for a solid half hour before reaching the market. In this realm, one must reach the 6th level of Qi refinement to fly on a sword. However, with sufficient funds, one could purchase flying magical tools by simply adding spirit stones. Brother Wang, aren't you looking to buy talismans? There's a shop up ahead that should offer quality goods. He then guided Wang Dong to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion with ease. Changkong, this place is too upscale. Let's buy from the nearby vendors instead. Wang Dong's observation was quite valid. The same talisman sold for 3 spirit stones at the pavilion, while the vendors outside only charged 2. Brother Wang, although the Gathering Treasure Pavilion's prices are steep, the quality is assured. You know these items are crucial for saving lives. Wang Dong pondered this as he recalled the last encounter with the beast, where only 1 out of 2 talismans detonated. Considering this, the pavilion's price was indeed cheaper by 1 spirit stone. Thus, without further hesitation, they entered the pavilion. Greetings, esteemed friends. What may I assist you with today? A striking female cultivator of the Qi refinement stage promptly welcomed them. Given their attire as disciples of the Wu Dao sect, it was no surprise that they received such courteous treatment. My brother and I wish to purchase some talismans. Please, follow me. She then led them to a dedicated counter for talismans. May I inquire what types you are interested in? Wang Dong was still calculating the spirit stones in his hand, while Han Chong Kong had already spoken up 10 each of the movement talisman. Firebird talisman, Earth Escape talisman, and Diamond talisman. Oh no. Make that 20 of each. Wang Dong was taken aback, thinking, are you here to stock up? I was contemplating buying just 2 or 3 however, he soon found himself compelled to speak again. How many does this friend require? Perhaps just 2 of each. Just like that, dozens of spirit stones were gone? Unbelievable. But Han Chong Kong understood that for low-level cultivators, possessing more talismans equated to greater power. In a fight, simply tossing a handful would surely bewilder any opponent. They completed their transaction with glee, and as disciples of the Wu Dao sect, they enjoyed a 20% discount. Brother Wang, allow me to treat you to a fine meal. The two then made their way to the guest residence. Upon glancing at the menu, Wang Dong exclaimed, 5 spirit stones for 10 slices of meat. 1 spirit stone for a plate of peanuts? He then turned his gaze to Han Chong Kong. Chong Kong, perhaps we should just return and eat at the meal plan that costs 30 contribution points. I insist on treating you. Just enjoy. Half an hour later, both were thoroughly satisfied and prepared to return to the sect. Unbeknownst to them, they had already caught the attention of others. This moment, 15 miles outside the market, a foundation establishment cultivator and 5 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators surrounded Han Chong Kong and his companion. Han Chong Kong was utterly bewildered. Was this system of his a sham? So many wanted him dead, yet there was no indication of danger. Who are you? Do you not know we are disciples of the Wu Dao sect? Just 2 insignificant Qi refinement disciples. Even if you vanished, the Wu Dao sect would likely not pursue. Who are you, truly? We are from the Zhang family, and the head of our family requests your presence for a discussion. Only then did Han Chong Kong realize that these individuals did not harbor murderous intent. They merely sought to abduct him. This system had its flaws. Esteemed seniors, I do not know your family head. I kindly ask you to let us go. As soon as he spoke, his mind raced. The family head has issued a strict order. If you do not comply, we will face punishment. The Zhang family was led by a formidable foundation establishment master, clearly not to be trifled with. They had dispatched foundation establishment cultivators merely to capture a Qi refinement level 5 individual. Suddenly, a stroke of inspiration hit him. His senior sister had left him a jade token. He discreetly crushed the token, but such an action could hardly escape the notice of foundation establishment cultivators. Immediately, the 5 Qi refinement cultivators charged at him. Han Chong Kong wasted no time and hurled a firebird talisman. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out, leaving the opposing cultivators dazed, even forcing the foundation establishment cultivator to retreat momentarily. Wang Dong was witnessing the spectacle with wide eyes. So this was how the wealthy fought, however. Those 20 firebird talismans had cost 60 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones worth of fireworks were indeed a sight to behold. Meanwhile, in the confession hall on Sword-Asking Peak, senior sister Wang Yiding's brow furrowed. She turned to leave the hall. Senior sister, where are you going? Do you wish to leave? My junior brother is in danger. I must go. The master will not permit you to leave. Buzz. Wang Yiding released her aura, fixating her gaze on the scholar-like Wenjirua before her. But the next moment, Wang Yiding, how dare you defy the master's orders? A figure appeared in the hall. Master, my junior brother is in danger. I must go. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs first. Master. Yiding, if you continue to make a scene, do not blame the master for being heartless. All right, senior sister, just apologize to the master. It's not a big deal. If that waste dies, then so be it. Hearing this, Wang Yiding felt a sharp pain in her heart. Why had her 4th junior sister become so heartless? However, with the master present, her desire to leave was futile. As Wang Yiding resumed her meditation, Meng Kailang vanished in an instant. Yet Wang Yiding had already sent a message to Shangguan Shui. Meanwhile, on the Pill Asking Peak, you wretched girl, the pill is about to be ruined. And you wander off? The Peak Master of Pill-Asking Peak scolded the disappearing figure of Shangguan Shui, unable to finish his sentence. Chapter 11. Division of Sects? Heh, are there still talismans available? At this moment, the Foundation Establishment cultivator regarded the two with a playful expression. Han Changkong was increasingly anxious. It had been quite some time since he crushed the Jade Token. Why had his senior sister not yet arrived? Surely she wasn't stringing him along with just a piece of jade. Esteemed elders, I implore you for mercy. I, Han, will certainly repay your kindness. Damn it, it was indeed challenging to deal with someone who bore no intent to kill. If they knocked him unconscious and took him back, he would be at their mercy. Even with a system, he felt helpless against such a blatant flaw. Why had it taken him so long to realize? Haha, we have no intention of killing you. If you cooperate, you can avoid any physical harm. Now, he faced two choices, to meekly accompany them or to endure a beating before complying. He was clearly a transmigrator. The chosen one, equipped with a system. Such dilemmas should be reserved for villains. Just as Han Changkong prepared to concede, he noticed someone standing behind the group. Suddenly, he regained his confidence. Ahem, you should all surrender now. I offer you two choices. Leave now or take a beating before you leave. The group was momentarily stunned. Who gave you such courage? Kid, the hardest part of you is your mouth. Oh no? Not again. This time, he had unwittingly stolen the thunder of someone else's bravado. Attack? In the next instant, all of them were sprawled on the ground. A nascent soul cultivator could easily intimidate Foundation Establishment cultivators with just a glare. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving my life. You used to call me junior sister, and now you address me as esteemed senior? Han Changkong was taken aback by the familiarity of the words. He exchanged glances with Shangguan Shui, signaling her to understand the situation. The latter's face flushed with embarrassment. Was she overthinking things? How should they handle this group? Shangguan Shui spoke up. Han Changkong was about to suggest eliminating them. But the system reacted instead. The Foundation Establishment cultivator intended to kill him. This was indeed a good opportunity. Esteemed senior, these individuals are from the Zhang family. It would be wise to let them compensate with some spirit stones instead of escalating matters. Shangguan Shui found this reasoning sound. After all, the Zhang family was a powerful clan at the combined body stage. It wouldn't be beneficial to completely offend them. They could settle for some compensation. Did you all hear that? This matter has been noted by the Wu Dao sect. If you do not pay up, be prepared for our retaliation. The group dared not retort, kneeling and nodding repeatedly. Will you be heading back to the sect or continuing to roam about? After this incident, Han Changkong was no longer willing to linger. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. That implies, perhaps you could take us along. Shangguan Shui also lamented that previously, it was senior brother Han who guided her through the skies. Now, however, she must lead him, her junior brother, in flight. If only senior brother Han had not sought the Wen Yangjian and had not been injured, he would likely have attained at least mid-stage Huashan by now. An invincible presence among his peers. Yet, in stark contrast, he now finds himself at merely the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Alas, one cannot help but wonder if senior brother will ever return to that state of unrivaled superiority. With a wave of her hand, Shangguan Shui summoned a powerful surge of spiritual energy that enveloped the two of them, propelling them directly towards the sect in a mere span of a dozen breaths. The trio arrived at the outer gate. Senior brother Wang, you may return first. I still have a matter to discuss with my senior. Wang Dong, understanding the situation, departed. He would have the opportunity to boast about his experience riding the flying sword of a Huashan elder. Senior Han, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Yes, I understand that I wish to inquire why it was you who came to my rescue after I shattered the senior sister's jade token. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Shui's delicate face turned cold, and the air around them seemed to chill. Am I not allowed to save you? All right, you know that is not the meaning of my question. Sigh. Senior sister Wang Yiting has been placed under house arrest. Han Changkong was taken aback. Junior sister, what is the reason for this? Senior sister Wang was punished by Uncle Meng for advocating on your behalf, and she is currently in the Hall of Remorse, reflecting on her actions. Oh, that explains why she sent you to rescue me. Oh dear, what a predicament. Han Changkong voiced his confusion. What is it? I will undoubtedly be reprimanded upon my return. I was in the midst of alchemy and dashed out without a second thought. That batch of elixirs is likely ruin. It is merely a failed batch of elixirs. What is there to make such a fuss about? Fifth-tier elixirs, by the heavens, Huashan elixirs. You truly are impressive, and I must take my leave. With that, he vanished in an instant. Fifth-tier elixirs are of considerable worth, particularly for those at the Huashan stage. Were I Shangguan Shui's master, I would surely discipline her upon her return at that moment. Han Changkong contemplated his relationship with this young woman. It was evident that Shangguan Shui harbored affections for him, yet it was likely for the previous Han Changkong rather than the one who had traversed through time. As a modern-day traveler, how could he possibly become someone else's substitute? He must live for himself. Unless he genuinely developed feelings for Shangguan Shui, but at this juncture, he felt no such inclination. Being a good friend was one thing, but romance? Absolutely not. Once his cultivation elevated, what sort of beautiful women would he not encounter? Having perused countless novels in his past life, he noted that protagonists often embarked on adventures to save women. Though they rarely faced death, the pain of injury was all too real. Once he became invincible, would the vast realm of cultivation truly lack for beautiful women? Indeed, that makes sense. Let it be so. In truth, the senior sister was not without her own charms, and the master was quite presentable as well. Suddenly, he slapped himself across the face, wincing in pain. What on earth am I thinking? This woman is clearly not of good character. If it were not for my inability to contend with her, I would have surely confronted her directly. I shall wait for a more opportune moment to address this. For now, let me study my adversaries. He then activated his system, Ultimate Revenge System 1. Chu Tianxiao, activated, 2. Zhang Lin, deactivated, 3. Ma Xiaohu, deactivated, 4. Li Guan, deactivated. It appears this Li Guan is the foundational cultivator from earlier. I must keep a close watch on him. Changkong. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, he was called. Senior Brother Wang, what is the matter? Changkong, your cultivation has surpassed mine. Henceforth, you need not call me Senior Brother. Just refer to me as Wang Dong or simply Dong. Han Changkong pondered for a moment. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Very well, Dong. What is it? That S more like it. The steward has just relayed news that we may choose to join various peaks as outer disciples. Could the classification assessment be approaching? The classification assessment is an annual selection held by the sect. For instance, those with talent in alchemy may join the Windan Peak as outer disciples. Those with talent in talisman crafting will go to the Wufu Peak. Those skilled in swordsmanship will join the Wanjian Peak, while the Wuqing Peak is for body cultivators. Finally, there is the sect's main peak, Winda Peak, which focuses on magical arts. Among these, Winda, Wuqing, and Wanjian are the primary combat peaks, while Windan and Wuqing serve logistical roles. Although the latter are logistical, they are still formidable, with peak masters typically at the integration stage or above. Each peak also has elders, most of whom are at the void refinement or integration stage. Han Changkong quickly dismissed the idea of joining Wanjian Peak. I would rather not go there. However, I might consider trying my hand at alchemy or artifact forging. After all, they are logistical peaks where conflict is rare. I can simply focus on my development. If I were to become a direct disciple in either of those peaks, I wonder how the Wanjian Peak Master, Meng Keilang, would react. With that thought in mind, Han Changkong felt restless. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to pursue alchemy, as he needed to learn how to concoct poison elixirs, an essential means of defense in the future. If I cannot defeat you, I shall resort to drugs. I ask, would you fear that? I shall register at Windan Peak. And you, Dong? Hee, I shall join Wuqing Peak. Han Changkong observed Wang Dong's physique. You certainly possess the makings of a body cultivator. Indeed, going to Wuqing Peak raises one question. What question? Why is Wuqing Peak exclusively male cultivators, with not a single female among them? Ha.oh. I thought it was something significant. This is of no consequence. Once our cultivation rises, what female cultivators could we not attract? By the heavens, this lad is quite perceptive. With such thoughts, his cultivation will surely soar. With that, the two retreated to their respective rooms to commence their training. Alas, Li Guan, my friend, I must apologize. With that, he ingested a second-tier elixir and activated the sacrifice mode. At this moment, within the Zhang family. The matter is as follows, Li Guan reported to the family head. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into contemplative silence. Are you saying a Huashan female cultivator is involved? Indeed, family head. However, just as he completed his statement, the essence within Li Guan began to slowly dissipate outward. Beside him, Zhang Lin suddenly shouted, Family head, look, it has begun. I told you Han Changkong was suspicious. Zhang Lin had been deemed to have little time left by the sect and was thus sent back to the family to retire. Remaining in the sect would only result in waiting for death. Chapter 12. Ghost cultivators. Zhang Shitong, the head of the Zhang family, spoke in a low tone. How can we confront the Winda sect without proof? Are we to rely solely on your conjecture? Zhang Lin fell silent. Zhang Shitong continued, Does the Winda sect not care for their reputation? They are a first-tier sect. We must tread carefully. We, the Zhang family, hold no weight in their eyes. He then stated sternly, From now on, no one from the Zhang family is permitted to act against this individual. Understood, family head. The hall echoed with a unified response. The family head was the only integration stage cultivator within the clan, and decisions were primarily dictated by Zhang Shitong himself. In truth, Zhang Shitong's reasoning was quite straightforward. Han Changkong, as a Qi refinement disciple, had the protection of a Huashan. This implied that there were likely even more formidable cultivators at the void refinement or integration stages backing him. Did they truly believe the Zhang family was composed entirely of fools? Such methods were undoubtedly the handiwork of experts from the Winda sect, seeking to eliminate the Zhang family under the guise of opportunity. How contemptible, these hypocritical individuals, within the Winda sect, on Winda Peak. In the main hall. Chu, as a dignified Mahayana cultivator, how could he possibly catch a cold? Hearing Han Tianhai's complaint, Ming Kailang interjected, Senior brother, we are discussing serious matters. Can we not be more earnest? Ah, esteemed brothers and sisters. As you can see, I am unwell. You may discuss this matter without me. I shall return to recuperate. With that, Han Tianhai vanished in an instant. The other 4 peak masters exchanged glances. Senior Sister Ming, perhaps you could lead the team for the Falling Sunset Conference? The speaker was a captivating woman, the peak master of Windan Peak, Zhong Wan, an integration stage cultivator. Senior Sister, regarding the situation at Wanjian Peak, you know it is not suitable for me to lead. Zhong Wan then turned her gaze to a burly man, the peak master of Wuqing Peak, Shang Taimin. Well, if you trust me, I can go. Zhong Wan's expression darkened. This man was nothing short of a brute. Sending him would surely offend all the forces across the Falling Sunset continent. At this moment, the peak master of Wuqing Peak, Lian Wuchan, spoke up, Senior Sister Zhong, I must prepare the items required by our master. I cannot afford to leave. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wan's expression turned serious. The items Lian Wuchan was crafting were crucial for their master's tribulation. This matter could not be delayed. She paused, realizing that the sect master had truly slipped away. Was she to lead the team to the Falling Sunset Conference as a mere alchemist? Senior Sister Zhong, our master is currently in seclusion, and the sect master must remain to oversee matters. With a sigh, she added, You are well aware of the situation at Wanjian Peak. I cannot extricate myself from it either. Zhong Wan could only sigh in resignation. Alas, what options do we have? Who appointed themselves as the peak leader? Lian Wuqing spoke up, Sister Zhong, there are still 3 years until the summit. We have ample time to prepare. Indeed, sister. I, Shang Taimin, shall accompany you then. I will ensure your safety. Should anyone dare to mock you, I shall deal with them. This is precisely why I am against you going. Are you not aware of your own limitations? With matters already settled, the various peaks should commence preparations for the internal grand competition. Subsequently, the top 10 disciples will participate in the sect's grand competition to finalize the representatives for the summit. Everyone dispersed, beginning to organize the grand competition within their peaks. At the Windan Peak. In the external disciple assessment area, are you Han Changkong? Yes, senior brother. Proceed to the 16th alchemy furnace and concoct a pill of abstinence to qualify. Thank you, senior brother. Han Changkong then received the spiritual herbs necessary for producing the pill of abstinence. This particular pill is the most fundamental concoction for an alchemist. Tio gain entry to Windan Peak. one must at least be capable of refining the pill of abstinence. Otherwise, one would merely return to the ranks of ordinary external disciples, whose status is significantly lower. Han Changkong promptly commenced the alchemical process. The endeavor was quite straightforward. Within the span of a tea break, he successfully concocted a furnace of the pill of abstinence, yielding 10 pills. Senior brother, have I passed? Indeed. This is your token and attire from Windan Peak. The token contains your housing number. You may proceed directly. Senior brother, is there any further task for me? For today? Remain in your quarters. Tomorrow morning, a steward will notify you. Thank you, senior brother. As a modern-day transmigrator, Han Changkong understood the art of flattery. Consequently, the late-stage Qi refinement disciple was buoyed by the constant address of senior brother from him. Han Shidi, you are too courteous. Feel free to come to me whenever you need assistance. I shall express my gratitude in advance, senior brother. He then made his way to his appointed quarters. Upon arrival, he found the accommodations to be quite similar to those of ordinary external disciples, albeit more refined and in closer proximity to Windan Peak, with a significantly richer aura of spiritual energy. Ah, time to begin cultivating. I should be able to break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement in about 5 days. At that point, I will finally be able to fly on a sword. He then settled into a meditative posture, deciding to first collect interest from Li Guan. Damn it, I've wasted so many spirit talismans. However, at that moment, Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback when he glanced at his list of enemies. The energy bar of Chu Tianxiao had turned entirely black. But why hasn't this brat's name disappeared yet? Is he still alive? Thus, he temporarily abandoned the idea of cultivating with Li Guan and began practicing using the Burning Longevity secret technique against Chu Tianxiao. An hour later, Han Changkong was bewildered. Why is this guy still fine? Should I try using a 3rd-grade pill? No. What if he can't withstand it, and then I immediately perish? However, upon further reflection, he considered, this could be a blessing in disguise. From now on, Chu Tianxiao shall serve as my designated target for the Burning Longevity technique. With a chuckle, he began to employ the technique to its fullest extent. In the Yin Gui sect, within a certain cave dwelling, damn it, is this ever going to end? Chu Tianxiao cursed vehemently, watching helplessly as his physical form gradually decayed, ultimately dissipating into the ether. The old ghost beside him could only watch with wide eyes, recognizing that such a method could likely overwhelm even a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage. Tianxiao, you have successfully transitioned into a ghost cultivator. Your physical body is now entirely useless. Yes, master. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Tianxiao felt his cultivation slowly ebbing away. Master, what should I do? The old ghost was equally alarmed. As a ghost cultivator, one could remain immortal as long as they retained their cultivation. However, if that cultivation were to vanish, it would be as if one had never existed, with no chance of reincarnation. Without hesitation, the old ghost enveloped Chu Tianxiao and instantaneously transported him to a formation. Tianxiao quickly absorbed the Yin and Sha energy here to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiao wasted no time, fervently activating his techniques. His previously somewhat translucent body began to solidify. The old ghost internally lamented. Whom did this kid offend? Even as a ghost cultivator, he is still being pursued. Fortunately, the situation was stabilizing. After observing for a moment, the old ghost felt reassured. The rate at which Chu Tianxiao absorbed energy exceeded the rate at which it was depleting. Tianxiao, continue your cultivation. As long as your cultivation level is high, the rate of energy depletion will never catch up to you. Chu Tianxiao? Is this supposed to be comforting? Understood, master. Ever since Chu Tianxiao became the old ghost's disciple, he thrived within the Yin Gui sect, receiving whatever he desired. Yet he found himself unable to contribute much. It seemed imperative that he quickly break through to the nascent soul realm, as long as he achieved a higher realm. The loss of energy would become negligible. However, unbeknownst to him, Han Changkong was still at the 5th level of Qi refinement, meaning his rate of absorbing spiritual energy could not possibly compare to that of someone at the Golden Core level. At that moment, Han Changkong was taken aback by the energy bar, which had previously been entirely black but was now diminishing. Yet, no matter how he cultivated, it showed no signs of further reduction. which was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a valuable tool for his cultivation. Due to Han Shangkong's curiosity, Li Guan managed to avoid disaster once more that night. However, Zhang Lin tragically met his end, having taken his own life. Once a proud prodigy of his family, he had merely a month left to live. Not only did his family refuse to assist him in seeking revenge, but even his peers within the clan treated him coldly. How could he endure such treatment? Upon witnessing Zhang Lin's name vanish, Han Shangkong instantly sprang from his meditation cushion. What the hell? Has the system gone haywire again? He wondered if the system was experiencing some sort of glitch. Chapter 13. The Mysterious Enemy. The following morning, Han Shangkong exited his cultivation state early. After having cultivated throughout the night, he noticed that Chu Tianxiao's energy bar had not only failed to decrease but had actually increased. This was unacceptable. He needed to find a way to restrain this situation. Otherwise, once this fellow's cultivation advanced, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Moreover, this individual was indeed formidable. Even the burning longevity technique couldn't eliminate him. Just then, a voice called from outside. Han Shangkong quickly opened the door. "Senior brother, I am Han Shangkong." "All right, let us go. It's time to gather at the square." Understood. He closed the door behind him and followed the senior brother as they made their way forward. By now, several other external disciples had joined them. They continued until they reached the outer square of Windan Peak, where Han Shangkong found himself among 20 external disciples. "Steward, senior brother, what is our main task today?" The steward, noticing Han Shangkong's awareness, replied, "Today, an elder from Windan Peak will teach you how to refine the Qi-gathering pill. If you fail within 3 months, you will be dismissed from Windan Peak." Han Shangkong was unperturbed. He could concoct the Qi-gathering pill with his eyes closed. "Thank you for the information, steward, senior brother. Your disciple has taken note." He continued forward, but just then, a figure soared overhead. While this was not particularly noteworthy, given that they were near the inner disciple area, the individual soon returned, flying directly towards Han Shangkong and the others. Confusion painted the faces of the bystanders. They soon found themselves hovering in midair. "Oh, Han Shangkong, I thought I was mistaken. It truly is you." The speaker was none other than Mao Xiefeng, a direct disciple of Windan Peak, who had previously been soundly beaten by Han Shangkong. Notably, this individual was merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm and had developed an obsessive infatuation with Shang Guanyue. "Senior," Han Shangkong thought to himself, "I am currently just a lowly Qi refinement disciple." "Hee, Han Shixiang, this is not like you at all." Indeed, Han Shangkong's current demeanor reflected that of a typical modern individual, bearing no resemblance to his past self. "May I ask what brings you to me?" "Senior? Nothing much, just confirming your identity." He then transmitted a message, "You are now a waste. You have no right to compete with me for Shangguanyue.it would be best for you to keep your distance." With that, he swiftly departed. The individuals surrounding Han Shangkong scattered in shock, gazing at him in astonishment. Has he offended a direct disciple? It seems prudent to steer clear of him. Otherwise, we cultivators might find ourselves in a precarious position. Han Shangkong paid them no mind as he strode towards the square, contemplating inwardly. "Mao Xiefeng, you better not harbor any murderous intent towards me, or I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Half an hour later, everyone began learning how to refine the Qi-gathering pill. Han Shangkong quietly practiced, indeed refining with his eyes wide open. The observing Foundation establishment cultivator noted the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him. "This disciple, have you mastered the refinement of the Qi-gathering pill?" Han Shangkong slowly withdrew from his meditative state. Reporting to the steward, "I have indeed mastered it." The steward was momentarily taken aback. "I just explained the necessary spiritual herbs. How could you have learned it so quickly?" He felt as though Han Shangkong was slapping him in the face. "What is your name?" Han Shangkong. "Very well, Han Shangkong. Since you have learned, come forth and demonstrate your skills for everyone." With that, he stepped aside. There was only one alchemical furnace, which was specifically designated for teaching purposes. Han Shangkong remained unfazed. After taking his seat, he seized a nearby spiritual herb and promptly stuffed it into the furnace. The overseer, witnessing this scene, was infuriated. "Are you gathering firewood or refining pills? Is this how one concocts elixirs? This is maddening." Yet, in the next moment, a faint fragrance of medicine wafted through the air. Wait, it actually worked. Han Chang Kong opened the furnace, revealing 10 qi-gathering pills still exuding warmth. Overseer, do take a look. Have I succeeded? Even a fool could see that he was a genius. Thus, he hastily sent a message to the Outer Sect Elder. The Outer Sect Elder, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, fixed his gaze on Han Chang Kong and inquired, "Did you concoct this?" "Indeed, Elder." The Elder scrutinized Han Chang Kong. "This lad seems somewhat familiar." He then asked, "What is your name?" "Han Chang Kong." The Elder muttered to himself. Han Chang Kong. Good heavens, you are Han Chang Kong. Could it be that this Elder recognized him? That was impossible. After all, he had once reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even if he came to ask about the Pill Peak, he would have gone directly to the summit. There was no way he had met this person. "The Elder knows me?" "Of course I do." In an instant, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed the Elder's eyes. Faced with this sudden enemy, Han Chang Kong was bewildered. "Who did I offend? Did I blow up your ancestral grave?" To be targeted on their first meeting was quite alarming. Just in case, he quickly revealed the name of Gu Kaijun. If a slap were to come, he might not be able to withstand it. However, the Elder did not strike. There were too many witnesses, and they had all witnessed Han Chang Kong's alchemical talent. If he were to kill him, he would have to bear the consequences. Haha, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. With that, he turned and left. But the Overseer was left in a daze. What was to be done with this genius? Should he be sent to the Inner Sect or left in the Outer Sect? Soon, he heard the Elder's voice in his mind. "Chang Kong, your cultivation is too low. It is best for you to remain in the Outer Sect for now. You may enter the Inner Sect once you advance to the Foundation Establishment stage. No problem, Overseer. Should I continue attending classes here or return to Cultivate? You should go back to Cultivate. During this period, we will be practicing the method for refining qi-gathering pills, and you need not come." Han Chang Kong clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you very much, Overseer." He then made his way back to his quarters. The Overseer watched Han Chang Kong's departing figure, unable to suppress a sigh. What a splendid genius, yet he remains in the Outer Sect. I wonder what the Elder is thinking. But he did not dwell on it. The affairs of a Golden Core Elder were beyond the comprehension of a mere Foundation Establishment Overseer. At this moment, Gu Kaijun had directly arrived at the Inner Sect, seeking out Mao Xiefeng. "Senior brother, you must avenge me." Mao Xiefeng, who was currently preparing to write a romantic poem for senior sister Shangwan, was startled by this outburst. "Jiu Kaijun, has the dog chased you here? Why are you in such a panic?" Gu Kaijun immediately knelt before Mao Xiefeng. "Senior, Han Chang Kong has arrived. You must avenge me." Mao Xiefeng scrutinized Gu Kaijun and asked, "Is it really necessary to seek vengeance over that trivial matter? Besides, he is but a waste now. Can you not handle him yourself?" Gu Kaijun was taken aback. "Oh right, I forgot. I'm at the Golden Core stage now, while Han Chang Kong is merely at the Qi refining stage." Then Mao Xiefeng continued, "However, you must not seek revenge at the Pill Peak. Otherwise, you will be courting death. I certainly know that. But senior, Han Chang Kong used to frequently beat you. Will you not seek revenge?" Mao Xiefeng scoffed dismissively. "I, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, have no need to take revenge on a mere qi refining trash. Besides, I would prefer to slowly mock him. Moreover, you have already killed him, so the outcome remains the same." If Han Chang Kong had heard this, he would surely have been furious. "Why don't you just kill him? Where is your grudge? Has love truly blinded your eyes to hatred?" These matters were unknown to Han Chang Kong. At this moment, someone was consuming poison. "Damn it, if you wish to kill me, I shall first incapacitate you for a few days." Because Han Chang Kong was now practicing the blood-burning secret technique, he intended to make good use of this newly arrived Golden Core enemy. He needed to save some for his own body training. He recalled that when he retrieved the Asking Heaven sword from the Forbidden Area, his physique had been too weak, resulting in severe injury. Since this account had reopened, he needed to ensure his body was well taken care of. This was also one of the crucial reasons for his arrival at the Pill Peak. As the Pill Peak had thunder to temper the body, the Earth Thunder was particularly suitable for body tempering. However, one could only enter the Inner Sect to qualify for such training. At this moment, Gu Kaijun lay numbly in his cave dwelling. His golden core showed faint signs of cracking. However, as an elder of the Pill Peak's outer sect, he soon realized what kind of poison he had been afflicted with. Chapter 14. Overwhelmed by the pill he invented, Gu Kaijun began to slowly circulate his spiritual energy, gradually forcing the toxin out of his body. However, this process was indeed slow. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to expel it completely. The injuries to his dantian could only be healed gradually after the toxins were eliminated. Fortunately, his luck was better than Qin Changhong's, as there were disciples nearby. Upon seeing the elder Gu Saijuan's pallid complexion, the disciples rushed forward to check. They were all from the Pill Peak, and many were Foundation Establishment disciples. They quickly deduced that the elder had been poisoned. Although the poison was not fatal, it paralyzed the entire body. They hurriedly sought out another Golden Core Elder. This Golden Core Elder was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, named Hu Qingqing. Upon seeing Gu Kaijun collapsed on the bed, she was momentarily taken aback before mocking. "I say, Elder Gu, have you been poisoned by your own concocted pill? Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" Indeed, the vicious pill was designed by Gu Kaijun himself. Though they had their differences, Hu Qingqing could not simply stand by and watch him die. If word got out, she would surely face punishment. Thus, she took out the antidote and handed it to a nearby disciple. Half an hour later, "Elder Hu, thank you." Seeing Gu Kaijun able to speak again, she hurriedly inquired, "Have you truly lost your wits? How can you be poisoned by your own pill? I don't know how it happened." "Would you believe me? Of course not. I believe you are lying." Gu Kaijun felt helpless. To be honest, no one would believe him. He had often spoken falsehoods in the past, and Hu Qingqing had believed them all. Therefore, he began, "Actually, I was testing the poison myself." "Really?" Hu Qingqing's curiosity was instantly piqued as she fixed her gaze on Gu Kaijun. Just as he was about to elaborate, he suddenly froze, his expression contorted in agony. "You old fool, don't scare me." She immediately checked him and discovered he had indeed been poisoned by his own pill. "Could it be that you have truly lost your wits?" Not daring to delay, she quickly fed him an antidote. It took a full hour to barely recover. Moreover, after expelling the toxins twice, his spiritual energy had dwindled significantly. He swallowed a third-tier recovery pill. After a while, he managed to regain some spiritual energy. "I say, what are you playing at, old fellow? At this rate, you won't be far from achieving enlightenment, I assure you. I am not trying to take my own life." Hu Qingqing observed Gu Saijuan's condition and realized he was not joking. Although there was some animosity between them, if he were to truly die before her, it would be a disaster. "Old fool, I warn you, do not attempt to feign injury." She hastily pulled out a recording pearl. "I have recorded everything that just transpired." At this moment, Gu Kaijun felt the toxins beginning to spread through his body once more. "Grandma, hurry and find an elder to save me." With that, he became completely motionless. Hu Qingqing finally came to her senses. "You stay here and keep watch, I will return shortly." She then hurried to seek out Mao Xiefeng. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiefeng was also left in shock. What is this old man up to? Has he been knocked out by his own pill? He quickly flew to Gu Saijuan's cave dwelling. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could only chuckle helplessly. He then produced a fourth-tier recovery pill. Half an hour later, Gu Kaijun finally regained his composure. If this were anywhere else, who would carry various antidotes just for fun? "What are you trying to do? Commit suicide?" "Elder, I truly am not. I have no idea who has been poisoning me." "Are you saying you have been poisoned?" "Yes, Elder, that I still wish to form a baby. How could I possibly consider self-harm?" Mao Xiefeng found himself utterly perplexed, pondering if there were any others present. Moreover, he had heard from Hu Qingqing that this old man had been incapacitated thrice. It was inconceivable that Gu Kaijun would deceive himself. "Have you offended anyone recently?" "Not at all. I hardly step out of my front door," he replied. "Where could I possibly have crossed someone?" He then glanced at Hu Qingqing, who, taken aback, quickly interjected, "Master Uncle, I had no reason to lay a hand on him. Besides, if I intended to eliminate him, why would I seek your assistance?" Upon hearing this, it indeed seemed logical, and why resort to such a trivial elixir? Wouldn't it be more effective to utilize a fourth-tier poison pill? Suddenly, Gu Saijuan's body erupted in spiritual flames. "Burning blood pill. Who is so ruthlessly malicious?" Mao Xiefeng dared not be complacent, instantly unleashing his full cultivation prowess. The essence of his nascent soul stage was laid bare. As a formidable surge of spiritual energy surged forth to suppress the spiritual flames within Gu Kaijun Point, one could not deny the prowess of the direct disciples from the One Dan Peak. They possessed quite a few skills in this regard. Just then, Gu Kaijun spat out a mouthful of blood, which scorched a massive black crater into the ground. Shortly thereafter, a pill was thrust into Gu Saijuan's abdomen, causing him to faint immediately. At that moment, Mao Xiefeng, pale-faced, exhaled a breath of turbid air. Suppressing those spiritual flames had drained him significantly. Should there be another instance of such intensity, he would undoubtedly be lost. It was a case of having the will but lacking the strength. Meanwhile, within the outer disciples' quarters of Wandan Peak, Han Changkong observed Gu Saijuan's energy levels. TSK, this old fellow is formidable. Previously, he had administered 3 delaying pills, and yet this old man managed to recover at such an astonishing pace. Let us try that burning blood pill, he mused, only to witness the energy levels plummet to near zero, prompting him to hastily activate the health bars of all his enemies. Just as he was about to halt when there was only the faintest glimmer of energy left, he realized that henceforth, he must activate everyone's health bars before administering pills. Otherwise, if one day an opponent were to perish, he would be unable to bear the consequences of a third-tier pill. He pondered the origins of the delaying pill. It was quite impressive, not lethal yet abundant in spiritual energy. However, the burning blood pill would have to be used sparingly. It was a rare opportunity to encounter an enemy of the Golden Core stage. If he ended up eliminating him, it would be a significant loss. Nonetheless, there were still gains to be made. For instance, Han Changkong had already reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and he was on the cusp of stepping into the 7th layer within a few days. Such a cultivation pace was commendable, and he found it quite satisfying. Yet, he wondered if perhaps he was rendering his enemies too weak. He then set forth towards the exchange pavilion, intent on acquiring a flying sword. Regardless of its quality, it was essential, as he had been relying on the spirit movement talisman for travel. His foe, Ma Xiaohu, was struggling to keep up. After only half the journey, his energy levels had depleted. Isn't Ma Xiaohu also at the 4th layer of Qi refinement? He shouldn't be this feeble, Han Changkong mused, smacking his forehead as he realized the lad was nearing his limit. Should I just eliminate him? The next moment, Ma Xiaohu has met his end. This marked the first time he had run an enemy to death. Who would believe such a tale? He swiftly changed to Li Guan's name and continued his dash towards the exchange pavilion. At the exchange pavilion, he approached the attendant. I wish to exchange for a flying sword. What quality? A low-grade first tier will suffice. 500 contribution points. Is it really that expensive? At that moment, a voice intruded. Oh, Han the useless. Can't he even afford a flying sword now? Han Changkong did not even turn his head. He recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to Zhuo Yang, the 3rd senior brother of the Wanjian Peak. Seeing that Han Changkong ignored him, Zhuo Yang's ire flared. Han Changkong, do you not know to pay respects to your seniors? Han Changkong was perplexed. Was this the protagonist's destiny? Why was he surrounded by enemies everywhere? And why did the system remain unresponsive? It seemed Zhuo Yang did not wish to kill him. Disciple Han Changkong pays respects to Senior Zhuo. He finally responded, cupping his fists in salute. You only wish to insult me? Come, let us engage in mutual harm. Chapter 15. Killing with intent. A waste is indeed a waste, unable to even procure a low-grade first-tier flying sword. Zhuo Yang's remarks were met with surprise. Wasn't he supposed to rebut? Instead, he coldly smiled. Pray tell, which flying sword do you have your eye on? I shall gift you one. Han Changkong was taken aback. What? Such a fortunate turn of events. He quickly masked his astonishment and replied respectfully. I fear it would be too much trouble for you, senior. Hemph, what a joke. The worth of a direct disciple is not something a mere Qi refinement practitioner could comprehend. The moment those words left his mouth, the surrounding Qi refinement disciples turned pale, realizing they too had been insulted. Yet, none dared to speak up. Although Zhuo Yang recognized that Han Changkong had outmaneuvered him, he remained unperturbed. After all, he was a nascent soul cultivator. Did he really need to apologize to these Qi refinement disciples? Senior, truly, the flying sword I desire is too expensive. I cannot trouble you. Zhuo Liang's expression shifted as he retorted, are you implying that as a senior, if I wish to gift you a flying sword, you dare refuse? Han Changkong feigned trepidation, hastily responding, I would not dare to decline such a gracious offer. Thank you, senior. He then addressed the exchange pavilion disciple. I wish to exchange for the Qiushui sword. The esteemed senior has graciously offered to cover the cost, and he is a direct disciple of Wen Jianpeak, you know, the disciple at the exchange pavilion. Well aware of Zhuo Liang's reputation, promptly retrieved the Qiushui sword and handed it to Han Changkong in the hall. Zhuo Liang was left utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to speak, several cultivators from the exchange pavilion hastily approached with tokens in hand. Brother, the Qiushui sword costs 150,000 contribution points. The attendants of the exchange pavilion were unperturbed by the status of direct disciples, for they were backed by the sect's master. Attempting to leave without paying would be tantamount to robbery. Such an act would invite severe repercussions. If word got out, Meng Kailang might break his legs. Brothers, let us discuss this matter amicably. We can settle it with spirit stones. One of the elder disciples from the exchange pavilion suggested. Then discreetly communicated, Junior brother Zhuo, with so many disciples watching, be decisive. Zhuo Liang replied telepathically, brother, I lack sufficient spirit stones and contribution points. The elder disciple's brow furrowed. You should reach out to the brethren of Wen Jianpeak for a loan. He then coldly added, do you want me to approach Wen Jianpeak for funds? If he were to do that, it would be better for Zhuo Liang to eliminate him on the spot. Consequently, he reached out to his only senior brother, Huang Kuan, but found him equally lacking 150,000 contribution points equated to a staggering 75,000 spirit stones. It was evident that lending such an amount would be a lost cause. However, the matter was tied to the pride of Wen Jianpeak. Huang Kuan went to the confession hall to seek assistance from the senior sister and the fourth junior sister. Eventually, he managed to gather enough resources to redeem Zhuo Liang. Junior brother, what on earth did you purchase that is so exorbitantly priced? We have all been drained dry. The combined contributions of the 4 direct disciples of Wen Jianpeak could not even amass 1,000 spirit stones. Can you believe it? Brother, do not mention it. I have been duped. He then recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving Huang Kuan astounded. So you spent a fortune and ended up with nothing to show for it? Enraged, Huang Kuan erupted in curses. This scene soon spread throughout the sect, depicting 2 figures soaring through the sky, one chasing the other while hurling insults, and the profanity was impressively high in volume. Watching the 2 depart, Han Changkong finally extricated himself from the crowd and hurriedly made his way to the exchange pavilion. Junior brother, do you wish to exchange for more items? Heh, not for now. Brother, do you still accept flying swords? The attendant looked puzzled, of course, but at 80 of the market price. With a thud, Han Changkong placed the Qiushui sword on the counter. The attendant's hands trembled as he gingerly accepted the sword. Junior brother, are you a pawn? Just then, a voice interrupted their exchange. Brother Han, it has been a long time. The speaker was none other than Zhang Hongguang, an elder of the exchange pavilion and a direct disciple of the esteemed Han Tianhai from Wendao Peak. In the past, he had been of lower cultivation than Han Changkong and had always referred to him as brother. Senior Zhang, please refrain from such formalities. There are many fellow disciples present, What does it matter, brother? Your maneuver today was quite clever It is merely a means to earn some pocket money, he replied, gesturing towards the Qiushui sword. Is it for sale? Zhang Hongguang inquired. Of course. Do you prefer spirit stones or contribution points? Han Changkong contemplated. Please exchange for some items for me. Firebird talismans and diamond talismans, 500 each. As for the first-tier body refinement pills, let us start with 1,000. Zhang Hongguang was left speechless. Brother Han, are you preparing for a mission? And why consume so many body refinement pills? One can only take one a month. How many years would it take you to finish them all? The body refining pill contains a small amount of pill poison. Although it can strengthen the body, excessive consumption is detrimental to one's health. Therefore, a Qi refining practitioner may only consume 1 pill per month, 5 for foundation establishment and 50 for golden core. How could Han Changkong be unaware of the dangers of this pill poison? However, given the presence of a system, Isn't popping pills a common practice? Just say whether it can be exchanged or not. Yes, it can be exchanged. After a cup of tea, I shall take my leave. Senior Brother Han, I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. I will seek you out for a discussion in a few days. No problem. I will be at the outer sect of the Pill Summit. Subsequently, Han Changkong, with a filled storage bag, piloted a low-tier flying sword towards the Pill Summit. What a remarkable talent, yet his cultivation is wasted. Still, his speed of recultivation is quite impressive, Zhang Hongguang murmured as he observed Han Changkong's departing figure. The Sword Summit, second senior brother, how about I retrieve the Qiushui sword? Huang Kuan regarded Zhuo Yang as if he were a fool. Have you been possessed? The items have already been given away. How can they be retrieved? Are you not embarrassed enough? At that moment, a Golden Core practitioner entered and whispered a few words in Huang Kuan's ear. What? This is infuriating, senior brother. What is the matter? That waste actually sold the Qiushui sword to the exchange pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yang was utterly dumbfounded. This is truly a heart-wrenching betrayal. Humph. Just wait until I find an opportunity. When I do, I shall eliminate that waste. Well, you should go check on the two in the Repentance Hall and prepare for a scolding. Yes, senior brother, by the way, I assume the master is unaware of this matter. If the master finds out, will you still be standing here? Huang Kuan stated, not waiting for a response, and flew directly to his cave dwelling. Truly, I have suffered an unprecedented stroke of bad luck. After spending so many spirit stones, I ended up with nothing. At this moment, someone leisurely flying towards the Pill Summit on a flying sword was startled, nearly tumbling from the sky. Damn you, Zhuo Yang. You actually want to kill me. But then, joy surged forth, a nascent soul practitioner. He hasn't dealt with me yet. But tonight, I will pop 100 body refining pills? No, I must go now. With that, he unleashed his spiritual power and flew directly towards his abode. Chapter 16. The impoverished Pill Summit. Upon returning to his dwelling, Han Changkong closely examined Zhuo Yang's energy bar. Discovering that the nascent soul practitioner's energy bar was rather peculiar, marked with an Arabic numeral 9 at the front. What does this signify? Never mind. Let us consume the pill first. He promptly tossed a body-refining pill into his mouth. After consuming it, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Moreover, upon his return, he noticed an intriguing phenomenon. While piloting his flying sword, he did not expend any spiritual power. Could it be that the spiritual power I use is actually drawn from others? Quickly, he sat up, seeking out the weakest enemy to experiment upon. Moments later, after employing several spells, he found that his internal spiritual power remained entirely intact. If an enemy wishes to kill me, I can simply unleash my most powerful attack, depleting their spiritual energy. How can they possibly kill me then? So, this is how the system operates. I truly am a genius. The more he researched, the more he realized the power of this system. Soon, however, the warm sensation faded away, prompting him to consume another body-refining pill. At the Pill Summit, Zhuo Yang, just exiting the Repentance Hall, felt a bit unwell. Thus, he turned his gaze inward. What? How can there be pill poison? Could it be residuals from the 4th-tier pills I consumed earlier? But I clearly expelled them. Nonetheless, this amount of pill poison is trivial for a nascent soul practitioner. Yet, as he approached his cave dwelling, his complexion began to change. Can this pill poison actually reproduce? Could it be a mother pill poison? In a flash, he dashed into his dwelling and began meditating. I must expel the pill poison. Otherwise, if it accumulates too much, I will have no hope of achieving spirit transformation. After all this effort to reclaim the inheritance at the Pill Summit, he couldn't afford to let this happen. The next day, Zhuo Yang, with a face pale as wax, bloodshot eyes, and lips covered in blisters, knelt before Meng Keilang. Why are your lips covered in blisters? A normal person would have been incapacitated after consuming 900 pills in one night. Master, save me. At this moment, Zhuo Yang could barely muster the energy to speak as the pill poison wreaked havoc within him. How many pills have you consumed? As practitioners, we cannot rely on external substances for cultivation, especially as sword cultivators. Master, the last time I consumed pills was 10 days ago. and I only took one for cultivation. However, seeing Zhuo Liang's wretched state, it was not the time for reprimand. Soon, after a few breaths, Zhong Wan appeared in the grand hall. She immediately spotted the barely alive Zhuo Yang. Meng Shiji, while these pills can expedite cultivation, excessive consumption is detrimental. Look at what has become of this child. Upon hearing this, Meng Keilang's expression darkened. Zhong Shimi, let us prioritize saving him. A gentle stream of spiritual power entered Zhuo Yang's body. Zhong Wan raised an eyebrow. Shiji, why have you taken so many body-refining pills? Everyone was taken aback, their eyes fixated on Zhuo Yang. Zhuo Yang was bewildered. How could he possibly know why he ingested body-refining pills? The crucial point is that he is currently at the nascent soul stage. What is the purpose of consuming body-refining pills? Even if he ate 1,000, it would be futile. Zhong Shimi, you believe he has overdosed on body-refining pills? Zhong Wan nodded slowly. Subsequently, she flicked a pill into Zhuo Yang's mouth, and a gentle force began to refine it that moment. Black smoke wafted from Zhuo Yang's body. An hour later, the pill poison was finally expelled. This is why the combined cultivators are formidable. Zhuo Yang, who appeared unscathed, was now brimming with vitality. However, Zhong Wan's next words nearly shattered Zhuo Yang's spirit. A 6th-tier detoxification pill costs 50,000 spirit stones. Since he is your nephew, I'll give a discount, just 25,000. Seeing Zhuo Yang stammer, Meng Keilang interjected. This has saved your life. Without it, you would have nothing left. She believed her disciple should at least be able to produce 2,000 spirit stones. As for her, she would help him cover the rest. Surely, this young man would be eternally grateful. Master, I don't have that many spirit stones, Meng Keilang replied nonchalantly. Whatever you have, bring it out. I will help you pay the remainder. Really, master? Nonsense, would I deceive you? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yang's spirits lifted. He hurriedly produced his storage bag. Master, this is all I have. How much? 350 pieces. Not bad. There's actually this much. What? 350 pieces? She clasped the storage bag tightly and probed it with her divine sense. Zhuo Yang's heart sank. It's over. Half an hour later, Zhuo Yang, looking like a pig's head, knelt aside, watching as his master and Zhong Shishu argued. Zhong Shimi, I still have 15,000. Take this for now, and when next month's salary from the Pill Summit arrives, I will repay you. Shiji, why is the Pill Summit so impoverished? Sai, this is to extract the inheritance of the Wenyang sword. The Wenyang sword has yet to recognize a master and can only be forcefully summoned through formations, costing 1,000 spirit stones a day. I've already borrowed over 100,000 spirit stones from senior brother Han. So how much more do you need? Meng Keilang looked equally forlorn. It seems it will take at least another year. Zhong Wan was astonished. Shiji, it's not that I won't help you, but 300,000 is indeed excessive. We have so many disciples to support at our peak. I understand all of that, so I can only think of ways to manage it slowly. Zhong Wan sighed, saying, if only Han Changkong's cultivation was still intact. Both women suddenly paused. Zhong Wan spoke up, saying, Isn't that young man capable of cultivating again? We'll discuss this later. Is it possible to make her bow down? Zhong Wan then remarked, but you must keep Zhuo Yang's matter in mind. Isn't he already cured? I heard from the disciples that the sect has recently experienced strange occurrences. Meng Keilang was startled. What kind of occurrences? Recently, many disciples have inexplicably fallen ill, leading me to suspect that Zhuo Yang must have been bewitched. Meng Keilang gasped, quickly asking, does this mean that our disciple Chu Tianxiao was also poisoned? If all goes well, that should be the case. Moreover, several disciples from the Pill Summit have yet to respond. This poison has been recurring, and even Shimi Zhong cannot remedy it. If I could cure it, would I need to warn you to be cautious? Just as the two were deep in conversation, Huang Kuan rushed in, breathless. Master, it's bad. Zhuo Yang has started acting up again. Meng Keilang's heart sank suddenly. It was evident that this disciple was rendered useless. In an instant, her figure vanished swiftly. Zhong Wan hurriedly followed suit, eager to investigate the peculiar poison further. In the outer disciple area of Wendan Peak, Han Changkong was cursing vehemently as he flew towards his residence. Damn it, he thought he could take a day off. Yet Zhuo Yang had recovered far too quickly. This forced him to rush to the exchange pavilion to procure 10,000 body refining pills. Observing the fluctuations in the energy bar, it appeared that 500 body refining pills was Zhuo Liang's limit. Having consumed over 900 the previous night, he must have exceeded the quota. Therefore, today he would take only 500. Chapter 17. Meng Keilang's mind was unstable. Surrounding Zhuo Liang, she and her companions were at their wits' end. Junior sister Zhong, is there truly no hope left for him? This child is most likely finished. Upon hearing these words, Meng Keilang felt her heart plummet. First, her most valued disciple Han Changkong was lost. Then her most anticipated disciple Chu Tianxiao had met a similar fate. Now, her most promising disciples Zhuo Liang also seemed doomed. With a heavy sigh, she glanced at the barely alive Zhuo Liang. Alas, it seemed he was also beyond salvation. Was it possible that she was unfit to be the master of Wenjian Peak? Or could it be that the peak itself was cursed? Why was it that she was the only one left of the former master's disciples? Now it seemed that her own disciples were departing one by one. Suddenly, Zhong Wan looked at Meng Keilang with a face full of terror. Her expression turning pale in an instant. Senior sister Meng, it's over. Your heart has wavered. Without delay, she sent a message to the sect leader, Han Tianhai. Han Tianhai appeared in the grand hall of Wenjian Peak in an instant. Upon witnessing Meng Keilang's condition, he too was taken aback. He quickly gestured, and a powerful divine sense pierced into Meng Keilang's mind. Junior sister, awaken. Meng Keilang felt her brain explode with a loud bang before she succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Huang Kuan's voice sounded, Junior Uncle Zhong, Zhuo Liang's poison has ceased to spread. Han Tianhai and Zhong Wan exchanged stunned glances. Could it truly be related to Junior Sister Meng? Both were filled with confusion as they stared at each other. After ensuring Meng Keilang was settled in her cave dwelling, Han Tianhai was already waiting outside. Junior Sister, do you truly have the fate of a calamity-bringing Lone Star? Sect leader brother, aren't you already aware of the situation? In Junior Sister Meng's lineage, she is the last one remaining, and now her disciples are departing one by one. Who can accept this? Indeed, were it me, I would have collapsed long ago. Alas, this poor girl has suffered greatly. If it were not for Meng's desire to continue the legacy of Wenjian Peak, she likely wouldn't have taken on any disciples. The two fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, Han Tianhai finally spoke. The other elders of Wenjian Peak must be pacified. Han Tianhai understood well that Wenjian Peak might soon be left without successors. They had finally found a Han Changkong, only for him to be rendered useless. Chu Tianxiao was also in a similar predicament. Now, the most promising Zhuo Liang was barely clinging to life. Moreover, Wenjian Peak was not lacking in integrated cultivators or elite practitioners. However, those belonged to the Elders faction. What right did they have to inherit Wenjian Peak? If Meng Keilang's lineage failed to produce a transformation stage disciple soon, it was indeed possible that Wenjian Peak would face a regime change. This legacy had been established through the efforts of her master S generation. Now, there was still an elder who had undergone tribulation, struggling to hold everything together. Should he fail in his tribulation, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. With these thoughts, Han Tianhai could only sigh helplessly. Brother Han, it is our fault as junior brothers and sisters for holding back. Zhong Wan was also aware of these matters. Despite the peak masters appearing grand, the more one engaged with them, the more worries surfaced. Junior sister is overthinking. As long as the elder is present, all will be well. That I understand, brother, but our time is running short. A sudden realization struck Han Tianhai, and he wondered if he had lost his mind. Has Han Changkong been able to cultivate? Have you examined his body? Upon hearing this, Zhong Wan looked astonished. Is he mad again? No, but it seems tribulation is impossible for him. Han Tianhai nodded slowly, preparing to return to Wendao Peak. However, he added, check on him when you have a moment. I believe he must have encountered some fortuitous event, or he wouldn't have recovered. With that, he vanished in an instant. Zhong Wan was taken aback. It seemed Brother Han was under too much pressure and was nearing the brink of madness. She then made her way directly to the Repentance Hall. Junior Uncle Zhong, Wang Yiding, and Wen Jirua immediately bowed in greeting. Ah, your master has been injured. You should return and take care of her. The two were startled and, after bowing to Zhong Wan, flew towards their master's cave dwelling. Upon entering, they indeed found Meng Kailang lying in bed. They dared not disturb her and simply sat cross-legged beside her. Zhong Wan vanished and returned to Wendan Peak. She recalled Han Tianhai's instructions and thought it best to conduct an examination. She didn't want to be accused of negligence later on. Sheng Wanshui, you little brat, come here at once. Sheng Wanshui approached with a bewildered expression. What is wrong with you today, master? Why are you so angry as soon as you return? I am your only transformation stage disciple. Don't you have any pride? Master, is it that the treatment hasn't gone well? Was this girl questioning her abilities? Nonsense. Your master can cure any poison. Unless it's not man-made. Master, did you call me for something? Go fetch Han Chong Kong, Dao. With that, her figure vanished immediately. This little brat was quicker than anyone else when it came to Han Chong Kong. Moments later, Han Chong Kong appeared in the grand hall of Wendan Peak, looking completely befuddled. The crucial part was that Sheng Wanshui had brought him without a word, and suddenly he found himself there. Seeing Zhong Wan seated in the main position, he quickly spoke. Disciple Han Chong Kong pays respects to the Peak Master. Oh? You no longer even call me Junior Uncle? Han Chong Kong sometimes genuinely wondered if Sheng Wanshui was Zhong Wan's illegitimate daughter. Their speaking styles were strikingly similar, and their features bore some resemblance as well. Peak Master, without a master. How could I dare to speak carelessly? Humph, you little rascal. The only thing that remains strong about you is your tongue. The last person to say such a thing to him was, well, it seemed that Li Guan had quite a few minor issues. Peak Master, may I inquire what you summoned me for? Zhong Wan found it rather pointless and thus replied. The sect leader requested me to examine your body. What, have I been exposed? That's impossible. Without waiting for Han Chong Kong to respond, Zhong Wan began her examination. Half an hour later, Zhong Wan stared at Han Chong Kong in astonishment. How did you recover? What was supposed to be a brief examination had inexplicably taken half an hour. This was because Zhong Wan initially thought she had made a mistake, and after checking multiple times, she was forced to believe it. At that moment, Sheng Wanshui, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. I know, master, I know. Speak, if you can't explain it, well, you know what will happen. Sheng Wanshui had witnessed Han Chong Kong consuming pills firsthand. Master, senior brother Han used a poison pill to heal his injuries. Zhong Wan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Was her disciple suffering from a loss of sanity, or had a donkey kicked her in the head? Was this something a human should utter? How could such wolfish words come from the mouth of an alchemist? At that moment, the temperature in the grand hall plummeted. Sheng Wanshui, are you itching for a beating? Upon seeing her master enraged, Sheng Wanshui hurriedly spoke. Senior brother Han, you must speak up. Oh no, hurry and take more pills. Han Chong Kong was well aware of Zhong Wan's temperament, and the notion of using poison pills to heal had completely overturned her understanding. Thus, he spoke up. Peak Master, it is indeed true. With that, he produced a third-tier poison pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Chapter 18 Joining Wendan Peak as the third-tier delay pill entered his stomach. Zhong Wan was initially shocked. Then, she immediately employed her divine sense to check Han Chong Kong's condition, only to find that the poison had completely vanished, leaving only the surging spiritual energy contained within the pill flowing gently into his dantian. Having reached the 7th level of qi refinement, the powerful spiritual energy coalescing in his dantian caused Han Chong Kong's cultivation to directly break through to the 7th level of qi refinement. At that moment, Han Chong Kong began meditating to stabilize his newfound strength. Zhong Wan's mind was flooded with countless questions, yet seeing Han Chong Kong focus on solidifying his cultivation, she had no choice but to suppress her inquiries. Schwerer, has Han Chong Kong always cultivated in this manner? Master, indeed he has. I even gave him that third-tier delay pill. Zhong Wan thought to herself that this matter must be reported to the sect leader without delay. She swiftly sent a message to Han Tianhai. Upon receiving the message, Han Tianhai appeared in the grand hall of Wendan Peak. Junior sister, is what you say true? Brother Han, Han Chong Kong has indeed recovered, and his foundation is exceptionally robust, in the cold expanse of the heavens. Han Chong Kong's body was gradually probed by Han Tianhai's divine sense. It was discovered that his original essence had been restored, and remarkably so with a profound density. His injuries from the Tao were also completely healed. Junior sister, Han Changkong should have the opportunity to rise again, he remarked. However, Master Uncle only has a century left before he faces tribulation. What if I understand your concerns, but even if Master Uncle were to fail in the heavenly tribulation, the other first-tier sects would not dare to set their sights on us for the time being. Han Tianhai pondered for a moment before continuing. Master Uncle once mentioned that cultivators in the tribulation stage seldom engage in conflict, as excessive killing would affect the tribulation. Are you suggesting that tribulation cultivators may not necessarily take action? Precisely. Have you not noticed that since Master Uncle's breakthrough a millennium ago, he has refrained from taking action? Zhonghuan nodded slowly, and Han Tianhai continued. Their perspective is no longer limited to the trivialities of the falling sunset continent. Zhonghuan rolled her eyes, as if the falling sunset continent is truly insignificant. If it is so small, then why don't you lead a team to attend the falling sunset gathering? At this moment, Han Changkong had completed his meditation and slowly rose to his feet. Disciple Han Changkong pays respects to the sect master. By heavens, the sect master is here? Zhonghuan exclaimed, recalling that the sect master was a great ascendant cultivator. However, Zhonghuan then questioned, Changkong, how is it that you are able to cultivate using poison pills? Han Changkong, possessing a modern mindset, remained calm in the face of adversity, believing that if a problem could not be solved, it was best to let it be. Indeed. Why am I able to cultivate using poison pills? Han Tianhai's eyelids twitched as he scrutinized Han Changkong, but found no discernible clues after a lengthy examination. Changkong, how did you come to know that you could cultivate using poison pills? Upon hearing the sect master's inquiry, Han Changkong adopted a pitiful expression. It's a long story. I initially contemplated giving up entirely, he lamented his plight. After listening to Han Changkong's lengthy discourse, Han Tianhai fell into contemplation. This Meng junior sister is not the sort to act in such a manner. Han Changkong has not betrayed the sect at all, and he remains a valuable asset to the Inquiry Sword Peak. How has he fallen into such dire straits? He turned to transmit a message to Meng Kailang but suddenly recalled that she was still unconscious. Letting out a long sigh at it seemed that retrieving Han Changkong back to the Inquiry Sword Peak was impossible. Having experienced so much, the senior brothers had regarded this individual as a thorn in their side. Now that Han Changkong had merely attained the Qi refinement stage, returning would undoubtedly make him a target. Furthermore, the elder forces of Inquiry Sword Peak would surely seek ways to eliminate him. He promptly transmitted his thoughts to Zhonghuan, sharing his concerns. Han Changkong observed the two exchanging messages before him, a look of confusion on his face. I say, could you refrain from whispering behind my back? Look at the color of Peak Master Zhong's face. It's positively flushed. And why does Sect Master Han appear so exuberant? Finally, their secret conversation concluded with an extremely reluctant nod from Zhonghuan. Changkong, since you have already recovered, you should remain at the Inquiry Pill Peak and take Zhonghuan as your master. Upon hearing Han Tianhai's words, each person's gaze shifted dramatically. Shangguan Shui displayed excitement. Zhonghuan appeared awkward, while Han Changkong looked bewildered, quickly shifting to a countenance of joy. Wow, this is like latching onto a great benefactor. He promptly knelt. Disciple Han Changkong pays respects to my master. Though Zhonghuan was a cultivator of the integration stage, she found herself flustered by the turn of events. Get up. Yes, master. An unexpected silence enveloped the scene, as Zhonghuan pondered whether Meng junior sister would be furious upon learning of this. At that moment, Han Tianhai's voice resonated in her ear. What are you dawdling for? Present him with a welcoming gift. After all, he is a cultivator of the integration stage. Is this the extent of your composure? Oh, right, the welcoming gift. However, Han Changkong had previously been a sword cultivator, and Inquiry Pill Peak was primarily focused on alchemy. There was little he could offer that would be of significance. Changkong, I am unsure of what you may lack. Why not tell me what you desire? Wow, this is quite generous, truly. One cannot help but feel inferior in comparison. Reflecting on Meng Kailang, he replied, Master, I lack nothing, but perhaps a few tens of thousands of pills would suffice. He quickly added, any pills will do. I am not picky, and I also wish to retreat to the Thunder Pool for a period. Upon hearing this, Han Tianhai's eyelids twitched again. Ahem, junior sister, I have matters to attend to at Inquiry Peak. I must take my leave. With that, he vanished in an instant. leaving Han Changkong staring blankly in his wake. Zhong Wan looked at Han Changkong's expression, feeling an urge to strike him. Yet, she quickly composed herself. What kind of master strikes their disciple on the first day? I shall wait until tomorrow to properly instruct him, perhaps in a manner that will leave him unable to move for a month. What do you need so many pills for? To eat, of course. Dio, you think you can consume that many pills? Of course, poison pills are included. Zhong Wan had already encountered far too many incredulous events today. First, Zhuo Liang from Inquiry Sword Peak, then Han Changkong's recovery, followed by the revelation that he could cultivate using poison pills. Have I offended Inquiry Sword Peak in my past life? Shangguan Shui, you are to take Han Changkong to the storeroom to retrieve 20,000 first-tier poison pills and 10,000 second-tier ones. After some hesitation, add 200 third-tier pills to that. Yes, master. When do you plan to head to the Thunder Pool for cultivation? As soon as I acquire the pills. Zhong Wan was taken aback. Did this lad somehow know that she intended to strike him tomorrow? She then remarked, you joined Inquiry Pill Peak, I presume, with the intention of accessing the Thunder Pool. Master, your insights are truly profound. You even discern this minor scheme. If you cannot flatter, then do not attempt it. She feigned indifference. Hurry along now. I will have Shangguan Shui escort you. She hastily urged the two to depart, for she was on the verge of losing her composure. What sort of disciple demands tens of thousands of pills as a welcoming gift? Yet, since the sect master has pledged full support, it is not entirely disconcerting. Fortunately, they are all unsellable poison pills. So the loss is manageable. At Inquiry Sword Peak, Swashidi inquired, what has caused the sudden onset of poison? With the assistance of 3 senior brothers and sisters, the toxins were eventually expelled. After all, they were all Yuanian cultivators, and the effects of the third-tier poison were not overly severe. Senior sister, I too wish to understand the reason behind this. Zhuo Liang spoke weakly. Chapter 19. A Fortuitous Misunderstanding? Upon hearing this, the senior sister furrowed her brow. Did you offend anyone recently? She was well aware of Zhuo Liang's disposition, which exuded an air of superiority wherever he went, dismissing all except for a select few senior brothers and personal disciples. Senior sister, I have not offended anyone. As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze and recounted the incident at the exchange pavilion to the 3 individuals present. Huang Kuan was aware of this matter and firmly believed that Han Changkong was not to blame. However, upon hearing this, Wen Jiruo's fury flared. You wretched fool, how could you be so malicious? Wang Yiding interjected, when junior sister, even if Changkong could restore his body, he has only attained the qi refinement stage. How could he possibly harm Zhuo Liang? The crux of the matter was that even Zhuo Liang himself did not believe it. His desire to eliminate Han Changkong stemmed solely from the embarrassment he felt. Yet, the poison affecting him could not possibly have been orchestrated by a mere qi refinement cultivator. Nonetheless, Wen Jiruo remained adamant. Senior brother, since this waste has departed, has Inquiry Sword Peak enjoyed any peace? First, it was Chu Tianxiao, now it is Zhuo Liang. Who will be next? Upon hearing this, the 2 senior brothers exchanged glances, recognizing the mystical elements at play in the cultivation world. They could not help but shift their focus back to Han Changkong. Suddenly, Huang Kuan had a realization. Everyone, I have indeed discovered something concerning Han Changkong. Even if there are abnormalities, the means involved could not possibly be executed by a mere qi refinement cultivator. Senior sister, let us first allow second senior brother to finish his explanation. Wen Jiruo's thoughts were straightforward. She simply did not wish for Han Changkong to have an easy time of it. Can a waste truly rise again? What a joke. Huang Kuan continued. Han Changkong sold the Qiushui sword back to the exchange pavilion, subsequently exchanging it for 11,000 body refinement pills. Wen Jiruo immediately seized the crux of the matter. What would a qi refinement cultivator need with so many body refinement pills? Can he eat them? Wang Yiding was equally astonished. What does he require with these 10,000 body refinement pills? This waste had ventured into forbidden territory and must have learned of a certain powerful formation. Channeling the efficacy of the body refinement pills into Zhuo Liang's body, as the pieces fell into place, they were taken aback. Who would have thought that this love-struck girl could come so close to the truth? Moreover, the poison in Zhuo Liang's body was indeed accumulated from the body refinement pills. Without a substantial quantity of these pills, How could Zhuo Liang have sustained such severe injuries? Had Han Changkong been privy to this conversation, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Genius, junior sister, this is merely your speculation. Fear not, senior sister. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Second senior brother and I will investigate accordingly." With that, the group set about their tasks. Wang Yiting remained behind to keep an eye on their master. Alas, Inquiry Sword Peak is truly in a precarious position. Meanwhile, outside Ming Keilang's cave, they began their meditative practices. At Inquiry Pill Peak, in the outer disciple quarters. Two elders inquired, "Is this truly Han Changkong's dwelling? He left early this morning and has yet to return." Huang Kuan spoke with a sinister expression. "Where has he gone?" "I don't know, senior. He merely mentioned needing to enter seclusion." When Jiruo replied, taken aback, "Seclusion? Brother, could it be that he has fled?" It seemed this matter was indeed connected to him. Otherwise, why would he run away? Instantly, a murderous intent surged within the two of them. At the edge of the thunder pool, Han Changkong was momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? He then fixed his gaze on Wen Jiruo, contemplating Huang Kuan's name. This can't be discovered. Although Huang Kuan was treacherous, he certainly lacked the intellect for such a scheme. Wen Jiruo, that woman had a wildly imaginative mind. Could it be that she is merely speculating? He glanced at the numbers preceding their names. 8. Was this an indication of their murderous intent towards him? Zhuo Liang was at 9. These two were at 8. Very well. Considering we are fellow disciples, I shall spare your lives. However, you shall still taste some suffering. Should the murderous intent escalate to 9, I would have no choice but to ACT.IT would be quite fortunate to have two Yuan Ing stage practitioners as sparring partners. He swiftly consumed a body-refining pill followed by a second-tier poison pill. Intending to make the two suffer for a few days, he then prepared to approach the edge of the thunder pool for a trial. I haven't attended to Chu Tianxiao for quite some time. Subsequently, he closed off all connections, leaving only Chu Tianxiao. Han Changkong then gradually moved toward the edge of the thunder pool. Sizzling. What a delightful sensation. The next moment, he leapt out of the thunder pool's range, eyes wide in horror as he gazed at Chu Tianxiao's energy bar. What on earth? It just dropped by half in an instant. He could not dare to test it further. After all, this was a promising talent utilizing his blood essence for longevity. If he were to perish, how many cultivators would he need to replace him? Moreover, he wasn't an evil cultivator and couldn't engage in such acts. Strongest revenge system. Chu Tianxiao, closed. Li Guan, closed. Gu Kaijun, closed. 9 Zhuo Liang, closed. 8 Wen Jiruo, closed. 8 Huang Kuan, closed. He then observed Gu Saijuan's energy bar. Only half? He decided to include Li Guan as well. Point 1 at Foundation Establishment and another at Golden Core should suffice. I have truly exhausted myself over these individuals today. He then entered the thunder pool to commence body refining. Second senior, we found no formation in that useless one's dwelling. He must be controlling things from his secluded location. Yes, such matters cannot be conducted openly. Suddenly, the two exchanged glances. Could it be, brother? This? Let's first return to Wanjian Peak and discuss. With that, the two hastened towards Wanjian Peak. Senior sister, help! Wang Yiting was momentarily taken aback. What has caused such panic? She approached and noticed the two were exhibiting signs of poisoning. A probe of her spiritual sense revealed it was not severe. You two, sit down and circulate your energy to expel the poison. Why the rush? The two were momentarily stunned, realizing the sudden onset of the toxin had startled them. They had feared the toxin would persistently recur. Yet, within half an hour, they expelled the poison from their bodies, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. However, both were preoccupied with unease, knowing this matter was far from over. At that moment, all disciples of Wanjian Peak were dispatched to search for Han Changkong's whereabouts, for no one was aware that Han Changkong had become a disciple of Zhong Wan. 10 days later. At Wanjian Peak, Master, you must take charge for us. Meng Keilang stared blankly at the remaining 3 disciples, her heart in turmoil. Zhuo Liang lay on the bed, clinging to life. Huang Kuan and Wen Jiruo had pallid faces, clearly showing signs of poisoning, albeit not severe. The only one who seemed relatively normal was Wang Yiting. Do you not find this matter to be utterly absurd? But master, after we sought out that useless one, we too fell victim to poisoning. At the mention of useless, Meng Keilang felt a twinge of annoyance. Han Changkong has already joined Wendan Peak as a personal disciple. It is evident that this was arranged by the sect leader to preserve face, which is why it has not been publicly announced. Enough. You incessantly refer to him as useless. What kind of decorum is that? But master, that useless Han Changkong exchanged for over 10,000 body-refining pills. Does that not serve as proof? Upon hearing this, Meng Keilang slowly responded, Han Changkong has now formally entered the ranks of Wendan Peak. The three were momentarily taken aback. Master, but wasn't Han Changkong deemed useless? When Jiruo expressed disbelief, the sect leader has stated that Han Changkong has fully recovered and his foundational skills are quite commendable. Huang Kuan and Wen Jiruo were internally astonished. Everyone was aware of Han Changkong's cultivation talent. He had entered cultivation the latest among the disciples of Wanjian Peak, while the senior sister was already in the early Yuan-Ing stage. Yet, Han Changkong had advanced from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of Yuan-Ing, while the senior sister had only reached the late Yuan-Ing stage. Realizing this, the two were engulfed in panic. During the 10 years when Han Changkong was without cultivation, they had not shied away from offending him. Often gravely so. Should Han Changkong regain his cultivation, would they not face a whirlwind of revenge? At this thought, Wen Jiruo's murderous intent intensified. Master, even if Han Changkong has joined Wendan Peak, we cannot dismiss the suspicion surrounding the poisoning. Huang Kuan quickly added, Indeed, Master. Han Changkong must have sought vengeance against junior brothers Wu Yang. There has always been tension between them. The senior sister, Wang Yiting, found the statement absurd. Is it not normal for brothers to have conflicts? Must it reach the point of wanting to kill each other? Huang Kuan and Wen Jiruo felt a chill in their hearts. Initially, they had merely intended to drive Han Changkong away. However, he had stubbornly stayed within the peak, leading them and Zhuo Yang to conspire against him. Ultimately, Han Changkong had fallen gravely ill and departed from Wanjian Peak. Unbeknownst to them, Han Changkong had already perished at their hands. I can comprehend your targeting him when he was devoid of cultivation. Meng Keilang coldly interjected. However, now he is a personal disciple of Wendan Peak, holding a status equivalent to yours. What grounds do you have to target him? Furthermore, the fact that Han Changkong exchanged for so many body-refining pills indicates his intention to refine his body in the Thunder Pool. A mocking smile spread across her face. Dare you venture into that Thunder Pool for body refinement? Wen Jiruo and Huang Kuan were left speechless. The Thunder Pool was not a place for mere mortals. It could either lead to great success in body refinement or result in death. Even the body cultivators of Wanjian Peak dared to enter only after reaching the Yuan-Ing stage. At that moment, Wen Jiruo had developed an extreme thought. Master, when junior brother Zhuo was poisoned, Han Changkong had not yet entered the Thunder Pool. But in the next instant, both Wen Jiruo and Huang Kuan's bodies were suddenly covered in numerous wounds. The scent of roasted flesh wafting through the air. Who? Meng Keilang instantly expanded her spiritual sense throughout Wanjian Peak. Which lowly wretch dares to wreak havoc within my Wanjian Peak? The unusual occurrences at Wanjian Peak quickly alerted all the elders and officials. Master Meng, what is happening? Several elders of Wanjian Peak inquired in unison. They then noticed the severely injured disciples on the ground. Is this the result of thunder damage? Meng Keilang's gaze turned murderous as she fixed her eyes on the elders. Elders, someone has dared to attack my Peak Master's Hall, and you have shown no response whatsoever? The elders were momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, this woman is seeking trouble with us. However, Meng Keilang's combat prowess was formidable. They were unable to confront her. They could only respond, Peak Master, we have not sensed any abnormalities. At this moment, the sect leader Han Tianhai gradually withdrew his spiritual sense. Sister, remain calm. There is more to this matter than meets the eye. Brother, do you believe I would inflict such injuries upon these two? Han Tianhai frowned at the condition of the two disciples. Clearly, they have been harmed by thunder-type spells. Meng Keilang does not practice thunder magic. If this were an external ambush, there would be traces left behind. If it were a tribulation attack, then it would likely be Meng Keilang lying incapacitated on the ground. At that moment, Zhongwan arrived in a daze. Staring at the two on the ground, she immediately began to examine their wounds. Although these injuries are from thunder, Why is there not a trace of thunder magic energy? Upon hearing this, the others began to scrutinize closely. Meng Keilang's heart sank. Could it be divine punishment? Why has heaven targeted Wanjian Peak in such a manner? Noticing Meng Keilang's unusual demeanor, Han Tianhai slowly spoke, "Sister, you should take some time to rest. Allow the disciples to handle matters within the peak." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhong Wan, who had been signaling him with her eyes, finally realized that only Wang Yiting remained as a personal disciple of Wanjian Peak. Good heavens, I misspoke. He quickly corrected himself. Wang Yiting, you shall temporarily be in charge of all affairs within the peak. Subsequently, a communication stone floated over. Please keep this communication stone safe. If there are any issues, do not hesitate to inform me. Alas, the disciples of Wen Jianfeng have been rendered entirely ineffective. There remains but one lone survivor, and we must provide unwavering support. Wen Danfeng, the Thunder Pool, goodness. I almost met my own demise. The lightning in this core area is ferociously intense. Han Changkong sat nearby, his face displaying trepidation. Just moments ago, he had expended one foundational cultivation and one golden elixir. As a result, the foundational cultivator Li Guan had vanished in an instant. Diu Kai Jun surprisingly succumbed within less than 2 breaths. Fortunately, he promptly enlisted the aid of the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Huang Kuan and Wenji Ruo. Otherwise, he would have had no time to withdraw. Observing the remaining energy levels of Han Kuan and Wenji Ruo, which were barely half, Han Changkong was drenched in cold sweat. The physique of a sword cultivator is indeed fragile. Had it been a disciple from Wen Wu Feng, they could have easily withstood the onslaught for a while. It seems prudent to remain in the intermediary area for the time being, for daring to venture into the core zone is out of the question. Thus, Han Changkong commenced an unconventional method of cultivation. He utilized the longevity secret technique by employing Chu Tian Shao, while the thunder body refinement was handled by Huang Kuan and Wenji Ruo. For medicinal assistance, he relied on Zhuo Yang. How truly affectionate these brothers are in the blink of an eye. A year had passed. During this time, Han Changkong was busily engaged in the thunder pool. Mornings were dedicated to body refinement using the thunder, afternoons to consuming elixirs for enhancement, and evenings were reserved for occasional body training and the longevity secret technique to advance his cultivation. Since this retreat was primarily for the purpose of body refinement, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. He could have entered the foundation establishment realm. However, the previous Han Changkong was hindered by a frail physique, which became his Achilles heel. Consequently, a significant portion of his training time was devoted to tempering his body. Thus, his greatest progress was in physical strength. Now, when he threw a punch, it carried an inherent lightning attribute. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would likely struggle to withstand the force of his blow. There was no need to cultivate spells, as he inherently possessed that ability, apart from his inability to fly. He now felt akin to a humanoid tank. As his medicinal supplies dwindled, he realized he needed to venture out to exchange for more elixirs. Furthermore, he had heard that the sect competition was about to commence, and he was eager to test his strength. Meanwhile, the trio at Wen Jianfeng were living each day as if it were an eternity. Huang Kuan and Wenji Ruo endured lightning strikes every morning before commencing their healing. Once recovered, they would find themselves injured again by the next morning. Thus, the duo spent the year in a cycle of recovery. Zhuo Yang, on the other hand, had begun to adopt a laid-back attitude. It was merely poison from elixirs, after all. A few days of accumulation could be expunged at once. He felt he was nearing immunity to the elixir poison. Chapter 21. The Killing Intent for Love, Sister. Wait a moment. I'm about to be struck. Huang Kuan and Wenji Ruo had prepared themselves to be struck. After waiting for a while, however, they were left puzzled. What is going on? Is today a holiday? Wang Yiting was equally bewildered. I have no idea. Since we haven't been injured today, that's a good thing. Perhaps you won't have to endure any strikes in the future? Upon hearing this, the two were filled with joy. All right, let us discuss serious matters. For this sect competition, if there are any promising qi refinement seeds, we should try to keep them in the inner sect. Are you planning to take on disciples? Sister? Wang Yiting nodded slowly. That I intend to break through to the peak of the nascent soul realm and prepare for the transformation into the God realm. The two exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. If their elder sister could achieve the God realm, their lineage would be stabilized. Then let us wish for your success. They promptly began to prepare for the upcoming sect competition. When Danfeng's Grand Hall. Master, I would like some elixirs for cultivation. The figure seated at the head, Zhongwan, looked astonished. In merely a year, you've consumed tens of thousands of elixirs? Master, the Thunder Pool inherently has the effect of refining elixir poison, which accelerates consumption. You should refrain from retreating for the time being. The sect competition starts in a month. You can then participate in the Qi Refinement Group S contest. Han Changkong was taken aback. I wish to establish my foundation. Isn't this a waste of time? Master, I want foundation establishment pills to enter the foundation establishment realm and participate in the competition. You plan to establish your foundation in a month? That should be sufficient. Just enroll me in the foundation establishment group. Realizing this boy was once invincible among his peers, Zhongwan nodded. A match between a foundation establishment, early-stage cultivator, and one at the peak might be challenging, but a late-stage cultivator should pose no significant issue. With a nod, a foundation establishment pill floated towards Han Changkong. Hurry and focus on your retreat. Han Changkong turned to leave the Grand Hall but soon scampered back. Master, which direction is my cave residence? Zhongwan was momentarily speechless. What shall we do? This boy went to the Thunder Pool on his second day of entry and completely forgot about his cave residence. However, he still awaited an answer. It wouldn't be right to say there was no preparation. Just then, Shang Wanshui entered. Master, I need to confirm some details regarding the sect competition. Han senior brother, you're out of your retreat, she remarked, initiating a casual chat with Han Changkong. Cough, cough. Regarding Han Changkong's cave residence, how have you prepared? Upon hearing this, Shang Wanshui was taken aback. Are you trying to make me bear the blame? As a senior sister, a dignified God realm cultivator, must I bear the blame for you every day? Han Changkong, in his anxious state to establish his foundation, had no time for idle talk. Sister, where is my cave residence? I need to hurry and retreat to advance my foundation. Senior brother, your cave residence. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If you wish to retreat to establish your foundation, you need someone to guard you. Go to my cave residence for your retreat. I can help guard you. Han Changkong considered this and found it to be sound reasoning. With the sect competition approaching, Shang Wanshui would indeed have many matters to attend to. Moreover, within the entirety of Wen Danfeng, he only trusted Shang Wanshui. Thus, he replied, I would be grateful for your assistance, junior sister. He followed Shang Wanshui out of the Grand Hall. As they departed, he noticed his master giving him a thumbs up. Look at this, I'm a senior sister, a master of the God realm. Yet, I must personally resolve all matters big and small within the sect. Immediately, Zhongwan began preparing for the cave residence arrangements. However, there were only 5 cave residences designated for direct disciples, and all were currently occupied. Establishing a new cave residence presented no suitable locations. Perhaps she could create one near her own cave? It seemed there was no other choice. Han Changkong and Shang Wanshui strolled and chatted along the way. Sister, sister. Suddenly, a figure rushed over at great speed. It was none other than Mao Shuifeng. Shang Wanshui's fervent admirer. Han Changkong, what are you doing in the inner sect? Why can't I be in the inner sect? All right, Shuifeng, we have matters to attend to. We'll talk later. With that, she didn't continue walking but directly led Han Changkong towards the cave residence. Junior sister, since you find him so bothersome, why not just give him a beating? Senior brother, wouldn't it be better to keep him as a shield? Han Changkong pondered this and found it to be true. There were countless admirers of Shang Wanshui. With Mao Shuifeng around, many potential rivals would be kept at bay. Before long, they arrived at the cave residence. You may retreat. I will meditate in the hall, understood. Without hesitation, Han Changkong sat down on the soft mat. 3 days later. Senior brother, you broke through to the foundation establishment so quickly? Shang Wanshui looked at Han Changkong in disbelief. Junior sister, isn't it normal to break through quickly when recultivating? This statement indeed held merit. The two then exited the cave residence simultaneously. However, Han Changkong was taken aback to see a familiar name appear on the system panel, Mao Shuifeng. What the heck? Why does this guy suddenly want to kill me? He brushed it off and followed Shang Wanshui to the sect leader's grand hall. In the distance, Mao Shuifeng's face contorted with rage. His heart was seething with fury. The pair of dog lovers, a lecherous couple. 3 days. They've been together for 3 whole days. Shangguan Shui, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Han Changkong, I will surely kill you. Die in the grand hall of Wen Danfeng. It's good that you've broken through. There's only a month left. You must hasten your training. Upon hearing Zhong Wan's words, Han Changkong promptly responded, Master, do not worry. I will secure a good ranking. As long as he could showcase his invincibility among peers during the Falling Sunset Grand event. Some rival sects would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. At that time, he would in the following month. It was evident that Mao Shuifeng's situation was utterly bleak, having received Han Changkong's special attention. This incident even drew the attention of Zhong Wan and Han Tianhai, junior sister. Could this be contagious? Han Tianhai expressed his concerns. Zhong Wan was also filled with anxiety. The example of Wen Jianfeng loomed large. Now, it was Wen Danfeng's turn. How could one not be fearful, Brother Han? You must help me, junior sister. How can you say that? If I had a solution, would Wen Jianfeng have ended up in such a state? At this moment, the ailing Mao Shuifeng, covered in elixir poison, weakly spoke. Sect leader, master, am I beyond salvation? Suddenly, Zhong Wan recounted the matter concerning Jianfeng to him. Mao Xiefeng was instantly taken aback, kneeling in agitation on the ground. Master, you must save me. I believe there is still hope for redemption. If there were a way, would I not rescue you? Soon after, a gentle surge of spiritual energy rendered Mao Xiefeng unconscious. Senior brother, shall we simply allow this situation to unfold? At this moment, Han Tianhai wore an expression of helplessness. The crux of the matter lay in its bizarre nature, leaving them without any leads. He had nearly sought out the Grand Elder over this issue, but ultimately refrained. As the Master had once said that only in dire circumstances of life and death could one approach him. Junior Sister Zhong, the disciples currently facing issues are not in immediate mortal danger. They are merely enduring hardships. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Chapter 22. The first through 3 punches? I do not fear offending you, junior sister, but I observe that those afflicted within our sect are fundamentally lacking in purity of intention. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wan fell into deep thought. It was true that her disciple, Mao Xiefeng, exhibited some troubling behaviors, often engaging in clandestine activities. However, she had watched him grow and felt a certain attachment. Nevertheless, senior brother's words must carry some weight. What leads you to this conclusion? Han Tianhai adjusted his words. Why have the individuals who questioned Jianfeng encountered misfortune, while only Meng Shimi's senior disciple, Wang Yiding, remains unscathed? Wang Yiding, with her upright disposition, was indeed a promising talent. Precisely, it is because she harbors no guilt in her heart that this poisoning affair has not befallen her. Zhong Wan's expression turned peculiar as she responded. Senior brother, could this be some form of curse? I suspect it may be related to the Asking Heaven Sword. Zhong Wan drew a sharp breath. The Asking Heaven Sword was the very sword that established their sect. It is precisely because it is the sect's founding sword that certain aspects elude our understanding. Moreover, if this sword does not recognize its master, it remains a mere mundane blade. Yet, once it acknowledges its master, it transcends into an unparalleled celestial sword. Alas, the only one capable of claiming it, Han Changkong, has been forcibly severed from his destiny. Junior sister, I have recently observed the Asking Heaven Sword and discovered that your Wang Yiding is able to resonate with it to some extent. Zhong Wan's eyes sparkled. Does this mean Wang Yiding has the potential to claim this sword? The implications were staggering. If Wang Yiding were to possess it and break through to the transformation stage, she could indeed become the foremost among the younger generation. For now, only Meng Shimi, you, and I are privy to this information. It must not be disclosed. Rest assured, senior brother. The two then vanished from Mao Xiefeng's abode. This integrated cultivator had lived for several millennia and had witnessed countless events. Losing a disciple was but a trivial matter. Furthermore, senior brother mentioned that this incident was connected to the Asking Heaven Sword, and those suffering were primarily disciples of questionable intentions. This conveniently aided me in cleansing the Dan Peak. It would save me from taking matters into my own hands. If Han Changkong were to learn of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly be astonished. The imaginative capacity of such experts was indeed extraordinary. Upon returning to the main hall of the sect, Han Tianhai wore a grim expression. With merely a few nascent soul disciples, the grand enterprise of the Asking Dao sect far outweighed such losses. There were far too many nascent soul disciples. What he truly worried about were those at the transformation, void refinement, or even integration stages. These individuals were the true backbone of the Asking Dao sect, and losing even one would be a deep sorrow. I can only take it one step at a time. The Windan Peak Square. Today marked the day of the internal competition. All disciples of Windan Peak had gathered. Opposite the competition stage stood a high platform, where the Peak Master, Zhong Wan, was stationed at its center, flanked by 8 elders. The elders' cultivation levels varied. The highest was at the initial stage of integration, while the lowest was at void refinement. These individuals were primarily reclusive cultivators, either dedicated to arduous training or obsessed with alchemy. Rarely making appearances, however, today they had to present themselves, as they all sought to recruit promising disciples. As the voice of the inner sect's transformation stage manager echoed, the grand competition commenced. First came the Qi refining group matches, with participants predominantly at the late stage to peak stage of Qi refinement. Next was the Foundation Establishment Group. At this moment, Han Changkong stood upon the platform, facing an inner sect disciple. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Han Changkong offered a slight bow. The match began. Bang! The inner sect disciple was sent flying. One punch? Am I seeing things? The elders atop the high platform were equally astonished. They naturally recognized Han Changkong. This young man, having resumed his cultivation, was still as formidable as ever. Indeed, it seems his combat style has shifted from before. Yes, I have noticed that as well. Previously, he relied on sword techniques and spells. But now it is all about his fists. The elders conversed amongst themselves regarding Han Changkong's fighting style. Previously, he had participated in various grand competitions since his Qi refining days, and they had all witnessed his combat style firsthand. The matches continued. Bang! Another disciple was sent flying. Zhong Wan was taken aback. That was merely a foundation establishment initial stage disciple you sent flying with a single punch. I can understand that. But now? This is a foundation establishment late stage disciple. Have you taken some elixir? The decisive battle ensued. Unsurprisingly, Han Changkong sent a peak foundation establishment disciple tumbling backward, spitting blood from a single punch. Why apologies? I did not control my strength. He hurriedly stepped forward to apologize, believing that the peak foundation establishment disciple should have been able to withstand half of his strength. However, once his fist connected, he realized his miscalculation. Han Changkong, first place in the foundation establishment group. He then returned to his own disciples' camp. I say, Senior Brother Han, was that first place due to your opponents going easy on you? Shangguan Shui inquired with a look of confusion. Indeed, I offered each of them 500 spirit stones. Really? Shangguan Shui's face was filled with admiration. The nearby direct disciples also looked up to Han Changkong. Senior Brother Han, you are truly impressive, not even needing a magical artifact, just one punch for each. Yes, Senior Brother Han, I would like to learn your sword techniques next time. I wonder if you have the time? These direct disciples did not dare to underestimate him, as Zhong Wan had already made it abundantly clear that Han Changkong had fully healed and was advancing even faster than before. Additionally, Han Changkong's mastery of spells and sword techniques was not to be taken lightly. This news spread through the Asking Dao sect like wildfire. However, Zhong Wan's inadvertent revelation inadvertently saved many, as those who sought to target Han Changkong abandoned their intentions. Consequently, during the subsequent month of the sect's grand competition, the situation unfolded as follows. Senior Brother Han, I concede. I am not your match. Senior Brother Han, I am feeling unwell today. Let us battle another day. There was even one peculiar individual who, upon stepping onto the stage, had the elder announce the start of the match, only to be instantly sent flying, spitting blood. Senior Brother Han is indeed formidable. I concede. The elders atop the high platform could no longer bear to watch. Yet, they also acknowledged that Han Changkong, at the foundation establishment stage, indeed possessed the qualifications to dominate. The key was that he was currently only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Sending a peak foundation establishment disciple flying with a single punch, What reasoning could one apply to such a person? However, the Foundation establishment disciples of Jian Feng felt somewhat embarrassed upon seeing Han Changkong, as he had once been their sect's pride, but now seemed to have been left behind. Atop the high platform, Meng Kailang displayed a blank expression. Han Tianhai had been secretly observing her, hoping she would not be provoked into a fit of anger. However, she appeared unfazed. Meng Kailang's thoughts were quite simple. Since Han Changkong showed promise at Windan Peak, it would be beneficial for him to remain there. All for the sake of the sect. Without any surprises, Han Changkong secured first place in the Foundation Establishment Group, representing the Asking Dao sect at the Falling Clouds Grand Assembly. At this moment, Han Changkong wore a look of disbelief. I won the competition with just 3 punches, and this is during the internal competition. When it comes to the grand competition of the entire sect, I haven't even had to lift a finger, yet I am in first place. This is simply absurd. Moreover, the Falling Clouds Grand Assembly is still a year and a half away. Why then? I might have already reached the Golden Core stage. How will I even participate? Will I join the Golden Core group? Then who will compete in the Foundation Establishment group? Soon, a remarkable plan began to take shape in Han Changkong's mind. Since I must incur enmity, I might as well aim for something grand. Chapter 23. Lu Changqing, a demon? The Yin Ghost sect within the gathering in great formation. Chu Tianxiao slowly withdrew from his meditation. With a face full of resentment, he remarked, Master, that lightning bolt directly struck my cultivation down to the initial stage of the Golden Core. If I find out who did this, I will surely make them pay. Having toiled hard in his cultivation, he was on the verge of achieving Golden Core perfection, only to be abruptly reduced to the initial stage of the Golden Core. Furthermore, he felt that the energy within his body was depleting at an accelerated rate each night, leading to a situation where he could no longer afford to neglect his training. Tenxiao, you must seize the time to cultivate in a year's time. We will depart for the Falling Clouds Grand Assembly. As long as you place in the top 3, you will receive a treasure that can swiftly help you gather in evil energy, spoke the old ghost solemnly. Master, the disciple understands. Suddenly, the figure of the old ghost vanished. Chu Tianxiao let out a long sigh. Alas, although ghost cultivators are immortal and indestructible, the cost of cultivation is excessively high. His body relies entirely on his cultivation to sustain it. However, his master once mentioned that upon reaching the transformation stage, one could reshape their physical form. He must seize the time to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to attend any grand events. With this thought in mind, he resumed his fervent practice. At this moment, within the cave dwelling of a direct disciple of the Windan Peak, Han Changkong lay sprawled on a lounge chair. He had spent several days crafting this chair, modeled after the beach chairs of his previous life. Ah, how comfortable it is. This is truly the life of a celestial being. Reflecting on the former occupant of this body, every day was filled with fighting and injuries. Engaging in chi refining led to challenging opponents far beyond his level. And what was the outcome? He still met his demise. Thus, one must cherish oneself and steer clear of strife. Just look at me. My enemies have all been dealt with before even showing their faces. Han Shixiang, came a familiar voice, unmistakably that of Shangguan Shui. What business does this woman have, incessantly visiting me? With a loud crash, the door of the cave dwelling swung open. Han Changkong promptly moved his lounge chair outside, then leisurely reclined, a glass of chilled watermelon juice in hand. What are you doing? Not practicing? Han Changkong cast a glance her way. Indeed, she was a beauty, at least on par with a goddess from his past life. Han Shixiang, let us go out and have some fun. What is there to enjoy? It's dangerous outside, don't joke. With such glaring loopholes in my current system, I can't afford to wander carelessly. Rest assured, there's no danger, just in our Windazong S market. Han Changkong was taken aback. Indeed, it seemed relatively safe, especially with such a formidable transformation realm cultivator present. However, he was curious about what a transformation cultivator would do in the market. What do you need to do there? Surely there's nothing useful for you in the market. I heard the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is hosting an auction, featuring a lady's magical robe. Ah? As expected, only clothing and accessories possess such allure for women. It never changes. Nonetheless, Han Changkong still had no desire to go. If all went as expected, he would likely encounter troublesome matters. I want to go. Let the other shitty accompany you. Saying this, he turned over, presenting his back to Shangguan Shui. Hey, I heard the Saintess of Qingyun sect, the Saintess of Piamiao sect, and the Saintess of Tianshuang sect. Wait a moment. Han Changkong interjected. Are you testing me with this? Do you think I am that sort of person? I, a promising young successor of the new century, would be swayed by mere beauty. Quite the jest. When does it start? In 2 hours. Swish, Han Changkong dashed into the cave dwelling, and moments later, he emerged, now clad in a new Taoist robe. Don't mind the details. When going out with a junior sister, I cannot lose face, can I? Thus, the two set off directly. Primarily, Han Changkong was flying too slowly. Throughout the journey, Shangguan Shui led him along. Junior sister, give me some face and change your posture. Oh. Only then did Shangguan Shui set Han Changkong down from under her arm. At the Gathering Treasure Pavilion's auction site, Han Changkong asked, is that the Saintess of Piamiao sect ahead? Although he was a prodigy of Windazong, he had yet to reach the transformation stage, thus lacking opportunities to meet these sect elites. The Saintess and Saint sons were the heirs to the next generation of sect leaders, indeed, and the one beside her is the Saintess of Qingyun sect. Does Qingyun sect have 2 saintesses? Shangguan Shui was momentarily taken aback. She then looked up, murmuring, how can there be 2 saintesses? Isn't there only one? Han Changkong pointed at a person next to the Saintess, saying, that one there. Moreover, their Taoist robes are quite similar, and they seem very close. Upon seeing the person Han Changkong pointed to, Shangguan Shui's face darkened. That is the saint son of their sect. Han Changkong was astonished. What the heck? This guy is too handsome. Shangguan Shui was dumbfounded, quickly covering Han Changkong's mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. The saint son of Qingyun sect slowly rose and scrutinized Han Changkong, noting his Windazong attire. You are a disciple of Windazong? Why are you speaking ill of us behind our backs? The status of a saint's son, being a direct disciple of the Peak Master, was not to be trifled with. It was akin to that of a vice sect leader. Speaking ill of the saint's son was tantamount to slandering Qingyun sect. This matter could escalate significantly, depending on the other party's attitude. Thus, Shangguan Shui hurriedly explained, this Shixiang of ours is from Windazong's Winden Peak. He spoke hastily just now, and we hope you can forgive him. The saint's son then turned his gaze to Shangguan Shui. I'll give you a chance. Have your junior brother kneel and apologize, and I shall let this matter pass. Shangguan Shui was taken aback. Is he trying to make a serious enemy? At that moment, Han Changkong grew anxious. This fierce woman wouldn't care whether he was a saint's son or not when provoked. Hey, junior sister, don't let him get to you. It's not worth it. Unfortunately, this comment backfired, and the saint's son immediately considered retaliating. However, the saintess interjected, you, a foundation establishment cultivator, dare to call a transformation cultivator your junior sister? The crowd finally realized the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, they were engaging in role reversal. The saint's son looked at them with disdain. Wretched creature, even a foundation establishment disciple is worthy of your attention. How shameless. This remark ignited Shangguan Shui's fury. Han Changkong understood that if he didn't pull this woman back, they would both be in for a beating. I shouldn't have come out. Shangguan Shui's aura gradually locked onto the saint's son. I am Shangguan Shui of Windafeng. I seek your guidance. Killing was out of the question. A fair duel would be overlooked by all Lu Chongqing of Qingyun sect. He then glanced back at Han Changkong, cursing, waste, only capable of hiding behind a woman. Why are you cursing me when you should be fighting? Han Changkong retorted, causing an immediate silence to fall over the scene. Even the saintess of Qingyun sect frowned. At that moment, the system notification finally sounded. Chapter 24, Auction House Poisoning. Congratulations, host. You are now targeted by the Child of Destiny. Me? What's going on? Child of Destiny. So I'm the villain here. Observing Lu Chongqing's palpable murderous intent, Shangguan Shui quickly regained her composure. A duel would not result in death, just injuries. But now, it seemed deadly intent was in the air. Lu Chongqing, don't act recklessly. This is Windazong's territory. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing reigned in his murderous aura. Kid, just you wait. With that, he turned and sat down. This moment. Han Changkong and Shang Guanshui finally settled down as well. Wow, this child of destiny is impressive. His murderous intent is so easily controlled. However, he thought mischievously, tonight, I'll collect some interest. I'll head back to the Thunder Pool to cultivate and make that pretty boy pay. Meanwhile, the Saintess of Qingyun's sect cast a deep glance at Han Changkong. Pondering, he is clearly at the nascent soul stage. Why is he only at Foundation establishment now? Did I misjudge? She soon dismissed the thought. The Saint Sun was her competitor, and there were many underhanded dealings between them. Thus, this matter had nothing to do with her. After a brief interval, the auction officially commenced. In truth, this auction was primarily beneficial to cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Higher-tier items were typically traded within the various sections. Therefore, these sect elites were also drawn to that lady's magical robe. As the auctioneer atop the platform noticed the expressions of the elites furrowing, he finally presented the lady's magical robe. Han Changkong was immediately taken aback. It was indeed beautiful. A white robe, pure and flawless like snow, glimmering softly with a gentle sheen, adorned with exquisite silver embroidery. Junior sister, you would look stunning in that. Han Changkong spoke the truth. The robe would undoubtedly suit Shang Guanshui beautifully, but he wondered if he had enough spirit stones. How many spirit stones did you bring? 200,000. Clatter. Han Changkong plopped down onto the ground, astonished. How much? He then whispered, Junior sister, where did you acquire so many spirit stones? From my earnings. I know you're an alchemist, but it's impossible to have amassed so many spirit stones. Shang Guanshui mysteriously replied. That Mao Xiefeng was poisoned, and my master had me treat him. You know I dislike that person, so I charged a treatment fee. What is wrong with that? But Mao Xiefeng doesn't he have that many spirit stones? Does he? Exactly. So I introduced him to Zhang Hongguang from the exchange pavilion. Han Changkong instantly comprehended the situation. They had sold off all of their magical artifacts, if magical artifacts were included in the equation. The figures and spirit stones would be quite comparable. Typically, a standard Yuanying cultivator requires an enormous amount of resources for their training. Without a windfall, their savings would hover around 20,000 spirit stones. However, with the artifacts sold, the amount should be nearly 100,000. Moreover, that rascal Mao Xiefeng is a pill master, making him wealthier than an ordinary Yuanying cultivator. He couldn't help but silently mourn for Mao Xiefeng for 3 seconds in his heart. Junior sister, I still have over 20,000 here. You can just call the price when the time comes. All right, I'll pay you back in a few days. Just then, a commotion erupted from the auction stage. This robe, though lacking any extraordinary function, was personally crafted by the Qingxi fairy, and furthermore, it was her final creation. The crowd below erupted into a flurry of excitement. Han Changkong recalled the details he knew about the Qingxi fairy. She was a solitary cultivator, indeed the strongest in history, and by now, she should have ascended to the tribulation stage. Her only passion lay in crafting various magical robes. Han Changkong even speculated whether the Qingxi fairy had traversed from the Blue Star. What could a formidable tribulation stage expert possibly desire to do but design clothing? The auctioneer continued. The Qingxi fairy is likely preparing for her ascension. The crowd erupted once more. All right, as per usual. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones. 55,000. Immediately, someone in the crowd raised the bid. 60,000. 110,000. The price climbed swiftly. 18 million. The bidder was surprisingly Lu Chongqing. What the heck? They say he is not a gender-bending person, yet why is he buying this robe? Junior sister, bid. Shang Guanshui bit her lip. 20,000. Observing Lu Chongqing's intent to raise the bid, Han Changkong felt a pang of urgency. He swiftly took out 5 slow-down pills and consumed them in an instant, staring intently at Lu Chongqing. It was the first time he witnessed his adversary fall victim to something. Surprisingly, it was quite thrilling. Then, he saw Lu Chongqing's internal spiritual power become chaotic, sitting there motionless. 20,000. First call, 20,000. Second call, 20,000. Third call. Sold. Junior sister, hurry and pay. Hee. Shang Guanshui was momentarily stunned. Is that it? She then hurriedly dashed off to settle the payment and collect the item. Meanwhile, the members of the Qingyun sect noticed Lu Chongqing's abnormality and promptly assisted in expelling the poison. Han Changkong observed Lu Chongqing while keeping an eye on his energy bar, privately marveling at the prowess of a transformation stage cultivator. Although the third-tier pills could incapacitate him for a brief moment, the energy bar showed no signs of movement. Moreover, as the Son of Destiny, it would likely be quite difficult to eliminate him. It seemed he needed to devise a method to torment him a bit. After a dozen breaths, Lu Chongqing regained his composure. An elder from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion arrived, as the Holy Sun had encountered issues under their watch. An explanation was necessary. I asked this how the Gathering Treasure Pavilion protects its guests. The Holy Maiden spoke coldly. Her intent was not to defend Lu Chongqing, but as a Holy Maiden, did Qingyun's sect wish to lose face? Subsequently, the manager of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion offered various apologies. In the end, they compensated with a substantial amount of spirit stones as medical fees before Qingyun's sect relented. Han Changkong was taken aback. Wow, indeed the Son of Destiny. Going out for a stroll, getting poisoned once, and ending up with 500,000 spirit stones. One could say I contributed half of that, right? Am I not just aiding the enemy? He realized he had to devise a plan to extract some spirit stones from Lu Chongqing. As he watched Shangguan Shui return with a beaming face, Han Changkong immediately hatched an idea. Junior sister, let me tell you about a lucrative opportunity. Shangguan Shui's eyes lit up. Han Changkong began whispering in her ear. Upon hearing, Shangguan Shui was momentarily taken aback. Are you certain? Junior sister, have I ever deceived you? After pondering the situation and realizing she had already offended him, she strode toward the direction of the Qingyun sect. Lu Daoyu, it seems your body is experiencing some issues. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Shangguan Shui as if she were a fool. The Holy Maiden furrowed her brow. What does this mean? Is this a repeated provocation against our Qingyun sect? How could a transformation stage alchemist speak such nonsense? Otherwise, how would I continue to exist in this realm? The crowd nodded in agreement. This was precisely what Han Changkong had anticipated. Had it been anyone else, Qingyun's sect would surely not believe them. The Holy Maiden's expression softened as she spoke. Might I ask? Daoist Shangguan, what issues my senior brother is facing? Shangguan Shui pretended to ponder for a moment before responding. Would it be possible for me to conduct an examination? This matter was beyond their authority. So they all turned their gazes toward Lu Chongqing. Chapter 25. Deception, and then more deception. Lu Chongqing studied Shangguan Shui earnestly, thinking, this woman should be the direct disciple of the Pill Inquiry Peak. She shouldn't wish me any harm. Moreover, Pill Inquiry Peak is renowned for its alchemy. He then replied, I would be grateful for your assistance, Daoist Shangguan. Shangguan Shui was momentarily taken aback. He truly fell for it. She then began to take his pulse. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. But this was the realm of cultivation. As the crowd observed Shangguan Shui's actions, they were left dumbfounded. Was this truly a method for examining a cultivator? It resembled the antics of a quack. After a while, Shangguan Shui sighed deeply and shook her head, yet she remained silent. This left everyone in a state of anxiety. Even if they suspected her to be a fraud, she ought to say something, right? This was also part of Han Changkong's prior strategy. If no one inquired, she would continue to shake her head and sigh. Sure enough, one disciple couldn't contain himself and asked, Senior Shangguan, how is our sect's holy son? This lad was quite cooperative. Thus, Shangguan Shui slowly began to speak. It's fortunate that I discovered it in time. Otherwise, I would have left out. No, that's not right. Otherwise, it would have been too late. She continued, I suggest you all stay in the market for the night to observe. I suspect that Lu Daoyu may experience a relapse tonight. If a relapse occurs, you can come find me. If not, you can directly return to Qingyun's sect without any loss. The members of Qingyun's sect found this reasoning quite sound, especially Lu Chongqing, who had been caught off guard when his condition first struck. Although it was not fatal, it was indeed disturbing. They nodded in agreement. Thank you very much, Daoist Shangguan. Without any hesitation, Shangguan Shui departed, taking Han Changkong with her. On their journey back to the sect, she inquired, Senior brother, how did you know he would have a relapse tonight? Also, I believe he was affected by the poison of the slowdown pills earlier. Shangguan Shui was bold, but not foolish. Han Changkong spoke slowly. Junior sister, this is my secret. You must not tell anyone. Shangguan Shui immediately released her spiritual sense, locating a secluded spot. She then raised her hand to cast a barrier. Senior brother, you may speak freely. I will keep it a secret. Witnessing this display, Han Changkong almost divulged that he possessed a system. However, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Junior sister, do you know of my experiences in the Forbidden Land?" "I know a bit. Does it have anything to do with the Forbidden Land?" "Indeed. I obtained a legacy in the Forbidden Land that allows me to see the physical condition of cultivators." Shangguan Shui was momentarily stunned. "Is that all? That can induce his poison to act up?" "Of course not. I discovered that Lu Changqing harbored a hidden affliction. If provoked, it would trigger." Shangguan Shui reflected on the events and slapped her forehead after a while. "That makes sense. At first, he seemed fine. But once you mentioned he was a gender bender, he became furious. Could his hidden affliction be in his heart?" "Precisely, that's undoubtedly the case." Hearing Shangguan Shui's reasoning, Han Changkong was left bewildered. Her deduction was astonishing. He had casually made a remark, yet she filled in the gaps flawlessly. Han Changkong hastily feigned mystery. "Junior sister, you must promise to keep this a secret." "Rest assured, this is some powerful secret technique, and it feels rather useless." "What? I have such an impressive system, and you call it useless?" In Shangguan Shui's view, this ability indeed appeared to lack utility. You can only detect a relapse but cannot treat it. "What good is that?" she then asked. "Senior brother, could you check if I have any hidden afflictions?" She puffed out her chest. Han Changkong swallowed hard, but still pretended to carefully examine her. He then spoke earnestly. "Junior sister, you must focus on your cultivation and not indulge in distractions." Shangguan Shui's heart sank. "Senior brother, do I have a hidden affliction?" Han Changkong nodded slowly. "Junior sister, it's not serious. As long as you ensure 6 hours of cultivation daily, you will be fine." "How long must I persist?" 5 years. "After 5 years, I will check on you again." The two then returned to Pill Inquiry Peak, where Shangguan Shui immediately retreated to her cave dwelling to meditate and cultivate. Zhongwan looked on in astonishment. "Changkong, what on earth has motivated her?" "Nothing, really." "Then why is she so eager to cultivate today?" Gazing up at the sky, the sun remained in its usual position. "Master, isn't it a good thing that my senior sister wishes to make progress?" Nodding in agreement, "It certainly is a positive development." "Changkong, you too must seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently and refrain from basking in the sun every day." Han Changkong wore an awkward expression. "Very well, master." Meanwhile, he couldn't help but grumble internally. "Who on earth arranged this cave for me? It's far too close to Master S cave and situated below. Whatever I do, there's no need for divine sense to investigate. I can see it all quite clearly." Han Changkong had initially intended to retreat to the Thunder Pool upon his return. However, with no spirit stones in hand, how could he leave? Thus, he waited until the early hours of dawn, in the market of the Tao-seeking sect, within a guest room. "Fellow disciples, you may return to rest. That Su Guanyin is surely just trying to intimidate me." Upon hearing Lu Changqing's words, the other disciples nodded in agreement. "Senior brother, I believe it would be prudent to observe a little longer. After all, Su Guanyin is a formidable alchemist and surely wouldn't speak without reason." The saintess felt that the matter was far from simple. "Nonsense. After all these years, am I not aware of my own body?" With that, he burst into laughter. However, as the laughter faded, his voice abruptly stopped, leaving him utterly still. The saintess noticed something was amiss and gasped in alarm. "The Dan Inquiry Peak is indeed terrifying. Senior brother, there truly is an issue with your health." She hurriedly began to administer aid, which took a full half an hour. "Senior brother, should we not pay a visit to the Tao-seeking sect?" Lu Changqing no longer dared to feign bravado, quickly tidying up to escort the saintess to the Tao-seeking sect. Some disciples had already sent sound transmissions, relaying the entire situation to the sect elders, who in turn informed the sect master. The entire Qingyun sect was thrown into chaos. The Saint Sun has a hidden ailment? This is a grave matter. Thus, the sect master immediately sent a transmission to Han Tianhai. Upon receiving the news, Han Tianhai was equally bewildered. How could the Dan Inquiry Peak possess such skills without him knowing? He promptly sought out Su Guanyin. "Are you saying that their Saint Sun has a hidden ailment?" "Indeed, sect master." "How did you discern that?" Su Guanyin was taken aback. "Right, how did I come to that conclusion?" "The crux is that Han Changkong never told me how to phrase it." Her mind raced. "We had a bit of a disagreement at the auction. Lu Changqing got enraged and then fell ill. Hence, I suspect there is a hidden ailment. I have never had to think so hard while cultivating. Beside her, Zhongwan felt her eyelids twitch. Does she not realize the true capabilities of her disciple? It's obvious these two are up to no good. Han Tianhai was no fool. If he believed such words, he might as well resign as sect master. He waved his hand, and Han Chongkong instantly appeared in the grand hall. Holding a skewer of roasted meat in one hand and a jug of spirit wine in the other, staring blankly at the three people inside. Sect Master, do you want some? Chapter 26. Deception unraveled. Han Chongkong's heart raced. This is it, I knew this woman was unreliable. Zhongwan was taken aback by Han Chongkong's appearance. Isn't this fellow supposed to be cultivating? How can he be covered in grease while doing so? Han Tianhai spoke up, explain, what is going on with Lu Chongqing? Hearing this, Han Chongkong wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Sect Master, you must keep this confidential. Han Tianhai was taken aback. It truly was this rascal. Nevertheless, he cast a restriction spell. Speak now. Even a tribulation-level cultivator won't hear this. Han Chongkong recounted the events surrounding the forbidden area once more. As a transcendental cultivator, Han Tianhai had encountered many strange inheritances, while Zhongwan, at the combined stage, had seen countless incredible techniques. Could it be the legendary Qi observation technique? Hearing Han Tianhai's words, Han Chongkong was stunned. Goodness, look at the imaginative power here, he immediately replied. Sect Master, I do not know what technique it is, just a fragment of a jade slip. Does the jade slip contain any recorded content? Yes, P then inscribed it onto a piece of jade slip. Han Tianhai took it and scrutinized it, his eyes focused as he sensed the energy. The Qi observation technique holds profound mysteries, perceiving the cosmos and unraveling confusion. He then murmured, indeed profound. Han Chongkong was taken aback. I just made that up, and it's already profound? Han Tianhai subsequently crushed the jade slip. Everyone was stunned. Chongkong, this is your opportunity. I merely sought to verify whether your claims were true. Lu Chongqing's condition resembles that of the disciples from the Tao-seeking sect who fell under a curse. With a wave of his hand, several brothers from the Inquiry Sword Peak appeared in the grand hall. Everyone exchanged glances, and Han Chongkong was likewise taken aback. However, a barrier separated him from them, preventing the individuals inside from seeing Han Chongkong and the others. Goodness, is this how bad Zuoyang has become? However, Huang Kuan and Wen Rua seemed unaffected, showing no signs of distress. At this moment, Han Tianhai spoke. Chongkong, observe them and see if there are any issues. Han Chongkong understood this was a test. He silently recited the incantation from earlier. After a moment, he finally spoke. Sect Master, Zuoyang has numerous hidden ailments and appears to be under some curse. Han Tianhai's heart sank. Indeed, it was a curse. Huang Kuan and Wen Rua were in the same boat. Wang Yiding, a senior, was known for her integrity. It would be difficult for a curse to take effect on her. Upon hearing this, Han Tianhai and Zhongwan were astonished. This aligned perfectly with their thoughts, and they could guarantee that Han Chongkong was unaware of the specific conditions of the three individuals. Han Tianhai waved his hand, and the disciples from Inquiry Sword Peak were immediately sent back. Chongkong, can you lift the curse? Hearing this, Han Chongkong pondered. He needed to secure some benefits first. Thus, he replied, as my cultivation is still too low, I fear I am powerless. However, the other's hearts sank, then leaped once more. Can you not just say it all at once? However, he added, I should be able to ensure their lives. Once my strength increases, I will find a way to lift the curse. Just then, the Saint Son and Saintess of Qingyun sect arrived. Han Chongkong quickly said, Sect Master, you must help me keep this a secret. The two were not foolish. Could this matter possibly leak? Han Chongkong then briefed Su Guanyin on a few details, and she stepped out to deal with the two saints. Zhongwan then spoke. Chongkong, tell me your plan. Master, I must use my primordial power to counter the curse's energy. In unison, the two exclaimed, No. Han Chongkong was taken aback. What is going on? It was not easy for him to recover, and he was to be groomed as the sect master. How could he use his primordial power to save others? That's absurd, Han Tianhai interjected. Chongkong, you need not concern yourself with this. Focus on your cultivation. With that, he vanished. Zhongwan then spoke. Chong Kong, how did your seniors from Inquiry Sword Peak treat you? Have you forgotten? Why save them? Just forget it. After saying this, she gave Han Chong Kong's shoulder a firm pat. What? Am I being held in high regard? He then leisurely returned to his cave. Noticing it was nearly time for his appointment with Su Guanyin, he grabbed a handful of delay pills and stuffed them into his mouth. These delay pills still lacked sufficient potency. If only their strength could reach levels 4 or 5, that would be just right. In the reception hall of the Dan Inquiry Peak. Look, it is flared up again, Su Guanyin remarked, observing the unmoving Lu Chongqing. The saintess noticed this was indeed the case. The frequency of these episodes was increasing rapidly. What are we to do now? Friend Su, will my senior brother be saved? He can definitely be saved, but it may come at a high cost. She shook her head. This is just a straightforward charlatan act. Nevertheless, this scene left Lu Chongqing on the verge of breaking down. Could you first save me, and then we can discuss further? Perhaps noticing Lu Chongqing's desperate gaze, Su Guanyin said, let us prioritize detoxifying Lu Shixiang. With that, she began to work on detoxifying Lu Chongqing, which took a full hour. Lu Chongqing finally began to recover. Friend Su, you must save me, as a saint's son. To have a hidden ailment within him was a grave matter. If left untreated, his position as saint's son would surely be in jeopardy. Rest assured, Lu Daoyu, I will do my utmost. With that, she produced a vial of elixir, colorless and tasteless, and handed it to Lu Chongqing. Take this for 6 days and see if it has any effect. Lu Chongqing accepted the elixir and promptly swallowed one. All right, that will be 120,000 spirit stones. What? So expensive? Though costly, what is life worth? He then pulled out a storage bag and handed it to Su Guanyin. After receiving the storage bag, Su Guanyin's hands trembled. For a few pills resembling dough, to sell for 120,000 spirit stones? After sending the two away, Su Guanyin excitedly clutched the spirit stones, rushing to share the spoils with Han Chong Kong. Senior brother Han, we VE struck it rich? Hee, that is imperative. You may keep the spirit stones. Please prepare some second-tier body refinement pills for me. I am about to enter seclusion for cultivation. Very well, went directly to the storeroom and retrieved 10,000 second-tier body refinement pills. Han Chongkong's eyelids twitched at the sight. If Master finds out, will she not reprimand you? No. I purchased them from Master with spirit stones at a 50% discount. The main reason is that the refinement of body refinement pills is relatively simple, and the demand is not particularly high. Hence, I inquired with Dan Feng and found they had ample stock. Upon receiving the pills, I said to my junior sister, if he comes again in 6 days, just proceed as normal. If that Lu Chongqing does not arrive, please send me a message with a sound transmission talisman. Rest assured, senior brother. Immediately, Han Chongkong soared away on his sword towards the thunder pool. Upon entering the formation, Han Chongkong organized himself and examined the system panel. The Supreme Revenge System. Chu Tianxiao, closed. Zhuo Liang, closed. Wenjiru, closed. Huang Kuan, closed. Mao Xiefeng, closed. Lu Chongqing, closed. It seems that only those above the nascent soul stage possess enmity points. Alas, dear friends, my sincerest apologies for keeping you all waiting for such an extended period. It is time to resume our duties. Chapter 27. The Misty Sect. He then opened the profiles of Huang Kuan and Wenjiru before entering the Thunder Pool. At the main hall of Wanjian Peak, Wang Yiding gazed at the suddenly collapsed Huang Kuan and Wenjiru, realizing that the chaos was about to begin anew. She promptly instructed others to take the two to her cave abode to recuperate slowly. That evening, at the Yin Ghost Sect, Chu Tianxiao grumbled in frustration. Seriously, it's only been a few days of peace, and now this begins again. As time flowed slowly, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Han Chongkong emerged from the Thunder Pool, invigorated. Achieving the great perfection of foundation establishment is truly remarkable. However, it is unfortunate that Zhuo Liang has perished. What a pity, indeed. Speaking of Zhuo Liang, he simply could not endure such torment any longer and began to give up, accumulating more and more pill toxicity until he ultimately perished within his own cave abode, discovered only a month later, as the senior sister of Wanjian Peak was perpetually busy, and Huang Kuan and Wenjiru were preoccupied with their own tribulations. Thus, Zhuo Liang remained unnoticed until it was too late. For this reason, When Jiru contemplated sacrificing herself for love, but ultimately, her fear of death saved her life. Seeing that no one was responding to the body refinement pills, Han Qiangkong decided to groom Mao Xiefeng as the successor to carry on the legacy of dealing with pill toxicity. Senior brother, you've emerged from seclusion? Shangguan Shui had arrived early at Han Qiangkong's cave abode. How many spirit stones have you earned? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Shui mysteriously replied, over 4 million. She then handed Han Qiangkong a storage ring. Upon probing with his divine sense, Han Qiangkong discovered there were indeed over 3 million within. Junior sister, wasn't it supposed to be split evenly? Senior brother, you require abundant resources for your cultivation now. It is wise to keep more spirit stones for yourself. Han Qiangkong pondered and agreed. Realizing that his second-tier pills were entirely insufficient, it seems I must upgrade to third-tier pills. When shall we attend the Falling Sunset Grand Assembly? Master mentioned that this time the Falling Sunset Grand Assembly will be held at the Misty Sect, which is quite distant from us, so we shall depart early the day after tomorrow. Indeed, the distance from the Windazong to the Misty Sect is considerable, requiring 2 months by flying boat. Point 1 can only imagine the vastness of the Falling Sunset continent. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The main issue is that the Misty Sect only has female disciples, not a single male among them. Isn't that a recipe for disaster? Oh, you've emerged from seclusion? At that moment, the voice of Zhong Wan rang out. Disciple pays respects to master. Prepare to depart the day after tomorrow. With that, her figure vanished. Returning to her cave, Zhong Wan was filled with excitement. Why? Han Qiangkong had advanced from the initial stage of foundation establishment to its completion within a year. At this grand assembly, he would undoubtedly overshadow the others, unlike previous years when he always ranked at the bottom. 2 days later, aboard the flying boat. Han senior brother, aren't you going to cultivate? Look at the disciples of the other peaks, all engaged in their training. At this moment, Han Qiangkong was on the verge of exploding. Why are you, a transformation stage cultivator, even here? Junior sister, I am at the golden core stage in my cultivation now. How can I participate in the competitions? Besides, why are you here? This assembly is for disciples below the nascent soul stage. If you all leave, wouldn't I be bored within the peak? Fine then. He then pulled out a reclining chair and lay back on the deck of the flying boat. Ah, if only there were a few beauties in bikinis. How delightful that would be, yes, indeed. Once I become invincible, I will surely enjoy life this way. Days of monotony passed at a sluggish pace. After enduring 2 months, the gates of the Misty Sect finally came into view. Upon seeing the flying boat from the Windazong, several female Golden Core disciples from the Misty Sect flew out. May I ask if this is the Windazong's peak Master Zhong? At that moment, Zhong Wan slowly stepped forward and tossed out an invitation. Etiquette must be observed, especially since the Misty Sect is a first-rate sect. Esteemed seniors, please come inside. The flying boat soon landed in a square of the sect. At this time, a female elder of the harmonious body stage appeared before them. Zhong Wan, is it truly you leading the team? Upon seeing the person, Zhong Wan's face lit up with joy, and the two immediately took flight together. The onlookers were taken aback. Are they too relaxed about this? Dear friends, we have already prepared resting quarters. Please follow me. Only then did Han Qiangkong and the others slowly follow along. At this moment, a figure caught Han Qiangkong's eye. Chu Tianxiao? Han Qiangkong. At that moment, the murderous intent in Chu Tianxiao's eyes was unmistakable upon seeing Han Qiangkong. Han Qiangkong was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. So this fellow has joined the Yin Ghost sect. In a wonder, I couldn't kill him no matter what. Did he then recalled the half-energy that had been struck by his lightning, and a malicious amusement bubbled within him. Ah, since I know you are in the Yin Ghost sect, this will be much simpler. Chu, my friend, have you changed your allegiance? Likewise, Han, are you not also absent from Wanjin Peak? Why has your cultivation not progressed at all? Chu? This struck a nerve with Chu Tianxiao. Humph, you waste. How could you possibly resume your cultivation? Whether I can cultivate is unimportant. Just ensure that we do not cross paths in the competition. Ha, you, Foundation Establishment trash. Can you even enter the Golden Core group? That remains to be seen. With that, the two parted ways, each walking their own path. Senior brother, is that Chu Tianxiao? Upon hearing Shangguan Shui's inquiry, Han Qiangkong replied slowly. Ah, merely a defeated foe. I would only need to use one punch to defeat him. This was not mere bravado on Han Changkong's part. His physique was now such that an ordinary golden core cultivator could hardly withstand it, especially with the lightning power within him, a bane to ghost cultivators. However, Han Changkong felt somewhat conflicted. What if, by accident, he killed this person? Where would he find such a good training partner again? Noticing Han Changkong's silence, Shangguan Shui mistook it for a lack of confidence and hurriedly consoled him. Senior brother, he is at the golden core stage, while you are at foundation establishment. It is only natural you cannot defeat him. Han Changkong was taken aback. What are you talking about? Before long, everyone arrived at the resting area of Wendazong. This grand assembly would last a whole month, and thus the resting area was a vast courtyard with over 100 rooms. Everyone selected their own quarters, with the largest room reserved for Zhong Wa and At that moment. Several disciples from Wendazong approached. Esteemed seniors, we wish to go out and explore. It's our first time here. And we want to see the world. Shangguan Shui nodded. Go ahead, but be sure to follow the rules. Yes, esteemed senior. With that, a few of them giggled and headed towards the courtyard exit. Han Changkong's eyelids twitched. I hope those disciples don't get into trouble. It seems I am bound to encounter a series of events. No, absolutely not. Junior sister, I plan to enter seclusion. If anything arises, do not disturb me. With that, he returned to his room, activated the protective barrier, and fell asleep. Should the sky fall, my junior sister will hold it up for me. If she cannot, then Master will support it. And if Master cannot hold it up? If she cannot, how could I possibly withstand it? Now he understood. High-level cultivators need not harbor any murderous intent to kill him. A mere casual slap would be more than he could endure. They do not wish to kill you. They merely intend to teach you a lesson. However, if you cannot withstand it, who is to blame? Especially in competitions, both sides typically do not wish to harm one another. Yet, there are always moments when someone overexerts themselves and miscalculates. Thus, this so-called invincible system is not without its flaws. Chapter 28. Punching and profiting indeed. One gets what one thinks about. The barrier at the door was triggered. Feigning sleep, Han Changkong was caught off guard as Shangguan Shui directly deactivated the barrier and rushed in anxiously. Senior brother, weren't you supposed to be cultivating? I say, what exactly do you want? My esteemed junior sister? Only then did Shangguan Shui recall the matter at hand. Master has requested for you to come assist her in maintaining the event. Does she, a harmonious body cultivator, really need me to assist her? No, it was the foundation building disciples engaging in clandestine duels. Our disciples cannot compete, so Master instructed me to summon you. Is it not forbidden to engage in private contests during the grand event? This is the martial stage of the trading market, a place where wagers can be placed. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong's eyes brightened. Could it be that Master intends for me to participate in a fixed match? Is she perhaps betting spirit stones as well? Shangguan Shui was taken aback. How did you know? By the heavens, that is indeed the case. She then inquired, have you lost a significant amount? He chuckled, not much. Merely around 1 million or so. It couldn't be that you lent her some, could it? I only lent her 1 million. That should be about right. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly added, Master also mentioned that if you do not go, she would borrow some spirit stones from you. Me? I will go. Damn it, however. He dared not voice the last few words. What if Master was observing with her divine sense? Indeed. Outside the contest arena, Zhong Wan's lips curled into a smirk. You clever little rascal. After a brief interval, Master, are you certain this will work? Are you truly allowing me to engage in a fixed match? He then produced 500,000 spirit stones. Junior sister, bet on me to win in the first round. Rest assured, senior brother. Yet, what followed was even more audacious. She directly staked her magical artifact. The onlookers were left astonished. Their reactions stuttered. At that moment, a woman approached. Likely a combined body cultivator. Oh, Zhong Wan, have you lost your wits in desperation? Do you require a loan of spirit stones? Ha ha ha. Zhong Wan was unfazed. Sure, I just fear you lack the means. The cultivator paused, then responded. As long as you have the capital to repay, I can gather any amount for you. I'll offer my life. You decide the terms. The cultivator's eyelids twitched. However, Zhongwan continued. Hong Min, do not think I am unaware of your intentions to see me humiliated. Today, I grant you this opportunity. Hong Min replied. Speak.my disciple has reached peak foundation-building.in the next duel. Should he lose, I shall personally deliver my magical artifact. And if you lose, 1,000,000 spirit stones? Does that seem excessive? Han Changkong, who overheard this predatory bargain, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This is beneath me. I am indeed thinking too small. Yet, Hong Min was no fool. She scrutinized Han Changkong, then assessed the opponent. What is this? Has Zhongwan truly lost her composure? She hastily made a decision. Very well, Zhongwan, this is your word. With thousands present to witness, do you believe I could renege? I fear it might be you. Hong Min, who cannot produce that many spirit stones should you lose. Hong Min faltered. She indeed did not possess such an amount. Soon after, a disciple appeared bearing a storage ring. After inspection, Zhongwan nodded. Both parties placed their items on the table. The competition commenced. Suddenly, it became clear that the opponent was merely a nascent soul cultivator. Zhongwan was taken aback, followed by waves of disappointment, ultimately leading to a painful blunder. Shangguan Shui watched in astonishment. Your performance is rather remarkable. She then joined in the ACT. As Han Changkong prepared to step onto the stage, he felt utterly dazed. Nevertheless, he complied, cautiously ascending the martial platform. The match commenced. Boom! The nascent soul cultivator was sent flying. Hong Min, thank you. With that, he seized the storage ring and his magical artifact. Today's earnings are quite bountiful. Here, Schwer, 200,000 for you to spend freely. The remaining 300,000 is for Changkong. This. Everyone was left in shock. They had anticipated a grand spectacle, only to be met with this abrupt conclusion. If they were charging admission, surely there would be cries for refunds. Zhongwan, you are cheating. Upon hearing this, Zhongwan retorted. How have I cheated? Your disciple is not even a foundation-building cultivator. You may verify for yourself. No one is stopping you. Hong Min immediately scanned Han Changkong with her divine sense, only to discover that his dantian contained no nascent soul. Her expression soured. That 1,000,000 spirit stones represented the entire annual expenditure of her lineage. Yet, she could not allow such a multitude to witness her embarrassment. She vanished from sight. Changkong, well done. Let us return. Thus, he led his two disciples back to the resting area. Han Changkong discerned that the individual named Hong Min must have some past grievances with his master, for their encounter had been rife with mutual derision. Yet, he dared not inquire. What if it stirred painful emotions? He would surely become a target for her ire. Han Changkong now understood. He must possess some form of protagonist's aura. Therefore, after this grand event, he resolved to remain indoors. The following morning marked the first day of the grand event. The agenda included a ceremonial rite, followed by various musical and dance performances, and then exchanges among the disciples of various sections. However, most participants were cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Han Changkong found it rather dull, for the abundance of beautiful women left him dazzled. Moreover, seeing them yet not being able to touch them was even more tormenting. Thus, he retreated early to his quarters for rest. The next day featured duels among chi-refining cultivators, showcasing various techniques, swordplay, flying swords, and talismans. The other cultivators watched with rapt attention. Even Shangguan Shui was thoroughly engrossed. I ask, as a divine transformation cultivator, must you watch so intently? Senior brother, these are disciples from our sect. I am merely observing for promising candidates to take as my disciples. Han Changkong was taken aback. Indeed, it was time for Shangguan Shui to begin recruiting disciples. Very well then, I shall leave you to it. I must return to my cultivation. Given the sheer multitude of sects present, the Luoxia Grand Gathering was a grand event for the entire Luoxia continent. All sects ranked 3 and above had arrived, with over 100 sects participating in martial exchanges. The chi-refining competition spanned a full 7 days. At last, it was time for the foundation-building disciples to compete. Senior brother, you're up next. How do you plan to dominate? Who is my opponent? It appears to be a disciple from the Piaomiao sect. Master has instructed you to show some courtesy. Very well. With that, the matches on stage concluded, and it was finally Han Changkong's turn. He strolled onto the stage at a leisurely pace, simply standing there. Opposite him was a female disciple from the Piamiao sect. At mid-foundation building level, "Senior brother, please reveal your magical artifact." Han Changkong was taken aback. I seem to lack a proper magical artifact. He then retrieved a low-grade first-tier magical artifact from his storage bag. The audience gasped in astonishment. What kind of shabby item does this foundation-building disciple from the Winda sect wield? Indeed, does a perfected foundation-building cultivator still rely on a low-grade first-tier flying sword? I would disdain to use this sword even for cutting grass. The disciples of the Winda sect were bewildered. I provided you with 300,000 spirit stones. Could you not have exchanged for a more decent magical artifact? The disciples of Winda Peak nodded in agreement. No wonder Senior Brother Han could dispatch us with a single punch. He hardly requires a magical artifact. Indeed, this artifact significantly hampers Senior Brother Han's striking speed. Yet, I heard he was once a sword cultivator? Hearing the disciples' remarks, Zhong Wan fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that he suffered a profound injury at Winda Peak, leading him to abandon the sword? That cannot be allowed. I must engage in some serious ideological work with him upon our return. Meanwhile, the Piamiao female disciple furrowed her brow. "Senior brother, are you truly looking down on me?" Han Changkong awkwardly smiled. "Junior sister. I apologize. I genuinely have no other magical artifacts, just this flying sword." Pointing to the disciples of the Winda sect, he added, "If you do not believe me, you may inquire. They can all attest to it." The female cultivator turned to the Winda disciples, finding them all nodding in affirmation. She then replied, "Very well." With that, her expression sharpened. "Senior brother, be cautious." The two then engaged in a spirited exchange on the platform. With flashes of blades and swords, perilous moments, clashing sounds, and vibrant movements, soaring together like twin birds, a great rock taking flight, the golden rooster standing alone. Zhong Wan could no longer bear it. She transmitted, "That's enough. This is getting a bit excessive." Han Changkong, in a flurry, concluded the battle, managing to win by a hair's breadth. "Senior brother, I concede. Junior sister, I appreciate the match." Only then did the referee declare, "The Winda sect prevails." "Master, how did I perform?" Zhong Wan retorted. "I did not instruct you to win so easily. I did not mean for you to battle her for half an hour. Indeed, you both fought for half an hour. I just woke up." She pointed at the disciples of the Winda sect, who appeared to be meditating, yet snores were audible. "Good heavens, it seems I did not perform spectacularly enough." Changing the subject, "Junior sister, was that last move of mine, the great rock taking flight, impressive?" Quite impressive. "And what of my golden rooster stands alone?" "Senior brother, do you not think it odd that we are cultivators yet you constantly employ mundane martial arts? Do you not find it rather dissonant?" "Sister, should I employ the sword technique or any spells, I fear that my opponent may not withstand a single strike." Zhong Wan also overheard their conversation. Nodding in deep agreement, it is indeed a plausible outcome. Since Han Changkong still has another match to contend with, the others resumed their chatter. "This martial arts practitioner's younger sister has remarkably long legs. Those eyes are quite captivating. My goodness, that is truly impressive." On the side, Shangguan Shui could no longer tolerate the conversation. While others discuss combat techniques and martial arts, you are here selecting beauties, brother. Such thoughts can remain within your mind. There is no need to vocalize them. Little did he know, Han, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Sister, you do not comprehend. This is what we call overt flirtation, easily avoided, yet subtle flirtation is difficult to guard against." Shangguan Shui. Half an hour later, it was once again Han Changkong's turn to take the stage. Changkong, swift and decisive, was clearly Zhong Wan's transmission, implying not to show any mercy. Upon ascending the platform, the referee declared, "Begin." With a resounding thud, a single punch sent the opponent flying. Han Changkong then returned to his seat. The referee was bewildered. What just transpired? What was that flew out moments ago? The others from various sects atop the platform were equally perplexed. "You have eliminated all suspense. Victory to the Winda sect." Han Changkong began to boast once more, and the announcement of the match's conclusion echoed through the air. At this moment, in the stands of the Yin Gui sect, A junior brother remarked, "This individual is Han Changkong. You must exercise caution if you encounter him." Chu Dunxiao advised his foundation-building junior brother beside him. "Rest assured, brother. We, as ghost cultivators, are not afraid of physical harm. Then, if an opportunity arises to eliminate him, do so without hesitation. And no worries, brother." At this moment, while Han Changkong was indeed boasting, his mind was fixated on the system panel. Sure enough, several names surfaced. Moreover, a few of them bore black energy bars, evidently belonging to the Ingui sect. Surprisingly, there were even 2 nascent soul disciples from other sects, most likely rivals of the Wenda sect. They could either be from the Tianjin sect or the Danding sect, as our Wenda sect has encroached upon their territory. The Wenda sect has sword cultivators if they seek them and alchemists if they desire those. Thus, we have taken considerable business from them in the market. However, several demonic sects surprisingly seem unwilling to target me. This won't do. The enemies are too few. Seems I must unleash my trump card. Unsurprisingly, Han Changkong, as a foundation-building practitioner, smoothly entered the top 10. Now, it was time for the ranking matches. This time, Han Changkong faced an opponent from the Ingui sect. Without holding back, he unleashed a single punch. Sparks and lightning flew in his wake. Bang! The energy bar of the Ingui sect disciple plummeted to 0. Yet, he did not perish. At this moment, all members of the Ingui sect stood up, including that formidable being in the integration stage, fixating their gaze upon Han Changkong. However, they did not exhibit any murderous intent. It appears I have underestimated this integration stage cultivator, for my life is of no consequence to them. Yet, several black energy bars belonging to nascent soul and higher ghost cultivators appeared on the panel. Moreover, there were even transformation stage ghost cultivators. The lightning element is inherently lethal to ghost cultivators. Hence, in the eyes of these individuals, Han Changkong is a target to be eliminated. Changkong, you have made quite a few enemies this time. Zhongwan felt a surge of pressure. If a conflict were to arise, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. As an alchemist, how could I possibly contend with a combat-oriented sect like the Ingui sect? If senior sister Meng Kailang or junior brother Shang Taimin from the Wenda sect were here, that would be a different story. Master, do not worry. They likely will not kill me. You are so confident? The Ingui sect will not engage in reasoned discourse with you. Why would they target me? I am merely a foundation-building cultivator. Your attacks contain lightning attributes, which are fatal to ghost cultivators. If they do not eliminate you now, will they wait until you grow stronger? Then what should we do? Should we return now? No worries, I have already informed the sect leader. He should have arrangements in place. Besides, I have acquaintances in the mysterious Mist sect. Subsequently, without surprise, Han Changkong claimed first place in the grand competition. Master, I wish to participate in the Golden Core competition. Upon hearing this, Zhongwan's pretty face darkened. You cannot participate with your foundation-building cultivation. Hee, I can break through. Shangguan Shui whispered. Breaking through to Golden Core requires several months. You know, fear not. I can accomplish it in an hour. Zhongwan pondered for a moment. No, unless you break through here in front of everyone, otherwise, your previous foundation-building competition results will be rendered void. After all, who can ascertain whether you suppressed your cultivation with secret arts before participating in the foundation-building contest? Thus, only a public breakthrough can dispel the suspicions of various sections. Han Changkong considered this and indeed acknowledged the risk. Furthermore, with someone to safeguard him here, he wouldn't even need to consume poison. Activating the blood ignition secret technique would suffice for Lu Chongqing to endure. Then I shall trouble Master to protect me. The subsequent actions left Han Changkong utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 30. Is the path of survival so competitive? My disciple suddenly perceives the opportunity for a breakthrough. I hope my fellow Taoists will grant him the courtesy. The Wenda sect shall be eternally grateful. Upon uttering this, the entire venue fell into astonishment. All eyes turned towards him. This maneuver left Han Changkong momentarily speechless, his mind racing. What on earth should be done for the first step in forming the Golden Core? Oh, sit cross-legged. Right. And then, open Lu Chongqing's energy bar. Han Changkong clumsily commenced his core formation. On the stands of the mysterious Mist Peak. Is this the new disciple of Zhongwan? Indeed, this disciple is extraordinary. Why do I feel he looks somewhat familiar? You old hag, do you recognize every genius you see? The ghost cultivators from the Ingui sect were utterly stunned. They harbored a foreboding sense of dread. This fellow is certainly going to participate in the Golden Core competition. They wondered if they could withstand a single punch from him. That punch carries lightning, after all. Chu Tianxiao's eyelids twitched. Why is he everywhere? The disciple who was injured earlier left as a late-stage foundation builder, but returned in the early stage of Qi refining. After all the effort to reach the late stage of Golden Core. Would he return as a foundation builder? Master has instructed me to place in the top 3 if I encounter him. I might be lucky to make it into the top 30. Meanwhile, Lu Chongqing of the Qingyan sect was on the verge of collapse. He had thought he would recover within the 2 months and thus did not inquire with the Tiandao sect about purchasing pills. However, his essence was waning and the situation was becoming increasingly dire. He quickly sought out the sect leader. Upon witnessing this situation, the sect leader was equally alarmed and hurriedly utilized his divine powers to head towards the Winda sect. Upon arrival, he discovered that no one was at the Pill Peak. They had all gone to the mysterious Mist sect for the grand event. He then took the holy son Lu Chongqing and made his way to the mysterious Mist sect an hour later. Not bad. You haven't embarrassed me. Upon hearing this, Han Chongqing could sense that this woman was trying to put on a show, so he quickly spoke up. It is all thanks to Master's guidance. Indeed, Master leads the way, but cultivation is a personal endeavor. Without Master's teachings, how could I have formed my core within 2 years? To the side, Shangguan Shui could no longer bear it and hurriedly transmitted. Enough already. So many people are watching. Subsequently, Zhongwan amplified her voice. Fellow Taoists, since my disciple has already formed his Golden Core, let him participate in the Golden Core competition. The crowd found it difficult to formulate any reasons for refusal. After all, everyone had witnessed his advancement, and how could it be faked? However, all present felt that the Winda sect was on the rise. News of Han Chongqing spread rapidly across the entire continent. At this moment, in a dark corner of the Luoxia continent, should we still give the Winda sect a chance to develop? Can you contend with that old man from the Winda sect? Let us join forces. Join forces. Last time 7 of us banded together, 5 were injured, and 2 died. Now, if 5 of us unite, how many do you think will return? But we cannot allow them to develop unchecked. What if that old man breaks through to the 3rd tribulation? We will have no future, indeed, and they have also retrieved the Tiandao sword. Should we not eliminate them one by one? Now is not the time. If that old man fights us to the death, he might perish, but at least 2 of us will die. The 5 individuals were taken aback in the realm of cultivation, where one adheres to the principle of not letting a friend die. Surviving for tens of thousands of years is no easy feat. Who wishes to be the one to shoulder the burden? Previously, there were extraordinary cultivators of their generation, capable of killing anyone who stood in their way. Even passing dogs would receive a couple of blows. But now, the grass on their graves has grown too high. Therefore, in cultivation, one must always prioritize survival. I believe since we share a common thought, why not wait and see? Exactly, we have already outlasted so many geniuses. Right, we have outlasted so many. We need not concern ourselves with the old man from the Winda sect. Moreover, he was injured last time. The chances of him successfully overcoming the tribulation this time are slim. Then let us disperse in an instant. The figures of the crowd vanished. At this moment, if Han Chongqing were to overhear the conversation among these individuals, he would likely leap up in outrage. Is there really someone more cowardly than me? You are all formidable figures in the tribulation stage. However, standing opposite Han Chongqing was a practitioner at the late Golden Core stage, and their contest was about to commence. Junior brother, give it your all. Han Chongqing paused. I truly fear that I might kill you with a single punch. Senior brother, prepare yourself with that. The figure shot forward with astonishing speed. Bang! A fist struck against the practitioner's defensive barrier. What a formidable shield! Han Chongqing was propelled backward. It seemed that when facing a late Golden Core practitioner, he would indeed need to showcase some genuine prowess. The late Golden Core practitioner wore a smug expression. Then, Han Chongqing bellowed, "Sword, come," and unleashed the Wenyang sword technique. A vast expanse of sword energy converged, and a colossal sword shadow materialized in the void. The spectators in the stands were utterly flabbergasted. Is this truly a technique that a Golden Core practitioner can wield? In the next moment, the late Golden Core practitioner hastily exclaimed, Big brother, this is merely a friendly match. There's no need for such intensity. I concede. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong finally dissipated the sword shadow. However, at this moment, when Jiruo from Wenjian Peak felt as though all her spiritual energy had been drained. Lying on the ground, she despaired. After 2 months of avoiding lightning strikes, her spiritual energy had mysteriously vanished. What in the world is happening? On the martial stage of the Miao Miao sect, the Winda sect emerged victorious. Han Changkong then descended the stage nonchalantly. A few disciples from Wenjian Peak gazed at him with eager eyes. Senior brother, we wish to learn the sword path from you. Han Changkong, unconcerned, replied, after returning, you may come to Windan Peak to find me. With that, he resumed watching the other beautiful contestants battle. Indeed, the sight of these fairies in combat was captivating. Ah, this fairy even looked stunning while spitting blood. Sipping on watermelon juice, he savored the beauty of the scene. Life couldn't be more delightful. Today, Zhongwan was also in high spirits. What is that you're drinking? Get me a jug. Han Changkong hesitated but eventually poured a cup for Zhongwan. Since everyone was in good spirits today, he decided to treat them all. Thus, every disciple of Winda sect received a large bowl. They sipped and observed the matches, munching on various beef jerky snacks. Splendid. This is how one ought to enjoy a competition. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Tianjin sect, having witnessed Han Changkong's earlier sword technique, were in disarray. Such a move could only be executed by someone in the mid-yuaning stage, yet Han Changkong, a mere early Golden Core practitioner, had done so. How high must his swordsmanship be? They all wished to seek his guidance. Brother Han, why does your watermelon juice differ from that of the sect? Shangguan Shui inquired while drinking. Oh, I added milk, tea leaves, sugar, and some concocted spiritual herbs. I believe this tastes better than the regular watermelon juice. Han Changkong thought, isn't that obvious? This milk tea was a lethal weapon in my past life. If you enjoy it, I'll teach you how to make it, and you can prepare it yourself in the future. Just then, 2 figures swiftly appeared in the stands of the Winda sect, the sect master of the Qingyun sect and the Saint Sun. Chapter 31. The competition concludes upon seeing the newcomers. Zhongwan quickly stood. Zhongwan of Windan Peak pays respects to sect master Yun of Qingyun sect. The visitors were none other than Yun Wanqing, the sect master of Qingyun sect, and Lu Chongqing. The Saint Sun, Shangguan Shui, quickly check on my disciple's condition, Lu Chongqing urged. Had it not been for Lu Chongqing's arrival, Shangguan Shui might have forgotten about the matter. She hurriedly approached to assess the situation and gasped upon discovering the loss of essence. This was no trivial issue. It involved the very core of one's being. Han Changkong noticed the change in Shangguan Shui's expression and understood that she was in distress. Senior, this Saint Sun must not have taken medicine for 2 months. Correct? Yun Wancheng was taken aback. How dare this early Golden Core practitioner interject? But Zhongwan was aware that this matter stemmed from Han Changkong, so she quickly picked up the conversation. Sect Master Yun, this is my disciple. He possesses some knowledge regarding your sect Saint Sun. Only then did Yun Wanqing nod. Chongqing, have you truly gone 2 months without medication? Lu Chongqing stammered, unable to respond. Yun Wancheng could clearly see through the situation. Indeed, it is apparent he hasn't taken any, he remarked. Han Changkong frowned at this revelation, shaking his head once more. Shangguan Shui was bewildered. How dare he play with such matters? Yet, Yun Wanqing was eager to negotiate. Young friend, as long as you can save Chongqing, you may stipulate your terms. Shangguan Shui was left in shock. The request of a sect leader was certainly not a trivial matter. However, Han Changkong shook his head and spoke. I observe that he has likely lost a century of lifespan. This left Yun Wanqing dumbfounded. How could a Golden Core practitioner discern the intricacies of a transformation stage practitioner and so accurately? This young man held some extraordinary abilities. Young friend, speak freely, Yun Wanqing urged. Han Changkong continued, restoring his lost essence will be challenging, but I believe you, senior, should possess a means. However, to prevent the recurrence of this injury, it may prove somewhat difficult. Hearing this, Yun Wanqing felt a surge of hope. Difficulty implied there was a solution. Feel free to speak. He requires a period of quiet recovery, and no one must see him. It is best if he is isolated in a room, preferably in a basement. Han Changkong's reasoning was simple. This lad was the destined child, with opportunities abounding, if he were to confine his freedom. He thought, surely fate would not come knocking at his door. If it were truly so defiant, then he would simply withdraw from the game. Han Changkong added, additionally, the medicinal pills must be consumed continuously without interruption. After 5 years, we shall see if there are any changes. Yun Wanqing immediately produced a storage bag. Young friend, here are some spirit stones. Please exchange them for medicinal pills. Upon inspection, Han Changkong's eyes widened. This is over 10 million, senior. I currently do not possess that many pills. He then retrieved a few porcelain vials. Take these for now, and in due time, I will have the sect disciples deliver more. No need for such trouble. I will send an elder to your sect's market to await your finished products for direct handover, Yun Wanqing proposed. That was a splendid idea. Thus, both parties swiftly reached an agreement. At this moment, various combined stage practitioners from different sects approached to pay their respects to Yun Wanqing. Everyone, I am merely passing through today with no other intentions. Should the opportunity arise, feel free to visit my Qingyun sect. With that, he vanished without a trace. Such is the might of a great ascension practitioner, coming and going like a shadow. Despite this minor interlude, the Grand Assembly continued undeterred. An hour later, it was Han Changkong's turn to take the stage once more. Upon seeing Han Changkong, his opponent was already prepared to concede. However, as a fully realized Golden Core practitioner, it was only proper to exchange a few blows before surrendering. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Yet Han Changkong shouted without hesitation, "Sword, come, fellow cultivator, I concede." The opponent leaped off the martial stage. After all, what was more important, face or life? The day's battles concluded swiftly, with the competition for the top 10 set for tomorrow. That night, Changkong, is there truly hope for Lu Chongqing? Han Changkong knew his master would surely inquire about the day's events, having already prepared his reasoning. Master, I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty. Zhong Wan was aware that the divination technique could only assess situations but not provide cures. I fear that if he cannot be healed, the Qingyun sect will hold you accountable, and I won't be able to protect you then. Master, rest assured, as long as he follows my guidance, it should suffice for survival. If not recovery. Currently, the Saint Sun was treating himself, and as long as he didn't die, he couldn't blame Han Changkong. Once he became invincible, he would no longer fear the Qingyun sect. You should be mindful of this matter, and I have already informed the sect leader. Once the Grand Assembly concludes, for safety's sake, he will come to escort us. In that case, I shall indulge myself. His sacrificial tome was only capable of utilizing the second layer now. The third layer had yet to be activated. Once he offended more spirits from the Ingo sect, he could then commence with the third layer. Thinking of this, Han Changkong couldn't help but chuckle. Are you so happy because you earned over 10 million spirit stones today? No such thing. And what of your plans to acquire a magical artifact? Master, my cultivation has been advancing so swiftly. Purchasing a magical artifact seems wasteful. He contemplated that after returning, he would enter seclusion. So what need had he for a magical artifact? Moreover, he did not require one. His physical prowess was extraordinarily robust. He simply needed to elevate his cultivation. Once that was achieved, he could seek materials to forge a personal magical artifact. At present, it was better to exchange spirit stones for more medicinal pills. The following morning, on the martial stage, Taoist friend Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Han Changkong grinned wickedly at the figure before him, Chu Tianxiao. Chu Tianxiao, observing Han Changkong's expression, wondered who the real villain was here. Without a moment's hesitation, I concede. Huh? Han Changkong was taken aback. He originally intended to unleash a flurry of strikes, yet here he was, admitting defeat. Could it be that you lack the spirit to persist? Chu Tianxiao remained unfazed. Taoist Han, I am not your opponent. In any case, defeat is inevitable. Does it truly matter? At this moment, even if Chu Tianxiao were to lose this duel, he would still secure a position among the top 3. Therefore, there was no need for him to engage in a futile struggle against Han Changkong. Thus, he straightforwardly acknowledged his defeat. Goodness, the words from this lad left me utterly speechless. Very well, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve today. But mark my words, I will strike you with 2 bolts of lightning upon my return. The ensuing matches became rather uncomplicated. Upon encountering Han Changkong, everyone chose to surrender. The crux of the matter lay in those 2 words, sword comes. Who could withstand such a force? What would be the alternative? To endure a beating before yielding. Yet, when the shadow of the sword descends, can one guarantee survival? No one dared to take that risk. Those who had cultivated to the golden core stage were not foolish. Subsequently, the grand competition was officially declared concluded. Han Changkong emerged as the first in both Foundation Establishment and Golden Core rankings. This delighted Zhong Wan to no end, as she walked along, proclaiming, "This is my disciple. Indeed, without a doubt, this is my apprentice." Following this was a banquet, a time for exchanging ideas with disciples. Han Changkong was evidently the object of admiration among these disciples, particularly among the female disciples of the Miao Miao sect. Gradually, amidst the calls of senior brother Han and brother, Han Changkong began to lose himself. Chapter 32. The world grows lively. The day before the falling sunset grand assembly concluded, Han Tianhai indeed arrived in a flurry. He then inquired about the disciples of the Windazong, who were to set off that very night. Aboard the flying vessel, Han Tianhai remarked, "Changkong, it seems you've made quite a few enemies this time." Upon hearing Han Tianhai's words, Zhong Wan replied, "Sect leader, Han Changkong is also striving for the glory of our sect." Junior sister Zhong, Han Tianhai continued, "You know that is not my meaning. Such brilliance can attract hostility." However, Han Changkong interjected, "Sect leader, rest assured, I am fully aware. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Qingyun sect should assist us. It is a jest, for in this vast world, only one's own sect can rescue their holy son. Even if they are adversaries, they must first ensure our safe return to the sect." Yet, it was evident that they were overthinking. The elders of other sects had already received word, aware that the sect leader Han Tianhai had personally come to safeguard his disciples. How could a group of integration stage elders possibly contend with a great ascension cultivator? Thus, everyone returned to the Windazong in peace. "Junior sister, go refine some pills. The elders of the Qingyun sect should still be waiting in the market." Upon hearing Han Changkong's words, Shangguan Xue nodded slightly. "Senior brother, will Lu Chongqing be all right? Rest easy, there should be no significant issues, though minor problems are likely abundant." Over the 2 months of travel from the Miao Miao sect to the Windazong, Han Changkong would occasionally take some medicine to annoy Lu Chongqing. Primarily, as the chosen one, Lu Chongqing feared becoming overly pressured, leading to sudden fortuitous encounters that would propel him to great heights. Who could withstand such a scenario? Soon, the entire Windazong fell into a tranquil state. However, across the continent, apart from the Windazong, other sects were abuzz with activity. The most lively among them was the Yingguazong, particularly with Chu Tianxiao, who was struck by lightning daily. Fortunately, he secured a top 3 reward from the assembly. This object was known as the Gathering Qi Pearl, capable of rapidly assisting cultivators in consolidating spiritual energy, thus enhancing their cultivation speed. However, it had been modified by the old ghost. Now, this Gathering Qi Pearl no longer absorbed spiritual energy but instead drew inane energy. Consequently, Chu Tianxiao's cultivation speed surged remarkably. Yet, the other cultivators of the Yingguazong were not so fortunate. "Senior brother, I have fallen from nascent soul to golden core. I cannot endure this." They immediately began to give up. Remarkably, once they started to slack off, the lightning ceased to strike them. In the grand hall of the Yingguazong. "What? You say that if you abandon your cultivation, you won't be struck by lightning?" The sect leader, Fang Zhengzong, stared incredulously at the disciples before him. "Indeed, sect leader, as long as we recover, we suffer from lightning injuries, and our cultivation will decline." "Correct, our cultivation drops by half and then stabilizes." Fang Zhengzong was bewildered. Could it be that the heavens are suppressing our path of ghost cultivation? Are only you 10 affected? Returning to the sect leader, initially, over a dozen were affected, but those with lower cultivation have already perished, leaving only us nascent soul cultivators. What in the world does this mean? Shouldn't the higher cultivators be the ones to suffer the most? Realizing this, Fang Zhengzong hurried to seek out his ancestor. "I am already aware of this matter. It should be a curse." Hearing the old ghost's words, Fang Zhengzong was taken aback. Their path of ghost cultivation had been cursed. Was this not a laughingstock? The old ghost noticed Fang Zhengzong's concern. You need not fret. Merely a few nascent soul disciples? They cannot influence our Yingguozong. Ancestor, could this curse spread to others in our sect? Moreover, could this be related to your disciple, Chu Tianxiao? The old ghost indeed entertained this thought. Logically, Chu Tianxiao was the first to exhibit such anomalies. Previously, other disciples had encountered no issues. Following the assembly, upon returning, anomalies began to surface. It was nearly impossible to disconnect this situation from Chu Tianxiao. The old ghost pondered before speaking. Through this period of observation, Chu Tianxiao too has been struck by lightning daily. Had it not been for the assistance of the gathering Qi Pearl, he would likely have perished long ago. If he is indeed the source of this trouble, would that not mean harming the enemy while inflicting damage upon ourselves? Fang Zhengzong was also aware of this, yet it seemed improbable for such events to occur without reason. Ancestor, I have heard that disciples from other sects are experiencing similar situations. Could it be the doing of the Miao Miao sect? His statement was not without foundation. After returning from the assembly, various sects had reported at least some disciples afflicted. However, they were not struck by lightning, but rather poisoned in various ways. The old ghost contemplated for a moment before slowly stating, "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will inquire with a few old fellows." With that, his figure vanished in an instant. Fang Zhengzong slowly made his way back to his grand hall, deep in thought. The transformation of ghost cultivators could indeed resist part of the lightning tribulation, as they were already capable of solidifying their physical forms. However, those below the transformation stage were mere souls. Though they appeared no different from ordinary people, they could not withstand the lightning strikes. Yet, since the ancestor advised him not to intervene, he was disinclined to worry about the matter any further. In the grand hall of the Miao Miao sect, a woman stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Clad in fiery red garments, her brows arched like a sharp sword, eyes deep and piercing. Her aura was formidable, exuding an imposing presence without the need for anger. These ridiculous sects were brazenly slandering us. This woman was none other than the sect leader of the Miao Miao sect, Ning Yao. Witnessing the sect leader's aura that suggested she was ready to strike, the elders present dared not utter a word. Although this woman appeared beautiful, she was undeniably a fierce tigress. Moreover, she was a physical cultivator. Can you believe it? At this moment, only Ning Yao's junior sister, Hong Min, dared to speak. "Senior sister, this is not the time for rage. We should investigate whether our disciples have been affected." With a deep sigh, Ning Yao replied, "Xiao Min, I had already dispatched people to investigate, but the key point is that none of them have been affected. If I were to announce this, would the other sects believe me?" Hong Min was taken aback. While it was indeed fortunate that no disciples from their sect had been affected, the current predicament meant that even good news could turn into misfortune. It was impossible to forcibly feed a few disciples poison pills, was it? Who could bear to do such a thing? Furthermore, the entire Miao Miao Peak was composed solely of women, with not a single man among them. At that moment, another elder spoke up, "Senior sister, perhaps we should inquire with the Windazong." They were among the first to encounter this issue. The speaker was none other than Cheng Ying, an elder of the Miao Miao sect who had a close relationship with Zhong Wan. The moment those words were uttered, they instantly drew the ire of Hong Min. "Cheng Ying, are you truly of the Miao Miao sect, or the Windazong?" The sect leader Ning Yao was also taken aback. Hong Min refrained from speaking out of turn. Allow Cheng Ying junior sister to finish. Cheng Ying then continued, "Senior sister, I have a good rapport with Zhong Wan of the Windazong. She informed me that their sect's disciples were cursed due to their poor character." Upon hearing this, everyone present was left in stunned silence. Did this imply that all disciples of the Miao Miao sect were virtuous? Even saying such a thing, one could scarcely believe it. Ning Yao interjected. "Cheng Ying junior sister, what time is it, and you still have the heart to jest?" Chapter 33. "Han the divine doctor, what I said is absolutely true." Cheng Ying quickly replied. Initially, she herself had not believed much of it. However, as various sects began to direct their accusations toward her own, it was clear that the Windazong was also aware of the situation. Thus, Zhong Wan had transmitted a message to Cheng Ying, inquiring about the circumstances. Consequently, she mentioned that her sect had pills that could potentially cure the affliction, but she needed to keep it confidential. Therefore, now Qingying could only state that she would inquire with the Wendazong without revealing the existence of any medicinal remedy. Nevertheless, sect leader Ning Yao was somewhat convinced, for she knew Qingying well. She was not one to fabricate stories. Qingying, this matter should be pursued by you with the Wendazong. Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, Qingying realized that Ning Yao had placed her trust in her. She promptly bowed and said, "Yes, sect leader, I shall depart at once." This incident was unfolding continuously among the 6 primary sects of the entire Luoxia continent. At this moment, at the Wendazong's Wendan Peak, Han Changkong wore a bewildered expression. "Master, won't this create problems? This is quite a grand undertaking. If things go awry, the sect could face annihilation. I am not invincible yet. If the sect leader is not afraid, what do I have to fear? Could it be that this matter was orchestrated by the esteemed sect leader himself?" Concealed in the shadows, Han Tianhai gazed at his reflection in the mirror. "I look to be merely 30 years old. How can esteemed elder emerge from this young man's lips?" Zhongwan then spoke, "Indeed, you need only to fulfill your role as the world's foremost divine physician. Save whom you can, and for those you cannot, simply state that it is beyond your capabilities." Han Changkong appeared speechless. "So, we are mobilizing the entire sect to assist a mere charlatan. Yet, what could be done?" Han Tianhai's combat prowess was among the pinnacle even in the Great Ascension realm, as long as there was no reckless confrontation, ensuring the safety of the Wendazong should be manageable. "Yes, master, I shall prepare." Han Changkong replied. Zhongwan paused. "What preparations?" "The sect has already arranged a palace for you. You need only to serve as a good luck charm there." Upon reflection, Han Changkong thought it acceptable, as long as it didn't hinder his leisure. Sunbathing and enjoyment, it was fine. He then exited the Peak Master Hall. "Brother Han, is this approach feasible? I have already sent a voice transmission to Qingying." Han Tianhai looked outside the hall. "Junior sister, let us proceed as planned. The Piaomiao sect will undoubtedly buckle under pressure and divulge the news. We shall simply wait to collect our payment." "Brother, are we truly so impoverished?" Han Tianhai sighed. "The grand formation for our venerable uncle's seclusion consumes far too many spirit stones, and they must be top grade." Zhongwan understood that the grand elder, her uncle, needed to suppress his cultivation. The moment he exited that formation, he would surely face a heavenly tribulation. Thus, this matter was not worth the gamble. Winning could propel Wendazong to soaring heights, but losing would mean its utter destruction. Shall we participate in the trial's secret realm a year from now? This secret realm only opens once every 20 years and is situated within a small world, teeming with fierce beasts. Yet, within the secret realm, the beasts are not the true threat. The peril lies with the practitioners from other sections, however. Those who emerge alive often bring back countless treasures. Indeed, let us allow that young lad Changkong to participate as well. Zhongwan hesitated. "Brother, is this not a bit perilous?" "Junior sister, that lad is invincible in the Golden Core stage. What danger could he possibly face?" It then dawned on Zhongwan. Right? Only those at the Golden Core stage and below may enter the secret realm. He will be able to traverse it with ease. At that moment, Han Changkong strolled through his grand hall, unaware of the arrangements made for him. "Brother, when will you teach me how to make that milk tea?" Shangguan Shui inquired anxiously, fixing her gaze upon him. Han Changkong considered it and, having nothing pressing at the moment, said, "Very well, let us go to my cave." With that, the two soared towards his dwelling. Time flowed slowly, and a month passed in the blink of an EYE.AT Wendan Peak. Within the Divine Physician Hall, Han Changkong sat leisurely at a table. "Friend, your condition is quite serious." Upon hearing this, the individual before him nearly panicked. "Divine Physician Han, is there still hope for recovery?" Han Changkong stroked his chin, shaking his head. The crux of the matter was that the person before him harbored ill intent. Could he truly save him? Nevertheless, he spoke, "Eradication may be challenging, yet suppression should not pose significant difficulty." The individual, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. "Then I shall trouble you, Divine Physician Han." He then picked up a porcelain vial from the table. This vial contained 30 pills, each worth 10,000 spirit stones, sufficient for 3 months. 1 pill every 3 days. The individual swallowed hard. 300,000 spirit stones. Why not just seize them? However, The cultivator behind him swiftly produced a storage bag. Here are 300,000 spirit stones. Divine Physician, please verify. After confirming the amount, the individual departed, and Han Changkong retrieved a jade slip, noting down the person's name and the expected onset time of their illness. With so many patients, I can hardly remember who has what symptoms. He recorded that the individual would show symptoms 3 months hence, and, having filled his quota for the day, proceeded back to his cave. Those waiting outside the grand hall were left in a state of confusion. Did we not agree on 3 consultations a day? Today, only one was seen before he closed shop. This was because Han Changkong had discovered a loophole while treating patients. He was recklessly courting danger. The number of enemies was steadily increasing. For instance, a few days prior, the Yingguozhong had sought him out. Han Changkong had suggested they try electric shock therapy, prompting them to turn and leave immediately. However, upon reflection, they pondered, what if there is merit to this? After all, Han Changkong had indeed cured numerous practitioners. Thus, they became intrigued. The Yingguozhong sect leader, Fang Zhengzong, thought, since it is not my life at stake, why not give it a try? Consequently, Han Changkong's hit list saw the first appearance of a refining void cultivator. Now, Han Changkong sat within his cave, preparing to torment the refining void cultivator. Activate the 3rd layer of the sacrificial scripture. He commanded, subsequently entering a meditative state. Within Yingguozhong, the refining void elder, Lai Yaotang, sat in meditation. Eyes suddenly snapping open, he was struck with terror as he sensed his cultivation slipping away. He hastened to find the sect leader. This is terrifying. Has the curse expanded to the refining void stage? Through communications among sects, it was discovered that the curse had only reached the nascent soul stage. The incident involving the Holy Son of Qingyun sect was kept confidential, leading many to believe that a small number of nascent soul cultivators afflicted by the curse was not particularly alarming. Now, however, the revelation that a refining void cultivator had also fallen victim sent shockwaves through all sections. The gates of Wendazong were nearly overwhelmed. Numerous refining void and transformation god stage cultivators sought Han Changkong's assistance to examine their conditions. Han Changkong had not anticipated such a significant reaction from a single refining void cultivator. Yet, he would not refuse the spirit stones offered. Charging a consultation fee of 100,000 spirit stones each was hardly excessive, especially given that these transformation god and refining void cultivators possessed some wealth. Although they felt a pinch in their wallets, they were essentially purchasing peace of mind. Particularly for high-level cultivators, enduring constant anxiety could adversely affect their Dao heart. Chapter 34. The Celestial Shielding Formation within the Qingyun sect's Holy Son Lu Changqing's cave. The sect leader Yun Wanqing inquired with genuine concern, "Disciple, how fare you?" "Master, the frequency of the poison's onset has indeed decreased recently. Here, take this source restoration pill. Your essence has not been significantly depleted. It should aid in your recovery." Lu Changqing was taken aback. "This source restoration pill is a rare treasure. Master, what great cost did you incur to obtain it?" "Master still hopes you can reach the integration stage within 300 years. Do not despair. Rest assured, Master. I shall not let you down." Observing Lu Changqing's earnest expression, Yun Wanqing felt a slight relief. His disciple was commendable in many aspects, though a touch overzealous. Experiencing some setbacks could prove beneficial. With that, he gradually vanished from the cave. Once Yun Wanqing departed, Lu Changqing spoke. "Predecessor, are you suggesting that my affliction may be of human origin?" In an instant, a shadow detached itself from Lu Changqing's body. "You rascal! We have known each other for centuries. Have I ever harmed you?" Lu Changqing pondered this and realized the shadow was something he had inadvertently acquired in his youth, initially believing it to be a ghost. In truth, it was the soul of a mighty being from which he had gained numerous benefits. "Predecessor, that was not my intention, but could such a bizarre power truly be wielded by a mere cultivator?" He particularly noted that even the sect leader, a great ascension cultivator, could not resolve the matter of the poison. The shadow spoke slowly. "From my observations, the poison in your body appears to be linked to a force of causation." Lu Changqing gasped. "What is this force of causation?" The shadow paused. "Your reaction suggests ignorance. This force of causation is profound and mysterious. The caster must have some connection to you." Lu Changqing delved deep into his memories. Those with a connection to me have nearly all perished. The most likely candidate to employ such a method would be the Holy Maiden. However, could that woman possess such ability? Predecessor, can you trace the direction of this force of causation? Impossible. What? Lu Chongqing was taken aback. You spoke so confidently earlier, and now you claim to have no method? I suspect it was the Holy Maiden Lu Jia. The shadow scoffed. If that girl had such abilities, you would have died 800 times over. Moreover, the power of causality is invisible and intangible, thus your affliction was directly triggered from within you. Does this statement not equate to saying nothing at all? Who else could possibly comprehend the state of one's own body? Senior, as an immortal, is it not within your capacity to evade such peculiar forces of causality? The shadow coughed awkwardly. I in the past. I certainly had ways, but now my strength is but a fraction of what it once was. Your words seem to lack conviction, do they not? However, there is indeed a method, though I cannot guarantee its success. Lu Chongqing then scrutinized the old man closely. Indeed, he appeared quite impressive. Senior, please elaborate. Given the opportunity, we can still strive for it, and are you not awaiting my ascension to reclaim your celestial form? Lu Chongqing's words truly resonated with the old man. This elder had drifted aimlessly in the falling sunset continent for countless years. Finally encountering Lu Chongqing, a person of great fortune, he had thus forged a bond of souls. However, this method bears certain risks. Please speak, Senior. If it proves unfeasible, I shall seek my master's assistance. The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. This power of causality is extraordinarily formidable. Even the emperors of the immortal realm cannot escape its binding influence. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing was taken aback. It seems this method presents insurmountable challenges. Moreover, the power of causality is utterly imperceptible. To eradicate it, one would have to perish. Lu Chongqing exclaimed in disbelief, Senior, this is hardly a solution. If it entails demise, what kind of method is that? You reckless boy, why the haste? Of course, I would not allow you to truly perish. A feigned death should suffice. Lu Chongqing was taken aback. Could this method genuinely work? Can a feigned death deceive the senses? The shadow shot him an exasperated glance. Can you refrain from interrupting? Very well, Senior, please continue. This feigned death involves utilizing the great array of concealment to create the illusion of your demise in this world as heavenly laws. Then, you would need to divide a fragment of your soul's power, allowing your master to act on your behalf to seize another's body. Finally, you would control that body to exit the array and be slain. This is akin to a ruse, however. You shall henceforth only cultivate within the array until you achieve ascension. Lu Chongqing remained silent, listening intently, and fell into deep contemplation. Should the shadow's words hold true, he would undoubtedly ascend within 3,000 years. Senior, if I ascend, will this power of causality still be able to bind me? The shadow hastily replied. Once you become an immortal, if the power of causality is merely a construct of this realm, how could it possibly contend with an immortal you? Though Lu Chongqing was unaware of the specific capabilities of immortals, he was certain that this shadow was indeed one. Even the elder who had undergone tribulations had not detected this individual. In truth, the shadow's subsequent statement was intended to deceive Lu Chongqing, as he himself was uncertain whether the power of causality could harm Lu Chongqing in the immortal realm. The power of causality is lethal to all it touches. Even an immortal emperor cannot escape. He merely wished for Lu Chongqing to ascend and bring his soul back to the immortal realm. As for the rest, he could not care less whether Lu Chongqing lived or died. Senior, please share with me the method to construct the great array of concealment. I will seek my master's assistance immediately. The shadow then snapped his fingers, and a segment of memory materialized in Lu Chongqing's mind. After viewing it, Lu Chongqing was stunned. Were there really this many treasures? The shadow, exasperated, retorted. Do you think this is child's play? This is the great array of concealment, a formation that obscures the heavenly laws. Do you think it can be compared to a mere protective array of a sect? Lu Chongqing pondered and agreed. Such a formidable array would indeed require an abundance of treasures. Thus, he transmitted a message to Yun Wenqing. In just a few breaths, Yun Wenqing arrived at the cave dwelling. After listening to Lu Chongqing's account, He was utterly bewildered. The power of causality was something they, as great ascension practitioners, could somewhat perceive. But the fact that it was manipulated against Lu Chongqing was astonishing. Disciple, have you considered that if the adversary can wield the power of causality against you, it is possible that our entire sect may not stand a chance? This is no trivial matter. What cultivation level must one possess to achieve such a feat? This surpasses the comprehension of great ascension cultivators. The power of causality indeed exists, yet no one on this continent has ever heard of an individual capable of wielding such abilities. Master, you are aware that I frequently venture into ancient secret realms, thus I had considered this possibility. Furthermore, the adversary is likely employing a specific artifact. Not to mention, even Han Chongkong of the Winda sect was able to suppress this strange force, which proves that the power of causality is not invincible. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Yun Wenqing fell into thought, recognizing the validity of this reasoning. This power could even be subdued by alchemical elixirs at the golden core stage, suggesting it is not without limits. However, upon glancing at the items within the jade slip, his eyelids twitched. Disciple, the items contained herein, even if we sold our entire sect, would not suffice. Good heavens, these are all 8th and 9th tier spiritual materials. Such items are exclusive to Great Ascension and Tribulation Crossing cultivators. Chapter 35. Lu Chongqing's Rebirth. He then spoke. Chongqing, please wait a while. I shall consult the Supreme Elder. With that, he vanished from the cave. Such a vast array of treasures could indeed be procured by the Qingyun sect. However, these treasures represent the very foundation of our sect. To expend them all on constructing the great array of concealment merely to safeguard the Saint Sun? The elders throughout the sect would never agree. Moreover, is there not also a Saintess? If the Saint Sun falls, the focus would shift to nurturing the Saintess instead. As expected, Yun Wenqing emerged from the Supreme Elder's cave with a dejected expression. Alas, Chongqing, I truly find myself at a loss. If this were to occur to the Saintess, I would also be unwilling to wager our sect's foundation on an uncertain array. Upon receiving this news, Lu Chongqing realized he had likely been forsaken. At that moment, the shadow also floated out from Lu Chongqing's body. Observing Lu Chongqing, who appeared lost and despondent, he felt a pang of sympathy. He too had traversed the arduous path from Qi refinement to ascension and understood these principles well. If he were in the position of the Supreme Elder, he would also refrain from risking the sect's foundation on a venture with no guaranteed outcome. Do not lose heart, young one. Senior, your words offer me no solace. It appears this is my fate. Upon hearing this, the shadow steeled himself. Young man, there is indeed another method. Lu Chongqing's eyes brightened. Yet he quickly realized that this method was unlikely to be favorable. However, with nothing to lose, he decided to hear it out. Please, Senior, enlighten me. Would you dare to reincarnate and cultivate anew? What? Is that not tantamount to my demise? Nevertheless, he allowed the shadow to continue. I shall use the remnants of my power to help you retain your memories during your reincarnation. The shadow believed that a few hundred years would be negligible. He had already waited for countless years. Senior, what is your confidence in this? 10 out of 10, though I may need to slumber for several hundred years. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongqing was taken aback. Senior, what then becomes of my cultivation? Are you foolish? Have I not assured you I would preserve your memories? Lu Chongqing then realized that retaining his memories from a past life would enable him to soar to new heights. He then spoke. I am immensely grateful, Senior. I, Lu Chongqing, vow that should I ascend, I will undoubtedly aid you in reclaiming your celestial form. With that, the two began to strategize. At the Winda sect, atop the Windan Peak. Brother Han, this 10 million spirit stones are from the sect leader for you. Han Chongkong was taken aback upon seeing the storage bag in Shangguan Shui's hand. Could you not have exchanged them for upper-grade spirit stones? This is akin to giving me 1,000 $1 bills, Shangguan Shui explained. The sect has recently experienced a shortage of upper-grade spirit stones, hence we are distributing lower-grade spirit stones within the sect. Moreover, there are profitable opportunities as well. Han Chongkong, puzzled, inquired. What opportunities? Shangguan Shui replied mysteriously. The sect has issued a task to collect upper-grade spirit stones. Anyone who can exchange upper-grade spirit stones with the sect will be rewarded with 50 lower-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate for spirit stones is 1 to 100. 100 lower-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 middle-grade spirit stone, and 100 middle-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 upper-grade spirit stone. However, this information holds little significance for Han Changkong, as he currently has little need for spirit stones. He merely finds himself depleting some alchemical elixirs. Ultimately, the spirit stones would find their way back into his sect's coffers. Sister, why do you require such an abundance of spirit stones? Does Shangguan Shui lack funds? Not in the least. She is quite wealthy within the Windus sect and has even opened a milk tea shop. Reaping substantial profits, I wish to enhance my life-bound magical artifact. Thus I need to accumulate more rare materials. Do not be deceived by my wealth. All my funds have been invested in refining materials. This statement was indeed true. Alchemical herbs can be cultivated, but materials for refining are rare and hard to come by. Han Changkong had previously explored many secret realms and was familiar with the locations of various precious materials. What other materials do you need? Shangguan Shui's face brightened as she directly handed over a jade slip. Han Changkong's heart sank. Was it necessary to record this in a jade slip? Upon casually examining the jade tablet, he was momentarily bewildered and exclaimed, "Is it true that among these more than 10 materials, you have only acquired one?" Han Changkong discovered that the materials contained within the jade tablet were all of a high tier. Furthermore, locating them on the falling sunset continent would undoubtedly prove arduous. They could only be found within the secret realms. One particular material, known as Falling Heaven Stone, was exclusively found in forbidden zones. The former Han Changkong had traversed that perilous place before, where even the previous sect master of Sword Questioning Peak had met his demise, along with his own disciples. You must be out of your mind. Obtaining this Falling Heaven Stone is no trivial matter. Senior brother, I am aware of that, which is why I have included alternative materials. However, should we secure the Falling Heaven Stone, my lifebound artifact could refine 8th or 9th tier elixirs. She replied. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong realized that Su Guanyue's lifebound artifact was an alchemical furnace, which could currently only refine up to 7th tier elixirs, and the success rate was rather low. Junior sister, do you have any knowledge of the Falling Heaven Stone's location within the Forbidden Zone? He inquired. I have never been there. How would I know? She retorted. Han Changkong, his heart racing, continued. In the core area of the Forbidden Zone. Even during tribulation, one would likely perish. Su Guanyue had initially thought the Falling Heaven Stone was located at the periphery of the Forbidden Zone, but upon hearing Han Changkong's words regarding its core, she felt utterly despondent. It's all right, senior brother. I can ask my uncle from the Questioning Sword Peak for assistance in altering the materials. Oh, you foolish girl, without combat prowess, venturing into the Forbidden Zone would be tantamount to courting death. Haha, understood, senior brother. Could you perhaps elaborate on the nature of this Forbidden Zone? Han Changkong reflected for a moment before responding earnestly. There exists a great terror within. It is not something the falling sunset continent can contend with. Su Guanyue was taken aback. If such a great terror exists, why does it not emerge? I cannot say for certain. It is likely that the barrier outside the Forbidden Zone restricts its movement. Have you ever encountered this terrifying entity, senior brother? Han Changkong slowly lifted his gaze to the horizon. In truth, I have never laid eyes upon it. I was severely injured merely by its presence. Fortunately, the Sword of Inquiry recognized its master, allowing me to narrowly escape with my life. Recalling that harrowing experience filled Han Changkong with trepidation. The power there felt entirely alien to this continent. Regaining his composure, he continued, the other materials can be found within the secret realms. You may publish the task at the sect's task hall, simply increase the reward a bit. He then tossed the jade tablet to Su Guanyue. As time flowed steadily, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Han Changkong, who had been consuming medicinal pills in his cave abode, suddenly sprang up from his mat. Lu Chongqing's name has vanished? How could this be possible? I currently have over 100 enemies, some of whom are of lower cultivation, and I have paid them no mind, as they pose no threat. But Lu Chongqing is a transformation stage cultivator. I have been vigilantly monitoring his movements, especially since his energy bar still contained 9 tiers, and then he suddenly disappears. Could it be that the system has encountered another glitch? This wretched system is always malfunctioning. Unbeknownst to Han Changkong, A mortal had successfully joined his list of adversaries. Chapter 36. Entering the secret realm, it is not entirely fair to say Han Changkong was inattentive. The key issue was that each page of his list could only display 20 individuals, and those listed later were of increasingly lower cultivation, posing no real threat to him, which is why he seldom checked. He fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that this individual has taken his own life? Unthinkable. He is the child of destiny. Have I not even begun, and he has already met his end? How unfortunate to lose a transformation stage sparring partner. This is a significant loss. I must consume some more pills to alleviate my heartache. At the Tianjin sect's main hall, a female disciple rushed in excitedly, exclaiming, Sect Master, Sect Master, the Sect Master's wife has given birth to a son. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingsong, the Sect Master of Tianjin sect, instantly stood up. It is indeed a rare occurrence for a cultivator to bear offspring. He quickly made his way to his cave abode. The higher the cultivation level, the more challenging it is to conceive. This could be considered Yu Qingsong's blessing in his later years. However, as a Mahayana cultivator, he had a lifespan of 30,000 years, and he had barely lived for 10,000 of them. Why, dear wife, you have worked hard. Yu Qingsong's wife, an elder of the sect, Gao Man, was a combined stage cultivator. At this moment, she slowly sat up. Husband, as a combined stage cultivator, what is so remarkable about giving birth? Indeed, for a combined stage cultivator, recovering from childbirth would only take the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. My dear wife, I am merely concerned for you. Seeing her husband being so considerate brought warmth to Gao Man's heart. Let us give our child a name. Yu Qingsong pondered for a moment. How about we name him Yu Changsheng? Gao Man repeated the name a few times. This name is quite fitting. Changsheng, longevity. This is what we cultivators seek. Meanwhile, Han Changkong remained oblivious to the changes in the names on his list. Master, you wish for me to train in the secret realm? Han Changkong stared incredulously at Zhong Wa and Do I still require further training? Moreover, I have been to this secret realm before. Based on my current cultivation level, wouldn't I merely stroll through it? The key issue is that there aren't any valuable treasures there. It mainly contains numerous spirit stone mines. Am I to be sent there to mine? Surely not. To send a direct disciple like myself to mine. This is the sect master's intention, Zhongwan replied, sipping her milk tea with a muffled voice. All right then, I suppose the sect master must have his reasons. He then inquired, how many disciples shall we take with us this time? 300 golden core disciples. And the task? Mining. And then, that's all. Han Changkong's expression turned dark. Master, does our sect truly lack funds? Finally, having finished her milk tea, Zhongwan appeared to still crave more. While we are not short on spirit stones, we do lack high-grade spirit stones. The yield of high-grade spirit stones in the secret realm is quite substantial. Hence your arduous task. But master, the opening and closing of this secret realm takes a decade. So, you mean to say I'm to remain inside for 10 whole years? Who could endure such a fate? Oh, so you mean to imply that the sect master's words no longer hold weight? Though I possess a system, if the sect master were to strike you, you truly would be powerless. What I mean to convey is that this time we are only mining. Are we to disregard all other precious materials? At this moment, Su Guanyue interjected, Senior brother, I would like to acquire some materials. She habitually pulled out the jade tablet. Han Changkong's eyelids twitched. After a moment's thought, he resigned himself, realizing he would be in there for a decade, so he might as well gather materials for her slowly. Subsequently, the sect master, Han Tianhai, conveyed to Han Changkong through a sound transmission the significance of high-grade spirit stones, which made Han Changkong wary not to neglect the task. This truly pertained to the foundation of the entire sect, and only he could undertake it. Very well, I shall consider this a decade-long closed-door cultivation. With that thought, Han Changkong ceased his worries, viewing it as a forced business trip arranged by his superiors. Upon exiting the main hall, he began his preparations. Senior brother, this is the defensive formation that the master instructed me to give you. Su Guanyue said, handing him a set of formations. This is a valuable item. No golden core cultivator could hope to breach it. Indeed, once you enter, if you locate a good vein, activate this formation, and you should be safe. Han Changkong mused to himself that safety would only be assured against cultivators lacking special abilities. Those from the other 5 first-tier sects would likely possess artifacts bestowed by senior sect members. Thus, the effectiveness of this formation remained uncertain. Su Guanyue understood this principle as well. Entering the secret realm meant engaging in life-and-death battles, not like the sect competition, where one could not use talismans or underhanded tactics. During training, anything was permissible to eliminate the opponent, even poison. Han Changkong had ventured into training countless times and was well aware of these intricacies. However, this time, the purpose of entering the secret realm was solely to mine, while also helping Su Guanyue gather materials. "All right, junior sister, I must return to make some preparations." After saying this, he headed back towards his cave abode, intending to exchange for some elixirs, especially poison elixirs. Once inside, should anyone wish to harm him, he would resort to consuming pills without hesitation. As time passed, on this day, the one escorting the group was Shang Taimin from the questioning Martial Peak, a towering figure standing at an impressive 2 meters tall. Resembling a walking mountain, Han Shidi, feel free to command the disciples of questioning Martial Peak as you see fit. If they disobey, do not spare them. Punish them severely. The disciples of questioning Martial Peak turned pale at his words, for they were well aware of Han Changkong's terrifying combat prowess. "Rest assured, Uncle Shang. They are all fellow disciples and will undoubtedly cooperate wholeheartedly with me." At that moment, a Golden Core disciple stepped forward. Clasping his fists in salute, "Han Shixiang, I am Lien Zhan, a disciple of questioning Artifact Peak, and I hope to receive your guidance." Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. "Your surname is Lien? Are you from the Lien family?" "Indeed, Han Shixiang." He then produced a formation. "Here, take this formation. Once you enter, you will be responsible for maintaining our formation." "Understood, Han Shixiang." The disciples of Wendan Peak and Wanjin Peak require no introduction, as Han Changkong has encountered most of them. At this moment, they have arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. "Han Shiji, take care," he said, discreetly handing Han Changkong a storage bag. He transmitted a message. "This was entrusted to me by the sect leader before he departed." Han Changkong accepted the storage bag but did not rush to open it. Soon, representatives from various sects gathered, nearly all present. The first-tier sects had 300 spots, the second tier had 200, the third tier had 100. While the fourth-tier sects typically clung to the third tier for support, barely managing to send 10 disciples, and a throng of tens of thousands was amassed. Why? There are only 6 first-tier sects, dozens of second-tier sects across the continent, and hundreds of third-tier sects. As for fourth-tier sects, they are in constant flux in the entire Luoxia continent. The fiercest battles with the highest casualty rates involve the fourth-tier sections Shang Shishu. "I shall lead the disciples inside first," said the disciple. Go ahead," was the reply. After watching Han Changkong and his companions enter the passageway of the secret realm, Shang Taimin turned and vanished from sight, fearing his temper might incite trouble. Chapter 37. Am I to be the tour guide? Within the secret realm, Han Changkong surveyed the scene before him. He recalled his first visit, when he was already at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. That was 200 years ago. "Han Shixiang, what should we do next?" Upon hearing Lien Zhan's words and observing all the disciples, Han Changkong felt a wave of confusion. The sect had evidently appointed him as the tour guide, as these disciples were visiting the secret realm for the first time. Their peak masters or mentors had informed them prior to the journey that Han Changkong was well acquainted with this place. Nonetheless, he took little heed and began to recall the details of the area, recognizing that 200 years had passed, necessitating a thorough recollection. Most importantly, this memory was not entirely his own, rendering it fragmented and sporadic. After a while, he spoke. "There are outer, inner, and core regions. We shall head straight for the core region." The disciples' faces lit up with joy. Clearly their master did not deceive them. Just as they were about to set off, they noticed 300 fairy-like figures approaching. It turned out to be the fairies of the Piamiao sect. Han Changkong clasped his fists in greeting. "Han Shixiang, we are here under the orders of Elder Cheng Ying to meet with you." Upon hearing this, Han Changkong felt a sense of paralysis. His own sect's disciples were already too numerous, and now so many women were arriving. However, before Han Changkong could refuse, the leading woman produced a jade slip and handed it over. Surely this is not something belonging to my master, he thought. Upon accepting the jade slip, he sensed its unmistakable aura. Young man, did you not expect that your master, fearing your solitude for a decade, would send you so many beauties? Shouldn't you express your gratitude to your teacher? However, all you need to do is assist them with a small task, after which you may command them as you wish. Han Changkong was taken aback. Command them as I wish? The scope of this arrangement was indeed vast. Who could refuse such an offer? After examining the jade slip, he promptly placed it into his storage bag. May I ask how to address you, junior sister? I am Qiuyu Dada, the Qiuyu. Please, tell me how I may assist you. Elder Chunging requires a 7-star herb. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong began to recall carefully. After a while, he replied, that should not be a problem. There are plenty of magical beasts in the area where the 7-star herb grows. Although they are of low rank, their numbers are considerable. Then I shall trouble you, Shi Xiao. Han Changkong continued, in truth, there are many valuable items in this area that would also benefit you, but I have my own tasks to attend to and may not be able to assist you in the search. However, Qiuyu interjected, Shi Xiao. Elder Chunging said that as long as you help find the 7-star herb, upon returning to the sect, we will receive the pregnancy pill. Goodness, what a generous offer, he thought. And then realized, could it be that his master would assist in its refinement? No wonder these fairies would heed his command. Clearly, Zhong Wan was quite concerned for him. Putting aside his thoughts, he decided that since his master had already provided the reward, he would not let such an opportunity go to waste. Let us set off. The 7-star herb is located in the core region. With that, the group proceeded towards the core area a month later. Shi Xiao, it seems there is a fight up ahead. Han Changkong wore a disdainful expression. Shitty, should we not remove the word, seems? It was apparent that two factions were engaged in battle, and everyone could see it. Qiuyu remarked, Shi Xiao, it appears to be the Yin Gui sect and the Qing Yun sect. Let us observe. Perhaps there are valuable items we can seize. The group cautiously advanced. As they approached, the two factions noticed Han Changkong and his party, instantly pulling back to create distance. The sight of 600 people was indeed intimidating, especially since the total number of fighters on either side was only 600. Fellow Taoists, have you discovered some treasure? Han Daoyu, we must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. This person had also participated in the Luoxia Grand Assembly and recognized Han Changkong. However, before Han Changkong could respond, a member of the Yin Gui sect interjected with an insult. Niu Nizi, you're barking up the wrong tree. Our Yin Gui sect discovered this first. Hey Gui, are you seeking death? Niu Nizi, do you think I fear you? Their exchange of insults was truly worthy of the history books. Han Changkong finally spoke. After all this cursing, what exactly is this item? A leading cultivator from the Yin Gui sect replied, Han Daoyu, this is a child herb. Han Changkong was taken aback. What? After all that? It's merely this trivial thing. He turned to leave, leaving the members of the Yin Gui and Qing Yun sects baffled. This was a 5th-tier spiritual herb, yet he was walking away with a look of disdain. After all, this herb could only be used by ghost cultivators, rendering it useless to him. However, the child herb would ultimately fall into the hands of the Qing Yun sect, as the Yin Gui sect lacked the combat strength before reaching the nascent soul stage. Seeing Han Changkong about to depart, the ghost cultivators panicked. Han Daoyu, if you help me obtain the child herb, our Yin Gui sect will follow your commands for the next 10 years. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong paused at a child herb in exchange for 10 years of service. Does this herb come with seeds? Han Changkong turned around and said coldly, Fellow Taoist, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Yet the ghost cultivator, undeterred, immediately swore an oath. Soon, all the ghost cultivators followed suit. The Qing Yun sect was left astonished. The leader of the Qing Yun sect then spoke. Everyone, we are all here to acquire treasures. I shall not take the child herb. With that, he turned and left. The ghost cultivator then carefully plucked the child herb. Han Changkong asked, Fellow Taoist, might I request a single seed? The ghost cultivator contemplated. This child herb has 10 seeds. Giving one away is no issue, especially since Han Changkong could have taken it by force but chose to ask instead. Consequently, he painstakingly extracted a seed using his soul force and respectfully presented it. What is your name, fellow Taoist? Han Changkong placed the seed into his storage bag. Han Daoyu, I am called He Gue. Han Changkong was taken aback. Very well, my purpose here carries no danger. I am merely here to mine. The Yin Gue sect was instantly elated, as bringing back the child herb would count as a contribution. Then we shall rely on you, Han Daoyu. With that, they set off towards the core region with their 900 members. After a long journey, it took them 3 months to reach the outskirts of the core region. During these 3 months, everyone had made some gains, though Han Changkong found the items unworthy of his attention. Yet for ordinary golden core cultivators, they were treasures. At this moment, Lien Zhan approached with a compass artifact in hand. Han Shixiang, the energy fluctuations in that direction are intense. It must be a vein. Han Changkong recalled that direction carefully. After a moment, he wore a peculiar expression. If he remembered correctly, there should be a large group of magical beasts in that area, as these beasts also required abundant spiritual energy to cultivate. However, it seemed that the magical beasts here could not break through to the nascent soul stage, which was rather strange. Occupying that territory would likely prove challenging, as the magical beasts often surged forth in the thousands. With merely 900 people, it appeared they would struggle to withstand such a force. However, Han Changkong was no longer the Han Changkong of the past. He spoke up, "Be cautious. The magical beasts there are exceptionally fierce. Most of them at the golden core level." Upon hearing this, everyone proceeded with heightened vigilance. Indeed, 2 hours later, they encountered a vast canyon filled with a multitude of magical beasts sprawled across the ground. Hillsides on either side were also teeming with these creatures. It seemed the magical beasts were reproducing rapidly, likely due to the scarcity of cultivators entering this area. Qiuyu remarked, Han Shixiang is correct. Last time, Shiji and the others only stayed in the inner region and did not venture into the core area. In a wonder, Han Changkong mused. Was it back when Brother Han first entered that he had to slay the demon beasts? Han Changkong reminisced and spoke. At that time, we engaged in a competition system. The sect that killed the most demon beasts would reap rewards from the 6 major first-tier sections. Doesn't that imply a high mortality rate? Ah, indeed. We had 300 disciples enter, yet fewer than 100 emerged. After saying this, Han Changkong couldn't help but admire the previous Han Changkong. This fellow was truly formidable, managing to single-handedly take on a horde of demon beasts without any external aids. A surge of competitive spirit welled up within him, prompting thoughts of immediately vanquishing a group of demon beasts. However, he soon realized, wait, why am I harboring such perilous thoughts? It seems I've been getting a bit ahead of myself lately. Nevertheless, prior to arriving, he had already formulated a strategy. At this moment, his storage bag was brimming with over 100,000 demon beast pills. Chapter 38. Mining Lien Zhan. Gather the brothers from Wenny Peak to set up a defensive formation here. It should ideally withstand attacks from the nascent soul stage. In the center of the formation, construct a teleportation array. Qiuyu, take the pills and scatter them as you walk to lure those demon beasts away. Haizi, your men will follow me to eliminate those that remain unscattered. Lien Zhan, take the defensive array I provided and set it up in the canyon as swiftly as you can. Han Changkong swiftly arranged the combat strategy. Subsequently, the female cultivator from the Piaomiao sect gradually vanished from sight. This was indeed the Piaomiao sect's ultimate technique. With an incredibly elusive movement style, in a short while, the demon beasts slowly raised their heads, frantically sniffing the air, and then excitedly departed from the canyon. However, the demon beasts in the center of the canyon were completely oblivious to the aroma of the pills being scattered. Hage, upon hearing this, Hage led the Yinggue sect into the valley. Meanwhile, Lien Zhan and dozens of disciples from Wenny Peak frantically set up the defensive array outside the canyon. The sheer number of demon beasts within the canyon was overwhelming. Unable to find any other solution, Han Changkong resorted to using his sword technique. Sword, come forth! A colossal shadow of a sword manifested in the void and slashed towards the canyon. Boom! As the dust settled, most of the demon beasts inside lay slain. The disciples from the Yinggue sect then entered to reap the rewards. 2 hours later, the disciples from the Piaomiao sect returned, albeit pursued by a large swarm of demon beasts. Open a gap in the formation, Han Changkong bellowed. Gradually, the formation opened a gap. When the last disciple from the Piaomiao sect entered, the formation merged seamlessly. watching the demon beasts outside in a frenzy. Everyone burst into hearty laughter. This tactic was indeed brilliant. The demon beasts were utterly bewildered. They had arrived in good spirits, but were now unable to return. Han Changkong remarked, "Lien Zhen, let us inspect the spirit stone mine." Upon hearing this, Lien Zhen produced a compass to begin searching for the vein. Qiu Yu, observing the densely packed demon beasts outside, furrowed her brow. "Brother Han, we still need to venture out to find the seven-star grass. How are we to do that?" Han Changkong smiled slightly in response. "Rest assured, Qiu Yu, it is not yet the time for harvesting the seven-star grass. Brother Han, could there be some sort of secret to this?" With nothing else to do, Han Changkong entered into a teaching mode. "Do you not know why it is called the seven-star grass?" Everyone shook their heads. The seven-star grass can only be harvested at night, and only when the clouds are dense can it be discovered. Brother Han, can it not be seen during the day? Indeed, it cannot be seen during the day, not even with divine senses. It only emits light at night. Moreover, I suspect that all the demon beasts in the vicinity have congregated here, leaving the area where the seven-star grass grows devoid of beasts. Qiu Yu realized then that her understanding was still far too limited. "Brother Han, I found it!" Lien Zhen's voice rang out. Everyone rushed over to see that it was indeed a spirit vein. "Let us begin the excavation." They promptly began distributing the pickaxes for mining the spirit stone mine. These were no ordinary pickaxes. They were first-tier magical tools. "Brother, it seems these pickaxes are insufficient," one disciple remarked, clearly puzzled. Han Changkong's expression darkened. "You are from Wenyi Peak. Do you not know how to forge these pickaxes?" Lien Zhen was momentarily taken aback, almost forgetting. Thus, he led dozens of brothers from Wenyi Peak to begin forging pickaxes. Han Changkong then made his way to his tent. "Ah, this is truly delightful. There are people to do the work, food to be prepared, and beautiful women to serve. The difference from my previous visits to the secret realm is astounding." With this thought, he turned to Qiu Yu and asked, "Can you play music or dance?" Qiu Yu's face flushed at his words. "Brother Han, nearly all disciples of the Piaomiao sect can do these things. Wow, then I shall never tire of watching these 300 celestial maidens each day." "Nightfall, Qiu Yu, tonight is suitable. I shall take you to harvest the seven-star grass." "Brother Han, but there are demon beasts outside. How can we possibly go out?" "Haha, just follow me." With that, he led Qiu Yu to a special tent. "Lien Zhen, is the formation ready?" "It is prepared." Qiu Yu was astonished to realize that the defensive formation outside was actually the teleportation array we would use to exit. Brother Han truly thought of everything. If Han Changkong had heard this, he would surely have said, "Basic skills should not be neglected." As a time traveler, he had read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Before embarking on a battle, one must always keep a backup plan. This is called being prepared. The two then stepped onto the teleportation array. With a hum, their figures vanished instantly. This was incredibly convenient, and the location was exceptionally concealed. Qiu Yu gazed at the teleportation array in astonishment. "Let us go." With that, Qiu Yu followed Han Changkong as they soared into the distance. However, they had barely flown for half an hour when a group of individuals appeared ahead, blocking their path. Han Changkong felt an urge to curse. Wasn't this the protagonist's halo? To be blocked right after stepping out? "Fellow Taoists, it seems rather unsafe to be out this late," one person, garbed in the attire of the Tianjin sect, remarked. Han Changkong noted that there were 20 of them. If a fight broke out, Qiu Yu would likely be in grave danger. He might be able to obliterate the opposition, but even he couldn't annihilate them in an instant. Moreover, his system hadn't reacted yet. Was it possible that they only intended to rob and not kill? When did the cultivation world become so reasonable? "Everyone, are you intending to rob?" Han Changkong inquired slowly. "Brother Han, I know you are strong, but we are not to be trifled with either. Surrender your storage bags for inspection," the leader of the group demanded. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Changkong tossed out the storage bag from his waist. The opposing group was taken aback. "What is this situation? Shouldn't he resist a bit first, and then we suppress him?" However, the leading cultivator opened the storage bag and his expression darkened. "Brother Han, are you mocking me?" "Fellow Taoist, that truly is my storage bag." "Your storage bag contains only a first-tier low-grade flying sword? Isn't this what you wanted?" This is my storage bag, and you all must have participated in the Falling Sunset Grand event, knowing full well that I possess only this flying sword. At that moment, a disciple from the Tianjin sect whispered something in the ear of the leader. The leader's eyelids twitched. Han Changkong transmitted a message to Qiuyu beside him. When the fight breaks out, do not engage. Just stand still and surrender. They likely won't trouble you. Qiuyu was taken aback. Did he intend to rush in alone? Yet, she nodded, knowing that if she intervened, it would only mean her demise. Seeing her agreement, Han Changkong's surrounding spiritual energy surged dramatically. Sword, come forth. Hearing these words, several cultivators who had participated in the Falling Sunset Grand event trembled. A massive shadow of a sword appeared above them. Quick, dodge, boom! The sword shadow descended, and 6 golden core cultivators vanished in an instant. Han Changkong, you dare! The leader bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of sword energy towards Han Changkong. However, Han Changkong merely smiled and retaliated with a punch. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the sword energy, sending it and the cultivator flying backward. He then began to pound the leader into the ground with a series of punches. The remaining cultivators, witnessing Han Changkong's ferocity, dared not move. Is this still human? Ultimately, the leader was beaten to death by Han Changkong. He could have ended it with a single punch, but he had chosen to put on a show instead. Before entering the secret realm, he had prepared a substantial amount of poison pills, which he hadn't even begun to consume yet. Chapter 39. Chased by dogs? Turning to the cultivators of the Tianjin sect, he declared, go back and inform your disciples that anyone who wishes to live should come here to apologize. Otherwise, I, Han, shall personally pay you a visit to seek an explanation. Qiuyu, let us depart. Upon finishing their conversation, the two soared directly into the depths of the secret realm. Han Changkong pondered to himself, reflecting that the situation was much the same as before. The various sects were still engaged in fierce competition, resulting in significant casualties. However, the sheer number of disciples from the secondary and tertiary sects was formidable. United, they constituted a force that could not be overlooked. Meanwhile, trailing behind Han Changkong, Qiuyu was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Was this man not a bit too formidable? That single punch had shattered the sword energy of his opponent, leading to an instantaneous death. Could her petite frame withstand such a blow? Senior Han, how is your physical body so robust? She inquired. In response, Han Changkong replied earnestly, 200 push-ups and 200 sit-ups every day. Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Qiuyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing there was some merit to his words. Yet, what kind of extraordinary technique could those push-ups and sit-ups be? They certainly sounded like advanced methods, especially considering Senior Han performed them 200 times daily. She herself struggled to practice her ethereal technique even a few times without complaint. What level of skill did Senior Han's push-ups possess? As soon as the question left her lips, Qiuyu recognized her mistake. One should not prattle about a cultivator's techniques. Just as she prepared to apologize, Han Changkong's voice rang out, want to learn? I will teach you after we collect the 7-star grass. Senior Han, such a powerful technique should not be disclosed so easily. Rest assured, it is merely a little secret to strengthen the body, primarily requiring consistency. Then I thank you for your guidance, Senior Han. 2 hours later, a vast expanse of grassland dotted with sparkling lights appeared before them. Junior Sister Qiu, look, the glowing patches ahead are the 7-star grass. Qiuyu gazed out over the enormous prairie, then pointed at 2 particularly luminous spots in the distance, asking, Senior Han, could those brightest lights be the finest quality 7-star grass? Upon closer inspection, Han Changkong was left in a state of confusion. Those are not 7-star grass, they are 7-star wolves. However, the 7-star grass lay just before them. You retreat first, I will harvest a stalk. Without delay, Han Changkong shot towards a patch of 7-star grass. Seeing this, the 7-star wolves charged forward, with a whole host following behind it. As he approached the 7-star grass, Han Changkong swiftly grasped a stalk and immediately retreated at breakneck speed. What are you still doing? Run! Qiuyu finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly fled in the direction they had come from. But at that moment, cultivators from the Tianjin sect encircled them. Ha ha, Han Changkong, I wonder where you think you're running to? The leader of the group sneered mockingly. Could it be that these individuals truly intend to kill me? Yet the countless seven-star wolves behind are no mere trifles. It seems the Tianjin sect is destined for total annihilation today. Han Changkong, disregarding everything else, activated the statuses of all enemies above the golden core stage and swiftly consumed a slowdown pill. Followed by another, "Isn't this enough for you to drink a jug?" He then dashed toward the Tianjin sect's ranks. A few disciples, however, bore no murderous intent toward Han Changkong. They were merely following orders. As they observed the dense mass of glowing spots rushing toward them, their scalps tingled with fear. "What on earth are those? Senior brother, run!" But the seven-star wolves were relentless, pouncing upon them. The Tianjin sect's ranks were quickly halved. With so many eager to kill Han Changkong, and with him having activated all golden core cultivators, most of the medicinal effects were dissipated. The disciples of the Tianjin sect were only briefly incapacitated. Yet that brief moment was enough to have their numbers. The remaining able-bodied disciples fled without a second thought. At this juncture, Han Changkong and Xiao Yu made their way toward the mining area. Contemplating that once all tasks were completed, he could surely enjoy a life akin to that of an emperor for the next decade. They soon arrived at the location of the teleportation array and returned directly to the canyon. "Senior Han, are the seven-star wolves truly formidable?" "Junior sister, it's not that the seven-star wolves are powerful. Rather, they are a nuisance." Xiao Yu was taken aback. "A nuisance that doesn't kill? Is it truly that frightening?" "Senior, could there be another meaning? The seven-star wolves may not possess great attack power, but their numbers are overwhelming. Furthermore, once they mark you with their scent, they can track every beast within the secret realm to hunt you down. Would you not find that bothersome?" Xiao Yu considered this and indeed found it vexing. They would have to remain in this place for over 9 years if they were subjected to such relentless pursuit. Fatigue alone could prove fatal. "Senior, you must have suffered at the hands of these creatures during your previous ventures here." "Indeed, I have endured hardships, but such trials also serve to hone one's combat skills." Han Changkong reflected on his current combat prowess and techniques, forged through countless battles faced by the previous Han Changkong. A modern youth, thrust into this world, how could he possibly contend with seasoned cultivators? Even with a system, it would be a challenge. Now, however, they were safe. The cultivators of the Tianjin sect were currently in disarray, being relentlessly pursued by the beasts. Out of 300 cultivators, fewer than 100 remained. With 9 years still ahead, how would they survive? Suddenly, the Tianjin sect's disciples spotted a gathering place ahead. Without hesitation, they flew toward it. They had reached the camp of the Danding sect. "Quickly, identify yourselves." The two sects had a close relationship, allowing them to enter the formation smoothly. Yet, the next moment, the cultivators of the Danding sect regretted their decision. Looking at the densely packed beasts surrounding the formation, they felt a wave of dread. Even if these beasts stood still for them to slaughter, it would take months to defeat them. Furthermore, these beasts were not without the capacity to retaliate, some even being extremely ferocious. "Friends, what are you planning?" "Indeed, Tianjin sect cultivators, do you intend to drag us down with you?" A cultivator from the Tianjin sect quickly interjected. "Brothers, we have our reasons. It is all Han Changkong's fault for luring these beasts out." "Han Changkong? The one from the Grand Assembly?" "Indeed, my friends, it is this rogue who has attracted so many beasts, leading to the demise of over 200 disciples from my Tianjin sect." Upon hearing this, the Danding sect looked upon the plight of the Tianjin sect with a touch of sympathy. "Rest assured, friends, these beasts cannot breach our defensive formation. Please take a moment to recover, and we can devise a plan together." The cultivators of the Tianjin sect finally felt a sense of relief, collapsing to the ground to meditate. An hour later, the Tianjin sect disciples had mostly recovered. The leader among them clasped his fists. "We are grateful for your assistance. Friends, it is no trouble. Our two sects have always maintained a good relationship." The Tianjin sect cultivators nodded slowly. "May I ask how you are called?" "I am Chengbu from the Danding sect." "Ah, so it is you, Cheng Daoist." "I am Li Dailin from the Tianjin sect." After exchanging pleasantries, Chengbu inquired, "Might I ask why Li Daoist sect finds itself in such a predicament?" Upon hearing this, Li Dailin recounted the entire story in detail. Chengbu and the other cultivators from the Danding sect were left bewildered. "Li Daoist? How could you possibly provoke such a character? Li Dailin wore a look of bewilderment. Cheng Daoist, I merely came to assist. The leading senior has perished. This matter has nothing to do with me, Li Daoist. What are your plans moving forward? Cheng Daoist. How about we accompany your Danding sect? After a moment of contemplation, Chengbu replied, Li Daoist, I believe it would not be unwise for you to accompany us. However, how shall we divide the spiritual treasures we find? Chengbu considered that while the Tianjian sect had considerable combat prowess, they were surely no match for the formidable Han Changkong. However, they should have no trouble against the beasts outside. Cheng Daoist, how about we each take one share? What do you think? Upon hearing Li Dailin's proposal, Chengbu sensed sincerity in his words. Then it is settled. But what shall we do about the beasts outside? As they all gazed at the multitude of beasts surrounding the formation, the prospect of seeking treasures seemed utterly absurd. Would we not be walking to our doom? At that moment, a disciple from the Tianjian sect spoke up. Senior Brother Li, I can contact disciples from the secondary sects. They can bring tertiary sect disciples to assist us. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized the wisdom of the suggestion. Chengbu, can we contact disciples from the secondary sect as well? Let us summon them. This simplifies matters considerably. All that is needed here is to rally a few thousand disciples, and they should be able to eradicate these monstrous beasts. Moreover, the majority of these creatures are third tier, possessing the strength equivalent to that of a golden core cultivator. Their bodies are composed of superior materials. Thus, the disciples from both sects began their industrious endeavors. Meanwhile, Han Changkong and his companions were indulging in a lavish feast. As their mission within the secret realm had been successfully accomplished, and as for departing, was there not a pre-prepared teleportation array at their disposal? Brother Han, the yield of high-grade spirit stones here is quite commendable. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong inspected the quality of the high-grade spirit stones and found them indeed remarkable, imbued with far more energy than those found in the outside world. He mused that it would be prudent to offer these individuals some benefits. Thus, he declared, medium and high-grade spirit stones are part of our mission. However, any low-grade spirit stones you unearth may be kept for yourselves. At this pronouncement, all present rejoiced, for it was anticipated that each person would unearth several hundred spirit stones that day. After 10 years of daily mining, would they not emerge wealthy? Subsequently, some cultivators hefted their pickaxes and made their way towards the mines. After all, what was more important, spirit stones or the cultivators themselves? And did a golden core cultivator truly require rest? Thus, Han Changkong's stronghold commenced its tireless excavation around the clock. Each day, Han Changkong consumed medicinal pills and practiced diligently, yet a perplexing thought nagged at him. How had several hundred golden core cultivators suddenly appeared as adversaries? It was evident they must be cultivators who entered the secret realm. Should he not first try consuming some pills? So he began taking the third-tier body refining pills, concocted with great effort by his ally. Shangguan Shui, at the cost of numerous spirit stones, a golden core cultivator could only consume one per month. Otherwise, the poison from the pills would accumulate within, leading to dire consequences. Han Changkong swiftly assessed the conditions of the hundreds of golden core cultivators and swallowed a pill whole. Chewing thoughtfully, he remarked, "This fruit-flavored pill is rather delectable." Almost instantaneously, he felt as if he were basking in the warm winter sun, visibly strengthening before his own eyes. Quite pleasant. However, next time I must request that Shangguan Shui concocts a greater variety of flavors. Suddenly, he paused. Did he not need to assist her in sourcing materials for enhancing her magical artifacts? He promptly opened a jade slip and began to scrutinize its contents earnestly. After a considerable period, he finally set down the slip. Acquiring these items was not particularly difficult. It merely required extensive travel, which was somewhat bothersome. Nevertheless, with ample time remaining before the conclusion of the secret realm, he resolved to cultivate for several more years. Unbeknownst to him, the Tianjian sect and the Danding sect were on the verge of madness. These two first-tier sects were leading their second- and third-tier disciples in a hunt for monstrous beasts outside. Yet, several hundred disciples suddenly fell victim to poisoning. While not lethal, the poison was gradually escalating. The group had no choice but to return to the Grand Formation to expel the toxins. This predicament was somewhat of their own making. Emboldened by the rapid expansion of their ranks, They entertained thoughts of seeking vengeance against Han Changkong after dispatching the beasts. It was evident that the Tianjin sect's nefarious machinations were at play. However, the truth of the matter remained obscured from all, including the cultivators of the Tianjin sect themselves. Li Daoyu. This substance is rumored to be exceedingly sinister, one remarked. Indeed, I am aware. A disciple from our sect fell victim to it, and many have suffered terribly, some even succumbing to the curse. However, I have heard that Han Changkong from the Wandao sect possesses a special pill that can alleviate this condition. Are you suggesting we seek his assistance? The two fell into contemplation, pondering how to broach the subject. Just days prior, their Tianjin sect had been vociferous in calls for battle against others, and now they were to approach him for medicinal aid? The Danding sect's members faced no such qualms. They had not openly offended the Wandao sect. Approaching Han Changkong for medicinal pills in exchange for spirit stones should pose no issue. They promptly initiated contact with the Piaomiao sect's disciples. Having observed Han Changkong in their company, believing they could establish communication. However, the response was swift and curt. Scram. This left the Danding sect bewildered. What could be the reason for such hostility? They had not wronged him. The message had originated from Changbu of their sect, who harbored intentions to eliminate Han Changkong, so receiving a mere scram was already quite generous. Infuriated, Changbu began to vent his frustrations. Curse that pill. I no longer desire it. If you have the guts, come and kill me. The next moment, he found himself immobilized. Senior Chung, what is happening? Several late-stage Golden Core disciples quickly realized he had been poisoned. The Danding sect, being a sect of alchemy, possessed some aptitude for detoxification and medicinal pills. Within mere moments, they managed to alleviate Changbu's condition. Changbu was left in a daze, wondering if his cursed powers had intensified, as he had just fallen victim himself. Thus, he refrained from boasting and hastily utilized the communication talisman to reach out to Qiuyu. Both were captains of their respective teams, hence maintained means of communication. However, this talisman was cumbersome, lacking the convenience of a communication stone. This time, Han Changkong was the one to respond. I can provide you with the pills, but you must assist me with the task. Han Daoyu, please be explicit, Chengbu replied. Shortly thereafter, another talisman sounded beside Chengbu. Cheng Daoyu, if you help me locate the spiritual materials I require, I will grant you the pills. This is the only way. Another talisman chimed in, clearly outlining the list of needed spiritual materials. Cheng Daoyu, is it true that your Danding sect cannot produce this pill? Li Dailin interjected. Chengbu inwardly cursed, labeling Li as a fool. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, stating, Li Daoyu, you are unaware that one of the ingredients in this pill is unattainable for us. This excuse was transparently fabricated. What a joke. If the formidable figures of their sect could not produce this pill, how could a mere Golden Core cultivator like himself succeed? Moreover, even the powerful figures of his sect, despite their extensive research, had discovered that the pill was merely crafted from common flour, yet its effects were astonishingly miraculous. They attempted to replicate it, but after consumption, those who were meant to fall ill did so, and those destined to be poisoned succumbed. Even the sect's esteemed patriarch could not unravel the mystery. With a sigh, Li Dailin remarked, it seems this is the only way to procure the pills. They had entered the secret realm seeking opportunities and spiritual materials for their sect, yet had found themselves in such a predicament. They feared that before their 10 years were up, they might fall victim to this insidious poison. Li Daoyu, let us promptly adhere to his demands. After Chengbu's declaration, he began assigning his junior disciples, each leading dozens to search for the required spiritual materials. Yet, before embarking on this task, they needed to address the immediate threat posed by the monstrous beasts. The reason these beasts were fixating on them remained a mystery. Meanwhile, in the shade of distant trees, a ghostly cultivator slowly approached Han Changkong's mining site. Han Daoyu, they are besieged by monstrous beasts, but they should be fine. After imparting his observations to Han Changkong, he contemplated. It seemed he could not yet rely on them for medicinal assistance. At the very least, he must wait until they had dealt with all the beasts. He still needed to depend on these individuals to help Shangguan Shui source the necessary spiritual materials. Thus, he instructed, He Gue, continue your reconnaissance, and should there be any disturbances, use the communication stone to contact me. He then produced a communication stone and handed it over. You may take 20 individuals with you. Your ghostly sect excels in stealth, so report back to me promptly if anything arises. You shall not be shortchanged on spirit stones. Upon hearing this, He Gui wasted no time and promptly led his 20 or so disciples into the teleportation array. The ghostly cultivators were not particularly interested in spirit stones. The key factor was that Han Changkong had a pill capable of accelerating their cultivation. This was nearly irresistible, and they were on the brink of betrayal. This pill was originally intended for Han Changkong's own refinement of his consciousness, and considering that ghostly cultivators were essentially substantial soul entities, the demand for this pill was insatiable. Thus, Han Changkong deduced that to keep his steeds galloping, he must also ensure they were well fed. Consequently, he provided He Gui with several pills, prompting the latter to nearly burst into tears of gratitude. Currently, Han Changkong's physical form and magical prowess exhibited no deficiencies. His sole shortcoming lay in his spiritual essence. He knew that only upon reaching the pinnacle of physical, magical, and spiritual cultivation would he be able to break through once more. After achieving invincibility, he would become a multifaceted hexagonal warrior. With a chuckle, he commenced his seclusion and meditation, swallowing a third-tier soul-refining pill. Almost instantaneously, he felt a slight tremor within his spiritual essence. Typically, consuming this soul-refining pill would cost an ordinary individual half their life, akin to traversing a minefield during body refinement. The process was fraught with agony. In fact, within the He Gui sect, a formidable void refinement cultivator was writhing in pain on the ground. However, aside from the pain itself, there were no lasting injuries. After all, as a void refinement practitioner, such minor discomfort was almost negligible. Han Changkong observed the energy gauge, marveling at the prowess of the void refinement cultivator. The energy gauge remained utterly unperturbed. Thus, the switch for Chu Tianxiao was activated. After consuming a pill, this lad's energy plummeted by a third. For an ordinary ghost cultivator, taking this pill would undoubtedly cause pain. However, the energy within the pill would typically replenish the soul body, thus achieving the effect of soul refinement. Now, after ingesting a single pill, Chu Tianxiao experienced only agony, devoid of the replenishment and restorative properties expected from the pill. It had turned into a broken soul pill, transforming the remedy into poison. At this point, Chu Tianxiao had grown numb. The nightly depletion of his cultivation was one matter, but now he was also tormenting his own soul body. He contemplated surrendering to despair. Time languidly slipped away amidst the enemy's suffering. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Young master of the Tianjin sect, young master, please slow down. At this moment, a chubby little boy was sprinting toward the main hall of the sect with remarkable agility. At just 5 years old, he had surprisingly reached the 4th layer of qi refining. Who would dare believe such a claim? Sect leader Yu Qingsong beamed at the sight of the chubby child. Today's discussion ends here. You may all return to your duties. With that, the meeting was hastily concluded. The crowd was momentarily taken aback before realizing it was the young master, Yu Changsheng. They all nodded in agreement, recognizing him as the future of the sect, achieving the 4th layer of qi refining at such a tender age. Furthermore, one must be 6 years old to commence their training. Young master, do take care as you run. The elders, seeing this little one, were filled with affection. Once he came to a halt, Yu Changxing bowed and greeted, "Greetings to all esteemed elders." Lu Chongqing, having lived 2 lifetimes, was certainly well aware of much. He was still in the phase of self-restraint, needing to be sweet-tongued. When the time came for substantial cultivation resources, these elders would undoubtedly not refuse in his previous life at the Qingyun sect. He had been overly arrogant, disregarding the elders' sentiments. As a result, he fell victim to a curse, with no one to advocate for him. "Changsheng, why have you come to the main hall?" came the voice of Yu Qingsong. Changsheng promptly replied, "Father, I wish to enter the sect's secret realm for cultivation." Yu Qingsong was taken aback. Although the secret realm could accelerate cultivation, it consumed a vast amount of spirit stones, and with so many elders present, this little rascal should have known better than to bring it up. Just as he was about to refuse, an elder spoke up. "Sect leader, since the young master wishes to cultivate in the secret realm, why not hold a grand sect competition? The top 20 will be granted entry. Indeed, sect leader, this will also enhance the strength of our sect's lower-tier cultivators. The young master can join them in the secret realm for cultivation. Yu Qingsong hesitated. The reasoning was difficult to dismiss. Thus, with a troubled expression, he finally said, "Since the elders have agreed, let us prepare for the sect competition in a few days. Disciples below the Golden Core stage may participate." Upon hearing this, the elders bowed in unison. The sect leader is wise. They promptly began preparations for the competition among the lower-tier disciples. Naturally, Yu Chongqing would not be participating, given his tender age of 5. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Qingyun's sect, Yun Wanqing, was perplexed. Why? His disciple had vanished for 5 years without a trace. If he were dead, he should at least have given some sign. Chapter 42. Bloodbath at Qingyun's sect. Ancestor, is there truly no news of Chongqing? Yun Wanqing inquired respectfully. The elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Yun Wanqing. Wanqing, 5 years have passed. If he were alive, he would have returned. If he is dead, he cannot come back. His expression then grew stern. However, if he is alive and does not return, it suggests a problem. He may have betrayed Qingyun's sect. Our sect's techniques must not be leaked. His tone softened. Wanqing, your current goal is cultivation. Strive to break through to the tribulation stage. Only by reaching that level can you venture forth to embrace broader horizons. With that, he gradually closed his eyes again. Did Yun Wanqing not understand this implication? Was he not being urged to leave? He slowly withdrew from the cave. Meanwhile, the holy maiden of Qingyun's sect, Lu Jie, sat alone in her cave, contemplating. Lu Chongqing should not be dead. Based on my years of understanding him, he surely harbors some secret and often speaks to himself. Yet, I possess no solid leads. Now, I am to become the next sect leader of Qingyun's sect. Never mind, I shall focus on my cultivation and express my gratitude to the one who saved me back then, in the secret realm. Brother Han, we have completely exhausted this mine. What shall we do next? Han Chongqing was taken aback. Had they truly depleted such a vast mine? This implied that no more high-grade spirit stones would surface. The key was that it had only been 9 years. Was that even possible? However, upon reflection, with over 1,000 golden core cultivators, their mining speed would indeed be swift. Thus, he found solace in the thought. Typically, it was the Qi refining disciples who mined, and the sect controlled the mining speed, as the spiritual veins would gradually regenerate spirit stones. They understood the principle of moderation. Han Chongqing gazed at the mountain of high-grade spirit stones piled within his storage ring. Given the scale of this mine, it was reasonable that such a quantity of spirit stones had emerged. Lien Jian, have the spiritual items I requested from the Danding sect and Tianjin sect been delivered? They have all arrived, replied Lien Jian, handing over a storage bag. Yet he quietly added, Brother Han, we have visited all 6 major sects, yet we have never encountered Qingyun's sect. Han Chongqing, too, was puzzled that it was as though Qingyun's sect had never entered the secret realm. However, everyone had witnessed their entry, and they had even clashed with the Yin Ghost sect over the child grass. Why had they disappeared afterward? This was increasingly strange. Just then, Han Chongqing abruptly stood up. Could it be that they ventured to the Blood Demon Cave? But upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. Those weaklings could not even approach the Blood Demon Cave. Yet, Han Chongqing's cautious nature resurfaced. Notify everyone to evacuate immediately. Quickly, he promptly arranged for a swift retreat, inwardly cursing, that damned Qingyun sect. If they truly ventured into the Blood Demon Cave, we would lose at least 90% of our numbers. Brother Han, what about this situation? Chiyue inquired that we must leave. Gather your things at once. The sooner, the better. Upon hearing this, Chiyue did not dare to hesitate. After years of working together, he understood Han Chongqing too well. He would not be so anxious without cause. At this moment, Han Chongqing was drenched in cold sweat. That wretched Qingyun sect dared to covet such treasures, in no time. Everyone was prepared, and they set off toward the entrance. Over 1,000 individuals raced toward the entrance. Among them were also disciples from 2nd and 3rd tier sects who had joined later. A month later, they finally arrived at the entrance, only to find it still closed. Lien Jian, erect the defensive formation. Everyone, enter the formation. Han Chongqing's heart raced. He sensed that something significant was about to occur and that his protagonist aura was beginning to manifest. By heavens, I ventured out 4 times, and each time something goes awry. The first time, I accompanied Wang Dong to the market and was besieged by Zhang family cultivators. The second time, I went to an auction with Shangguan Shui and clashed with the holy son of Qingyun sect. The third time was to the Piaomiao sect. Now, on this occasion, just as I am about to leave the secret realm, I find myself in this predicament. The group waited for a full 2 months. Only then did the disciples of Tianjian sect and Danding sect leisurely approach. Observing the situation at the Wandao sect, they were taken aback. The defensive formation was active and fully operational, with everyone on high alert, brandishing their magical artifacts. The 2 sects, however, did not inquire further and promptly set up camp not far from Wandao sect. They estimated that the passage would remain closed for another month. At that moment, a strong scent of blood wafted from the distance. Soon after, they spotted disciples from Qingyun sect soaring through the sky toward them. Han Changkong's heart sank. This is disastrous. How many will perish? The memory of the last encounter flashed vividly in his mind. Augment the formation's energy. Anyone who dares to activate the formation without permission shall face death, Han Changkong bellowed. Only then did the others realize that Han Changkong was indeed formidable, having anticipated such a scenario. Thus, they began to extract spirit stones for preparation, as they were not lacking in that regard. Some cultivators even emptied their storage bags to carry more spirit stones. Tianjian sect and Danding sect likewise established their defensive formations. Upon seeing the formation, the disciples of Qingyun sect were filled with joy, heading straight toward Han Changkong's formation. Han Changkong felt like cursing, for their formation was the strongest. Friend, would you be so kind as to open the formation so that we may take refuge? A Qingyun sect cultivator implored anxiously. Han Changkong retorted angrily, I shall not allow you to take shelter. Get as far away as you can. The disciples of the Qingyun sect were left bewildered by the scorn they received. However, given the urgency of the situation, they swiftly soared towards the formation of the Tianjian sect. A brief negotiation ensued, and as long as they provided spiritual items, access was granted. The 2 sects quickly concluded their transaction. No sooner had the members of Qingyun sect entered the formation than a dark swarm of colossal bats appeared on the horizon. Each as large as an ox, with wings spanning several meters. The sight sent shivers down the spines of those present. The disciples of the Dao sect were rendered speechless. Han, brother, what are those? Han Changkong, too, felt a chill run down his back. Those are blood bats, fear not. As long as we do not allow the Qingyun sect to enter, we should be safe. Even the most naive among them could surmise that this was the handiwork of the Qingyun sect. Indeed, the bloodbats began their frenzied assault on the grand formation of the Tianjian sect, just as Han Changkong had predicted. The disciples of Tianjian sect were in a state of confusion. Why are these beasts targeting us specifically? Autumn Rain was similarly taken aback. Brother, why are the bloodbats pursuing the disciples of Qingyun sect? The Qingyun sect must have stolen something precious from the Bloodbat clan. The onlookers watched as the sky became filled with bloodbats relentlessly battering the grand formation. The ferocious impacts threatened to overwhelm even the protective barriers of the sect. More bloodbats continued to surge forth from behind. At that moment, Han Changkong found himself cursing the ancestors of the Qingyun sect in his heart. Last time you came to the secret realm, you stole treasures. Now you're at it again. Do you have some obsession with these artifacts? Just as Han Changkong seethed with indignation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A disciple of the Qingyun sect brandished a blood-red crystal the size of an egg, raising it high above his head while shouting, "You beasts, if you dare to assault the formation again, I will destroy this object." With a resounding crash, a larger blood bat released a deafening roar. In an instant, all the blood bats ceased their attacks, but instead of retreating, they circled ominously around the grand formation of the Tianjian sect. The disciples of Tianjian sect were on the brink of despair. First, Han Changkong had attracted the 7 star wolves, and now the Qingyun sect was drawing bats. My Tianjian sect truly, so easily bullied. The disciples of the Danding sect shared their confusion. Did the Tianjian sect not check their fortunes before venturing out? The situation had become increasingly bizarre. A man from the Qingyun sect held the red egg aloft, surrounded by a throng of bloodbats. Leaving everyone at a loss for what to do, however, the man seemed to know something, grinning wickedly at the members of the Dao sect. Heh, you didn't come to our aid earlier. Now you shall taste the consequences, he then proclaimed. Kill the one controlling the formation, or I shall destroy this object. Han Changkong felt a jolt of anxiety. He noticed the bloodbats hesitated briefly before launching an attack towards Han Changkong and his companions. Determined, he thought, damn it, do they want me dead? He discreetly consumed a handful of pills, which the other disciples assumed were for healing or restoration. However, in the next moment, the disciple holding the egg was engulfed in flames. The blood-burning pill was no trifling matter. Could a golden core practitioner withstand its effects? He watched as his energy dwindled rapidly. Realizing he might not have enough, he quickly checked the status of several Tianjin sect disciples, only to find them ablaze as well. Seeing their treasured artifact drop to the ground, the bloodbats turned and attacked the grand formation of Tianjin sect with renewed fervor. The violent collisions shook the very earth. A disciple from Qingyun sect hastily picked up the fallen treasure. The same scene transpired again, yet they did not turn their aggression towards Han Changkong and the others. Brother, what is that red crystal? Autumn Rain inquired nervously. I have no idea, but the Qingyun sect must know. They wouldn't risk their lives to acquire it without understanding its significance. Just then, a powerful aura descended from the heavens. A figure emerged amidst the swarm of bloodbats. Han Changkong was taken aback. Good heavens, does this woman need to be so stunning? Clad in a pale blue dress, her gaze was lethal. She fixed a cold smile on the disciple from the Qingyun sect. Who are you? Why do you repeatedly steal my ritual items from this place? Han Changkong could hardly believe it. A woman of such cultivation existed in this secret realm. Moreover, judging by her tone, she could easily traverse this space at will. Meanwhile, the Qingyun disciple was trembling, unable to utter a word. With a flick of her wrist, the red crystal slowly slipped from his grasp. But the audacity of the Qingyun sect was astonishing. One disciple boldly launched himself to seize the crystal. The result was a thunderous explosion, his body bursting into a cloud of blood mist. The members of Tianjin sect were left in shock. We have a formation. I can forfeit my dignity, but at least show the formation some respect. Yet, in the next moment, the formation vanished entirely. The woman spoke softly, but her voice resonated like a death knell from the depths of the abyss. Annihilate them, instantly. All the nearby bloodbats surged towards the disciples of both the Tianjin and Qingyun sects. Afterward, the woman turned her gaze slowly towards Han Changkong and his companions. A chill ran down Han Changkong's spine. System Daddy, does this woman intend to kill me? Moreover, even if he inscribed her name, it seemed of little consequence. However, upon seeing Han Changkong, the woman paused. Why is this boy here? Wasn't he supposed to perish in the Forbidden Zone? What is your name? Han Changkong was momentarily befuddled. Is she asking about whom? He glanced around, hoping to see a familiar face that might provide some assistance. Why are you looking around? I'm talking about you. All eyes from the Dao sect fixated on Han Changkong. Realizing the inquiry was directed at him, he pointed to himself and stammered. Are you referring to me, Senior? The woman remained silent. Senior, I am Han Changkong. The woman murmured his name, then abruptly uttered a disjointed statement. Han Changkong, we are fated. Today I shall spare you. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. With that, her figure vanished. Everyone stared at Han Changkong in astonishment. Upon regaining his composure, he declared, Did you all see that? I have a powerful ally watching over me. Be cautious from now on. The woman, now distanced, nearly turned back to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. However, she found it amusing instead. Silently, she left a mark on Han Changkong before disappearing into the secret realm. Brother Han, that senior must be formidable. Isn't that obvious? My patron must be powerful. Han Changkong felt certain that she was at least at the tribulation crossing stage, for even a grand elder of their sect could not enter this secret realm. Crap, she didn't hear my earlier boastful comments, did she? He hastily checked his status panel and found no irregularities. Letting out a sigh of relief, however, glancing at the Tianjin and Qingyun sect members nearby, He could see their distress. The scene was utterly gruesome, limbs scattered, not a single complete corpse in sight. "Well, you reap what you sow." Han Changkong remarked lightly before lying down. "Brother Han, is everything all right now?" "Yes, it's fine. The formation has been dispelled." "Are you joking? That senior would have killed us. Even 100 formations would be futile." At this moment, Autumn Rain, her curiosity piqued, asked, "Brother Han, how do you know that senior?" It seemed that gossip was indeed a woman's nature. Finding it a bit dull, he decided to entertain a few admirers. Thus, he launched into a tale on a dark and stormy night. "I was but a scholar traveling to the capital for the imperial examination, passing by an abandoned house, intending to seek shelter." Han Changkong recounted the story of a Chinese ghost story verbatim. Meanwhile, in a palace not far away, a woman toying with the red crystal wore an expression of disdain. Though merely a tale, it is indeed intriguing. She soon found herself in a quandary, having not ventured out for quite some time. Confined to the decrepit palace, a bold idea began to take shape. As time flowed slowly within the secret realm, the day of the passage's opening arrived. Watching the portal gradually swing open, Han Changkong inadvertently remarked, "That senior wouldn't wish for anyone to spread rumors, would she? If anyone were to meet an untimely end, it would not concern me." Han, with that, he led the disciples of the Tao sect towards the passage. The disciples of other sects stood dumbfounded. This was an overt threat, yet who among them dared to gamble? The methods employed by the senior were so formidable that even the great formation could be disregarded. Even if a powerful being attempting to transcend the tribulation wished to breach this array, it would take at least a single mighty strike. Yet that esteemed lady did not exhibit any extraneous movements. She simply executed her strike with lethal precision. Such unexpectedness is truly alarming. The hearts of the onlookers quaked with trepidation, unwilling to wager. The crux of the matter was that winning a gamble would yield no rewards, while losing could mean the forfeiture of one's life. Thus, they certainly dared not take such a risk. Chapter 44. Departure from the secret realm. As the crowd observed Han Changkong and his companions ascend into the passage, the remaining cultivators hastily darted towards it. Upon Han Changkong's emergence from the secret realm's passage, he immediately beheld the formation of his sect, the Windazong. "Brother Han?" Up in the air, Shangguan Shui greeted him with enthusiasm. Han Changkong nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to his companions, Haigi and Qiuyu, saying, "Esteemed friends, our collaboration this time has been quite pleasant. Hope to see you again when the opportunity arises." The two bowed respectfully, replying, "Brother Han, the future is long." With that, Han Changkong made his way back toward the Windazong, while Qiuyu and Haigi exchanged bows before parting ways. "Master, Uncle Shang." Han Changkong quickly approached Zhong Wan and Shang Taimin to pay his respects. Before Zhong Wan could speak, Shang Taimin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Nephew Han, splendid! Not a single member of our sect has been lost." His words were devoid of any subtlety, and all present heard them clearly. Upon inspection, it was indeed true. Windazong had suffered no losses. Even the Piaomiao sect had retained all their disciples. More infuriatingly, the Yingguozong had only lost a few. Meanwhile, the poor elder of the Qingyun sect awaited the emergence of his disciples with great anxiety. This time, the Tianjin sect was led by Elder Gao Man, the sect master's wife. As she observed that all disciples from other sects had emerged while none from her own had. She too became increasingly anxious. She quickly inquired of the Danding sect, with whom her sect maintained a good rapport, "Friend Yunwei, may I ask why the disciples of my Tianjin sect have not yet appeared?" Gao Man found it hard to believe. Their Tianjin sect possessed immense strength. If disciples from lesser sects could emerge, surely theirs could not have been completely annihilated. Thus, she did not send a message but rather asked directly. The elder from the Qingyun sect was quick to interject, "Indeed, friend Yunwei, why have my Qingyun sect's disciples not come out either?" Hearing this, all eyes turned to Yunwei. He had no choice but to point to a disciple and inquire, "Can you tell us what you know regarding the questions posed by the elders of both sects?" At that moment, Zhong Wan from the Windazong cast a curious gaze at the Danding sect disciple. The disciple, feeling the weight of so many esteemed figures upon him, trembled. "Do not fear. Simply speak the truth," urged Yunwei. However, the disciple stammered, unsure of how to respond. The crux of the matter was that all had perished. Revealing this would surely place him in the line of ire. Elder Yunwei assumed the disciple was merely frightened, so he reassured him, "Rest easy. While I am here, none can harm you." Finally, the disciple, trembling, managed to utter, "They have all died." None remained. In that instant, a spurt of blood escaped Yunwei's mouth. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he exclaimed, striking the disciple in a fit of rage. He thought to himself that if other elders were to question this disciple, he would likely be ruined. Though he himself was injured, he could recover in a few days. The disciple, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, cast a grateful glance at Elder Yunwei before retreating. At this moment, Gaoman of the Tianjin sect wore an expression of disbelief, while the elder of the Qingyun sect appeared equally distressed, for he was aware that the disciple's mission was perilous. The absence of all disciples was indeed a reasonable outcome, indicating a failure of the mission. This had occurred 2 centuries prior, resulting in complete annihilation. With this realization, he found some solace. However, Gaoman was indignant. How could their esteemed Tianjin sect, renowned for its unparalleled combat prowess, have suffered total destruction? Elder Yunwei, I implore you to have this disciple elaborate on the circumstances. No sooner had Gao Man finished speaking than Shang Taimin of the Windazong boisterously interjected. "Nephew Han, do you know the details?" At this, all eyes turned towards Han Changkong. Internally, he was besieged by a torrent of expletives. Hadn't he already positioned himself at the back of the group? Nephew Han, why are you standing so far back? After this, the disciples of Windazong, puzzled, parted to create a path. Han Changkong was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden attention. Regardless, he thought it best to disregard it. Although his master's combat prowess was lacking, Shang Taimin had no rivals here. Despite his lack of intellect, his physical strength was formidable. Han Changkong slowly stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. Esteemed seniors. The Tianjin sect was betrayed by the disciples of the Qingyun sect. He proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events, omitting mention of the enigmatic woman and ensuring that none of the disciples revealed any details. The elder from the Qingyun sect was incensed. "You little brat, cease your slanderous accusations." Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Had he not observed the disciples nodding in agreement throughout his account? The assembled cultivators were no fools. Witnessing the disciples nodding in unison could hardly be construed as premeditated collusion. Even the Yingguizhong was nodding in agreement. With a glance at the imposing Shang Taimin beside him, Han Changkong found his confidence renewed. "Seniors, if what I say is untrue, you are welcome to investigate. So many disciples have borne witness. Can they not attest to the veracity of my words?" At this moment, Gao Man of the Tianjin sect glared furiously at the elder of the Qingyun sect. "You lot, 2 centuries ago, you sacrificed so many disciples for that accursed treasure. Do you truly still harbor such nefarious intentions?" All sects were aware of the Blood Demon Cave, yet it was nearly impossible to extract anything from it. Legend spoke of a treasure capable of resurrecting the dead. After several attempts, all sects had relinquished their hopes of obtaining it. Yet the Qingyun sect seemed blissfully unaware of the peril they courted. Gao Man was not particularly concerned about the 300 fallen Golden Core disciples. Rather, he was incensed at having been outmaneuvered by the Qingyun sect. The elder of the Qingyun sect recognized that an explanation was necessary to quell the Tianjin sect's outrage, lest it spiral into an unending conflict. Moreover, other sects were largely unaffected. Thus, a monetary compensation seemed the most prudent course of action. "Elder Gao, this incident is a mistake on our part. Upon my return to the sect, I shall report to the sect master and ensure your sect receives an appropriate resolution." With that, Gao Man huffed disdainfully and began to fade from view. What need was there to linger? His own disciples had been annihilated. Even recovering their remains was impossible. Soon afterward, the elder of the Qingyun sect vanished as well. "Changkong, how did this mission fare?" Zhongwan inquired, now that matters seemed to have settled. "Rest assured, master, it will be more than sufficient." He then produced 3 storage rings. These rings boasted a far greater capacity than the usual storage bags. Without inspecting them, he activated them and sent them soaring. Once everyone boarded the flying vessel, they sped towards their sect. So many high-grade spirit stones. Even combined with the resources of the Piaomiao sect, we could scarcely gather this much, Zhongwan remarked, astonished as she examined the storage ring. Master, the disciples of the Yingguozhong and the lesser sects contributed significantly as well. Zhongwan nodded slowly. This lad has done well. These high-grade spirit stones should suffice for the elder Taishang for many years. Han Changkong then noticed Shangguan Shui gazing at him with eager eyes. Without further ado, he tossed her a storage bag. She caught it in an instant and began to probe its contents with her spiritual sense. Brother Han, isn't this a bit excessive? The bag was brimming with spirit materials, all of which were essential to her. Zhongwan's expression mirrored her surprise as she took the bag to inspect. Weren't you mining? How did you acquire so many spirit materials? Han Changkong could hardly admit that he had enlisted the aid of tens of thousands from other sections. Thus, he replied, we were indeed mining. I purchased these with low-grade spirit stones. This explanation seemed plausible enough. The journey proceeded without incident. Chapter 45. The divine artifact Yuma at Windan Peak. Shangguan Shui hurriedly sought assistance from Wincy Peak to craft magical artifacts. As a golden core cultivator, Han Changkong knew it was time to prepare his own life-bound magical artifact. Yet this presented a conundrum. He had developed into a multifaceted cultivator, possessing both physical strength and spiritual power. Furthermore, his spirit was akin to that of a nascent soul. Should he forge a flying sword as his artifact? But would that not squander his formidable physique? Alternatively, if he crafted a physical cultivator's artifact, would his mastery of the transcendent sword technique go to waste? Perhaps a broadsword capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers would suffice. Han Changkong weighed the pros and cons carefully. For this life-bound artifact would evolve alongside him, it would need to be sufficient for the tribulation period in the future, necessitating thorough contemplation. He quickly sought out Zhongwan. You've barely returned and already you're restless? For some inexplicable reason, Zhongwan instinctively wished to avoid Han Changkong upon seeing him. Master, I wish to forge a magical artifact. Upon hearing this, Zhongwan firmly settled into her seat. She had been ready to dismiss him with a casual remark and depart. Share your thoughts. You have accomplished great feats for the sect this time, and the sect master should be amenable. Master, I wish to visit the sword-burying cliff of our sect to see if there are any suitable sword embryos. Although it is called the sword-burying cliff, it is, in fact, the very foundation upon which our sect was established. It was discovered by the predecessors of our sect, who uncovered this hidden realm. Within, there lies an abundance of flying sword embryos. However, each individual's fortune varies, and thus the quality of the swords they obtain differs. The finest sword ever acquired within the sect is the Weniang sword from Weniang Peak. I must consult the sect leader about this matter, as it is of great significance. Just then, Han Tianhai appeared directly in the Grand Hall. All right, the Grand Elder has instructed me to take you. Zhongwan was taken aback. The Grand Elder has emerged from seclusion? Not quite. I was delivering spirit stones to the Grand Elder, and just as you were discussing this matter, the Grand Elder consented. Han Changkong looked bewildered. Did the Grand Elder overhear my conversation with Master? Seriously, could you high-level experts refrain from eavesdropping? Nonetheless, he respectfully gestured towards the back mountain and said, Thank you, Ancestor, for your assistance. Han Tianhai inquired, When do you plan to go? Han Changkong contemplated for a moment before responding. Then let us depart now. The sooner we go, the sooner we can begin the refining. Upon hearing this, Han Tianhai instantly took Han Changkong and vanished from the spot, arriving at the forbidden grounds behind the sect. At a cliff face, Han Tianhai produced the sect leader's token and infused it with spiritual energy. A powerful force struck the cliff, and in an instant, a black vortex appeared upon its surface. Step inside. I shall return in 3 days to reopen the passage and release you, Han Tianhai instructed. Without hesitation, Han Changkong clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sect leader. With that, he swiftly entered the vortex. Within the hidden sword realm, Han Changkong gazed in astonishment at the myriad of flying swords surrounding him. Although he had visited once before, nothing compared to the awe he felt upon witnessing it firsthand. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, knowing that in order to obtain a high-quality flying sword, he must channel his sword technique and establish a connection with the flying swords here. There must be a resonance between the two. If he could commune with a sentient flying sword, it would be a fortune indeed. As Han Changkong's sword intent gradually emanated, the lesser flying swords around him began to tremble incessantly, and soon they started to gravitate towards him, swirling around him with remarkable agility. At that moment, Han Changkong remained unfazed. It was evident that these swords wished for him to take them. However, the next moment, Han Changkong spoke, "You are not suitable for me. Depart." Astonishingly, the flying swords seemed to comprehend his words, soaring back to their original positions with a clatter. As Han Changkong's sword intent intensified, he sensed a broad sword resembling a door panel quivering slightly. His heart leaped with joy. This was the one. Instantly, a powerful surge of sword intent surged towards that broad sword. Feeling Han Changkong's formidable sword intent and fervent desire, the sword surprisingly remained still. Han Changkong was taken aback. What the heck? Does this sword possess sentience? And it is so aloof. Is it trying to play hard to get with me? He then approached the broad sword. Pfft, worthless thing. Stay here in your sword grave and gather dust. I'm not in dire need of you. After saying this, he bypassed the door panel sword and beckoned to a seemingly petite flying sword nearby. To his surprise, the petite sword emitted a joyful aura. It appeared to be another sentient flying sword. Why, then, could other disciples not communicate with these swords? Why was he able to connect with them upon his arrival? Especially since the previous Han Changkong lacked this ability, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to his system and the aura of a protagonist. The petite flying sword instantly landed in Han Changkong's hands. A thought crossed his mind, and a message resonated within him, indicating a desire to form a contract. Whoa, so eager. Han Changkong raised his hand, preparing to sign the contract. Yet, the broad sword suddenly lifted. Crack! It planted itself in front of Han Changkong. Its intent unmistakable. However, Han Changkong was not inclined to indulge such behavior. If this were to happen during a battle, how would he know if he would perish? Even if he survived, it would not be a pleasant tale to tell, being backstabbed by his own artifact. Thus, he turned around with the petite flying sword in hand and began to leave. The door panel sword was momentarily stunned. A message penetrated Han Changkong's mind. My lady has yielded. What more do you desire? What the heck? This door panel can talk? He replied in his mind. And who are you? Is it customary to address the master in such a manner? Look at how obedient the petite sword is. Now without a name, Han Changkong decided to bestow a moniker upon the petite sword. The door panel then transmitted a thought. Can it compare to my lady? I am indeed a divine artifact. The door panel awaited Han Changkong's flattery. Han Changkong looked at it with a bemused expression. You? A divine artifact? Puffed. Even if you are a divine artifact, you are still a worthless one. With that, he attempted to walk away. The door panel was taken aback. Why apologies? I was mistaken. Han Changkong's heart leapt with joy. Could this truly be a divine artifact? The protagonist's aura had its merits. He then casually remarked, the master-servant contract. Sign it if you wish. With that, he made to leave. The broadsword was now conflicted. This master-servant contract was not fair to it, however, sensing the aura of karmic power emanating from Han Changkong. It ultimately gritted its teeth and acquiesced. Very well. With that, the broadsword's form transformed, revealing a shadowy figure. Han Changkong was now on edge. What on earth is this? A spiritual entity? Observing Han Changkong's astonishment, the figure in black wore a smug expression. Now do you recognize my might? Han Changkong's expression shifted dramatically. So, are we signing or not? The figure in black immediately deflated, opening its mind to Han Changkong, who swiftly implanted the servant contract within its consciousness. Heh, little black, now enter my storage pouch. I do not go by little black. My name is Yuma. All right, Yuma, be a good one and come to your brother. Yuma replied, as a divine artifact, do you think I can fit into your mundane storage space? Han Changkong pondered for a moment. What then? I can't very well carry a door panel around. Can I? My name is Yuma, Yuma, Yuma. With that, Yuma ceased the banter and directly melded into its true form. The broadsword then transformed into a black jade tablet that hung at Han Changkong's waist. Inscribed with the character, if you had this function, why not mention it sooner? Yuma's consciousness relayed, the flying sword in your hand can also be taken along, though it still falls short of my caliber. It can be considered a semi-divine artifact. Han Changkong's hand trembled. This too is a divine artifact? Chapter 46. Qingwan, by the way, Yuma, is this one similar to you? Han Changkong needed clarification. What if this petite sword also transformed into a person? Fear not, signing a growth contract with it means it can become your life artifact. Simply nurture it within your dantian. This implied that it couldn't be stored in the pouch. What you are using is mundane to us. It can be stored, but your storage artifact would become useless. Han Changkong understood. He then signed a growth contract with the petite sword, meaning they would grow together. He immediately absorbed the petite sword into his dantian. With a thought, the petite sword appeared above his head. Wow, this is indeed useful, and its power is quite terrifying. However, looking at the petite sword overhead, he felt it a bit inappropriate for a grown man to wield such a delicate sword. It seemed somewhat effeminate, but it was of no concern, for he still had the door panel. Yet, the hidden sword realm would not reopen for another 2 days. Yuma, why are you here? Those matters will be revealed to you later. Knowing too much now would not benefit your cultivation. Han Changkong was taken aback. Never mind. Ignorance is bliss. After all, knowing would be of no use. He then sat cross-legged and popped a poison pill into his mouth. Witnessing this, Yuma was dumbfounded. The master just recognized me, and now he is courting death. If the master dies, I shall perish as well. Why must the heavens treat me this way? I was content in the hidden realm. The world is vast. Must I venture out? After a while, seeing Han Changkong appear unfazed, Yuma began to reassess. Perhaps this master is impressive after all. He perished even after consuming a third-tier poison pill. A day later, once again, Han Changkong swallowed another poison pill. Yuma had already resigned. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are decreed. If death comes, so be it. At last, a disturbance occurred at the entrance of the hidden realm. In the next moment, the passage opened and Han Changkong soared out. Upon seeing him emerge empty-handed, Han Tianhai inquired, "Did you not find a suitable artifact?" "I did find one, but it is merely an ordinary flying sword, which I stored in the pouch." With that, he feigned the motion to retrieve the flying sword. "Forget it, it's just a flying sword. There's nothing to boast about." Upon finishing their conversation, Han Changkong directly escorted Qingwan back to the hall of Wendan Peak. Just as they arrived, Han Changkong felt a wave of despair wash over him, for there stood a person in the hall below, engaged in conversation with Zhong Wan. This individual was etched deeply in Han Changkong's memory. To his astonishment, upon noticing Han Changkong's entrance, this person even winked at him. Could it be that he was mistaken? He quickly rubbed his eyes. Indeed, the resemblance was uncanny. Dressed in a light azure robe, the aura emanating from this figure felt somewhat off. Was it the early stage of yuanying? "Changkong, have you found the sword embryo for the magic weapon?" Han Changkong finally regained his composure and clasped his fists in greeting. "Master, I have obtained it." Zhong Wan spoke. "This is our specially invited advanced alchemist, Qingwan." Then, turning to Qingwan, she added, "Qingwan, this is my disciple, Han Changkong. Changkong, please show Qingwan around." Han Changkong felt a surge of anxiety. This ruthless woman had actually accepted him into her sect? How grand must his master's heart be nevertheless? He quickly clasped his fists and replied, "Disciple obeys." Turning to Qingwan, he said, "Esteemed elder, please follow me." Calling her esteemed elder was indeed appropriate. He was at the Jindan stage while she was at the yuanying stage. Seeing that matters were proceeding as expected, Zhong Wan's figure vanished without a trace. It was then that Qingwan spoke. "Han Daoyu, have you forgotten me?" Han Changkong was taken aback, his heart racing. He quickly adopted a flattering tone. "Esteemed elder, your beauty is akin to that of a celestial being. How could I ever forget you?" "Ah, I recall this is not our first meeting, is it?" "Esteemed elder, today marks our second encounter. Shouldn't it be the third?" Han Changkong was momentarily stunned. By heaven's conscience, he indeed remembered their first meeting within the secret realm. If I recall correctly, that first encounter was within the secret realm, wasn't it? Han Changkong knew that this esteemed elder was truly invincible. Their dialogue could not be detected within the sect. Then, with a hint of amusement, Qing Wan continued, "What about that stormy night when you went to the capital for the exam and ended up in the dilapidated temple?" Han Changkong felt a chill run down his spine. From now on, he vowed to be more cautious in his boasting. It seemed that this woman had indeed heard everything. What was he to do? Qing Wan pressed on, "That story you told was rather intriguing. Do you have any other tales to share?" Han Changkong was taken aback. Was she truly here to hear stories? If so, he could regale her with numerous versions of Journey to the West, not to mention the 4 great classics, which could keep him entertained for years, along with various dramas and films. "Esteemed elder, how about we change locations? I could tell you about Sun Wukong's battle with Ultraman," Han Changkong tentatively suggested. To his surprise, Qing Wan's expression brightened. "That sounds splendid. The title alone is impressive." Thus, he led Qing Wan to the courtyard in front of his cave dwelling. He fetched a recliner, prepared some milk tea, and arranged a few spiritual fruits and dried meat. Embarking on the grand endeavor of boasting. 2 hours later, Han Changkong raised a cup of milk tea and took a hearty sip, concluding, in the end, Fa Hai and Bai Nyangzi lived a scandalous life together. Qing Wan listened intently and remarked, "It's all that scoundrel Su Xian's fault, truly despicable." Then, fixing her gaze on Han Changkong, she queried, "Wasn't it Sun Wukong battling Ultraman? How did it turn into a tale of a millennia-long romance?" Han Changkong replied, "Listening to a story too many times makes it dull. It's best to savor it slowly." Qing Wan considered his words, realizing that a perfect conclusion might not be ideal. Leaving some room for imagination was indeed delightful. Observing this woman, Han Changkong thought, aside from her formidable cultivation and ruthless demeanor, she was quite perfect in other respects. She had both beauty and grace. "Esteemed elder, you wouldn't be genuinely considering joining the Wendazong, would you? I'm merely bored and out for some amusement. Such a powerful being as yourself could go anywhere." "You are correct. I can go anywhere, yet I still find it tedious," Han Changkong mused to himself. This was a classic case of the well-fed not knowing the hunger of the starving. It seemed that for the esteemed elder, the heights of power brought a chill of solitude. Within this realm, she was indeed invincible, but outside of it, perhaps it was a different story. Feeling awkward, Han Changkong reflected on her calm assertion of invincibility. If he were to become invincible one day, he would surely assemble a harem of 3,000 beauties. No, 30,000. Nightly revelries and daily diversions would abound. With so many delightful pursuits, how could one ever be bored? What level of cultivation do you currently possess? Knowing too much is not beneficial for you. You must first attain the Tao and undergo tribulation before you have the right to know. Han Changkong was taken aback. He suspected that this woman was indeed beyond the tribulation stage. Was she perhaps what the novels described as a Dalua Jinxian? Qing Wan slowly stood, draining her milk tea in one gulp. "I must now proceed to refine pills. Once I complete this month's refining tasks, I shall return to seek your company." With that, she flew towards her guest elder cave dwelling. It was later revealed that she was a guest elder of Wendan Peak, with exceptional alchemy skills capable of producing 7th-grade elixirs. However, Han Changkong speculated that she could probably refine celestial elixirs as well. Mere mortal elixirs were trivial to her. Chapter 47. A great loss. The following morning, at Wanjin Peak, the Peak Master, Meng Keilang, sat at the main seat. She slowly began, "Yiting, are you prepared to enter seclusion for the transformation into the God stage?" "Yes, Master. Currently, my 2nd junior brother and 4th junior sister have yet to recover, and I must break through to the God stage." Wang Yiting had spent 10 years in seclusion, first achieving the great completion of the Yuanying stage, and then stabilizing her cultivation. She was now truly ready to break through to the God stage. "Very well, I shall seek a God transformation pill from Uncle Zhong for you. This will increase your chances of success." "Thank you, Master." She was aware that the God transformation pill was quite dear, and given that Wanjian Peak owed Wendan Peak significantly, she could only make amends after her own cultivation improved. Furthermore, her 2nd junior brother and 4th junior sister also needed a way to be healed. "All right, you go prepared. I will head to Wendan Peak now." With that, Meng Keilang's figure vanished in an instant. Wang Yiting gazed at the spot where her master had disappeared, lost in thought. Wanjian Peak was currently in utter chaos. The elders within the peak had begun to harbor ulterior motives. Ultimately, it was due to her disciple's lack of strength. If she were to hasten her breakthrough to the god stage, perhaps there would be some change. At this moment, when Jiruo and Huang Kuan were already deemed ineffective, their master had ceased to concern herself with their matters. Alas, Wanjian Peak was truly difficult to navigate. With a sigh, she cast aside her distractions and turned towards her cave dwelling. At Windan Peak, after obtaining the God Transformation Pill, Meng Kailang exited the Grand Hall and unexpectedly encountered Han Changkong. Both paused in surprise. Han Changkong reacted swiftly. Disciple greets the master of Wanjian Peak. Meng Kailang nodded and vanished in an instant, inwardly reflecting. Has Han Changkong already reached the mid-Jindan stage? His cultivation speed is truly terrifying. She felt a twinge of regret. Such a promising talent had been pushed away by her own hand. Yet, as a cultivator, such fleeting regrets vanished quickly. Inside the Grand Hall, Master, you want me to accompany esteemed Elder Qingyuan to treat someone? Han Changkong was puzzled, receiving a transmission early in the morning, instructing him to accompany Qingyuan. Was this not a clear case of seeking trouble? Zhongwan replied irritably, this is Qingyuan's request. It would be good for you to get some fresh air instead of basking in the sun all day. After this task is complete, you shall enter seclusion to cultivate. Han Changkong thought to himself, it's over. Completely over. While he needn't worry about safety accompanying Qingyuan, he was concerned that basking in the sun was also a form of cultivation. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th layer of Jindan, and many of his enemies were still very much alive. Master, could we perhaps send someone else? Who else? Su Guanyue is still busy enhancing her life-bound treasure, and the other disciples are in seclusion. Han Changkong realized indeed he had already dealt with Mao Xiefeng. Moreover, it was quite mysteriously done. Must it be a direct disciple? Indeed, only a direct disciple can represent our seriousness in this matter. Who has such influence? The Zhang family. Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. That name sounded familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he realized, could it be that Zhang family with the combined body master? Wouldn't going there be akin to courting death? Master, I cannot that I have some grievances with the Zhang family. Zhongwan reassured him, do not worry, your little matters are of no concern to the Zhang family. You may go boldly. Not only will you face no danger, but you will be even safer. Han Changkong considered this. Indeed, as a direct disciple, if the Zhang family dared to act against him, it would be tantamount to inviting their own annihilation. Moreover, with Qingyuan, that old monster, present, what was there to fear? Thus, he agreed. Half an hour later, at the square of Windan Peak, since they were to go openly, they naturally needed to ride the flying vessel of Windazong. The two set off towards the Zhang family. On the flying vessel, Han Changkong cautiously inquired, esteemed Elder Qingyuan, may I ask why you summoned me? Qingyuan's expression turned frosty, just call me esteemed elder. There's no need to add old before it. Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback, but soon began to explain, is it not evident that I, a humble lad, respect my elders and cherish the young? He believed that this woman must be several millennia old, and was merely showcasing our reverence for her. If you dare to call me old again, do you believe I won't strike you? Han Changkong fell silent, hastily focusing on controlling the flying vessel. Indeed, this woman could turn hostile faster than one could turn a page. Just then, a tremendous surge of energy surged toward Han Changkong's vessel. Qingyuan's expression hardened as an overwhelming force erupted, launching a terrifying spell forward in an instant. Han Changkong immediately activated all his defensive measures against his adversaries, leaving only Chu Tianxiao, who was undoubtedly a valuable ally. Moreover, he sensed that he was not alone in his strength. In the next moment, the void of residual energy collided with Han Changkong's body. Puff! Han Changkong spat blood and was sent flying. Damn it! This woman is utterly unreliable. Qingyuan finally realized her oversight, having forgotten that this lad was merely a golden core novice. The residual energy was indeed too much for him to withstand. However, noticing that Han Changkong had only sustained minor injuries, she transmitted a thought. You should head to the Zhang family. I will follow shortly. Immediately, Qingyuan drew her sword and slashed at the air, creating a rift in space before plunging into it. Han Changkong felt 1,000 curses swirling in his mind. Can't you see I am injured? Even more infuriating was the sight of his system panel, which displayed a pitiful 2 remaining allies. A stroke of good fortune owing to Han Changkong's special attention. The others had all perished, including the Void Refinement Cultivator from the Ingo sect. Now, only 2 remained, Chu Tianxiao and Yu Changsheng. Chu Tianxiao survived solely because Han Changkong had kept his status concealed. But who was this Yu Changsheng? I don't even know anyone with the surname Yu. Moreover, judging by the energy readings, he appeared to be nothing more than a Foundation establishment novice. What kind of luck did this Yu Changsheng possess to still be alive? At this moment, Han Changkong was unaware that Yu Changsheng was, in fact, the fated child Lu Changqing. Had he known, he would have likely consumed a lethal pill right then and there to eliminate the threat before it could grow. While Han Changkong lamented the fate of his enemies, chaos erupted across the entire Luoxia continent. First, at the Wanjian Peak, Huang Kuan and Wenjirua exploded into a violent demise, startling even the sect leader. The Ingo sect had lost a Void Refinement Cultivator, along with several God Transformation practitioners and 10 nascent soul cultivators, all meeting the same explosive fate. In the Tianjin sect and Danning sect, the casualties were predominantly Golden Core disciples, with nearly every sect suffering the loss of at least 100 members. The strangeness of the situation was undeniable. This time, even the Windao sect was not spared. All sects exchanged information, dispatching representatives to the Piaomiao sect to demand an explanation. At that moment, everyone in the Piaomiao sect was utterly bewildered. Who had they offended? Why had their own disciples escaped unharmed? Who was this nefarious individual attempting to frame the Piaomiao sect? Meanwhile, Han Changkong lay despondently on the ground. My enemies, how tragically you have perished. It is all my fault for failing to care for you properly. He was engulfed in profound self-reproach. Now, his system panel displayed just 2 weaklings, 1 Golden Core and 1 Foundation establishment. Han Changkong was certain that a single pill would suffice to send them both to their demise. Why, Chu Tianxiao, have you not devoted yourself to diligent cultivation? It has taken you 10 years to achieve the Golden Core. After scolding Chu Tianxiao, Han Changkong slowly rose from the ground. At that moment, a thought echoed in his mind. Master, I require a spirit-nurturing pill. Han Changkong was momentarily stunned, then recalled the jade pendant inscribed with the character Mo at his waist. Yu, why are you so weak? Yu was fuming internally, thinking, if I hadn't just shielded you from harm, do you think you could stand there speaking? Just moments ago, I bore the brunt of that residual energy and nearly perished. Han Changkong quickly retrieved a spirit-nurturing pill, crushed it, and applied it to the jade pendant. He then spoke with slow deliberation. You claim to be a divine artifact, yet you are so feeble? Yu retorted, I am indeed a divine artifact, but my power is contingent upon your strength. Furthermore, I was actively protecting you just now, which limited my abilities. Han Changkong finally understood. It seemed he was the one lacking in strength. Yet, how powerful must the assailant be? Chapter 48. The Mysterious Secret Realm. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. I in the void, Qingwan confronted. You oppose my marriage proposal for this lad? Dongfang Shua, with an air of arrogance, replied, what qualification do you have to possess your current power by attacking a mere mortal? With a sinister smile, Dongfang Shua continued, Qingwan, is it not better to remain in the celestial realm? Why venture into the mortal world? The celestial realm, to be perpetually plagued by your incessant nagging. The term plague was learned from Han Changkong. How delightful it is to insult. Dongfang Shua was momentarily taken aback by the insult, but soon a cold smile crept onto his face. I had no intention of killing him, but I have made it clear that anyone who approaches you, regardless of who they are, shall be slain. Is it not true that your father wishes to approach me as well? Dongfang, why not take care of him? How amusing it is to see you contradict yourself. Qingwan laughed until tears streamed down her face, lamenting the misfortune of being targeted by this father-son duo. Hearing this, Dongfang Shua's expression turned icy, as the words struck deep at his vulnerabilities. You shall wait. I will savor the torment of that lad slowly before ultimately extinguishing his life. With that, he vanished in an instant. At this moment, Han Changkong was left dumbfounded. My system malfunctioning. Why does the name Dongfang Shua appear, glowing brilliantly? Could this be the very assailant who ambushed me? What level of cultivation could he possess? Surely, it must be comparable to that of Qinghuan. He decided to consume some pills to test the waters. Grabbing a handful of third-tier pills, he swallowed them. To his astonishment, the energy bar showed no reaction. Meanwhile, Dongfang Shuo, now back in the celestial realm, felt a twitch in his brow. What is happening? It feels as though toxins are invading my body. Yet, being a celestial body, he was immune to all toxins. He shrugged it off as a trivial matter. Han Changkong, however, was bewildered. I just consumed over 1,000 third-tier pills and feel nothing. These pills nearly pushed me to break through to the 7th layer of golden core. How could he recover so swiftly? Observing Qinghuan materialize beside him, Han Changkong's thoughts were straightforward. If circumstances permitted, he truly wished to unleash a thorough beating on this foolish woman. However, while his heart raged, he wore a smiling facade. Senior, I must say, I have truly escaped with my life this time. Qinghuan understood that he had indeed dodged a bullet. She felt a twinge of guilt. I promise you one thing. Any request you have, I shall grant it, even if it is to make amends. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong mused, what if you were to marry me? Just a jest? Surely you wouldn't agree. I would likely find myself on the path to destruction in the next moment. Senior, let us defer this matter for now. We will discuss it later. This was such a golden opportunity, yet he was at a loss for what to do with the flying vessel destroyed. They could only rely on their own means of flight. Senior, what was that person's cultivation level? The residual energy nearly claimed my life. Qinghuan pondered for a moment, realizing that this individual had indeed posed a lethal threat. He is a Xinxian. Han Changkong nearly plummeted from the sky. But Qinghuan's quick reflexes saved him. Senior, is this a jest? Though he did not know what Xinxian entailed, the suffix yin suggested that this was no ordinary individual. Qinghuan clarified, indeed. There are Earth Immortals, Celestial Immortals, and Zhuangxians. Good heavens, that is 3 levels above a tribulation transcender. Han Changkong exclaimed, Senior, what is your cultivation level? I am also a Xinxian. Only Zhuangxians can traverse the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong's composure shattered. Why do you all insist on coming to the mortal realm to torment a mere golden core novice like me? He then recalled that this individual intended to kill him and was listed on his system panel. Cold sweat began to bead on his back. Noticing Han Changkong's distress, Qinghuan reassured him, do not worry. As long as I am here, he will not take action against you. Han Changkong was no fool. Could this woman truly protect him for eternity? Temporary safety was not synonymous with perpetual security. Well, at least I have a celestial being seeking my demise. That ought to lend me some prestige. Moreover, he could now consume pills freely without regard for his adversary's feelings. Most importantly, as long as that celestial being did not intervene, he seemed invincible. With the energy bar of a celestial being backing him, who could pose a threat. Thus, the two of them arrived at the Zhang family, only to discover that the one in need of healing was none other than the family head. Zhang Shitong. At this moment, Zhang Shitong exuded none of the aura of a harmonization realm cultivator. Han Changkong glanced at the composed Qinghuan beside him, knowing she must possess a solution. Indeed, the next moment, her voice broke the silence. May I inquire, family head Zhang, have you entered a certain secret realm? Zhang Shitong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Only a select few elders within the family were privy to such information. Moreover, this was a family secret, suggesting that the head of the family's secrets were becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Trembling slightly, he spoke, I cannot conceal the truth from you. Master Qinghuan, Y clan has discovered a hidden realm. And there are cultivators within it. I encountered them and was gravely injured as a result. Qinghuan observed the peculiar energy within Zhang Shitong's body, which indeed did not belong to the realm of cultivation. Zhang family head, it appears you have fallen victim to witchcraft. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What manner of sorcery is this? Han Changkong was taken aback by the revelation. He had heard of witchcraft during his time on Blue Star. Tales suggesting that some southern mountain villages in Xia country had inherited such traditions. This immortal truly is remarkable, to possess such knowledge. Master Qinghuan, is there any hope for me? Zhang Shitong sensed that this woman might possess a means to save him. for she bore no trace of concern on her countenance. Instead, she exuded calmness and composure. There is indeed a method, but it comes at a hefty price. Zhang family head. At this moment, a group of elders spoke up. Master Qinghuan, if you can heal our family, we would gladly exhaust the entirety of the Zhang family's resources. It was no jest. Zhang Shitong was the sole cultivator in the family at the union stage. The Zhang family currently held a status as a second-tier power. Should anything happen to the family head, the clan would plummet to ruin, and rival families would certainly seize the opportunity to absorb them. Just then, Qinghuan's voice echoed in Han Changkong's ears. Young man, feel free to voice any requests. Han Changkong was momentarily stunned. Was she inviting him to make a request? Yet he found himself without any specific demands. Should he ask her to find him some enemies? Wasn't that a foolish notion? Perhaps he could explore that hidden realm? After all, he felt invincible. Contemplating this, he slowly spoke. Zhang Senior, we wish to venture into that hidden realm. Zhang Shitong was taken aback. Were these two truly willing to risk their lives? He then replied, very well. I shall have an elder escort you. At this moment, Qinghuan interjected. Zhang family head, the means to save you lies within that hidden realm. Thus, we must proceed. Hearing this, Zhang Shitong expressed his immense gratitude. Thank you both so much. Qinghuan produced a medicinal pill and handed it to Zhang Shitong. Zhang family head, take this pill. It will temporarily suppress the energy within you. Zhang Shitong accepted the pill and, without a moment's hesitation, consumed it. Instantly, he felt the violent energy within him being subdued. It appeared that these two truly held the power to save him. Chapter 49. Do you intend to play the widow? Zhang Shitong quickly regained his vitality. Thank you, young friends, for your timely assistance. I will now lead you both to the entrance of the hidden realm. Thus, under Zhang Shitong's guidance, the three arrived at the mouth of a cave nestled within a gorge. Young friends, the entrance to the hidden realm lies within this cave ahead. The exit is also a concealed cavern, quite discreet. Han Changkong nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the cave. Within the dim and damp cavern, he remarked, aren't you afraid of not being able to return? Isn't there an elder present? Who could possibly contend with you? At least you know how to speak. Elder, I observe you seem quite interested in this hidden realm. Why is that? Han Changkong had noticed that this woman frequently ventured toward the hidden realm. Qinghuan replied, each hidden realm harbors treasures. Each has a core artifact. For instance, the last hidden realm you visited contained the Blood Soul Stone. A remarkable treasure, but it requires several hundred years before it can be utilized. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong became intrigued. Elder, I have heard that such items can bring the dead back to life. Is that true? Qinghuan nodded slowly. Indeed, once formed, it can revive the deceased, but it necessitates substantial celestial energy to support it. Such a powerful artifact must surely require great strength to unleash its full potential. For instance, my jade ink, when I use it now, it barely serves as a doorstop. Elder, are all these hidden realms remnants of ancient powers? Not necessarily. Some are actually small worlds, each with its own set of rules. I believe the location we are heading to is a small world. And how does such a small world come into being? Why do you have so many questions? How would I know how a small world is formed? I am merely a low-level cultivator from the celestial realm, akin to your worldly golden core. What nonsense! A being of such prowess equates himself to my meager golden core. Observing Han Changkong's incredulous expression, Qinghuan said, we have arrived at our destination. Let us proceed. Before them appeared a dark and foreboding cave entrance. Without hesitation, Qinghuan slipped inside. Truly, boldness accompanies skill. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Changkong followed suit. Upon emerging, Han Changkong discovered Qinghuan with her eyes closed, seemingly attuned to something. Never mind, I want to pry. They waited several moments before Qinghuan finally opened her eyes. This place is indeed vast. Han Changkong was taken aback. Elder, just how large is this place? About the same size as your realm, and there are quite a number of tribulation stage cultivators. What are we even doing here? Elder, should we not return? Qinghuan regarded him with disdain. You are quite the coward. Hey, Elder, as a mere golden core, how could I possibly provoke a tribulation stage expert? It's not that I lack courage. Rather, The risks are far too great. Fear not. There is no danger here. This realm is similar to your continent and allows for ascension. It is likely the mortal realm of the Witch Clan. Through their time together, Han Changkong had gleaned some understanding of this world. The celestial realm was far more perilous than the mortal one. Countless races inhabited the celestial realm. Demon races, ghost races, specter races, devil races, witch races, and undead races, encompassing hundreds of varieties. The human race was but one among many. How did the Zhang family head sustain those injuries? Han Changkong questioned, perplexed, for he was a living embodiment of a Union stage powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Qing Wan laughed disdainfully. He must have relied on his Union stage cultivation to provoke trouble, only to be injured by the higher-tier cultivators here. The fact that they did not kill him speaks volumes. That makes sense. With so many tribulation stage and ascendant cultivators around, how could a mere Union stage cultivator hope to escape unscathed? Han Changkong was shocked by his own inflated thoughts. Have I truly come to regard Union stage powerhouses as insignificant? This mindset cannot prevail. He realized that spending too much time with Qingwan had led to this overconfidence. Elder, where shall we head next? First, we shall disguise ourselves as mortals and then explore. With that, a spell was cast upon Han Changkong. Let us go. Han Changkong examined himself. Had he truly transformed into a mortal? Fortunately, his physical attributes remained strong. In this state, facing a golden core cultivator would pose no challenge. The two then exited the cave, only for Han Changkong to find himself in an expansive forest. Elder, allow me to clear the path, he declared as he stepped forward. Qing Wan regarded him as though he were a fool. Are you truly so naive? What do you mean? Did she intend to clear the path herself? Elder, do you have a plan? A plan? How long would it take to walk out of here? With that, an energy enveloped Han Changkong, and in an instant, he vanished, only to reappear 5 miles ahead, at the foot of a massive city. Now we can proceed. Han Changkong silently followed her into the city. Upon reaching the city gates, they were halted by the city guards. Halt. Entry requires a coin per person. What? Do we have to pay an entrance fee? Do they truly think this is a 5-star tourist attraction? Furthermore, what was this coin? Han Changkong searched his person but found nothing. However, Qing Wan produced a piece of silver and handed it over. Only then were they permitted to enter the city. Tanyuan City. Inside a tavern, Han Changkong remarked, Elder, this wine is quite delightful. Do not call me Elder. We are here to conduct business, so refer to me as boss. This woman aspired to be the proprietor while relegating him to the role of a servant. Indeed, it seems I am destined to be a mere cog in the machine. In my previous life, I was a lowly worker, and now I find myself in the same position. Yet what could he do? It was evident that with only the two of them, he was the subordinate, boss. What business shall we pursue? You may do whatever you wish. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong's eyes lit up. I could open a brothel. He nearly voiced it aloud, but ultimately refrained. What if we opened a tavern instead? That is acceptable. However, when shall we return? What? Are you missing your sweetheart? Elder, what nonsense is this? I must return to cultivate. You can cultivate here as well. It is the perfect opportunity for me to descend to the mortal realm. Han Changkong was bewildered. He had heard that transformation into the divine was essential for God transformation cultivators. Yet he had never heard that immortals required this process as well. Even with your celestial prowess, you still need to undergo this transformation. What do you know? This transformation is the path closest to the great Tao. In time, as your cultivation increases, you shall understand. Han Changkong truly wished to express that his cultivation relied on the use of medicinal substances. So how did the predecessors intend to transform their mortal existence? Let us simply act as a mundane couple. Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback, thinking, could this woman be tempted by my physical form? Is this the reasoning she concocted? In truth, it need not be so convoluted. If she merely voiced her desire, she could have me immediately. Predecessor, this seems rather inappropriate. You, an exalted immortal, and if we were to engage in such acts, though I wouldn't mind it as a form of filial respect for you, there are still complications. Are there not? What are you stammering about? It suffices to pretend to be a couple. What more do you desire? Good heavens, I knew it couldn't be that simple. Pretending to be a couple, What does that even mean for our transformation into mortals? You are the master in this situation. You dictate the terms. For how long shall we maintain this pretense? 50 years, perhaps that by then, you can assume the role of a soldier who perishes on the battlefield. And I shall be a widow. Wait, does that imply I won't even have a single scene? What scene? Chapter 50. Witchcraft. Do I only need to use my name and inscribe it on a memorial tablet? Qinghuan slowly nodded. That is roughly the idea. Then what shall I do for those 50 years? Bury myself in the earth? Otherwise, who will I honor when I visit the grave? Goodness, your thought process is as perplexing as Shangguan Shui's predecessor. Might it be possible for us to portray siblings instead? Would that be more suitable? Upon hearing Han Changkong's suggestion, Qinghuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, we could play siblings, and then you could die valiantly in battle. Hold on, I must ask, could you refrain from always making me die? Han Changkong found himself puzzled, wondering if it was due to the Meng Jianu story he had previously shared. With that thought, he gathered his thoughts and began. Predecessor, perhaps I could tell you a story? As expected, her eyes lit up. Come. An hour later, their table was surrounded by eager listeners, all drawn in by his narrative. Ultimately, the old man and the snake lady enjoyed an unrestrained life together. Han Changkong had just concluded the tale of Halua. The captivated audience expressed their admiration for this extraordinary romance. Humph! Those wretched 7 little thieves, given the profound love between the old man and the snake lady. Why did they interfere? Especially that 6th thief, who dared to spy on their kiss. The most detestable was the 2nd thief, who utilized his keen sight and hearing to broadcast it live. Qinghuan, with a fierce expression, declared, if I were to encounter those 7 little thieves, I would certainly give them a proper beating. At that moment, the tavern keeper approached. Sir, may I inquire where the storytelling is taking place? Han Changkong was taken aback. Oh, tavern keeper, I wasn't telling stories anywhere. I simply came to enjoy myself. Is it your intention to tell stories here? The keeper clasped his hands in apology. I shall not disturb you further. Allow me to bring you more drinks. Just as he was about to call for a servant, Han Changkong stopped him. Tavern keeper, we wish to explore other places, so there's no need for your hospitality. With that, the two stood and departed the tavern. Predecessor, what shall we do next? Do you have any plans? I have no particular matters at hand. However, if I remain absent for too long, my master and others will grow concerned. You could simply say you found a good place and intend to stay? Couldn't you, predecessor? You can't possibly be serious about wanting to transform into a mortal, can you? In truth, for a cultivator, 50 years is but a fleeting moment. Why endure such hardship when one could enjoy a splendid life? Unless, of course, it involved becoming an emperor, which would be more acceptable. Upon reflecting on this, he realized it made a certain sense. Predecessor, if we must become mortals, how about we assume official roles? Qinghuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. What position shall we hold? Naturally, we should aim for the highest office. Qinghuan regarded Han Changkong with playful curiosity. Surely you do not wish to become an emperor, surrounded by 3,000 beauties? Predecessor, I have never been an emperor. So I wish to try. Very well, but you must conquer it yourself. Han Changkong considered this and found it somewhat intriguing. So, how do you plan to play your part? I shall portray your wife. The two quickly reached an agreement. Qinghuan then utilized her powers to send a message to Zhonghuan, stating that Han Changkong was in seclusion and would likely take 50 years. Thus, they began their transformation into mortals. In the first year, they started to build their own influence. In the second year, they took to banditry. By the 5th year, due to their formidable skills, they raised an army. In the 10th year, they officially engaged the emperor in battle. By the 20th year, they had conquered the majority of the realm. By the 40th year, they finally breached the imperial city. And by the 50th year, they ascended the throne as emperor, usurping the dynasty. Ha! Now that I am emperor, surely I can indulge in the pleasures of a tyrant. Han Changkong, clad in a dragon robe, paced restlessly within the inner palace. Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. A eunuch rushed in with great haste. What has caused such alarm? The empress has arrived. What? Why has she come? Bang. The great door was flung open. I have heard you intend to take a concubine. Han Changkong was startled and quickly turned to the eunuch beside him. "You insolent servant, how dare you propose taking a concubine? Your Majesty, even if I wish to, I lack the means." Han Shangkong then commanded, "Leave us for now." The young eunuch promptly withdrew. "Predecessor, I have acted alongside you for 50 years. Shouldn't it be my turn to indulge now?" "Certainly, you may continue to indulge. No one is stopping you, and you? What is this?" "I have come merely to inform you that I have completed my transformation into a mortal after 50 years and am ready to depart." Han Shangkong was left bewildered. "Wait, I have accompanied you for decades. Can't we spend a few more days together before you leave?" With that, Qing Wan turned and strode towards the exit. "Predecessor, wait for me, if you leave." "What am I to do here?" The two vanished from their location in an instant. After decades of fighting, they had yet to enjoy the spoils of victory. In truth, they had already assessed the nations they would choose to conquer. This particular nation had previously been ruled by a tyrant, leaving its people in dire straits. Thus, they had initiated the war. "Predecessor, where do we go now? I shall grant you a reward." With that, she directly led Han Shangkong to a sect of cultivators. "Heavenly which sect?" The sect master addressed them. "You see, we have not employed any cultivation techniques and yet managed to rule a nation. Can your secret methods truly be fulfilled?" Upon hearing Qingwan's words, Han Shangkong was left in a daze. "Are you implying I have been deceived for 50 years? The sect master could only sigh in response. "You boast such high cultivation. Surely you could have seized it by force." Yet, they adhered strictly to the rules. "Predecessor, the items have been prepared." Qingwan then retrieved a jade slip. "This is our clan's secret method, capable of burning one's essence to cast techniques upon enemies. The specific methods are recorded within." Han Shangkong, upon seeing this function, was utterly astonished. "This is a technique tailored for me." After Qingwan accepted the slip, she said, "Sect master, we shall take our leave." With that, she and Han Shangkong vanished once more. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the exit of this realm. "Predecessor, may I take a look at this technique?" Han Shangkong inquired eagerly. Qingwan handed the jade slip to him. "Memorize the contents within and then destroy the jade slip." "Predecessor, won't you take a look?" Han Shangkong asked in confusion. "I cannot. Once you have learned it, you will use my essence to cast this technique against a certain individual." "What do you mean? Is there another trap?" "Predecessor, do you intend to deal with the person who ambushed us last time?" "Precisely. You will cast it, and through my sacrifice, he will not discern who wielded the technique." Upon realizing the situation, Han Shangkong understood. Was this a problem? Was it truly necessary to sacrifice one's essence? Not at all. He then asked, "Predecessor, is this mortal technique truly effective? Thus, my essence must be used to harm him." Hearing this, Han Shangkong felt reassured. Was there a possibility of using Dongfang Shua's essence to cast a curse upon him? Wouldn't that be a bit excessive? He chuckled to himself, thinking, "But I like it." "What are you grinning about?" Qingwan looked at the grinning Han Shangkong, perplexed. "It's nothing, predecessor. Leave this matter to me. I have a way to harm him without using your essence." Qingwan, though skeptical, recognized that he was not one to joke about such matters. "What do you require?" Han Shangkong decided to follow the narratives he had seen on television. He needed some of the opponent's clothing or personal items. Thus, he suggested, "Predecessor, could you procure an item that belongs to that person?" Upon hearing this, Qingwan produced a jade token inscribed with the characters Dongfang. "This is a token he gave me. It should belong to him." Han Shangkong did not touch it. Instead, he spoke, "All right, senior. I shall take it out the next time I cast a spell." He was also wary of leaving his aura on the jade plate, for he lacked the abilities of Qingwan. Subsequently, the two stepped directly into the falling sunset continent. 50 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Who could endure such a length of time? Nevertheless, Han Shangkong had made considerable progress during these 50 years. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage, initially on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. However, Qingwan had advised him to temper his cultivation further and refine his soul. Now, his soul was nearly perfected, and upon returning to the sect, he could enter seclusion to consolidate his nascent soul. "You little brat, you've been gone for 50 years, and now you finally decide to return." Upon seeing Han Shangkong, Zhongwan immediately unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Master, I did this for my cultivation. I am preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage imminently. That's more like it. Wang Yiding from the Sword Inquiry Peak has already transformed her spirit. ISNT, that's splendid. The pressure on Sword Inquiry Peak has decreased significantly. However, Huang Kuan and Wenjiru have perished. And our peak's Mao Xiefeng has also met his demise. During the years you were in seclusion, the entire cultivation world nearly descended into chaos. Then, she recounted the events in detail. Half an hour later, Han Changkong's ears finally found peace. Master, I am preparing to enter seclusion now. Could you spare me a few elixirs? Zhong Wan's eyelids twitched violently. How many do you need this time? Han Changkong pondered. I am about to reach the nascent soul stage, and with an immortal assisting me in mitigating the side effects, requesting 5 or 6 Tier 5 elixirs should not be excessive, right? The key is that Tier 7 elixirs are prohibitively expensive. Perhaps a few Tier 5 elixirs worth around 10,000 or 8,000. Zhong Wan nearly erupted at the figure. What did you say? Tier 5 elixirs. 10,000 or 8,000? At most, 50 pieces, take it or leave it. Even if I sold the entire Inquiry Elixir Peak, I couldn't raise that much, she lamented. And if I give it all to this brat, what will the elders of Inquiry Dao Peak eat? Will they feast on the north winds? She then tossed Han Changkong a storage bag and vanished without a trace. Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Has my master become so miserly? I asked for a few thousand. And I'm bartered down to 50. He turned to make his way back to his cave abode, only to find someone waiting outside. Upon seeing Han Changkong, the individual beamed with joy. Han Shixiang, you have finally returned. It was Shangguan Shui that I say, junior sister. Why are you here waiting for me? Shixiang, we haven't seen each other for 50 years. Do you not care about my well-being? Are you unwell? No, you said you would check on my health every 5 years, didn't you? Han Changkong was left in a state of bewilderment. Am I out of my mind? Would I say that? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Shangguan Shui then helped jog his memory. Finally, Han Changkong awkwardly admitted, junior sister, it has indeed been 50 years, and I completely forgot. Seeing Shangguan Shui about to explode, he quickly interjected, junior sister, come, let me check your health now. He pretended to examine her while secretly admiring her figure. The ample bosom, the shapely rear, those long legs, truly perfection. Shixiang, does it really require such a long time? Hearing this, Han Changkong cleared his throat. Junior sister, your health appears to be in excellent condition, rest assured. Shangguan Shui had been greatly alarmed over the past 50 years, as several disciples from Sword Inquiry Peak and Elixir Inquiry Peak had perished due to a curse, suddenly exploding one day. With Han Changkong absent, she had lived in constant fear, especially since he had once mentioned that he had a minor health issue. She was always worried that one day she might suddenly meet the same fate, and then she would never see Han Shixiang again. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. When Han Changkong assured her that everything was fine, she began to weep. This unexpected display left Han Changkong at a loss. Junior sister, why are you crying? It's all your fault for scaring me so. I say, junior sister, you are already a spirit transformation cultivator. Why are you afraid of such trivial matters? So what if I am? The cultivators from the Ingo sect who were at the void refining stage were all killed. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong realized that the incident must have been caused by the death of a void refining cultivator from the Ingo sect, resulting in significant repercussions. He then reassured her, junior sister, do not worry. You will be fine. I still need to enter seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage. Please assist me in guarding the area. One day, Han Changkong set about arranging tasks for himself. Shangguan Shui then pulled out a cup of milk tea and began to sip it. All right, I will guard outside your cave dwelling with that. She reclined on a lounge chair. Seeing this, Han Changkong prepared to turn and enter his cave for seclusion, but suddenly recalled that his master had only given him 50 elixirs, which seemed insufficient. He wished to push through several realms, and it felt as though the elixirs for reaching the nascent soul stage were lacking. The cultivation levels of those around him were steadily increasing. Ahem, junior sister, do you have any elixirs to spare? Please lend me some. Without a moment's hesitation, Shangguan Shui tossed him a storage bag. Shixiang, this contains my Tier 5 elixirs, along with some Tier 6 ones. However, A few of the elixirs are defective, lacking efficacy. If you don't need them, feel free to discard them. Han Changkong's eyes lit up. What? Defective elixirs? They are still elixirs. After all, I won't have to bear any consequences. An audacious idea then took root in his mind. Junior sister, could you do me a favor? What is it? Please help me gather all the defective elixirs from various elders. If necessary, buy them with spirit stones. Purchase defective elixirs with spirit stones. Just do as I say. Any defective elixirs of tier 3 and above will do. Shang Wanshui placed her milk tea on the table and replied, All right, I will go right away. Once Shang Wanshui departed, Han Changkong reclined on the lounge chair. Well, isn't this a solution to the elixir problem? Defective elixirs still hold some efficacy. Otherwise, throwing them all away would be such a waste. He then picked up the milk tea and took a hearty sip. Chapter 52. The Eastern family in the celestial realm. Meanwhile, in the midst of his seclusion, Dongfang Shuo furrowed his brows deeply. Why have the toxic substances been increasing so frequently lately? I do not fear the poison itself. Rather, it is the discomfort it brings to others that troubles me. Each time I enter a state of ethereal clarity, it is invariably interrupted by this very condition. Yet, in the next moment, the noxious toxins are purified by my transcendent form. Thus, I open the door to my chamber and proceed to the main hall of the estate. Father, I sense something amiss with my body, I declare. Dongfang Quan scrutinizes my physique intently. Shuar, I see no abnormalities. Father, please wait, continue observing for a moment. I urged. He complies, yet his gaze remains fixed within me. After a brief interval, his brow furrows in concern. What could this be? Why has the Dan poison manifested? This is clearly a toxin from the mortal realm. Internally, I scoff, You old fool, if I knew, would I bother asking you? Yet, outwardly, I respond, Father, I truly do not know. That moment, a woman gracefully enters, her figure swaying like a delicate flower in the wind. Her brows arch like distant mountains. Her eyes resemble autumn waters, and her crimson lips part in a gentle smile. Clad in sumptuous garments that accentuate her enchanting curves, she exudes an allure that is utterly captivating. Upon seeing her, an impulsive urge to embrace her overtakes me, but with father still present, I feign ignorance. My husband. What troubles Shuar? She inquires. Dongfang Quan's eyes light up at her presence, and with utmost tenderness he replies, My lady, Shuar is unwell. Allow me to investigate. This woman is none other than my second mother, Shishanji, the second concubine wed to my father. Why true mother met her demise at the hands of this very man. Were it not for my innate talents, I too might have perished. Thus, from a young age, I have harbored a twisted mindset, vowing to eliminate this old wretch. Upon hearing of my ailment, Shishanji gasps in alarm. Shuar, are you all right? I am fine, second mother. Do not worry, I assure her. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Quan, she turns her back to him and discreetly winks at me, startling me into a shiver. I quickly interject, Father, if all is well, I shall return to my cultivation. He waves me off, and I hastily exit the main hall, my thoughts racing. This brazen temptress, once that old wretch departs for the evening, I shall deal with you properly. Returning to my chamber, I settle into meditation. Yet, the toxins within me resurface intermittently, throwing me into disarray. Glancing outside, I note that evening approaches. That old man should be departing soon. Sure enough, half an hour later, a formidable aura gradually dissipates from the Dongfang estate. He has left. I in the depths of Dongfang Quan's sleeping quarters. A door creaks open. Shishanji emerges, her demeanor laced with irritation. Draped in gossamer, her silhouette tantalizingly reveals her exquisite curves. Her shoulders are partially bare, her arms delicate as lotus stems, and her long legs are accentuated beneath a subtly flowing skirt. Humph, old fool, you've not even begun. Yet you've already finished. Quietly, she approaches my room. Has the old man left? She muses. Indeed, he departed, but not before stoking my ire. Fear not, I shall extinguish that fire shortly. The two of us embrace, our garments slipping away. Piece by piece, an hour later, I remark, You have executed your tasks admirably, master, she replies. I am willing to forsake my own life. But might you spare my kin? Rest assured, as long as you fulfill my requests. I shall not harm your family, for their demise serves no benefit to me. I merely use them as leverage against you. Shi Shanji understands this well, acknowledging that even her current name is but a fade, a construct of my design to draw her closer to my father, Dongfang Quan. Master, Dongfang Quan is afflicted with a slow-acting poison. Its effects will not manifest for several years. Shall we increase the dosage? Her sole desire is to eliminate Dongfang Quan swiftly, so she may plead for her family's safety. In response, I state, there is no rush. The Dongfang family's power has yet to be fully consolidated in my grasp. I require more time. This old man has left many contingencies. Once I have eradicated his offspring, it will be time to send him on his way. My gaze hardens with resolve. Chapter 53. The collapse of the previous generation. Witnessing this scene, Shi Shanji trembles, however. Her submissive demeanor piques my interest, and thus we embark upon a new chapter of our entanglement. As time flows steadily by, a year passes in the blink of an eye. At Windan Peak, the resounding boom of Han Changkong's cave entrance reverberates. Shangguan Shui stands there, her expression one of disdain. Senior brother, you promised a month. I have waited a year for your emergence. Han Changkong has reached the first level of the nascent soul stage, yet he feels as potent as one at the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Naturally, such a surge in power elevates his spirits. Junior sister, allow me to prepare a feast for you. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Shui readies a torrent of words, yet all that escapes her lips are three simple words. Let us go, go, go. Just then, before they can exit the courtyard, Zhong Wan approaches. Han Changkong's heart sinks. This is trouble. Ah, you have entered the nascent soul stage. Congratulations. They both hurriedly pay their respects. Master, indeed, I have a delightful proposition. Will you both join me? Pray tell, what is this matter? Han Changkong inquires, his curiosity piqued. Your master has requested that you represent the sect as the Holy Sun at the century-old Holy Sun Exchange Conference. Blast it, I knew there would be no good news. Isn't this merely pushing me back into danger? I've only just found some peace. Moreover, the old hag Qinghuan is absent. My fragile self cannot withstand such turmoil. And what if this system has a major flaw and I am kidnapped? Master, as a mere novice in the nascent soul stage, can I truly be deemed a holy son? This is absurd. I must return to rest. No, I mean cultivate. Zhong Wan, seemingly unfazed, mutters to herself, Ah, I had intended to have Shang Feng protect you discreetly. Upon your return, I would reward you with 1,000 sixth-grade elixirs. It seems I must find another. 1,000 elixirs. Sixth grade? Master, we are family. Discussing elixirs is too formal. Does this imply your agreement? As a member of the Wendazong, it is my duty to assist the sect. Very well, the conference will be held in 3 months at the Tianjin sect. Han Changkong is taken aback. The Tianjin sect? Isn't that courting death? Yet, many years have passed, and my enemies have dwindled. A brief visit may yield some rewards. Zhong Wan continues, you will represent Windan Peak. Each peak will dispatch a disciple of the God transformation stage to accompany you. Master, are you suggesting I, a novice in the nascent soul stage, lead a group of God transformation disciples on reckless adventures? What nonsense! Who do you think is suitable to lead? Master, who else is going? From Windan Peak, there is Shangguan Shui. From Wanjian Peak, Wang Yiting. From Wensher Peak, Jiang Shou. And from Wanqi Peak, Gua Sisi. What a bizarre assortment. Can Shui lead? Jiang Shou is just like his master. He would lead us all into chaos. Gua Sisi is a typical bookworm, solely focused on refining tools. No one would listen to her. Only Wang Yiting seems somewhat normal, but even she is a bit of a stickler. This is terrifying. Is the sect truly doomed with the next generation? Upon reflection, it seems these issues do not concern my generation. The main problem lies with the peculiarities of our masters. Han Changkong muses that the strength of these peak leaders must have been acquired by chance. With a wry smile, he finally concedes, Master, I believe it would be best if I simply abstained from this endeavor. Such a bounty of elixirs would be a burden on the sect. Do not fret. You are already the sect's designated holy son. Consider it an early investment. Master, I fear my abilities are limited. I may not be able to handle this. I am but a novice from the national server. How can I lead a team? This is simply inviting hatred. I wish to achieve victory effortlessly too. Zhong Wan's expression hardens. Listen here, you must attend, whether you wish to or not. With your Uncle Shan Taiman's protection, what do you have to fear? Furthermore, it is merely an exchange, not a battle. She then conveys telepathically, the sect leader will also provide covert protection. Rest assured. This matter is only known to the two of us. To my astonishment, Han Changkong was bewildered. Protection from the sect leader? Why do I feel even more endangered? Although I am currently a Yuan Ing cultivator, in the hands of a Lien Su cultivator, it would be a mere flick of the wrist. Zhong Wan, noticing Han Changkong's lingering worries, added, the sect leader has gone out to investigate the previous curse placed on the sect. He suspects it was the work of the Ingui sect. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong felt reassured. If the sect leader truly ventured out to protect me, then even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would not step beyond the mountain gate. At this moment, Han Tianhai had already withdrawn into a shell within the Grand Hall. As the esteemed leader of the Wenda sect and the head of Wenda Peak, am I truly deemed unworthy of trust? Is my ascension to the Mahayana realm a mere fade? Especially after witnessing Han Changkong's reluctant agreement. Shang Taiman spoke up, sect leader, is everything all right? Heh. You can leave. Do you think that lad believes you? Shang Taiman casually remarked, I know my own character well enough. Han Tianhai appeared tormented. Leave at once and return to tidy things up. Only then did Shang Taiman vanish from the Grand Hall. Time slowly passed, and it was now the following morning. With 3 months remaining until the sect's prodigy exchange meeting, Han Changkong was still sound asleep in his cave abode, chewing on a medicinal pill. Suddenly, the cave door swung open, causing Han Changkong to leap from his bed. What the hell? Is some pesky citizen trying to harm me? I was just dreaming of being an emperor. This obsession is becoming quite the fixation. Senior brother, it's time to set off. Upon seeing Han Changkong in his shorts, Shang Guanyue seemed unfazed, while at the entrance, Wang Yiting and Gua Sisi blushed. Junior sister, did I not say to knock before entering next time? Shang Guanyue exclaimed innocently. Senior brother, I did knock. Han Changkong was taken aback. Even in the deepest slumber, he should have heard the knocking. How did you knock? Shang Guanyue stepped outside again. Knock, 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 boom, senior brother. We are departing. Han Changkong felt dazed. Isn't knocking supposed to wait for a response from inside before entering? It seems this girl has a direct combo. Never mind, it's not important, so he simply lay back on the bed. Come, junior sister, give me a shoulder massage. Shang Guanyue ran over and began to massage him. Only then did Han Changkong inquire. What brings you here so early? Chapter 54. The Second Generation Master? At this moment, Jiang Shou spoke with a foolish grin. Senior brother Han, the senior sisters wish to set off early. Han Changkong was puzzled. There were still 3 months left. Is it really necessary to set off a month in advance? Why? Wang Yiting looked at Han Changkong, sensing he seemed like a different person, exceptionally unfamiliar. She spoke. Junior brother, we would like to explore the surroundings. Seeing Wang Yiting speak, Han Changkong found it hard to refuse. For she was the only one who had treated him kindly at Wenda Peak. Having joined the sect at a mere 12 years of age, he was just a child back then, and it was his senior sister who had cared for him. Moreover, after being expelled from Wenda Peak, her support and that jade slip had saved him at a critical moment. Without a second thought, Han Changkong replied, All right, senior sister, we shall set off shortly. He then sat up and began to dress. Upon hearing him call her senior sister, Wang Yiting's heart was filled with mixed emotions. However, as Han Changkong dressed, he added, Senior sister, my relationship with Wenda Peak is tenuous. Addressing you as senior sister is purely personal sentiment, and I hold your status in high regard. Upon hearing this, Wang Yiting understood, especially recalling the moment Han Changkong was declared expelled from Wenda Peak. Witnessing his back as he turned away, particularly the slight tremor of his shoulders. Very well, junior brother. We shall each hold our own views, Wang Yiting responded. If Han Changkong were aware of Wang Yiting's thoughts, he would likely find it amusing. The tremor in his shoulders was due to the activation of a system. Under such circumstances, feeling elated to the point of leaping was a sign of robust mental fortitude. Soon dressed, the group set off. they decided against using a flying boat and instead soared into the sky. Shang Taimin, hiding in the distance, was taken aback. I thought I could hitch a ride on the flying boat. Lingering in the void for too long isn't good for the mind. This moment, within a simple horse-drawn carriage, the decision to travel on foot was made. If time permitted, they could accelerate their journey. Thus, they purchased a carriage in a mortal city and leisurely proceeded forward. The sect's prodigies rarely ventured beyond the sect, typically engaging in expeditions within various secret realms and always accompanied by protectors. Unlike the earlier days of Han Changkong, who had clawed his way through hardships, Saisi, you should come out more often. Don't spend all your time at Winda Peak tinkering with formations or artifacts. Han Changkong said boisterously. Yes, Senior Brother Han, she replied, continuing to sip her milk tea. The advantage of being a cultivator is the storage space, ensuring that the milk tea never goes stale, and it's always available with or without ice. Suddenly, Han Changkong recalled someone and asked, Zhang Shou, do you know a disciple named Wang Dong at Winda Peak? Zhang Shou thought for a moment and quickly replied, Senior Brother, I know him. He is considered a promising inner sect disciple, already in the late stage of foundation establishment. Hearing this, Han Changkong mused, Wang Dong has decent talent. Reaching the late stage of foundation establishment in just over 60 years is impressive. He should have no trouble forming a golden core. Thus, he said, Zhang Shou, please take good care of him when you returned out of course, Senior Brother Han. Zhang Shou affirmed, a prodigious talent himself, a direct disciple of Winda Peak, currently at the mid-stage of transformation. At this moment, Shang Guanyue interjected, Senior Brother, isn't he the lad you lived with at the Zawork Peak? Indeed. Should I send him some medicinal pills? Han Changkong pondered, debating whether to interfere in another's cultivation. Eventually he thought, why not? Perhaps I am the opportunity Wang Dong needs. He then declared, you can ask others to handle this, but let us not make it too obvious. Just assign him some minor tasks with substantial rewards. Thus, the group chatted and laughed as they made their way towards the Tianjin sect a month later. Senior Brother, there's a market ahead. Shall we visit? At this point, Zhang Shou had taken on the role of the carriage driver. Ever since learning this skill, he had become quite addicted, akin to someone who just obtained their driver's license. Han Changkong looked at the ladies. Do you wish to go? In unison, they exclaimed, yes. The guards at the market looked bewildered. How could a mortal carriage arrive at the market? Generally, these markets are far removed from mortal towns, usually nestled deep within mountains or forests. The appearance of a mortal carriage here was surely a rare sight. However, the disciples were not foolish, especially the gatekeeper. Yet, out of professional duty, he stopped the carriage. Esteemed guests, may I ask what brings you to our Wanja market? The young cultivator had no way of knowing if they were truly mortals. If they were certainly connected to the world of cultivation. Hearing the voice, Han Changkong emerged from the carriage, stretching lazily. Is this Wanja market? Indeed. May I ask who you are? We are disciples of the Winda sect. The young cultivator trembled at this revelation. Seniors, please come in. He swiftly took out a communication talisman to contact the high-ranking cultivators stationed there. Upon learning they were from the Winda sect, the cultivator nearly lost his shoes in his haste. Welcome to Wanja Market, esteemed guests. Han Changkong had never heard of Wanja before. Your establishment must have been founded recently, correct? Your insight is remarkable. Previously, this place belonged to the Zheng family, but after some conflicts with our clan, we eliminated them. Han Changkong nodded. This was not a significant matter. In the realm of cultivation, the fiercest battles and the most desperate individuals were usually among low-level cultivators and families. Very well, we will explore for a few days. And if we enjoy ourselves, we shall linger longer. Please, come inside. There are many low-level cultivators within the market. I fear they may inadvertently offend you. Han Changkong waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Since we are here to enjoy, let's not engage in unnecessary rituals. With that, they proceeded into the market. Suddenly, Han Changkong halted. Fellow cultivator, could you please watch over our carriage? Rest assured, esteemed seniors, we will take good care of your steeds. Han Changkong and his companions then made their way into the market. As their consciousness swept over the surroundings, they discerned that the highest cultivation level present was that of the Golden Core stage. Soon, they located the shop belonging to the Windazong sect. Upon hearing that they were disciples of Windazong, the shopkeeper hurriedly rushed out to greet them. However, when he saw the identity tokens of the several individuals, he was utterly stunned. These were no mere disciples. They were, in fact, revered ancestors. As a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he was merely a junior doing menial tasks for the sect. Junior Imo Jun pays respects to the esteemed seniors, he said. Han Changkong and Dian nodded, sizing up Imo Jun. At his age, achieving the golden core stage seemed rather unlikely. Thus, Han Changkong spoke, "Just prepare our accommodations. You shall not be lacking in benefits." This was not mere boasting. They had alchemists and craftsmen among them. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper was so excited that he didn't know what to do next. Just then, a voice interrupted, "There is a problem with the elixirs from your Windazong." Han Changkong's heart twisted in an instant. Why was it that trouble seemed to follow them wherever they went? However, all who beheld Han Changkong's expression assumed he was about to explode with anger. The shopkeeper quickly stepped forward, thinking to himself that with such esteemed figures present, he could not afford to lose the dignity of Windazong. How could such a grand sect as Windazong resort to falsifying a mere first-tier elixir? At that moment, a crowd of loose cultivators had gathered around. Even shopkeepers from neighboring sects, such as Tianjianzong, Dandingzong, Qingyunzong, Piaomiaozong, and Jingguazong, had come over. The loose cultivator who had raised the issue, seeing so many people gathered, suddenly felt emboldened. There is indeed a problem. I spent 20 spirit stones on a bottle of nascent cheap hills, only to find they possessed none of the expected effects, simply rubbish. He then produced his porcelain bottle, which was clearly a special design from Windazong, as the direct disciple of the Alchemy Peak. The fiery-tempered Shangguan Shui couldn't contain herself. "Do you have any evidence that this elixir was purchased from Windazong?" The cultivator, undeterred, retorted. "What do you mean no evidence? I bought it just an hour ago, and everyone here can testify to that. Moreover, I even tripped at the entrance while purchasing the elixir. Everyone saw it." At that moment, a cultivator from the crowd spoke up. "Oh, so you're the one who fell while trying to admire the beauty." "Yes, I remember. It was indeed him. This individual had indeed purchased the elixir an hour ago." And another confirmed, "I saw it too. He bumped into me as he fled in a panic." Hearing the cacophony of voices, Han Changkong felt utterly bewildered. Was this truly acting? No, it wasn't even worthy of being called acting. All the while, the gazes of these individuals were fixated on the shopkeeper of Tianjianzong. This was an obvious flaw. In contrast, the shopkeeper of Windazong was now sweating profusely, beginning to doubt whether their sect's elixirs had indeed gone awry. Especially Shangguan Shui, whose face was flushed with anger, wishing she could slap the offending cultivator to silence him. Yet, with so many witnesses, such an act would only tarnish Windazong's reputation. Han Changkong slowly spoke. "Do you have any physical evidence?" His voice was not loud, yet it resonated in every ear. Everyone paused, recognizing that this was undoubtedly a golden core mastered. "I ask you, do you have any physical evidence?" The loose cultivator stammered, then retrieved his porcelain bottle. "This is physical evidence. That only proves it's a bottle from Windazong. It does not prove that the elixir inside is not a counterfeit," Han Changkong remarked pointedly. Despite being a loose cultivator, he was a seasoned survivor. The loose cultivator quickly regained his composure. "Senior, this is indeed the nascent cheap hill I purchased from Windazong an hour ago. You've clearly been insinuating something. Yet you refuse to state the truth. Very well, since you are so certain, where do you reside? We shall all go search your home. If we find any of Windazong's elixirs there, I will ensure your immediate demise." "Do you believe me?" The loose cultivator was stunned. This was not following the expected script. Han Changkong then signaled to Guasisi. In an instant, Guasisi vanished without a sound, only to reappear at a gathering place of loose cultivators. There, she spotted a Qi refining cultivator frantically rummaging through something inside a house. "Oh, are you feeling guilty about something?" Guasisi's words startled the loose cultivator. He realized his fate was sealed on Han Changkong's side. Although the cultivator was momentarily taken aback, he soon chuckled. "Senior, I know I am no match for you, but with so many witnesses here, if I die today, tomorrow another me will rise to seek justice." Was this fellow speaking coherently? He made Han Changkong seem like the villain. Just then, Han Changkong received a transmission. The next moment, he stated, Li Gui, 30 spirit stones. Wang Chao, 30 spirit stones. Li Er, 20 spirit stones. At that moment, a loose cultivator erupted in anger. You are robbing us? Why do you receive 30 spirit stones while Tianjianzong only compensates me with 20? The shopkeeper of Tianjianzong was left dumbfounded. The middleman was indeed a ruthless entity. Suddenly, everyone realized the situation. The loose cultivator who had been the loudest in voicing complaints fell to his knees, exclaiming, Senior, do with me as you please, but please spare my brothers. Han Changkong was not one to show mercy. He turned to the shopkeeper of Windazong and commanded, You handle this matter. Do not let Windazong's dignity be tarnished. Yes, Senior. With that, the shopkeeper directly stripped the loose cultivator of his cultivation. For a cultivator, losing their powers was akin to death. Han Changkong understood this all too well, and he had already given this individual a chance. Unfortunately, he did not cherish it. This was not Blue Star. When one must be ruthless, one must be so. When one must be humble, one must be humble. Hidden in the shadows, Shang Taimin observed the scene, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Finally, a clever member had emerged from Windazong. He meticulously reported everything that transpired to Han Tianhai. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper of Tianjianzong was left in a state of shock. This was a scheme orchestrated by the young master, and he had voiced his concerns about its reliability. Strangely, however, Windazong did not pursue trouble with Tianjianzong's shop. This was Han Changkong's strategy, killing without bloodshed. To pursue them would only mean a loss of spirit stones, but to refrain would yield far greater rewards. Once word spread, Tianjianzong's shops would likely be ruined. While Windazong's reputation would soar. At that moment, within the Windazong shop, Han Changkong sat while the other 4 direct disciples stood by. The shopkeeper trembled in the corner. How have you 4 survived this long? Only to be outmaneuvered by a mere foundation establishment disciple from Tianjianzong? Especially you, Shangguan Shui. Had I not intervened, would you have resorted to violence? And you, Guasisi, when I told you to capture him, you should have soul-searched him. Is that how you resolve matters? And you, Master Sister, I understand your conscience is clear, but you must discern the circumstances. He clearly intended to frame us for this. Han Changkong paused, realizing that perhaps this naive fellow had a point. Yet, their methods of handling matters were indeed simplistic and brutal. Could their divine transformation cultivation be a facade? Sigh, you all are divine transformation cultivators. Can't you spare a thought for your junior brother in the nascent soul stage? The shopkeeper of Windazong was bewildered. A nascent soul cultivator was chastising a group of divine transformation experts. Had he not witnessed this with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Especially Shang Taimin, concealed in the void, who was now beaming with delight. Did you see that? My Windafing was not reprimanded. How impressive that is! I must remember this to boast to my fellow senior brothers and sisters when I return. With that, he indeed pulled out a jade slip and began to jot down Han Changkong's every word. At this moment, Shangguan Shui, feeling wronged, spoke up, Senior brother, I was wrong. There's still a disciple here. Please show some grace. Han Changkong paused. Now you value grace. When you were about to strike, did you consider grace? The opponent was merely a chi-refining cultivator. What was your intent in attacking? Observing her junior brother's handling of the situation, Wang Yiting felt a sense of inadequacy as the master sister. She then spoke, Junior brother, we acknowledge our mistakes. Such matters will not recur. Guasisi chimed in, Senior brother, I was wrong. I promise to heed your words from now on. Only then did Han Changkong soften his tone. The world is not merely about fighting. It involves understanding human emotions and social intricacies. Now, take your seats. He then turned to the shopkeeper. You should attend to your duties. Do not concern yourself with us. As the shopkeeper sighed in relief, he swiftly exited the room. Jiang Shou inquired, Senior brother Han, why is the Celestial Sword Sect targeting us? Upon hearing this question, Han Changkong was left utterly perplexed. How was he to know why the Celestial Sword Sect sought trouble with the Windazong? This matter is likely orchestrated by those above us. It isn't something we should concern ourselves with, he succinctly replied, effectively silencing any further inquiries. Shangguan Shui then posed, Senior brother, what shall we do next? Perhaps we should linger here for a few days. Senior Brother Han. Shall we not extend our stay for a few more days? Junior Brother, let us tarry for a few days, several of them pleaded. Their eyes filled with longing. Han Changkong, perceiving the lack of imminent danger, reasoned that even if someone intended to undermine him, they would likely prioritize eliminating him first. However, his system had yet to respond. Thus, he relented. Very well, but heed this. Do not provoke any trouble. Upon hearing this, the group burst into joyous smiles. Go on, he urged, and after they departed, he turned his attention to his system's enemies. Could it be that Chu Tianxiao had advanced to the nascent soul stage? Perhaps he should test the witchcraft he had just learned? The crucial question remained. Would this fellow withstand it? After all, he was currently the only reliable companion for his secret longevity technique. If he inadvertently killed him, it would be a significant loss. Then there was Yu Changsheng. Who exactly was this individual? How had he ascended from foundation establishment to nascent soul in just over 50 years? It seemed Yu Changsheng was indeed a prodigy, and he would need to keep a close watch on him once this exchange conference concluded. Lastly, he mused over Dongfang Shuo. This man was undeniably resilient. Day after day, he indulged in potions, seemingly unaffected. Reflecting on the list from 50 years ago, which had spanned dozens of pages, he now faced a mere 3 names. His thoughts then wandered to Qingwan. That troublesome woman. He pondered whether she had perished in the immortal realm. Just then, his reverie was interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? Senior, a fairy seeks your audience. She claims to be a guest elder of the sect. Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that woman, Qingwan? Let her enter, he instructed. Moments later, a figure clad in azure entered the room. Upon seeing her, Han Changkong was stunned. Speak of the devil, and she doth appear. Instantly, he donned a smile. How has everything been progressing, Senior? Qingwan replied, fairly well. I've experienced a slight breakthrough in my cultivation. Han Changkong was taken aback. Did celestial beings truly advance so swiftly? Unbeknownst to him, Qingwan had actually secluded herself for meditation. Their 50 years of mortal transformation had greatly aided her, and she had now reached the pinnacle of Xianxian. With a few more centuries of refinement, she could potentially break through. I wondered why your aura exudes such depth, intimidating to behold. Han Changkong quickly flattered. Having spent decades with this young man, Qingwan could intuit his motives. Speak, what is it you desire from me? And from now on, do not refer to me as Senior. Simply call me Junior Sister. What on earth was this woman scheming now? Senior, with your unparalleled cultivation, how could I dare address you as Junior Sister? I am merely at the initial stage of nascent soul. Much like yourself, I observe that your companions of transformation stage address you as Senior Brother. What harm is there in me adopting the title of Junior Sister? Senior, they have known me for many years, and I have always held a higher cultivation than they. Indeed, I am aware. Thus, when others are present, refer to me as Junior Sister. When alone, you may address me however you wish. When alone, could he call her his wife? Qingwan then inquired, how is your practice of witchcraft progressing? It can be summoned with relative ease now. Then allow me to provide you protection. Demonstrate it once. With that, she produced Dongfang Shuo's jade token. Han Changkong had long wished to attempt this but had hesitated. Accepting the token, he retrieved a bowl of water from his storage ring, added some glutinous rice, and set 2 candles alight. A simple altar was quickly assembled. He then cast Dongfang Shuo's jade token into the bowl, followed by a carefully prepared straw doll, which soaked up the water. Qingwan watched. Bemused, this appeared increasingly like the work of a charlatan. Yet, seeing Han Changkong's serious demeanor, she chose not to interrupt. Little did she know, he had silently rehearsed this outcome dozens of times in his mind. At that moment, Han Changkong pondered how to recite the incantation. Forget it, he thought. I'll improvise. He began recalling lines from Lin Zhengying's films and began to chant. Danju Ko Shun, Tu Wei Chu Qi. Ko Shi Zheng Luan, Tong Ming Yang Shun. Luo Qian Qi Shun, Ke Xiao Zhind. Ji Ru Lu Ling Boom. The straw doll ignited in flames. Qingwan was left flabbergasted. This lad truly possessed some skill. Regardless of the outcome, his execution was unmistakably that of a professional swindler. Han Changkong then stated, Senior, I am preparing to cast from a distance. Please provide your protection. He nodded solemnly at Qinghuan. She was taken aback. Could it be that this young man was genuinely capable? With that, she unleashed a barrier, sealing the entire room. Han Changkong then sat cross-legged, an enigmatic energy of witchcraft swirling within him, rapidly drawing from his own vital essence. He drained an entire bowl's worth. Yet, he did not cease. The extraction continued. Qinghuan gasped, "You fool! Are you trying to endanger your life? Cease this at once." Upon hearing this, Han Changkong could not help but chuckle inwardly. Was he not a paragon of virtue from Blue Star? Could he not handle this? This act of self-sacrifice was trivial. He deliberately paled his complexion and began to channel the witchcraft, using his own essence to cast a spell upon himself. Qinghuan, being a Xianxian, instantly understood the implications. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet there was no turning back now. If interrupted, Han Changkong would likely perish on the spot. With emotions swirling within her, she watched as the spell was completed. Han Changkong then slowly reclined backward. Qinghuan rushed forward to catch him, guiding him toward the bed. Alas, his skin was remarkably soft. She quickly checked his condition, discovering that apart from his pallor, he seemed unharmed. Unable to comprehend the situation, she dismissed her thoughts. She could already feel that the witchcraft had been successfully cast. Chapter 57. Li Haizi in the Immortal Realm. The Dongfang family. At that moment, Dongfang Shua was filled with dread. His vital essence had inexplicably vanished, and he had seemingly fallen victim to witchcraft. He was certain this was indeed witchcraft, for the Immortal Realm also housed the Witch Clan. He promptly sought out his ancient father. "Shu'er, have you offended the Witch Clan?" Dongfang Quan queried, perplexed. "Father, I have not left my residence in decades. How could I have offended them?" Beside him, Shishanji wore a similarly confused expression. How could Dongfang Shua, who rarely ventured out, have incurred the ire of the Witch Clan? Could it be that his frequent indulgences had led to a depletion of his essence? As this thought crossed her mind, Shishanji's eyes lit up with determination. It seemed she would have to assist Dongfang Shua more often to drain him dry and rescue her people. Dongfang Quan spoke slowly. "Shu'er, you should return to recuperate. I will visit the Witch Clan." With that, he exited the Grand Hall. At this moment, Dongfang Shua lacked any semblance of Xianxian prowess, curling up on the ground like a small shrimp. Shishanji hurried to support him, whispering, "Master, could it be that we have undertaken too many tasks?" Dongfang Shua understood the implications of her words. Was she implying he was beneath her? With that, he swallowed some medicinal pills to suppress the curse within him and then swept Shishanji into his arms. Striding toward his chamber, were Han Changkong to witness this maneuver, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What an impressive tactic!" However, at this moment, Han Changkong was still elucidating to Qinghuan. This technique was learned from a nefarious practitioner. It allows me to subtly impose witchcraft upon another. Are there any requirements for this? Indeed, it requires the consumption of lifespan. Qinghuan gasped at this revelation. How much would it cost? Perhaps 10 or 8 years. Not much. My lifespan as a nascent soul is 1200 years, so 10 years is hardly concerning. Upon hearing this, Qinghuan produced a celestial pill. This is A. Consuming it should grant you an additional 100 years of lifespan. Han Changkong gazed at the glimmering pill before him, eager to stow it away. However, in his current weakened state, he could only extend his hand sluggishly. Seeing this, Qinghuan promptly placed the pill into his mouth. Delightful, he remarked. He then inquired, "Senior, once the witchcraft is cast, can the target break free?" "Yes, but only by locating the Witch Clan." Han Changkong felt relieved. Should a Xianxian powerhouse perish so easily, he would suffer a tremendous loss. After all, it had taken hundreds of cultivators to acquire this opportunity. It was not something to be squandered. Word has just reached me that Dongfang Shua has likely fallen victim to the witchcraft and is currently in seclusion, attempting to suppress the curse within him. Shall we deal with him every few years then? Qinghuan shook her head. It would be quite difficult to rely on this to eliminate him. I merely wish to buy some time until I advance and gain the opportunity to annihilate the Dongfang clan. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong suddenly had a bold idea. However, it was necessary to test it out. As long as the system registers a name when the opponent wishes to kill me, if I assume a different identity, for instance, that of an enemy claiming to be Zhang San, would they then pursue Zhang San relentlessly? Meanwhile, I, Han Changkong, could kill invisibly, leaving my enemies unaware of their demise. With this thought in mind, Han Changkong spoke. Senior, is there any advanced disguise technique available, one that cannot be discerned even during tribulation? He felt that a celestial being should possess some form of life-preserving magic. To his surprise, Qing Luan did not disappoint him, promptly producing a jade slip. This is a disguise technique from the celestial realm, but it is still linked to one's strength. With your current ability, you can barely deceive a refining void practitioner. However, if I assist you, it should suffice to fool a tribulation transcendent. Han Changkong eagerly took the jade slip and began practicing without delay. A short while later, a robust man with dark skin and a fierce appearance stood before Qing Luan. Qing Luan looked at this person, finding it nearly impossible to connect him to the previous Han Changkong. The former Han Changkong was quite presentable, but this individual before her was the epitome of someone who could be easily identified in a crowd, utterly unattractive. Senior, what do you think? After turning around for effect, Qing Luan considered all the adjectives in her mind before finally uttering a single word. Ugly. The key was that each feature, when viewed in isolation, was acceptable, but together they appeared grotesquely distorted. Haha, that's perfect from now on. I shall be known as Li Haizi. You may call me Brother Haizi or Haizi Go. Qing Luan understood that this lad was likely preparing to engage in some nefarious activities. However, given his recent willingness to expend his lifespan to assist her, she reluctantly decided to cooperate. After all, she would need this young man to continue tormenting Dongfang Shuo in the future. Just then, a cacophony of laughter erupted from outside the door. Creak. The door swung open, and without needing to look, it was clear that it was Shangguan Shui. Upon entering, she spotted the dark-skinned man leering at Qing Luan. Halt! Shangguan Shui instantly summoned her innate treasure. Release Elder Qing Luan, or you shall face my wrath. Both Han Changkong and Qing Luan were momentarily taken aback. However, before they could explain, Wang Yiting and the others also drew their treasures. Surrounding the two, where is Senior Han? What have you done to my Senior Han? I shall kill you, they declared, ready to attack. Han Changkong quickly interjected, Junior sister, it's me, I am Han Changkong. He then produced his sect's jade token. Upon hearing his voice, the group recognized it as indeed belonging to their senior, but they did not retract their treasures. Qing Luan spoke up, rest assured, he is Han Changkong. He has merely utilized a disguise technique. Indeed, junior sister and junior brothers, can you not recognize my voice? Only then did they lower their weapons, surrounding Han Changkong for a closer inspection. Senior, even with a disguise technique, did you really need to make yourself so hideous? Shangguan Shui looked at the dark-skinned, grotesque Han Changkong with disdain. Wang Yiting chimed in, yes, junior brother, there was no need to go to such lengths. Senior Han, you should revert to your original appearance. This is rather off-putting. Hearing their contemptuous remarks, Han Changkong realized he had succeeded halfway. If he continued to act in a despicable manner, those wishing to eliminate him would only multiply. Thus, he declared, remember, do not call me Senior Han from now on. Refer to me as Brother Haizi, and my full name is Li Haizi. The group was momentarily stunned. This name was indeed a fitting match for his appearance. Wang Yiting then recalled the matter at hand. Junior brother, Brother Haizi, we just discovered that several low-level cultivators have vanished without a trace. We were hesitant to investigate recklessly, so we returned to inquire if you wish to address this issue. They had become more obedient, understanding that it was wise to inform Han Changkong of matters first, lest they find themselves in trouble. Low-level cultivators have disappeared? Chapter 58. Blood Soul Summoning Technique, could it be the work of evil cultivators? Just as I am seeking vengeance, this could be a perfect opportunity, he promptly stated. You all should go out and investigate this matter under my name, Li Haizi. The group understood that their senior was likely attempting to conceal his identity. Wang Yiting and the others then set out to begin their investigation. For several transformation stage practitioners, investigating this matter was not a challenge. Their divine senses quickly spread out, soon uncovering clues. Meanwhile, in the room, Qing Luan remarked, Haizi, I did not expect your sect to treat you so well. Han Changkong was taken aback. What do you mean? There is a combined body practitioner hiding not far from here. Protecting you. Han Changkong then realized, oh, no need to worry. That person should be Uncle Shang Taimin from the Asking Marshall Peak. However, Han Changkong suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Would his recent use of witchcraft attract attention? He hastily voiced his concern. Qing Wan scoffed, if a combined body practitioner could detect this place, then I might as well give up. But this area has been shrouded. Wouldn't Uncle become suspicious? Rest assured. He is probing with his divine sense, and the image he perceives is merely you sleeping. Han Changkong finally breathed a sigh of relief. That is reassuring, in truth, even if he were to discern something amiss. He would not be overly concerned. At worst, he could claim it was an opportunity in a forbidden area. After all, anyone who entered that forbidden place would meet their demise. Moreover, he had a vague sense that the sect leader, Han Tianhai, might know something. However, his knowledge was likely limited. Yet for the sect, as long as it benefited them, they would not care about the circumstances of one's opportunities. This is also the inclusive nature of the Asking Dao sect. In a dark gorge 100 miles from the market, a woman clad in a black veil, with a slender figure and long legs, appeared at first glance to be an enchanting beauty, exactly the type Han Changkong favored. This woman was named Man Qingqing. Did you say that Li Haizi sent his subordinates to kill over a dozen of us? Indeed, mistress. Li Haizi's subordinates are numerous and clearly possess cultivation above the Golden Core stage. The subordinate did not speak falsely. He was also at the Golden Core stage and could not match the opponent's strength, so he claimed that Shangguan Shui and her companions were above the Golden Core stage, which was not entirely inaccurate. Consequently, Man Qingqing categorized them as nascent soul practitioners. Humph! How dare a mere nascent soul interfere with my affairs? Li Haizi must die. She then slowly turned her gaze to her subordinate. Upon seeing Man Qingqing's face, the subordinate was instantly struck with fear. Witnessing his reaction, Man Qingqing's eyes turned cold, and her subordinate was immediately reduced to a pool of blood. Humph! How dare a mere nascent soul practitioner mock me? A perfected nascent soul master? Just then, she sensed a powerful divine sense scanning the area. Man Qingqing wore a look of disdain. She was confident that she was invincible among nascent soul practitioners. In an instant, her figure appeared above the gorge, still facing away from everyone. Li Haizi was momentarily taken aback. The sight of her long legs and the veil that barely concealed her form, along with her subtly alluring figure, especially her fair and delicate feet, was precisely the image of the goddess he envisioned. However, since this woman had already made it onto his list, he intended to take good care of her. Meanwhile, Man Qingqing was feeling apprehensive, realizing that her opponents were all transformation stage practitioners. The grotesque man before her and the woman in blue beside him were nascent souls. These rascals had provided incorrect information. May I ask, are you Li Haizi? Why do you meddle in our affairs? Might I inquire, dear friend, is it not a tad rude to speak to us while facing away? At that moment, Man Qingqing understood that she might face dire consequences today. Before transformation stage practitioners, she was still too inexperienced. Slowly, she turned to face them. When everyone beheld Man Qingqing's visage, they were utterly stunned. The woman's face was horrifying, her features grotesquely decayed. Her eyes oozed pus, her nose was deformed, her lips cracked. She was so hideous that it was unbearable to look at, as if cursed by a demon. What the hell? Han Changkong nearly lost his composure. He believed he had reached the pinnacle of unattractiveness, only to be met with an even more grotesque predecessor. However, aside from Han Changkong, the others merely frowned slightly. Yet as they looked back at Li Haizi, they instantly found his appearance somewhat acceptable, at least not nauseating. Man Qingqing was taken aback by the disdainful expressions that appeared on their faces. She then spoke. May I inquire what brings you all to seek me? Who wouldn't wish to survive? Especially when her cultivation technique was on the verge of completion? Li Haizi slowly replied, Friend, I am Li Haizi. Might I ask why you have been harming low-level cultivators? Surely, as a nascent soul practitioner, you understand that such actions are against the natural order? Esteemed Taoist Li, I am Man Qingqing that I assure you. I have not harmed them, and I have provided them with their due rewards. Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Sister, you may be harboring some misconceptions about Qingqing. With such a countenance, one might as well be bankrupt, yet you claim to be enchanting. Nevertheless, he inquired. Then why have these cultivators vanished so suddenly? How would I know? I merely extracted their essence blood and then set them free. Moreover, I provided them with spirit stones. It was all voluntary on their part. Was she attempting to deceive? Furthermore, as a fully realized nascent soul cultivator, the injuries on her face should have been treatable. Why did she choose to wander about with such a disfigured visage? I shall offer you two choices. Either speak the truth, or I shall compel you to do so through force. Han Changkong declared, lunging towards Man Qingcheng. She regarded him with disdain. A mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator dared to strike. However, with several transformation stage experts watching, she refrained from retaliating. Bang! Han Changkong's fist sent Man Qingcheng reeling, blood spurting from her mouth. Her expression turned to one of sheer terror. Was this truly an early-stage nascent soul? If it came to a genuine confrontation, she might not prevail. Instantly, she capitulated. Taoist Haizi, spare me. I shall speak. She promptly knelt before him. Han Changkong's hand was already inching towards the black jade tablet at his waist, contemplating whether to strike her down, speak, and do so truthfully. Should there be even a hint of falsehood? We will resort to soul-searching. With no other choice, the woman began to divulge. I am a member of the Yingyuizong. In pursuit of cultivating my techniques, I ultimately suffered backlash, leading to my body beginning to decay. The only way to recover is by extracting the essence blood of cultivators, and currently, only the wounds on my face remain unhealed. Li Haizi's expression shifted to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "Let me see the technique." Man Qingcheng surmised that this technique was likely too perilous for anyone to dare cultivate, and thus handed over the jade slip containing the technique. After examining it for a while, Li Haizi's face paled. The blood soul guiding technique is indeed malevolent, and it even contains methods for refining blood essence pills, which involve extracting the essence blood of cultivators to concoct pills that enhance one's soul and physique. Incredible! Upon hearing Li Haizi's revelation, the others gathered around. Qing Wan interjected, "This technique is so wicked. We ought to destroy it." "Indeed, Brother Haizi, this should not exist in this realm." Another chimed in, "Brother Haizi, let us destroy it. If it were to leak out, it would surely be a source of calamity." Upon witnessing their righteous fervor, Li Haizi proclaimed with grave determination, "Such a scourge upon humanity shall be destroyed by my own hands upon my return to the sect." He then discreetly stowed the technique away in his storage ring before swiftly changing the subject. He opened his mouth to call for Man Qingcheng, but found himself unable to utter her name. Did you kill those cultivators?" Man Qingcheng replied, "Taoist, I truly did not kill them. I am not foolish. Should I have slain too many, I would undoubtedly be besieged. Furthermore, I am not lacking in spirit stones. I simply purchase essence blood. Afterwards, I released them." Li Haizi was momentarily taken aback. The unattractive woman seemed to be speaking the truth, but what of the missing cultivators? He pressed on, "You claim to purchase essence blood? From whom do you acquire it? Do you have no subordinates? A fully realized nascent soul cultivator with no followers? Ridiculous, I just killed my subordinate." Man Qingcheng stated nonchalantly. Li Haizi was taken aback, but that did not concern him. Man Qingcheng continued, "I directly purchased essence blood from the head of the Wan family." Everyone gasped in disbelief. The Wan family, the owners of the market, engaged in such dealings? Han Changkong pondered. Perhaps he should find someone to test the efficacy of that pill. Should he keep Man Qingcheng as a test subject? He then asked, "Do you wish to live or die?" Man Qingcheng was taken aback. "Of course, I wish to live." She hastily replied, "I implore you, Taoist, grant me a chance at life. Living is possible, but I shall implant a restriction within you, and thus you shall survive." After stating this, Han Changkong remained patient, awaiting her decision. Man Qingcheng contemplated her current state. Even if she were to break through to the transformation stage, she likely would not be a match for those present. Having severed ties with Yingyuizong, she was now a rogue cultivator. Li Haizi appeared to be a second-generation heir of the Windazong, as evidenced by the insignias worn by Wang Yiding and the others, who were all direct disciples of the Windazong. If she were to align with him, she would have a backing. "Taoist, I am willing to serve you as my master." With that, she willingly opened her mind to him. Li Haizi wasted no time and swiftly established a master-servant contract. However, there was a caveat. If Man Qingqing were to surpass Han Changkong by 3 major realms, the contract would automatically dissolve. Qingqing, from now on, simply refer to me as Brother Haizi, and do not reveal my identity as a member of the Wendazong. Understood, Brother Haizi. Han Changkong looked at her repulsive visage and felt discomfort. Would you like to don a veil? At his words, Man Qingqing finally retrieved a black veil from her storage bag, concealing her face. You shall arrange a meeting with the head of the Wan family to continue purchasing Essence Blood. I want to ascertain how many lives these individuals have, engaging in such a trade, especially since this area should belong to the Qingyun sect, and yet no one seems to intervene. Yes, Brother Haizi. With that, she departed. Han Changkong and the others then slowly made their way toward the market. Brother Haizi, why do we need to keep that demoness around? Shang Wanshui asked with a puzzled expression. I have placed a restriction on her. Although she is from Yingguozong, she has not committed any heinous acts. Allowing her to investigate this matter is for the best. Han Changkong had also noticed a peculiar phenomenon. After implanting the servant's restriction on Man Qingqing, her name had inexplicably vanished from the system. This was likely a result of the contract, rendering her intent to harm him non-existent. Moreover, her murderous intent towards him was minimal. Brother Haizi, if it truly is the Wan family behind this, should we intervene? Wang Yiting inquired. It seemed she had grown quite comfortable calling him Brother Haizi. Let us first ascertain the truth. If it is indeed the Wan family, we will eradicate them. Upon hearing Li Haizi's words, Shang Wanshui interjected, what if the Wan family is backed by the Qingyun sect? We would then be in grave danger. This was precisely what Han Changkong wished to see. Even if they were to discover that Li Haizi was behind the matter, the Qingyun sect could only applaud while secretly harboring resentment against him. He could then consume some elixirs and practice the recently acquired sinister arts. What could possibly go wrong? Rest assured, upon your return, employ this transformation technique to alter your appearances. We shall navigate this world as rogue cultivators from now on. Was this not a perfect plan? The group then returned to the Wendazong shop. Inside, everyone altered their appearances. Jiang Shou's transformation remained rather mundane, appearing quite ordinary, while the women opted for more extravagant changes. Is it really necessary to make ourselves so attractive under a false identity? Han Changkong lamented. Who says so? Even with a fake identity, we must still look appealing. Otherwise, if we appear too unattractive, we would not be able to stand to look at ourselves, one of them retorted. Exactly, Brother Haizi, you need not worry. Qing Wan chimed in, rest assured, even if we are beautiful, no one will suspect any connection to the Wendazong. Han Changkong considered this and ultimately acquiesced to the women's choices in appearance. Just then, his communication stone emitted a sound. Master, the Wan family has agreed to send 5 rogue cultivators tomorrow. Upon hearing Man Qingqing's voice, Han Changkong paused briefly. He activated the communication stone, replying, Qingqing, proceed as usual. Understood. She then placed the communication stone back into her storage ring and declared, since we are all rogue cultivators now, we shall address each other as Taoists from this point forward. The others nodded in agreement, as they could no longer refer to one another as senior brothers and sisters. Once everyone was on the same page, Han Changkong began to strategize. Wang Taoist, Zhang Taoist, you will covertly monitor the Wan family's movements. Remember, do not engage and record everything you observe with the recording pearls. The two quickly grasped the intent behind his instructions. This was to gather evidence. They then set off towards the Wan family. The Wan family only possessed nascent soul cultivators at their highest ranks, so sending 2 transformation stage experts to spy was indeed overkill. Shang Wanshui immediately chimed in, Senior brother, Brother Haizi, what about me? Assign me a task too. Han Changkong was exasperated. Was she truly addicted to role-playing? Shangguan Taoist, you may prepare some milk tea for us. Oh, very well. She soon realized, wait, why must I make milk tea? Han Changkong forced a smile through his frustration. Isn't it more enjoyable to have refreshments while watching the spectacle? He noted Shang Wanshui's unwilling expression. All right, you can take action when the time comes. Is that acceptable? In the grand hall of the Wan family, Shang Wanshui cheerfully began to prepare milk tea. Patriarch, the esteemed Yuaning elder requires 5 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. I have already dispatched disciples from our clan to take action. Upon hearing this, Wan Shu, the patriarch of the Wan family, replied in a grave tone, Wan Hai, as the heir to the family, you must exercise more caution in your undertakings. Wan Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Patriarch, is there something amiss in this matter? There is nothing particularly unusual, but I have been feeling a sense of unrest lately. Patriarch, you have been tirelessly working for our family day and night. Perhaps you have not had sufficient rest? Wan Hai pondered, suspecting this to be the root cause. Chapter 60. Silencing Witnesses? Have the supplies for this year's tribute to the Qingyun sect been prepared? Patriarch, nearly all of our family's profits this year will be allocated to the Qingyun sect. Wan Shu lamented. What can be done? This is the plight of our scattered cultivator family. Without clinging to the Qingyun sect, our Wan family would likely have perished long ago. Wan Hai, we have only recently secured this market. It requires maintenance. Inform that elder that after this transaction is completed, we shall not engage in such dealings again. Patriarch, may I ask why? Hearing this question, Wan Shu felt a headache coming on. If it were not for his talent in cultivation, he would not have been chosen as the heir. Are you foolish? Our market was originally seized from others, and now that low-level scattered cultivators are disappearing from it, who would dare to come and live in our Wan family's market? If word spreads, everyone will be on edge, and if the market is deserted, how can we earn a living? Wan Hai realized the truth in this, noting that those low-level cultivators were indeed too frightened to show themselves. At that moment, a Foundation establishment disciple approached the hall. Upon seeing the two, he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Patriarch, young master, the task has been completed. Wan Hai asked sternly, Are you certain they are all mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators? This matter could not be taken lightly. If they were to abduct a scion from another family, that family would surely retaliate. Currently, he had reached the pinnacle of Golden Core, while only the Patriarch remained at the Yuan-Ing level. Previously, there had been another Yuan-Ing uncle, but he had perished during the fierce battle for this market, forced to self-destruct by a Yuan-Ing cultivator from the opposing family. Although spiritual stones were to be earned, one must avoid unnecessary complications. The Foundation establishment disciple confirmed, Patriarch, young master, I assure you, they are all mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. After a brief contemplation, Wan Shu declared, Wan Hai, you shall accompany them and explain the situation to that elder. We cannot afford to offend someone at the peak of Yuan-Ing. Thus, we must not be negligent. Understood, Patriarch. Wan Shu waved his hand, signaling for the two to expedite their task. Once they exited the hall, Wan Hai reflected deeply. The Wan family had only just begun to find its footing. It was imperative to maintain their connection with the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, if their market were to be seized by another family, they would be unable to intimidate their rivals as they belong to the Qingyun sect's influence. Spiritual stones could be earned gradually, but if the market were taken away, it would be a significant loss. With this realization, he felt a sudden clarity, no longer feeling regretful about the spiritual stones owed to the Qingyun sect. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, Wan Hai set off with two Wan family disciples toward the canyon where Man Qingcheng resided. Atop their flying artifact lay 5 unconscious mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. When we arrive, you two will wait outside while I meet with the elder. The two disciples nodded in agreement. After approximately half an hour, Wan Hai respectfully transmitted his voice into the canyon elder. The items have been delivered. Man Qingcheng's voice echoed from within, Come in. Upon entering, Wan Hai noticed something peculiar. Previously, there had been several Golden Core cultivators present, but today they were all absent. After greeting Man Qingcheng once more, Wan Hai opened with respect, Elder, this shall be our last collaboration. Man Qingcheng feigned curiosity. Oh? Why is that? Elder, the scattered cultivators in the market have become excessively vigilant. And if we continue to capture them, it may incite panic, thus affecting the operation of our market. Very well, let it be as you say. Man Qingcheng understood that continuing would indeed have repercussions for the market. However, she no longer required these cultivators. She then produced a storage bag. Here are 5,000 spiritual stones. Please count them. Wan Hai accepted the storage bag and used his divine sense to inspect it. Elder, I shall wait outside for you to call upon me when you are finished. After Man Qingcheng nodded, Wan Hai carefully exited the cave. Man Qingcheng then began utilizing secret techniques to extract the essence blood from the 5 individuals. Half an hour later, Wan Hai emerged from the canyon with 5 pallid scattered cultivators. Sister Wang, they have come out, Jiang Shou, who had been hiding in the shadows, remarked. You blockhead, I told you to call me Taoist Wang. Not sister, Jiang Shou promptly corrected himself, Taoist Wang. What shall we do next? Silently follow and observe how they handle these scattered cultivators. The two stealthily tracked the trio from the Wan family. They watched as Wan Hai and his companions brought the 5 unconscious cultivators to a secluded area. Take action! Puff, puff, puff. The 2 disciples of the Wan family swiftly executed all 5, then ignited a fire talisman to incinerate the corpses, reducing them to ashes. Only then did the 3 depart. The onlookers were taken aback. Although the essence blood had been diminished, it could have been gradually restored over a few years. To eliminate them outright was to disregard the lives of scattered cultivators. Fortunately, the entire process had been recorded by the image crystal. The 2 quickly returned to the market. Within the Zhongshan shop, Han Changkong expressed his confusion. Did the Wan family truly kill the scattered cultivators? Indeed, I recorded everything with the image crystal. Goodness, the Wan family is indeed ruthless. They clearly wish to prevent these scattered cultivators from exposing their actions. Sister, make a copy of the image crystal's contents. Then discreetly send it to the Wan family, along with a jade slip stating that I, Li Haizi, demand spiritual stones from them. Otherwise, I will inform the entire market of what transpired within the image crystal. How many spiritual stones will that require? 100,000, I suppose. Han Changkong estimated that this sum would surely cause the Wan family considerable distress. Sheng Guanshui, listening nearby, was taken aback. Senior brother, is 100,000 not a bit too little? In response, Han Changkong fixed his gaze upon Sheng Guanshui and slowly replied, What do you know? Do you think everyone possesses wealth like yours? Ask around. Who here could produce 10,000 spiritual stones? Upon hearing this, Sheng Guanshui looked at the others, silently questioning if her senior brother was correct. Jiang Shou, ever the simpleton, readily interjected, Sister Shengguan, I only have 15,000 spiritual stones. Guo Sisi added, I possess 30,000 spiritual stones. Wang Yiding was taken aback, realizing she was the poorest among them. Nevertheless, she spoke up, I have 8,000. This was due to her recent breakthrough to the God transformation stage, necessitating a significant purchase of medicinal pills. And she had also lent 2,000 to Zhuo Yang, leaving her financially constrained. Sheng Guanshui stared incredulously at the 3 of them. Is everyone truly this impoverished? The others knew she lacked common sense and chose not to engage her further. Han Changkong quickly intervened. Thus, we have a chance to gain wealth. For Han Changkong himself was also financially strained, as he consumed vast amounts of medicinal pills daily. Chapter 61. The 2 generals of Yin and Yang? It seems we must take action in this matter. Sheng Guanshui would never disdain her own wealth. 100,000 spiritual stones would allow each person to receive a considerable sum. The others quickly grasped this logic. Shall I depart now? Wang Yiding eagerly inquired, harboring no fondness for the Wan family, whom she had already labeled as evil cultivators. Prepare the items and set out. Remember to prominently display Li Haizi's name. Wang Yiding nodded and strode toward the door. 1 hour later, within the Wan family's hall, Wan Shu trembled as he examined the image crystal in his hands. It appears fate has turned against my Wan family. After a sorrowful lament to the heavens, he fixed his gaze upon Wan Hai, who knelt before him. Tell me, how is it that you can be so worrisome? Wan Hai, perplexed, insisted. I could not have been discovered unless they were a Yuan Ing cultivator or above. But why would a Yuan Ing cultivator be present in this area, meddling in our Wan family's affairs? Patriarch, this Li Haizi is likely a Yuan Ing cultivator. Otherwise, he could not have followed me without making a sound. That is obvious. I am not foolish. Patriarch, 100,000 spiritual stones represent all our family's resources. If we surrender them to Li Haizi, what shall we do about the Qingyun sect? As it happens, today marks the day when the Qingyun sect comes to collect the spirit stones. Originally, this 1 million was prepared specifically for the Qingyun sect, but now, given the current predicament, Wan Hai spoke up, Master of the house. Why not have an elder from the Qingyun sect come and inform them of the situation, then request their assistance to suppress that Li Haizi? Wan Shu was actually harboring the same thought. If the other party truly possessed the Yuaning stage, he might not stand a chance against them. Moreover, The woman who delivered the recording pearl exuded an aura that was far from ordinary. However, she should also be a Yuan Ing cultivator. How could a Hua Shan stage cultivator come to such a shabby market? Suddenly struck by a thought, his eyes brightened. It's still possible to contact those direct disciples from the Wandao sect? Master, the disciples from the Wandao sect departed yesterday and are unlikely to return. Upon hearing this, Wan Shu slowly nodded. It seems we can only wait for the elder from the Qingyun sect to arrive. But in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Wan residence. Wan Shu's heart leaped with joy. An envoy from the Qingyun sect had arrived. He hurriedly stepped out to greet them. Elder Qingqiu, you must stand up for my Wan family. The visitor was indeed a disciple from the inner sect of Qingyun, the early-stage Huashan cultivator, Qingqiu. Upon arriving at the Wan family, he was immediately informed of the urgent matter. What is the cause of such haste? The key point was that the Wan family had little substantial connection to the Qingyun sect. They were merely a force supported privately by a few disciples of the Qingyun sect. The annual tribute of 1 million spirit stones was perfectly divided among the 5 of them, with each receiving 200,000. This was far more lucrative than the sect's stipend. Elder, we are under threat. We are being compelled to deliver 1 million spirit stones, but this sum was prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Qingqiu realized someone was attempting to intercept the delivery. Was this not a death wish? His tone turned cold. Who is the other party? What is their cultivation level? Hearing this, Wan Shu chuckled inwardly. Things were looking promising. He quickly replied, the individual is known as Li Haizi and is likely at the Yuaning stage. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qingqiu said, since they are Yuaning cultivators, I will simply eliminate them, though you know their location? Wan Shu hastily responded, Elder Qingqiu, that Li Haizi sent a jade slip indicating that tomorrow morning, we are to deliver the spirit stones to a canyon 100 miles outside the market. Qingqiu was taken aback. Isn't there a Yuan Ing cultivator conducting trade with you in that canyon? Could they be in cahoots, attempting to double-cross you? Indeed, Elder, but we have ceased any dealings with that Yuan Ing female cultivator. He then recounted the situation regarding the market. After listening, Qingqiu concurred that such trades could not continue indefinitely. If the market were to be devoid of patrons, how could they profit? He then declared, regardless of whether they are working together, we shall resolve both matters simultaneously tomorrow. It is merely a matter of slaying an additional adversary. It was absurd. A Hua Shan stage cultivator facing off against Yuaning foes was akin to a walk in the park. The difference between eliminating 2 or 3 was negligible. Wan Shu beamed with delight upon hearing this. Elder, this is the spirit stones for this year. Please accept them graciously. The Wan family then commenced a grand feast. That evening, they even prepared 2 stunning young women for Qingqiu. While in the room engaged with the 2 ladies, Qingqiu suddenly sensed something amiss. His vitality was gradually depleting. He turned an angry gaze towards the 2 women lounging on the divan. Wretched creatures, with a resounding crash, the 2 women instantly met their demise. In the next moment, his figure appeared in Wan Shu's chamber. However, upon seeing Wan Shu's ghastly state, Qingqiu was left utterly bewildered. What did this mean? Had the old man also been drained of his vitality? Wan Shu was equally startled by Qingqiu's sudden appearance. Elder, please save me. Qingqiu realized he must have misjudged Wan Shu. After all, Wan Shu was merely at the Yuaning stage and was severely depleted of vitality. Yet, his body bore no other injuries. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Wan Shu's skin beginning to rot. This horrified Qingqiu. But in the next moment, his own body began to show signs of decay as well. Fortunately, as a Hua Shan stage cultivator, he quickly utilized his cultivation to suppress it. For an entire hour, he battled against this strange force until it gradually subsided. Qingqiu's mind raced. Had he fallen victim to a curse? Was this peculiar curse making a resurgence? He vividly recalled the events from 50 years ago. However, since Wan Hai was a tool for his profit, he could not afford to abandon him just yet. With this in mind, Qingqiu immediately transmitted a message to his senior brother. An hour later, a Hua Shan stage cultivator from the Qingyun sect arrived at the Wan residence. Qingqiu, did you say you have been cursed? The newcomer was none other than Qingqiu's senior brother, Shang Yun, a mid-stage Hua Shan cultivator. Brother Shang Yun, it is indeed the case, and Wan Shu has also fallen victim to the curse. Shang Yun then proceeded to investigate the conditions of both men, discovering that Wan Shu had suffered severe vitality loss and that the rotting skin showed no signs of healing. The condition of your skin is likely difficult to mend. You are currently at the Yuaning stage. Should you have the opportunity to break through to Huaxin, you should be able to recover gradually. After assessing Wan Shu's situation, Shang Yun turned to Qingqiu. Qingqiu, your skin's condition is recovering at a slower pace and will require ample rest. Qingqiu was aware that he too had suffered significant vitality loss, but fortunately, as a Huaxin cultivator, recovering from the decay of his skin would be somewhat easier, albeit a slow process. Brother Shang Yun, resolving the issues with the Wan family may require your intervention. Qingqiu recounted the matter concerning Li Haizi in detail. Upon hearing this, Shang Yun thought to himself, as a dignified mid-stage Huaxin cultivator, how could I possibly be outmatched by mere Yuaning cultivators? He readily agreed to take on the task. Meanwhile, within the canyon, Han Changkong was taken aback. What the hell? Who is this Shang Yun? Initially, there had only been Wan Shu in the afternoon, but now, another Qingqiu had appeared in the evening. Han Changkong had been practicing the blood soul induction technique for a while. Not only that, but he had also extracted some of his own vitality to refine several blood essence pills. Observing the rapid decline in the vitality levels of the two men, he decided to temporarily spare them. Chapter 62. Slaying the Huaxin disciples. It seems that Qingqiu and Shang Yun are likely the reinforcements sought by the Wan family. Should I toy with Shang Yun as well? Given his vitality levels, he appears to be a mid-stage Huaxin cultivator. Forget it. I'll hold off on that for now. Dawn is approaching, and the Wan family should be delivering the spirit stones shortly. With that, Han Changkong dispelled the barriers and exited the cave. The barriers were a gift from Qing Wan, capable of evading even tribulation-stage cultivator scrutiny. Truly a heavenly technique. After stowing away the array flags, he noticed Man Xingcheng waiting outside the cave. Han Changkong mused, what a waste of such a fine figure. Upon seeing Han Changkong, Man Xingcheng hurriedly approached and greeted him. Brother Haizi, do you have any commands? Oh dear, he could hardly bear it. Her voice was just as melodious. Shaking off his distractions, he replied, Xingcheng, I have a few blood essence pills for you. Take them. Man Xingcheng thought she had misheard. However, upon seeing the genuine blood essence pills in her hand, she was utterly stunned. 6 pills. How many cultivators would it take to refine that many, each time? She required 5 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators to produce a single pill. To her astonishment, her master had refined 6 pills in a single night. Thud. She dropped to her knees. Thank you, master, for bestowing the pills. Han Changkong said, Qingcheng, how many more pills do you need to recover from the side effects of your cultivation technique? Primarily, her appearance was somewhat unappetizing. Fortunately, he had been sleeping less at night. If he were to dream of her, it would surely be a nightmare. Master, I would need about 50 more. How many times have I said it? Call me Brother Haizi. Yes, Brother Haizi. Han Changkong thought. 50 pills? That's a matter of minutes. Once the Wan family issue is resolved, I'll refine a few hundred more tonight. Surely, Dongfang Shua can handle it. After all, he is a celestial being. With this thought, he couldn't help but let out a strange chuckle. Man Qingcheng, hearing his laughter, felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. Qingcheng, have the other friends returned? They have returned and are hiding on both sides of the canyon. Only then did Han Changkong boldly soar toward the canyon. The two of them waited at the canyon entrance for a full hour. Han Changkong had accumulated a pile of sunflower seed shells beneath his feet. What the hell? Why are they taking so long? Just as he finished his complaint, a cold voice rang out. Are you Li Haizi? Damn, you scared me. Han Changkong began to scrutinize the person before him. The figure appeared uninjured, which likely meant it was Shang Yun. Who are you? Why are you here? He had to pretend not to recognize him. The man fixed a piercing gaze on Li Haizi and replied coolly, Qingyun sect, Shang Yun, this must be the one. Have you brought the spirit stones? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shang Yun burst into uncontrollable laughter. Dio, you really think you have the luxury to spend? Han Changkong was not one to tolerate such insolence. He retorted directly, just say whether you brought them or not. What a joke. You haven't even brought any spirit stones. What use is it to kill you? Shang Yun waved his storage ring dismissively. The spirit stones are right here. Come and take them. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Han Changkong and Man Qingqing. Little did he know, Han Changkong turned and dashed towards the canyon, with Man Qingqing following closely behind. Hemph, you think you can escape? Shang Yun had already probed the canyon with his divine sense, confirming there was no one else around. With just these two Yuanian cultivators, he was determined to eliminate them today. In a flash, he teleported directly into the canyon. Han Changkong was startled. It wasn't death he feared, but the fact that this person nearly kissed him. He immediately shouted into the void. Attack! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Yiding, Guasisi, Jiang Shou, and Shang Shui, 4 Huashan cultivators, quickly surrounded him. Guasisi raised her hand and threw out an array flag. This Huashan cultivator could teleport, so she immediately sealed off the space. Jiang Shou then surged forward, charging directly at Shang Yuan. At that moment, Shang Yuan was dumbfounded. Was this some sort of game? 4 Huashan cultivators were ganging up on him. He was likely to be ruined today. Since I can't escape, I'll take one of you down with me, he declared, charging towards the slightly weaker Shang Shui. Shang Shui froze, thinking, is she afraid of you? She turned to flee. I can't fight. I can't fight at all. I'm just an alchemist, not a match for these battle maniacs. However, Wang Yiding, despite just breaking through to Huashan, possessed combat prowess that couldn't be measured by mere rank. Come to me, she commanded, placing herself protectively in front of Shang Shui. The one-sword technique was swiftly executed. Shang Yuan was taken aback and immediately retreated. Wendazong? Han Changkong's heart sank. This was bad. He had underestimated the situation. This person could not be allowed to live. Kill him, quickly, he urged, surreptitiously swallowing a pill hidden in his mouth and silently activating the blood-soul induction technique. Sure enough, Shang Yun's body stiffened in a contest between experts. Death could come in mere moments. In an instant, Jiang Shou landed a punch on Shang Yun, sending him reeling and spitting blood. Wang Yiding seized the moment and shouted, Sword, come! A massive sword shadow appeared in the air. Slash! The enormous sword shadow descended upon Shang Yun. Dipft. He was cleaved in two, yet he was not dead. His soul immediately separated from his body. However, Guasisi had been waiting for this moment. She pulled out a jade gourd and cast a spell. Swish! Shang Yun's soul was captured within the gourd. Observing their teamwork, Han Changkong couldn't help but feel admiration. They had left their opponent with no chance to retaliate. These individuals were formidable, yet they appeared somewhat reckless. Qingqing, go retrieve the storage ring. We need to prepare for our escape. What a farce! Killing a Huashan disciple from Qinjianmen. If they didn't flee now, when would they? They could just let Li Haizi hold a grudge. What did it have to do with Han Changkong? Shang Shui hurried over and asked, Senior Brother Han, which direction should we flee? Han Changkong shot her a disdainful look. Where do you think we should go? Of course, we head towards the Tianjian sect. Have you forgotten why we came out? Hee, I haven't forgotten, she replied. And once they were finished packing up, they sped off in the direction of the Tianjian sect. Meanwhile, in the Soul Tablet Hall of Qingyun sect, crack! A Huashan disciple's soul tablet shattered instantly. The disciple guarding the hall was a Jindan cultivator, who examined the name inscribed on the jade tablet. What the hell? Inner sect disciple Shang Yun? A Huashan cultivator has been killed. After confirming multiple times, he was certain. The soul tablet had no trace of soul power remaining, indicating Shang Yun had perished. He quickly rushed to find an elder. Elder He, there's trouble. This individual was He Yun Tian, a combined body elder of Qingyun sect. What is causing such panic? Elder He, Shang Yun's soul tablet has shattered. He Yun Tian sprang to his feet. A palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him, forcing the Jindan disciple to retreat repeatedly. The might of a combined body expert was truly terrifying. Have you confirmed this? His voice was like a presence from the depths of the abyss. The disciple shivered. Elder, I verified it several times before coming to report. Only then did He Yun Tian retract his killing intent and sit back down slowly. Good, good, good. They dare to harm an inner disciple of my Qingyun sect. He then directly sent a message to Qingqiu. Half an hour later, Qingqiu arrived at He Yun Tian's cave abode in a flurry, kneeling before him with a sorrowful expression. Master, is it true that Brother Shang Yun has fallen? He Yun Tian nodded slowly and said gravely, he fell while searching for you. What on earth happened? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qingqiu replied, Master, it must be Li Haizi's doing. Damn it, I didn't expect him to have Huashan helpers. He then recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. After listening to everything, He Yuntian fell into deep thought. It seemed Li Haizi had at least 3 Huashan accomplices. The key was that Shang Yun had not transmitted any messages before his death, indicating that the opponent had likely employed a formation to block communication or had been killed instantly. If it was an instant kill, the opponent was likely at the level of Lin Xiu. With this thought, He Yuntian's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing at the canyon where the battle had taken place. He earnestly sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy and muttered, Indeed, there are signs of formation fluctuations. And the battle must have concluded instantaneously, most likely 3 Huashan cultivators attacking together. With this in mind, he began pursuing the traces left behind by the group. However, after traveling about 100 miles, he found that the auras of the 4 had completely vanished. If Han Changkong knew this technique, he would likely head straight for Windazong. The terror of a combined body cultivator was truly formidable. Fortunately, there was an immortal among their ranks. Qing Luan had employed a technique to erase the auras of everyone. Furious, He Yuntian stood in the void, cursing, Li Haizi, I will surely annihilate you and your ilk. After leaving this harsh remark, his figure vanished once more. Upon returning to his cave, he asked, Did you just say a perfected Yuanying woman had dealings with the Wan family? Hearing this, Qingqiu quickly replied, Master, according to Wan Shu, this woman should be from the Yingguazong. He Yuntian's scalp tingled. Why didn't you say this sooner? Qingqiu was taken aback, wondering what difference it made to say it earlier. However, he dared not retort. If that female cultivator is from Yingguazong, then it is likely that Li Haizi is also associated with them. After speaking, He Yuntian went straight to find the sect leader, Yin Wancheng. Elder He, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Sect leader, my disciple Shang Yun was killed by Yingguazong. Yin Wancheng was taken aback. What is the situation? Did Yingguazong overreach? Why would they travel such a distance to kill a Huashan disciple? Please elaborate. Only then did Elder He slowly recount the entire incident. Based on your analysis, this woman must be from Yingguazong, and she was purchasing blood essence in the market. Only Yingguazong would do such a thing. Wait, if Li Haizi is allied with that woman, then we should target her first. Dio, you know her name? Elder He quickly replied. According to Wan Shu, the woman's name is Man Qingqing. Man Qingqing, Yun Wanqing murmured as he took out a communication stone. What is it? A grating voice came through the stone, belonging to Fang Zhengzong, the leader of Yingguazong. Friend Fang, don't be so formal. I want to inquire about something. Speak your mind. Come on, you are righteous cultivator seeking a wicked sect cultivator. What good could come of it? Yun Wanqing's eyelid twitched, but he needed something, so he maintained his composure. Does your sect have a disciple named Man Qingqing? She killed a Huashan disciple for my Qingyun sect. There was silence on the other end of the communication stone. Sect leader, do you think Fang Zhengzong is ignoring us? No, he is likely looking for his disciples or elders to inquire. After all, with so many disciples in the sect, he couldn't possibly know them all. Elder He agreed. With a sect of 100,000 members, it was impossible to know everyone. Sure enough, half an hour later, the communication stone blared with furious curses. Yun Wanqing, how dare you slander Yingguazong without using your brain? That girl is only at the Yuanying level and was expelled from the sect 10 years ago. Tell me, how could a Yuanying cultivator kill your Huashan disciple? Yun Wanqing, a dignified Great Ascension cultivator, was standing next to elders from his sect. Did he have no pride? Damn you, Fang Zhengzong. If you have the guts, step out for a duel. Yun Wanqing, don't think I'm afraid of you. You'll find your teeth scattered all over the ground. Come if you dare. I'm coming. Who is afraid? Fine. Wait for me at the endless sea. He placed down the communication stone, throwing out a final remark. I need to go take care of some business. Then, the figure vanished in an instant, leaving Elder He in a state of bewilderment. Are these great masters truly so down to earth? How did I not notice this before? This sect leader is renowned for his refinement within the sect. He shook his head and exited the grand hall of the sect leader. With the leader personally taking action, it should suffice to avenge his disciple. I am the boundless sea. At this moment, Two great masters of opposing natures were engaged in a cataclysmic battle. Boom! Yun Wenqing unleashed a formidable spell targeting Fang Zhengzong, exclaiming, "Does your sect not have anyone by the name of Li Haizi?" Fang Zhengzong countered with his own technique. "I have already stated that our Li Haizi is merely at the early stage of the nascent soul and has never left the sect. Where would he go to kill your disciple?" An hour later, the two stood upon the surface of the sea, finally beginning to converse. Fang Zhengzong slowly remarked, "I inquired about Li Haizi. He has never left the sect and only recently broke through to the nascent soul." Upon hearing this, Yun Wenqing was perplexed. What on earth was happening, moreover? Fang Zhengzong had no reason to deceive him. Frankly speaking, he was just a transformation god disciple, nothing to be overly concerned about. With this thought in mind, Yun Wenqing spoke, "If I were to kill that man Qingqing, you wouldn't stop me, would you? I have already said that he was expelled from the sect for secretly learning forbidden techniques," Fang Zhengzong retorted. The two then exchanged a few more words through their minds before parting ways. At this moment, unbeknownst to them, in the distant void, Han Tianhai was coldly observing this scene. In the marketplace of the Tianjin sect. "Senior brother Han, shall we go to the Tianjin sect now, or wait a few days? There are still over 40 days until it begins. Why the rush? Then let us enjoy ourselves in this marketplace." Ahead lies the shop of the Windazong. The group had been hastily traveling, which is why they arrived at the marketplace of the Tianjin sect so swiftly. The marketplace was merely 100 miles away from the Tianjin sect. At this moment, Han Changkong was gazing at his system panel, noticing that only He Yunqian's name had been added. Moreover, this energy bar was terrifyingly formidable, though it paled in comparison to Dongfang Shua's energy bar. Chapter 64. Is Dongfang Shua failing? Observing the now replenished energy bar of Dongfang Shua, a thought crossed his mind. Blood soul summoning technique. Here we go. He then rushed to his room, activated the barrier formation, and began to meditate fervently. It took an entire night for Dongfang Shua's energy bar to diminish by merely 1/10. Looking at the 60 blood essence pills before him, he realized they were excellent for enhancing spiritual power and could also strengthen the body. These were refined using his own vital blood. Why did it feel like he was consuming his own essence? Nevertheless, he was elated with the pill consumption in the celestial realm. Dongfang Shua was genuinely alarmed. Gazing at his haggard reflection in the mirror, he wondered, am I truly failing now? Have I only come a few times? How could I feel so weak? I am a formidable man. Beside him, Shi Shanji looked at the worn-out Dongfang Shua with confusion. This shouldn't be the case. Is he really failing after only 2 visits? Despite her doubts, she suggested, "Master, shall I fetch some pills to restore your vitality?" Dongfang Shua slowly nodded. The loss of vital blood within him was recoverable, but it was exceptionally slow, especially at his current Xinxian level. To replenish the lost vital blood would take at least a decade. Gazing at his reflection, he noted that he no longer resembled a Xinxian. It took so much effort to heal from the witchcraft, and now I've suddenly lost vital blood. I even sense some energy fluctuations in my skin, yet they are insufficient to affect my celestial body. If Han Changkong were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly rejoice, for the side effect of practicing the blood soul summoning technique was the potential for physical decay, and such injuries would not heal on their own but required blood essence pills for gradual recovery. Since I have so many blood essence pills, I might as well give some to Man Qingqing. Her ghastly appearance is rather bothersome. When Han Changkong presented a handful of blood essence pills before Man Qingqing, her eyes welled with tears of gratitude. How much vital blood from cultivators was required for this? And you are giving me 50 at once. Master, from now on, I shall follow you faithfully. Do not call me master. Refer to me as senior brother, for you are now under my wing. Once these matters are settled, you may accompany me back to Windazong. Man Qingqing was astonished. She was an evil cultivator and had previously belonged to the Yingguazong. Senior brother Han, will my identity pose any issues upon joining Windazong? Oh, you need not worry about that. Besides, I have planted a restriction within you, which will assure the sect upon investigation. Upon hearing this, Man Qingqing was overwhelmed with excitement, realizing that being expelled from Yingguazong had unexpectedly led her to another powerful ally. Rest assured, I will repay senior brother Han for this kindness. Yes, we shall discuss it further once you have fully recovered. By the way, how long will your recovery take? After a brief moment of contemplation, Man Qingqing replied, I can refine one pill every 3 days, so it will take around 150 days. Upon hearing this, Han Qiangkong nodded. For a cultivator, 100 days is quite fast. During this time, focus on refining your pills in your room. Yes, senior brother. Just then, a voice called out, Senior brother Han, let us go. We have divided so many spirit stones. Let's enjoy ourselves. That voice could only belong to the spirited Shangguan Shui. Can't you save some of those spirit stones? Qingwan had not taken any spirit stones, as she used celestial jade. Consequently, each of them received 200,000 spirit stones, and there were several thousand more in Shangyun's storage ring, all of which were distributed among them. Senior brother, there are plenty of excellent items in the marketplace of Tianjin sect. Senior sister Wang wishes to purchase some materials to enhance her treasures. Han Qiangkong understood that she was referring to Wang Yiting. After considering it, he thought there was no point in staying cooped up in the room. Then let us go. By the way, has Qingwan not returned yet? No, she mentioned she should be back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Han Qiangkong was puzzled. This woman was always darting about. He wondered what she was up to. Just as he stepped out of his room, turmoil surged within him as he suddenly found himself with thousands of new enemies. What on earth had he stirred up? It felt as though they were all from the Qingyun sect. He quickly realized this was likely related to the pursuit of Li Haizi. Why should this concern him, Han Qiangkong? Then he suddenly recalled an important matter. Man Qingcheng was from Yingguizhong and had lingered around the outskirts of the Wanjiao marketplace for years. Those major powers would surely recognize her. Thus, the only one who could expose him was Man Qingcheng. This situation required a strategy to mitigate. Shangguan Jr. sister, you all go ahead. I will follow shortly. Shangguan Shui sensed that her senior brother had pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he wouldn't be frowning in contemplation. All right, senior brother, we will head to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion first. Very well. After saying this, Han Qiangkong approached Man Qingqing and voiced his concerns. Senior brother Han, in truth, I have no physical form as a ghost cultivator. I simply desire to obtain my own body, which is why I secretly learned forbidden techniques. I have nearly perfected it, and the aura of a ghost cultivator has long since dissipated. Han Qiangkong was momentarily taken aback. No wonder she could accept this technique. It turned out she had never possessed a physical form, and the decaying flesh she bore was gradually grown later. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. You merely need to change your attire. He then produced an outfit of deep green fabric. Han Qiangkong's eyelids twitched. Let me be clear, why does your attire exude such a ghostly vibe? Do we not have garments suited for the mortal realm? In truth, black would have sufficed, but this dark green was a bit excessive. He then retrieved a light blue dress. How about this color, senior brother? Now that looks like a normal person. With that, he exited the room to find Shangguan Shui and the others at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Upon arriving, Han Qiangkong overheard, don't think that just because you belong to Windazong, you're impressive. We at Tianjin sect fear no one from Windazong. Indeed, this is Tianjin sect, not your Windazong. Even a strong dragon cannot crush a local snake. Do not forget, this is Tianjin sect territory. Upon hearing these familiar lines, Han Qiangkong felt as though he might burst. This damned protagonist aura, however. What can be done? One can only brace oneself and proceed forward. Upon entering, the first sight to greet the eyes is a group of female cultivators, encircling Shangguan Shui, Wang Yiting, and Guo Sisi. At this moment, Shangguan Shui's face is flushed, her neck taut, teetering on the edge of fury. Wang Yiting gazes coldly at the opposing women, while Guo Sisi's hand instinctively reaches for her storage ring. The key issue is that directly across from them stand 6 female disciples of the Tianjin sect, accompanied by 6 male disciples, all of whom are at the transformation stage. If a confrontation were to ensue, they would undoubtedly be outmatched, as the Tianjin sect is renowned for its exceptional sword cultivators, whose offensive capabilities are no trifling matter. Chapter 65. The Gathering of Treasures. Tong Wanli. The only option left is to offend these individuals. Then, pop some pills. Resolute in his decision, he activated his self-destructive mode. Is the Tianjin sect merely raising you mongrels? Is that all you can do is bark? This statement from Han Qiangkong incited outrage among all disciples of the Tianjin sect. The entire gathering paused, astonished. Who is this person that dares to utter such words? The spacious gathering of treasures was filled with disciples perusing various items, all of whom turned in unison to fix their gaze on Han Changkong. At that moment, a transformation stage disciple furiously retorted, "Who are you calling a mongrel? Whoever responds is the one I'm addressing. You dare to say it again. You think I'll only say it if you tell me to?" A mere initial stage nascent soul cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Did you mongrels just spring forth as transformation stage cultivators? Oh, mongrels typically have litters, so it seems you can only act tough in your little pack. At this point, Han Changkong was meticulously observing the fluctuations in his mental list. Among the thousands of names, he remained unaware of where this individual would rank. In the next moment, he noticed an increase in the number of foes. It appeared he had offended several simultaneously. However, since he had already succeeded, there was no turning back. Kid, between cultivators, it's not merely a battle of words. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong chuckled. Oh? Pray tell, how do you wish to resolve this? Let us have a fight. You, a transformation stage cultivator, wish to contend with me, a nascent soul? The Tianjin sect truly has no shame. His words were not without merit, and even the disciples of the Tianjin sect felt somewhat embarrassed. Yet, even if they didn't intend to kill Han Changkong, they certainly aimed to teach him a lesson. Wang Yiting interjected, "If a fight is to occur, let it be between me and you." The cultivator laughed, thinking it absurd that an initial stage transformation cultivator would dare to fight against him, a mid-stage transformation cultivator. "Very well, you said it. Let us have no mercy." Han Changkong quickly interjected, "Senior sister, let me handle this." He then turned to the opponent and inquired, "What is your name?" The individual's eyelids twitched. This was a chance for fame. He promptly replied, "Deng Jinyu, inner disciple of the Tianjin sect." Han Changkong immediately began searching for this name in his system and slowly stated, "I am Han Changkong of the Wandao sect. Let us meet on the arena tomorrow morning. Fine. Whoever fails to show is a beast." Han Changkong chuckled to himself, "If you can even get out of bed tomorrow, I'll consider myself defeated." He then added, "However, a fight without stakes lacks excitement." Deng Jinyu hesitated for a moment and then replied, "So you seek to add some stakes? Indeed, why not wager? If I lose or die, I will give you 500,000 spirit stones. If you lose or die, you will give me 500,000 spirit stones. How does that sound?" Deng Jinyu was taken aback. Where would he find 500,000 spirit stones? Currently, he had only about 100,000 in total. However, if he could secure the capital, Han Changkong's 500,000 spirit stones would be a windfall. The disciples behind him were clearly not fools, as they eagerly offered to lend spirit stones to Deng Jinyu. After much effort, they finally gathered enough spirit stones. At this moment, Wang Yiting whispered, "Junior brother. He is a mid-stage transformation cultivator. Isn't this reckless? Senior sister, have no worries. I have it all under control." Wang Yiting recognized that Han Changkong was not a fool and thus relented. Han Changkong addressed the shopkeeper of the Gathering of Treasures, saying, "Shopkeeper, we will entrust these spirit stones to your care. Whoever wins tomorrow, or fails to attend the duel, you shall give the spirit stones to the other party." The shopkeeper nodded, "Rest assured, my Gathering of Treasures holds its reputation dear." After all, a mere 1,000,000 spirit stones was insignificant to the vast establishment of the Gathering of Treasures. This establishment is no simple entity. It is the largest power outside the 6 major first-tier sections. However, they primarily focus on commerce and have never intervened in the disputes between sections. Deng Jinyu replied, "I have no objections." With that, he led all the disciples of the Tianjin sect away. Only then did Han Changkong turn to Wang Yiting. "I say, senior sister, how did you provoke them?" Sheng Wanshui interjected, "Senior brother, senior sister Yiting had her eye on the Lihua crystal here, intending to purchase it to enhance her flying sword. However, that crystal was also coveted by a female disciple of the Tianjin sect. Leading to the ensuing conflict, Guasisi chimed in, "Those crazy women are so shameless. We clearly spotted it first, yet they insisted it was theirs. Moreover, we intended to leave without contesting, considering this is their Tianjin sect's territory. Yet they mocked us instead, and that's when senior sister Shengwan got into an argument with them." Han Changkong pondered, "Is the Lihua crystal still available? Now that they have left, we could simply purchase it." Wang Yiting replied, yes, I was thinking the same at that moment. The shopkeeper spoke up, esteemed friends, please accept this Lihua crystal as a gift. Han Changkong was taken aback. Shopkeeper, isn't this inappropriate? Haha, young friend, there's no need for formality. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Han Changkong was surprised, as he had no prior connection with this shopkeeper. Nevertheless, he cupped his hands in salute. I am Han Changkong. May I ask how to address you? You may call me Tong Wanli, just refer to me as Shopkeeper Tong. So it is Shopkeeper Tong. A pleasure to meet you. Rest assured, young friend Han, I will be present to watch the proceedings tomorrow. That sounds splendid. In that case, I shall take my leave. He then departed with the three women towards the Wandao sect's shop. After Han Changkong and the others left, a junior manager of the Gathering of Treasures approached respectfully and asked, Elder Tong, is this Wandao sect disciple worth befriending? Tong Wanli responded, it matters not. The Lihua crystal isn't particularly valuable, so gifting it is no loss. Understood. Perhaps you should refrain from attending tomorrow and let me handle it. You think I, an elder of the Great Ascension stage, would go back on my word? Fear not, and besides, I find this young man intriguing, as I cannot see through his fate. Upon hearing this, the manager was taken aback. This Elder Tong is a senior elder from their headquarters and is treated with utmost respect even by the sect leader. He is adept at divination and can even discern the fates of tribulation-transcending cultivators. Yet, how could he not perceive the cultivation level of this nascent soul cultivator? However, he dared not inquire further. Elder Tong, I shall take my leave and attend to my duties. Your guest room has been prepared. Very well, go about your business. I shall take a stroll. It's been a long time since I visited the Luoxia continent. With that, his figure gradually faded away. On the way, senior brother, that old man was quite courteous. Indeed, the Lihua crystal is worth 200,000 spirit stones, and he offered it as a gift. Han Changkong listened to the three women chattering incessantly. Rest assured, I believe this elder harbors no ill intentions. Shangguan Shui remarked, senior brother, I observed his cultivation level. He appears to be merely at the initial stage of transformation. He wouldn't be seeking to ally with us at the Wandao sect, would he? Han Changkong rolled his eyes. Is it not possible that he might find it more convenient to ally with the Tianjin sect instead? Shangguan Shui nodded in agreement. Han Changkong felt a twitch at his eyelids. Are these people incapable of using their brains when they go out? Chapter 66. The crisis of the Qingyun sect. Han Changkong was equally perplexed. Among them, the highest cultivation level was merely at the mid-stage of transformation. There was no need for Elder Tong to curry favor with them. Could it be that he possesses some kind of protagonist aura? Although Han Changkong retained memories of his former self, he found matters regarding the Gathering of Treasures rather vague. He only knew it to be a formidable commercial entity with influence spanning the entire Luoxia continent. Since he couldn't make sense of it, he decided not to dwell on it. As long as he remained unharmed, that was sufficient. Even if someone intended to harm him, did they truly think he would be afraid? Upon returning to his residence, Han Changkong plunged straight into his room, activating a concealed barrier. Hee, little brother, I have arrived. He then opened up the name of Deng Jinyu from the Tianjin sect, commencing the extraction of blood essence to concoct blood essence pills. After refining 5 pills, he muttered, No, this fellow seems on the verge of death. Should I wait until tomorrow when the spirit stones are in hand to finish him off? Or perhaps wait until the genius exchange meeting concludes before putting an end to him? Having made up his mind, Han Changkong began to torment the thousands of cultivators of the Qingyun sect. At this moment, everyone in the Qingyun sect was engulfed in anxiety, fearful that the curse would befall them. Inside the main hall of the sect, Yun Wenqing wore an expression of urgency. Losing 1 or 2 disciples would be bearable, but this involved thousands of disciples, including those in the void refinement stage. Who were the sect's reserve combat strength? Investigate thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. Sect Master, perhaps we should contact the Winda sect? Indeed, Sect Master, we might as well purchase medicinal pills from the Winda sect. The elders in the hall were equally distressed, as many of these void refinement and divine transformation disciples were their own students. How could they not be alarmed? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Wenqing declared, This matter is too grave. I shall go in person. You all must safeguard the sect. Just then, a divine transformation disciple rushed in. panic evident in his demeanor. Sect master, elders, it's bad. A chill ran through the hearts of everyone present. What has caused such alarm? The disciple hastily responded, Sect master, some golden core disciples have already begun to fall. Everyone was taken aback. Why is this situation so dire? And why is the onset so rapid? Yun Wenqing's face darkened. He pondered for a moment before asking, what of the nascent soul disciples? They can still endure, but I fear they won't last many more days. Yun Wenqing did not hesitate and said, I will head to the Winda sect at once. You all must find a way to stall the injuries until my return. With that, his figure vanished from the hall. Seeing the sect master depart, Elder he spoke up, everyone, let us first tend to the injured disciples. He then hurried towards the plaza, where all the wounded disciples had gathered. The sight of thousands of disciples seated in meditation, desperately resisting the curse, pushed the elders to the brink of despair. If a rival sect were to attack now, how could they defend themselves? Yet, some elders secretly sighed in relief, for none of their own disciples were among the afflicted. Most of those present were disciples of Elder He. As he had ordered the pursuit of Han Changkong. No, it should be Li Haizi now. But in the next moment, Elder He was startled. Could he have also fallen victim? Without delay, he settled into a meditative posture. Although the loss of his essence blood was slow, it was indeed draining away. Senior brother, junior brother, can we call upon the Grand Elder for help? As a fusion stage cultivator who had spent thousands of years in cultivation, he was loath to meet his end. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the fear of death. A hard truth indeed. In truth, the Grand Elder was already aware of the situation but felt utterly powerless, as he could not discern where the vanishing essence blood was going. Thus, he could only hide away, remaining unseen, as for the survival of the Qingyun sect. As long as he remained, there would be no danger. Meanwhile, Yun Wenqing was in a state of panic. Knowing that Elder He had also been affected terrified him. I hope the Winda sect has a solution. This time. Han Changkong was thoroughly amused. Gazing at the storage bag brimming with blood essence pills, noticing that the system's list had shrunk by half. Not bad. But does this make me increasingly resemble a villain? Isn't traversing through worlds supposed to embody justice? A favored child of the heavens? Whatever. If my companions seek to retaliate, let them go after Li Haizi. It has nothing to do with me. Han Changkong. He then opened the door to his room and found Shangguan Shui and others. Here are the blood essence pills, 50 for each of you. Upon receiving the pills, Shangguan Shui, a skilled alchemist, examined them and discovered they were indeed refined from essence blood. The energy contained within each pill was formidable. Han Changkong replied, Junior sister, I modified the blood soul summoning technique to extract essence blood from animals, and to my surprise, it proved effective. With a serious expression, he added, this matter must remain confidential. After all, it is dark sorcery. If outsiders learn of this, it would tarnish the reputation of the Winda sect. Shangguan Shui remarked, animal essence blood can indeed be used to concoct pills, especially that of the demon race, which contains more potent energy than that of our human race. Han Changkong was aware of the demon race. However, venturing into their territory required crossing the Forbidden Land, the very place where he had been injured. It was terrifying beyond measure. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He might not be able to go, but that old hag Qingluan should be able to. Resolutely, he decided that when Qingluan returned, he would insist she take him to the demon realm. He wondered if the Fox clan was anything like it was portrayed on television. He then said, remember, this matter must be kept secret. If anyone discovers where these pills originated, say you purchased them from Li Haizi. No problem, using Li Haizi's identity is fine. Even if I offend the entire world, it has nothing to do with me. Han Changkong. Upon hearing this, the others thought it was a brilliant plan. Moreover, once Qingluan returned, as long as they clung to her, they would have no cause for concern. He internally lamented, where in the world is that woman? Without that super bodyguard around, I feel utterly insecure. The Winda sect. In the main hall, Yun Wenqing quickly recounted the situation, and the hall fell into silence. Han Tianhai was taken aback. What could he possibly do? Han Tianhai, we are all righteous cultivators, as the head of a first-tier sect. You wouldn't simply stand by and watch, would you? Han Tianhai was momentarily stunned. Righteous cultivators? First-tier sect? Did you really think I was unaware of your clandestine meetings with the Ingui sect? However, he replied, Yun sect master, I am merely a sword cultivator. I am not skilled in healing. Han sect master, can't you consult the pill peak? Surely they can provide medicinal pills for sale? The problem is, the two disciples from Pill Peak have gone to the Tianjin sect and are not currently in the sect. Yun Wancheng was taken aback and then inquired, doesn't he, the peak master of Pill Peak, Zhong Daoyu, have the ability to concoct such pills? He suspected that this scoundrel, Han Tianhai, simply did not wish to assist his sect. Yun sect master, I will summon Zhong Wan to speak with you directly. With that, he sent a message. Chapter 67. We are serious about making money, sect master. Why are you in such a hurry to call me? Zhong Wan rushed into the main hall, only to find another person present. Upon realizing it was the sect master of Qingyun, she quickly bowed. Zhong Wan of Pill Peak pays respects to sect master Yun. Zhong Daoyu. No need for such formalities. Thus, he hurriedly recounted the situation once more. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wan was also momentarily dumbfounded. The crux of the matter was that she too had no solution. Yun sect master, you have overestimated me. I am merely an alchemist. While I can handle ordinary injuries, if your disciple's essence blood is vanishing into thin air, the most I can do is provide some restorative pills. Peak Master Zhong, I understand your point, but this mysterious energy is continuously draining my disciple's essence blood, and recovery through medicine is not as swift. However, I also have no effective means to address this situation. It truly is rather perplexing, and to resolve it, we must address the root cause. After listening to Zhong Wan's explanation, Yun Wanqing found it reasonable. Yet, if even the Grand Elder of Qingyun sect was powerless, how could they investigate the source? Would the events of 50 years ago repeat themselves? Would they again direct their grievances towards the Piamiao sect and demand compensation? But this time, only the Qingyun sect would suffer, and the Piamiao sect would surely not acquiesce. Peak Master Zhong, I have heard that your disciple Han Chongkong can discern the abnormalities associated with the curse. Is this true? For 50 years, Han Chongkong had even established a divine physician hall within the sect, reportedly amassing a considerable amount of spirit stones. Yun sect master, my incompetent disciple is currently at the Tianjin sect and is not present in the sect. As soon as Zhong Wan finished speaking, Han Tianhai chimed in, Yun sect master, did you not have disciples attend the Tianjin sect genius exchange meeting? Have them inquire if Chongkong has any solutions. Yun Wanqing pondered that, as a last resort, he might as well try. He then clasped his hands and said, Thank you both. I shall take my leave now. I will have my disciples reach out. Regardless of whether a solution exists, we must at least attempt it. With that, his figure vanished from the hall. Senior Brother Han, I truly have no means. Our sect has already suffered from such tactics, and I believe whoever involves themselves in this will meet misfortune. Upon hearing this, Han Tianhai nodded thoughtfully. Junior Sister Zhong, you should return. The falling sunset continent may soon become tumultuous. I have heard that Qingyun sect has already lost several thousand disciples, which is no trivial matter, and over 1,000 golden core cultivators have perished. This is a severe loss. Should we take precautions regarding this matter? How can we prepare? This threat is invisible and intangible. Zhong Wan reflected and thought it best to simply focus on alchemy. Why concern herself with such monumental matters? After all, if the sky were to fall, there would surely be someone tall to bear the weight. Moreover, it is likely that the elder will struggle to maintain his composure for another decade. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wan was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been musing about that tall figure, only to discover that he could withstand for another 10 years. Surely, she must be a harbinger of ill fate. Senior brother, shouldn't the elder still have around 30 years left? Han Tianhai sighed, in theory. Yes, 30 years, but in reality, he will likely need to transcend within the next 10 years. The formation will be of no use. The crux of the matter is that Han Tianhai possesses formidable combat prowess. However, the opposing 5 sects each have their own transcendent beings. Any one of them could easily overpower Han Tianhai. If this were to reach Han Chongkong's ears, he would undoubtedly retort, Do not fret. We have a bodyguard, an immortal. Just ask if you fear. At that moment, Han Chongkong stood in the martial arena of the Tianjin sect's marketplace. Are you all truly attempting to play the rogue? Tianjin sect? I've waited an entire hour, And yet your so-called transformation expert has yet to arrive. Hearing Han Changkong's piercing words, the disciples of the Tianjin sect could hardly contain themselves. They were itching to confront him. Consequently, Han Changkong's notoriety surged by several hundred on the system's list. Han Changkong, if you have the guts, come fight me. At this juncture, a handsome male cultivator soared onto the stage. Yet Han Changkong merely waved his hand. First, summon your senior brother. I will then engage you. The disciples of the Tianjin sect were bewildered. Their senior brother, Deng Jinyu, was currently bedridden, likely incapacitated even by a mere mortal. To send him forth would be akin to offering his head on a platter to Han Changkong. Han Changkong, my senior brother is unwell and cannot participate in the duel. I shall take his place. Are you brave enough to accept the challenge? What is there to fear? Then do come up. Han Changkong was not foolish. Although he harbored no fear of the transformation stage, should he withstand an attack from the other side, it would clearly indicate an issue on his part. A nascent soul cultivator withstanding a blow from a transformation stage cultivator? And then emerging unscathed? However, do we not need to provide you with spirit stones? You were absent from the last match, which indicates that you lost. The challenger remained unfazed. At this moment, Manager Tong interjected. According to the competition rules, in yesterday's wager, Han Xiaoyu emerged victorious, and thus, the spirit stones rightfully belong to him. With that, he tossed over a storage bag. Han Changkong received the bag and inspected its contents. The disciples of the Tianjin sect felt their hearts bleed, for within it lay the 50,000 spirit stones they had painstakingly gathered. To have not even engaged in battle yet lose them was akin to a cruel jest. Han Changkong observed the expressions of his opponents and boomed. Well, since your Tianjin sect has already lost a match, how about we place some more bets? Upon hearing this, the other side pondered. Indeed, they had lost the last match. They could win it back in the next. Senior brother, can I borrow some spirit stones? I'll go back and borrow some from the master. Just wait. Senior brother, wait for me. I'll also go back to ask the master. Han Changkong, with a mischievous glint, suggested, how about we postpone the duel until tomorrow? After all, I cannot escape. The individuals on the martial stage paused, contemplating. Indeed, if they fought tomorrow, they could kill this person and still earn some spirit stones. Then I wager 100,000. First, gather enough spirit stones to place your bet. Han Changkong directly handed 100,000 to Manager Tong. Manager Tong, since the people of Tianjin sect are untrustworthy, I must trouble you to oversee this. Once I win the spirit stones, I shall give you a share. Manager Tong accepted the storage bag, stroking his beard. Since Han Xiaoyu trusts me, I shall gladly take on the role of referee. Upon hearing this, Han Changkong's mind sparked with a lucrative idea. Manager Tong, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he hurriedly whisked away with Su Guanyue and the others back to the store of the Wenda sect. Upon arriving, they found the manager there. What is the meaning of this commotion? The manager, a nascent soul cultivator, stared blankly at the group of unruly heirs. Manager Xie, please set up a betting platform immediately. Tomorrow, I shall duel with the transformation stage disciple of the Tianjin sect. Bet on my victory at 10-1, and on that Tianjin sect disciple Li Xi's victory at 3-1. However, one condition must be made clear. Any withdrawal from the match without cause will be deemed a loss. The manager, taken aback, thought to himself, what on earth is this young master trying to pull? A nascent soul against a transformation stage? Young master, we might end up losing our shirts here. Do not worry. If I lose, it will be on my own account. Manager Xie, recalling the previous match's victory, feared that the current young master might have some tricks up his sleeve. If something were to go awry, there were plenty of direct disciples to shoulder the blame. Half an hour later, the entrance of the Wenda sect was crowded with onlookers. This Han Changkong is likely to lose. Indeed, isn't he in the nascent soul stage? How can he possibly compete with a transformation stage cultivator? Exactly, with odds of 10-1, surely no one will place a bet. Dear friends, you misunderstand. This is the Wenda sect's benevolence, providing benefits to us loose cultivators. Is the Wenda sect foolish? Manager Xie listened from within, his face darkening. However, the amount of spirit stones being wagered was not insignificant, reaching over 6 million spirit stones, all betting on Li Xi's victory. If this were to backfire, it would amount to 60 million spirit stones. Just then, a graceful and stunning female cultivator approached. "Excuse me, manager, is Han Changkong present?" Manager Xia, recognizing her as a disciple of the Qingyun sect, was taken aback upon seeing her token, Saintess. He quickly clasped his fists in greeting. "I shall inform him at once." With that, he hurried to the back courtyard. Liu Jia observed the bustling betting platform outside. "What is happening here?" A nearby Winda sect attendant replied, "Senior, this is a betting platform." He then explained the details of the situation. "Oh, this is rather intriguing." Just then, Manager Xia's voice called out, "Saintess, please come in the reception hall." Han Changkong inquired, "What brings you, Saintess?" He found the woman somewhat familiar. Though he could not quite place her, it was definitely not from the auction. "You may call me Lu Jie. So it is fellow Taoist Lu." Despite racking his brain, he still could not remember. Lu Jie continued, "I have come on the orders of our sect leader to inquire about certain matters. Please feel free to ask. Fellow Taoist, I have heard that you can investigate whether cultivators harbor hidden ailments, and that you have also produced healing elixirs. Recently, 4,000 of my sect's disciples have fallen victim to a curse. Thus, I come to inquire if you have any methods to heal them." Upon hearing this, Han Changkong nodded slowly. "What symptoms are being exhibited?" "Unexplained loss of essence blood." Han Changkong feigned a moment of contemplation. "Fellow Taoist Lu, this is not a difficult matter. A restorative elixir for essence blood will suffice." Liu Jie sighed and responded, "You may not be aware, but such restorative elixirs are exceedingly expensive, with very low production rates. The refining process is also quite troublesome, requiring the essence blood of either beast or cultivator. The main issue is that in the Luoxia continent, spirit beasts are scarce, while the endless sea is teeming with them, albeit buried deep beneath the ocean, making them hard to catch. To be candid, I know a loose cultivator who sells a restorative elixir for essence blood." Upon hearing this, Lu Jie's eyes brightened. "I hope you can introduce me to him. My Qingyun sect will surely reward you handsomely." "Fellow Taoist Lu, you may not realize, but this loose cultivator is quite elusive. Preferring to avoid strangers and refraining from dealings with sections, even I find it challenging to meet him." Hearing this, Lu Jie was left bewildered. Wasn't this tantamount to saying nothing at all? Yet, it was not appropriate to hold it against him. "Could you not help my Qingyun sect establish contact with him? We could transact directly with you without needing to meet him." "Fellow Taoist Lu, I have many matters to attend to, as well as my own cultivation to pursue. This request may prove difficult." He continued to shake his head. As a Saintess, Lu Jie could easily discern that he was seeking personal gain. "Then, may I inquire as to the price of this loose cultivator's elixirs?" 500 spirit stones each, and given the situation you described, each individual would likely need at most 2 or 3 to recover. Liu Jie calculated. 3 elixirs would amount to 1,500 spirit stones, which was indeed reasonable. After all, 1,500 spirit stones could save the life of a nascent soul or transformation stage cultivator. In the face of life, 1,500 was trivial. Even if it were 15,000, it would be worth it. Furthermore, she had heard that Elder He of their sect had also been afflicted. "Fellow Taoist Han, here are 25,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Could you assist us in purchasing 5,000 elixirs?" She then produced another storage bag. "This is a referral fee for you. Once we obtain the elixirs, my Qingyun sect will extend further rewards." Han Changkong accepted the storage bag, assessing its contents. Astonishing! The referral fee amounted to 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, a sum equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Lu, I will deliver the elixirs to you within 3 days at the latest. I appreciate your assistance, fellow Taoist." Upon rising abruptly, Han Changkong departed. He returned to his chamber, deactivated the protective barrier, and opened his storage pouch to inspect the quantity of his blood essence pills. To his astonishment, he found that he was still short by over 1,000. Subsequently, he reviewed his system list and concluded that the cultivators of the Qingyun sect were likely nearing their limits. For the time being, he could not take action against the Tianjian sect, as it would be too conspicuous. His gaze then fixated on a name at the very top of the list. "Brother Dongfang, my apologies, as the saying goes. With great power comes great responsibility. Through meticulous calculations, Han Changkong deduced that a Yuanian cultivator could perish after consuming a mere 5 blood essence pills, while a Huashan cultivator could withstand up to 15, and a Lianshu cultivator 30. Surprisingly, those at the Hachi stage could endure up to 100. The variance was perplexing. These figures had been derived from his observations over the past few days. Meanwhile, he noted that Dongfang Shuo consumed pills daily yet remained unscathed, with his energy bar only diminished by 1/5. More alarmingly, that energy bar was visibly regenerating, a phenomenon both terrifying and impressive. Recently, Han Changkong had been consuming these pills daily, and his physical and spiritual fortitude had reached an astonishing level. In hand-to-hand combat, he surpassed any physical cultivator. Sigh, it seems I must resort to meditation for cultivation. Are there no pills in this world that can enhance one's cultivation without effort? Upon reflection, he realized such pills did exist, albeit at exorbitant prices. He resolved to procure spirit stones to purchase pills that would augment his cultivation. His attention was drawn to the name of Yu Changsheng on his system list. He had witnessed this individual ascend from Qi refinement to Yuanying. A sense of urgency enveloped him. Should I perhaps target this lad? Resolute, he initiated the extraction of Yu Changsheng's essence blood. At that moment, Yu Changsheng, deeply engrossed in his training, abruptly opened his eyes. Terror etched across his face as he gazed into the void. Could it be that he had not escaped the curse? He immediately leapt to his feet and soared toward the sect leader's hall. Father! The assembly discussing the genius-disciple exchange turned to see Yu Changsheng rushing in, leaving them all bewildered. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Yu Changsheng's complexion was ashen, his lips tinged with white. Young master, what is the matter? Changsheng, have you succumbed to madness? Yu Changsheng could not afford to ponder the implications. He blurted out, Father, I am cursed, and the power of this curse is utterly insurmountable. The crowd gasped. Recalling the events from 50 years prior, this young master had devoted himself solely to cultivation, never even stepping outside the sect. How could he have fallen victim to a curse? Yu Qingsong conducted a physical examination of his son and discovered that excessive blood essence loss was the cause. This essence was not his original source, and while it was not difficult to replenish, a continuous depletion could lead to death. Yu Changsheng hastily added, Father, there may be only one way to save me. The Zhaotian Grand Array. Chapter 69. The Despairing Yu Changsheng. I have heard that the Wenda sect possesses a means to suppress the curse. I shall procure pills immediately. The Zhaotian Grand Array cannot be resolved in haste. We must stabilize your condition first. Yu Changsheng understood that the array would require the approval of the sect's elders. However, as the holy son of the sect and the son of the sect leader, his identity should suffice for the array's construction. Father, I understand, but the power within me has vanished. After inspecting, Yu Qingsong finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared in the hall. Changsheng, what troubles you? Let your mother take a look. She began to examine Yu Changsheng, discovering the loss of blood essence and finally relaxing. As long as the original source remained intact, all would be well. Come, let us return home for you to rest, she said, then turned to Yu Qingsong. What are you still doing here? Go procure the pills. Only then did Yu Qingsong react, nodding hurriedly before vanishing. Elders, please continue your discussions regarding the genius-disciple exchange. With that, he disappeared along with Yu Changsheng. Esteemed elders, shall we finalize the arrangements for the exchange? The sect leader is currently preoccupied. Very well, let us proceed. In fact, one of my disciples has also suffered an unwarranted loss of blood essence. The situation at the Qingyun sect is even more dire. A friend of mine there informed me that over 4,000 disciples have fallen victim to this curse. Gasps of shock filled the room. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Previously, Changsheng mentioned the Zhaotian Grand Array. I believe we can collaborate with the Qingyun sect to construct it. Indeed, the Zhaotian Grand Array requires numerous 8th and 9th tier spiritual objects, and the resources of a single sect may prove insufficient. The elders engaged in fervent discussions. Meanwhile, within Yu Changsheng's cave dwelling, Changsheng, is the Zhaotian Grand Array truly effective? Mother, you have seen the Zhaotian Grand Array. It indeed has that capacity. Gaoman nodded slowly. I inquired with the leader of the Qingyun sect, and the storage ring you retrieved must belong to their holy son. Yu Changsheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he quietly asked, Could it be that the holy son Lu Chongqing of the Qingyun sect has truly perished? Indeed, there is no doubt about it. Moreover, this holy son has been missing for decades, and it is surprising that he met his demise in the Luoxiao Mountains. Mother, I heard that Lu Chongqing was once cursed, and that the Qingyun sect was reluctant to construct the Zhetian Grand Array, prompting him to leave the sect. Chongqing, there is no wall that does not allow wind to pass. Such a significant event as the disappearance of the Holy Son cannot remain concealed. Your father and the others confirmed this long ago from the leader of the Qingyun sect. With a look of concern, she added, Chongqing, do not worry. Our sect will certainly be able to construct the Zhetian Grand Array. You will then cultivate within the array until you ascend. Yu Chongqing's talent was indeed remarkable. A prodigy not seen in a millennium in less than 60 years, he had already reached the mid-stage of Yuanying. That moment, despair flickered in Yu Chongqing's eyes. However, if Han Chongqing were to overhear their conversation, he would surely scoff. The immortal realm? There was still an immortal struggling for survival due to his meddling. Yet, Han Chongqing remained unaware of who Yu Chongqing was. He was merely curious to meet such a prodigious talent and inquire why he sought to end his life. The crux of the matter was that he did not even know the man, who had been intent on his demise since the Qi refinement stage and now, as a Yuanying, was bound to leave him in despair. Meanwhile, Han Chongqing was showcasing his prowess in the martial arena. What is the Tianjian sect playing at? This constant flaking is quite tiresome, is it not? This time, Han Chongqing had learned to be clever. To torment his enemies, he had to employ various tactics. The previous night, he had utilized the longevity secret technique, which resulted in the complete loss of one's original essence. There was no remedy. The opponent he challenged today could not even rise from his bed. How could they fight? The disciples were at a loss. Was this not a scam for spirit stones? They began to suspect their sect's senior brother was colluding with Han Chongqing to stage a sham match and swindle spirit stones. Subsequently, under the furious glares of the Tianjian sect disciples, Han Chongqing departed with his spirit stones in hand. Junior sister, can you concoct pills that enhance cultivation? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Shui paused in surprise. Senior brother, the spiritual herbs for enhancing pills are quite expensive, and since you are currently at the Yuanying stage, the cost will indeed be high. Han Chongqing's spirits lifted. This meant there was a solution. Junior sister, do you think I lack spirit stones? Just go to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and purchase the herbs, and prepare a few hundred pills for me. Senior brother Han, while these pills can enhance cultivation, excessive consumption can affect your foundation and hinder your pursuit of the Tao in the future. Just do as I say. I am not foolish. Shangguan Shui conceded that senior brother Han was indeed not foolish. How many pills do you require? Let us start with 300. Shangguan Shui extended her hand. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Han Chongqing was taken aback. Why is it so expensive? These require 5th-tier spiritual herbs to concoct. And there is a failure rate that I am doing this for free, and have not even calculated the labor fee. Labor fee? Xiao Shui, consider how much spirit stones I have helped you earn. Can you waive the labor fee? I never said I would charge you a labor fee. I am doing this for free. Han Chongqing produced his belongings and handed them over. Junior sister, how long will this take to concoct? Shangguan Shui pondered briefly. About a month. I can only refine one batch of pills per day. In that case, you must give me the pills you refine each day. I have great use for them. It was not shameful to consume while refining. He nearly forgot the main matter amidst the talk of pills. Jiang Shou, take this storage pouch to the Qingyun sect shop and personally deliver it to the holy maiden Lu Jie. Understood, senior brother. Jiang Shou took the storage pouch and made his way toward the Qingyun sect shop in the marketplace. Flying was generally prohibited, so most opted to walk. Meanwhile, Wang Yiting felt a surge of emotion. It seemed she must continue to accompany her junior brother in the future. In such a short span of time, her spirit stones had skyrocketed from 8,000 to over 200,000. Can you believe it? Moreover, shortly thereafter, several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones were handed over to Shangguan Shui. Such a display of generosity would likely be beyond even that of one's own master. Life at the Asking Sword Peak had indeed been a different affair in the past. Guasisi followed silently behind. Han Chongqing noticed that Guasisi seemed almost invisible. Why did she appear somewhat hesitant today? He turned to inquire, Sisi, do you seem troubled? Guasisi was the type who could not conceal her secrets. Senior brother, I have recently been researching a formation and wish to find someone to test it, but I am unsure whom to approach. Chapter 70. Who says this is worthless? Let us discuss it later. With that, Guasisi headed towards the Asking Dao Sec's shop. Han Changkong was taken aback. Could this girl have devised some nefarious formation? He quickly pulled Wang Yiting to follow. I in the room. Guasisi blushed as she spoke. Senior brother, this formation might be somewhat lacking. Please explain its function. Anything deemed lacking in the hands of oneself could still turn into a treasure. Actually, I have been pondering that since the blood essence pill is made by extracting the essence from the body, I wonder if it's possible to extract the cultivation level of a cultivator to create a pill that enhances their cultivation. Junior sister, that idea seems rather sinister, doesn't it? Yet, I find it intriguing. Please, continue. Guasisi then elaborated. I consulted with Man Qingqing for several days and managed to devise a formation capable of absorbing a cultivator's cultivation level, which can then be crystallized into a pill that enhances one's cultivation. She then produced a blue pill. Han Changkong took the pill and examined it closely, only to be astonished. This was a crystal formed from pure spiritual energy, devoid of impurities, refined by a cultivator. Other cultivators could absorb it directly. What a marvelous treasure, junior sister. Did you conduct this experiment yourself? Indeed, but I feel that with my initial stage of transformation, I can only refine 5 of these before my cultivation will regress. Han Changkong was taken aback. The issue was that even 5 of these tiny spiritual pearls would not significantly enhance one's cultivation. However, this was not something Han Changkong needed to worry about. His own fragile physique would certainly not withstand it, especially with thousands of enemies lurking. If he were to extract several tens of thousands, his cultivation ought to reach at least the late stage of Yuaning. This formation was indeed rather lacking. Yet, encountering him, would it not be like adding wings to a tiger? He then said, Junior sister, I will study this formation tonight to see if there are any improvements to be made. He swiftly stored all the formation tools into his storage ring. Junior sister, I believe you possess a talent in this area and should continue to develop it. I have high hopes for you. This girl was truly a treasure trove in the flesh. Senior brother, won't the elders say I am neglecting my duties if they see these? Rest assured, as long as the 3 of us keep this secret, no one will know I in the future. If you come across any more treasures, be sure to inform me, and I will provide spirit stones for materials. Speaking of spirit stones, Han Changkong was momentarily taken aback. Now that he had this marvelous treasure, what need was there for pills that enhance cultivation? However, at that moment, he could already hear Shangguan Shui's voice, causing him to sigh inwardly. Well, since he had already made the purchase, it would ultimately benefit him. Senior brother, I have bought the spiritual herbs and will begin concocting the pills now. With that, she returned to her room to start refining the enhancement pills. Shangguan Shui had but this singular merit, her exceptional talent in alchemy. Otherwise, she would not have attained the position of the sect's chief disciple at the Asking Pill Peak. Han Changkong then emerged from Guasisi's room. Guasisi is truly remarkable. She has managed to concoct such things. He murmured to himself as he returned to his room that, of course, the first thing he did upon entering was to deactivate the restrictions. He then arranged the formation that Guasisi had devised. Next, he pulled out the formation plate and silently opened it to the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Finally, he activated the formation in the next instant. A bead dropped to the ground, transforming into a pill-sized orb. This is certainly more convenient than consuming pills directly. He then laid down on his bed, drifting off to sleep. This slumber nearly rendered the Qingyun sect non-existent. Inside the Qingyun sect's main hall, these disciples have consumed the pills and have only just begun to recover, yet they are now losing cultivation again. Indeed, sect master, some of the early-stage Yuan-Ing cultivators are showing signs of their Yuan-Ing falling into slumber. If the Yuan-Ing within a cultivator falls asleep, it equates to the loss of their cultivation, necessitating a reinvigoration into the golden core stage before they can again progress to the Yuan-Ing stage. Damn it! What cursed calamity is this that seems to be perpetually targeting our Qingyun sect? Yun Wencheng was genuinely frightened at this moment. The disciples were the foundation of the sect. If they were all to perish, what would those in high positions do? Become loose cultivators? Rebuild their own factions? If they could not even protect their disciples, who would join them in forming a new power. Wouldn't the high-ranking members of the Qingyun sect lose their standing? Yun Wanqing immediately flashed to the back mountain of the sect. Old ancestor, should we not agree to cooperate with the Tianjian sect to establish that great protective formation? Has the Yingguozhong agreed? Old ancestor, the Yingguozhong has also consented, but isn't it unwise for us to cooperate so openly with them? These are special circumstances. The power of the curse is growing stronger, and we must unite to effectively resist it. Moreover, should the formation prove ineffective, we may at least mitigate our losses. Old ancestor, what if we bring in the Asking Dao sect, the Danding sect, and the Piaomiao sect as well? You may inquire about that. But I suspect the Asking Dao sect will not agree. Yun Wanqing was taken aback. Old ancestor, why is that? Hasn't the Asking Dao sect also suffered from the curse's affliction? The ancestor of the Asking Dao sect may not be able to hold out much longer. Is it possible that the elder from the Asking Dao sect is nearing tribulation? Yes, they are likely to face tribulation within the next 10 years. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanqing felt a surge of joy. The Asking Dao sect was finally approaching its doom. The ancestors of his own sect had all been thoroughly intimidated. Wanqing, whether the Piaomiao sect joins us will be entirely up to them. Our 4 sects are already sufficient. Once we have obliterated the Asking Dao sect, we can divide the territory and treasures amongst ourselves. As a sect leader, Yun Wanqing understood that even losing one faction to share the spoils was advantageous. Old ancestor, I will attend to this immediately. He returned to the main hall of the sect, took out a communication stone, and began to make contact. Ultimately, an agreement was reached, and plans were made to meet with the Tianjian sect. However, this secret meeting of the powerful figures was conducted without notifying Han Tianhai of the Asking Dao sect. Nevertheless, given the magnitude of the situation, the leader of the Piaomiao sect discreetly informed Han Tianhai. Upon receiving the news, Han Tianhai's expression darkened considerably. Han Shixiang, should we not begin preparations? At that moment, apart from Shang Taimin, all the other combined stage cultivators were present, as well as elders from various peaks. Almost all the high-ranking members of the Asking Dao sect were gathered there. Our Asking Dao sect fears no hardship. Rest assured, our protective formation is not made of paper. Even if I, Han Tianhai, were to perish in battle, I shall take at least one with me. He then focused his gaze intently. Moreover, is it not the case that the ancestor has yet to reach tribulation? Nonetheless, preparations must still be made. Chapter 71. The Law of Cause and Effect. The next morning, Han Changkong groggily awoke from his slumber, startled to find his room filled with spiritual pearls. He hurriedly shut down the formation and checked his system. Thankfully, there were many people, thus the burden was shared. Otherwise, if all these individuals perished, he would suffer significant losses. With a wave of his hand, all the spiritual pearls entered his storage ring. He then sat cross-legged and began to consume dozens of them gradually. As these spiritual pearls were swallowed, they transformed into pure spiritual energy, which was directly absorbed by his Yuan Ying. Such fine treasures required no refining. In the past, during cultivation, he had to painstakingly refine spiritual energy strand by strand. Now, this substance was absorbed directly. However, the formation was indeed somewhat wasteful, as those cultivators listed in his system showed no decrease in energy levels, merely a dimming effect, likely due to their cultivation dropping. After consuming over 1,000, Han Changkong felt it was indeed somewhat wasteful. Despite consuming 1,000 pearls, his cultivation had not increased. He remained at the initial stage of Yuan Ying, but he sensed that consuming another 1,000 should enable a breakthrough. However, upon scanning his storage ring, he discovered there were only slightly over 1,000 pearls remaining. The cost-effectiveness of this seemed low. It was indeed a waste to expend so many pearls for a single level of cultivation.